The capital of the Antar Empire was in flames. Towering beasts roared across the city, their massive jaws wide open as they trampled anyone in their path. These weren't just isolated monsters. They were everywhere, tearing through the empire with unstoppable force. On the battlefield, armored soldiers clashed with the creatures. A commander on horseback called out grimly. 2 million of their finest had already fallen. But looking at the banners waving in the smoky air, he declared with conviction, this wouldn't be the end. The Demon King would be brought down by the hands of true heroes. Far below, deep within the abyss hall of the Demon King's palace, the ceiling rose high with painted domes. Archlights stood there, brows knitted, shouting that their enemy's reign of terror was about to crumble. In the shadows sat a lone figure, his form barely visible. This was the Demon King, Reifenhart, quietly watching with a hand resting on his cheek. Cyrus stepped forward, sword glowing with brilliant light, yelling that they'd put an end to this monster once and for all. The death of Reifenhart would signal the collapse of the evil empire. But the king spoke calmly, his brow creased. Don't call Antar evil, he said. It had a purpose. Tessalon clenched his fists, voice sharp with anger. He accused the king of nurturing monsters and claimed wiping them out would cleanse the world of their foul presence. Reifenhart gave a faint smile. In truth, all he'd done was teach these so-called monsters how to fight back using human tactics. They had been enslaved and mistreated for generations. He had only shown them how to resist. Leaning forward on his throne, Reifenhart asked if they had already taken down his 4 heavenly kings. From the crowd, Cyrus answered coldly, Those filthy orcs were no match for my blade. The king's voice rose in shock. Even the great orc warrior Tatid has fallen? He pictured the orcs' faces. They might have looked fierce, but they were loyal and protective. Defenders of the weak. Tessalon folded his arms and smirked. To him, they were nothing but trolls who got what they deserved. Reifenhart closed his eyes, thinking how wrong they were. Trolls were deeply connected to nature, guided by their ancestors. They were misunderstood, not evil. Saintus Flynn stepped forward, eyes closed, and declared that even the wicked dwarf who worshipped a dark god had been judged. Reifenhart covered his face. These people were so arrogant. Anyone who didn't worship their 12 gods or sayer was automatically seen as a devil. Then the light mage Jade raised a hand, announcing that the dark elf had also been brought down. Reifenhart's face froze in disbelief. The image of Cyrus flashed in his mind. He clenched his teeth, furious. You're asking for death, he growled. From the rear, a soldier shouted back that the dark elf had joined the forces of darkness, and traitors like that didn't deserve mercy. But Reifenhart knew better. He covered his face again. Cyrus's skin had only darkened because humans destroyed her forests, forcing her people into desolate wastelands. And now they dared blame her for how she looked. Archlight raised his weapon high. For the fallen, we fight! Reifenhart's eyes darkened, filled with rage. With a sinister grin, Reifenhart glanced toward the battlefield. Who among you, he murmured, will stand for the rest of the fallen? A blond warrior stepped forward, his voice sharp with fury. He shouted that these monsters would never have turned to evil, if not for the dark powers of the Demon King. As he spoke, a purple mist began to curl around Reifenhart. But the king knew better. It didn't matter what he said. They couldn't hear him. They wouldn't listen. As Archlight approached, Reifenhart's thoughts turned bitter. In their eyes, any non-human who refused to live in chains was instantly labeled a servant of darkness. And that alone was reason enough for genocide. His hair lifted, caught in rising magical energy. Spreading his arms wide, he bellowed, If that's the Demon King you want, then I'll give you one. His enemies were hurled into the air by the sheer force of his power. With glowing eyes and a tightened brow, Reifenhart summoned a magical seal before him. People refused to see the other races as equals, and he had seen the cost of their ignorance firsthand. Images filled his mind. 2 elven girls, dressed in ornate servant uniforms, treated as exotic playthings for those lucky enough to outlive others. A dwarf, toiling in the dark of a mine, used solely for his strength, and orcs, chained and burdened like pack animals. Then there were the trolls. Their bodies reduced to ingredients, harvested for healing potions, stored in glass vials. Looking over the ravaged city, Reifenhart recalled how deeply he had been moved when he first uncovered the roots of their diverse cultures. He had once stood among the orcs, learned from them, listened to their stories. 3 beings had shared a radiant yellow orb with him. It revealed ancient spirit magic, passed down by elves and trolls alike. Closing his eyes, he smiled. It was through them that he rose, becoming the first 10th Circle mage in history. He hadn't planned for war, he had only wanted to help. But as his land grew, it became harder to mask the truth. The world began to see the changes. The humans struck back. Attacks followed. Cities burned. Lands looted. Villages were razed, pushing his people further and further into exile. Yet in defending themselves, they expanded, and before long, the scattered lands formed a single united realm, the Empire of Enter. Banners rose from every race. Elves, trolls, goblins, dwarves. They stood as one beneath towers that scraped the sky. He didn't hate humanity. He never had. He just believed the other races were no less deserving. They weren't planning to conquer. They simply wanted peace, to live without chains. But the humans couldn't accept that. The scene shifted to ruins, where slain monsters lay in broken heaps. All they had asked for was peace. But because of that, they were slaughtered. A troll, blood running from a wound on his head, stared up in disbelief. Riefenhart knew his army wasn't pretty. Orcs, goblins, beasts by human standards. But killing them, just because they were different, that was the real horror. He raised a hand high. If human laws justify this kind of slaughter, then I'll erase them all and write new ones. Archlight coughed blood and was flung backward, crashing hard. Teslan spun around, eyes wide as his comrade hit the ground. Riefenhart spoke coolly. You lack the skill, in both magic and the sword. He narrowed his eyes. Archlight had potential, sure, but not enough. Across the field, the king of martial arts clenched his fists, energy surging. Bolts of lightning danced across his body. His strength lay in raw power. Power surged through the martial king, his body engulfed in blazing flames. Riefenhart watched carefully. The others had been easy, but this one? He was something else. The towering fighter lunged forward and slammed his fist into the ground. Riefenhart barely dodged, leaping back just in time. Then came Teslan, charging in. Outside, a massive explosion lit the sky, shaking the highest tower. Riefenhart stood atop the roof, eyes locked on the battlefield. Tension gripped his jaw. The martial king sprang into the air, fist drawn back. Riefenhart spun around, teeth clenched. With a roar, the warrior's eyes turned white. "This is our victory," he shouted, and his punch came down hard on Riefenhart's head, driving him to the ground with a howl. Teslan raised both arms, smug. "It's over, just as expected." Riefenhart, blood running down his face, grimaced. His spine felt shattered. He knew he had to kill them, but in this state that was impossible. Still rubbing his aching head, he heard the martial artist shout again, "Your trial starts now." Riefenhart looked up, breathing heavily. He had to admit, he lost. Teslan narrowed his eyes. "The spell is broken. You've got no hold over us now." But Riefenhart didn't relax. His jaw tightened. He wasn't ready to give up. He couldn't. The wind tore through his hair and cloak as his thoughts burned. These so-called heroes believed monsters should live as obedient slaves. And that was justice? He reached for an artifact, a powerful relic he'd found in the ancient ruins. The burly fighter scowled, his brow furrowed deep. "What are you doing?" Riefenhart's face twisted with rage. "I'm casting a regression spell," he roared. "I'll tear time apart if I have to. Let the gods deal with that." A storm of energy whipped around him as the spell activated. He wasn't even sure if it would work. But there was no turning back now. The martial king lunged at him again. Gripping the artifact, Riefenhart made a vow. He wouldn't die here. The sky lit up. The artifact pulsed with light. Teslan's fist closed in, and Riefenhart screamed. A blinding flash ripped through the Empire. Red and yellow energy clashed mid-air. A shockwave exploded, followed by a blinding white light. Then, silence. Somewhere far away, birds sat calmly on tree branches. Smoke drifted from a wooden house. White curtains fluttered in the breeze. A young man opened his eyes slowly. Was he alive? His body felt strong, unusually strong. He blinked, trying to process what happened. Had the spell actually worked? He hadn't even decoded half of it. Peering out the window, he whispered, "So, time really did jump." But the scenery, it was unfamiliar. This wasn't a place he remembered from his past. Scratching his ear, he wondered, how old was he now? Outside, in front of a cozy little house tucked into a hollow, An axe rested against a stump. He stepped onto the wooden floor, glancing down at his new body. Solid, muscular. "Damn," he muttered. "Not bad." He raised a brow. "Whose body is this?" Reifenhart stared at his calloused hands, tracing the scars and hardened skin. Muscles rippled under every movement. He remembered how the elves used to swoon over him in his youth. Admired his charm, his body. He walked over to a mirror. Where was that sharp, elegant face he once had? Touching his jawline, he sighed. This wasn't just time travel. It was a full-on body swap. His red brows furrowed as he studied his new reflection. Whoever this guy was, he'd lived a rough life. Opening his mouth, Reifenhart began to wonder. What if he imagined this guy a bit broader with facial hair? Sweat trickled down Reifenhart's face as realization hit him. He looked exactly like Teslan. A voice called out his name. He turned fast. The door swung open. A towering man stepped in, sunlight behind him. "The sun's been up for a while now," he barked. He leaned forward, squinting at him. "Why are you still lazing around inside?" With hands on his hips and a big grin, the man added, "Come on, today's a great day to get started." Reifenhart went pale. The man's size alone was enough to freeze him in place, and as he stepped closer, the stranger noticed his frozen stare. "What's with the look?" he asked. "You act like you've never seen me before." He closed his eyes, exasperated. "Don't tell me you're pulling that amnesia excuse again." Then, without waiting, he grabbed Reifenhart by the head with a laugh and started dragging him out. It all clicked. This massive man was Gerard, Teslan's mentor, the strongest warrior the continent had ever known. Reifenhart broke into a sweat. He was tied to a tree, begging Gerard to listen. Gerard just smirked, eyes closed, and gagged him. "You're talking too much today." When he saw Gerard reaching for a bamboo stick, panic surged through him. The first blow landed square on his bare stomach. Reifenhart screamed. Tears welled up instantly. He didn't understand what kind of twisted reality this was. The beatings kept coming. Random, unrelenting. Through the pain, Reifenhart's thoughts drifted to Cirrus. Gerard paused, frowning. His hands feel softer than usual, he thought, swinging again. He figured the kid's memory loss must have come from the brutal training. It wasn't uncommon for their clan. "Nothing to worry about," he smiled. "Simple problem, simple fix." Reifenhart cried as Gerard continued to pummel him. Then, with a loud yell, Gerard shouted, "Weaklings hide in armor and behind swords!" He stormed up to the boy. "If you can't overcome your own weakness, that's your shame. Training's the only cure." With a sharp crack, the bamboo stick snapped in half. "Steel is forged through pain," he bellowed, veins bulging across his arms. "The body has no limits." Closing his eyes, Gerard reflected. Only the finest iron becomes true steel. Then he punched Reifenhart square in the face again. Over and over. "Focus! Think of the ocean!" he roared. Reifenhart shut his eyes and pictured it. He and Cirrus together by the sea. His body collapsed to the ground. Finally, Gerard called it. "That's enough for today." Clutching his chest, Reifenhart hugged himself. Thank the gods for this body. Night fell. Stars filled the sky. Leaves drifted gently in the water. He sat in a bath, healing potions swirling around him. 1 bottle, 10 silver coins. Gerard stood nearby, arms folded behind his back. Steel must be cooled after it's forged. Reifenhart glanced down at his bruised body. It's working, he thought. He remembered Teslan's past. This kind of training had shaped him from childhood. He sank deeper into the water, certain now he really had gone back in time. Outside, the moon shone bright, and in the quiet he wondered, where was his old body now? He pictured his younger self. Could 2 of them even exist at the same time? Could 2 souls really exist in the same world at the same time? Reifenhart frowned, weighing the possibilities. 2 ideas formed in his mind. He pictured 2 shadowy figures. One, his older self trapped in Teslan's body. The other, his younger self still out there somewhere in this world. With half his face underwater, he considered something else. What if the king of martial arts had ended up in his body, the body of young Reifenhart? He imagined the young, scrawny mage balancing stacks of books, trying to make sense of a world he no longer understood. Later, Reifenhart found himself standing before a massive plate piled with meat. Gerard stood nearby, booming, "Dig in!" As he bit into the food, the mentor barked, A worn-out body needs fuel. Eat up! Then they were climbing a mountain. Reifenhart was weighed down with a massive load strapped to his back, while Gerard had already reached the top, fresh, grinning, and ready to keep going. Let's get back to it, he called cheerfully. Later, Reifenhart was on the ground, doing sit-ups, drenched in sweat. He had no clue how long this madness was going to last. That night, he lay flat on the bed, drained. Tears slipped down from his tired eyes. In the corner of the room, he sat quietly, deep in thought. What would all this mean for the future? He pictured his younger self again, alone in a library, nose in a book. Souls were supposed to be unique. That was the rule of the world. But what if that balance broke? What if one soul just disappeared? He bit his thumb, anxious. Young Reifenhart hadn't used magic for nearly a decade at this point in time, but he was still learning, still reading, especially in the magic tower of Delia. He imagined the skinny version of himself trying to lift dumbbells. If Teslan really was inside that body, he wouldn't just sit around. He'd find a way to get strong again. Which means, Reifenhart muttered, peeking around a corner, he'll definitely come looking for me. His top priority now? Break out of this living nightmare. With gritted teeth, he sprinted into the forest. He was getting out, no matter what it took. But just as he reached the edge of the trees, Gerard appeared, blocking the way with a smile. Off to the races again, are we? The man stroked his beard. That's the 9th escape attempt this week. Reifenhart growled. I'm not Teslan. My name is Reifenhart. I'm a mage. Gerard looked amused. Last time, you said you were from a world of gods and dragons. The young man's jaw dropped. Gerard chuckled, casually bringing up a master from the Eastern Huan Empire, some place called Murim. That was a good one too, he said. Then, without warning, he grabbed Reifenhart by the head and started dragging him back. You almost had me believing you this time. Reifenhart sighed in defeat. Tomorrow, he thought. I'll make it tomorrow. He bit his lip. He couldn't stay here forever. From the bushes, Gerard watched with a grin. You remind me of myself back in the day, he said. Later, gazing into the water, the trainer's voice turned quiet. I get it, Reifenhart. I really do. He reached in, pulling the boy out gently. Just hang in there a little longer, he said. It'll be worth it in the end. Reifenhart collapsed to his knees. He was beginning to accept the truth. It might really be impossible to escape. It felt impossible. Gerard stood over him, arms crossed. There's never been a student who didn't try to run, he said with a laugh. Sweat poured down Reifenhart's face. Even if he somehow managed to slip away, that old man would still track him down. No doubt about it. At this point, maybe it was smarter to stop trying to sneak off. Maybe the better move was to earn his way out, officially. But Gerard had other plans. That morning he beat him with a spiked morning star. Chains clattered on the floor. Reifenhart's training became a living prison. 2 whole years trapped in that mountain. But in time, something awakened inside him. His body lit up with a fierce flame. He had unlocked aura. Gerard watched, unimpressed. Nothing special, he muttered with closed eyes. Lifting the morning star again, he explained, when your survival instincts evolve alongside your physical growth, that's when you start tapping into true aura. He tossed the weapon aside and grinned. All right, time for the next phase. His fist ignited with flame. Sparring, with me! Reifenhart froze. A massive explosion rocked the valley. 3 more years rolled by. Now in the kingdom of the Silly Kingdom, deep in the mountains, a thunderous waterfall roared. A young man stood atop a stone, his body lean, hardened, and powerful. He clenched a glowing fist, bent low, and smashed it against the stone wall in front of him. The wall cracked violently, but Reifenhart frowned. Still not enough. He stood before the fractured rock, frustrated. He had hit a ceiling. The 3rd stage was his current limit. I have to reach the 4th, he muttered. Raising his hand again, he thought about the final technique, Horn of Calamity. A legendary move said to summon 9 waves in a single blow, so powerful it could kill even a god. Even Gerard, for all his might, had only ever reached the 8th wave. Hands on his hips, Reifenhart sighed. Gerard had promised he could leave the mountain only once he hit stage 4. Back then I would have just run, he thought, but now he had to endure, finish the training. He raised both hands and focused, magic surging through him. He fired a burst of air at a tree. It hit, but left only a faint black mark. Scratching his head, he realized something strange. His body was resisting magic. Then, something tugged at his senses. He turned. From the path, a strange energy radiated. Inhuman. A green foot stepped into view. An orc emerged from behind the trees, sword clutched tightly. Reifenhardt's expression darkened. The orc, panting and sweating, raised a hand nervously. "Pretend you didn't see me," the orc muttered. Reifenhardt studied him. Young. Probably no more than 3 or 4 years old, in orc years. He looked nervous. Defensive. Reifenhardt took a guess. "Someone chasing you?" The orc blinked in surprise. Reifenhardt raised a hand and spoke in the orc tongue. The creature's eyes widened. He understood. Closing his eyes, the orc nodded. "Yeah, I'm being hunted." Reifenhardt put his hands on his hips. "Well then," he said, "you're in luck. I'm not a fan of bullies." The orc hesitated, worried he'd put Reifenhardt in danger just by accepting help. But Reifenhardt smiled. This one wasn't like the others. He had honor. "Don't worry," he said. "I can handle myself." Raising both hands, he summoned a swirl of purple smoke. It spread like a cloak across the clearing. He pointed to a cave nearby. "Hide in there. My magic will keep you covered." The young orc blinked, clearly surprised. "You're a mage?" Reifenhardt arched a brow. "Yeah, so?" "It's just—" The orc scratched his head, confused. "Never seen a mage with a body like that." With a final glance, the orc stepped into the cave. "Thanks," he said, turning back one last time. Just then, Reifenhardt heard footsteps behind him. A group of warriors was approaching. The knight leading them called out, "You there! Seen a green-skinned creature pass through?" Another man waved a coin in the air. "We'll pay you, gold, for a little information." The blonde next to him chuckled. "Not that we'll actually give it to you." Reifenhardt crossed his arms, expression flat. "Haven't seen anyone." But the knight noticed tracks nearby. "He went that way," he said, pointing ahead. Reifenhardt stood tall in front of the stone wall behind him. "This is my home," he said sharply, "and I don't plan on letting anyone through." The mercenary scowled. Bright, one of the warriors, stepped forward, offended. "You dare talk like that to us?" The others started sneering and mocking him. Without a word, Reifenhardt raised his hand. A massive purple seal materialized in the air. From the ground, a weapon emerged. He gripped the hilt and pulled it free. Smirking, he said calmly, "Relax, you won't die from what's coming." Panic broke out among the knights. Reifenhardt swung the club overhead, smile widening. Chaos erupted as he charged. "To wreak him down," one of them shouted. They rushed in. But Reifenhardt was a wall. As he fought, he realized these were just mercenaries. Sword-for-hire types, trying to make a living. Then, crack, a blade hit his back. He flinched. The enemy's sword bent from the impact. With a grunt, he threw the attacker aside. Surprised, his body took the hit. And barely noticed. Swinging the club again, he thought, "It's fine. None of them will die." Screams echoed through the trees. The mercenaries spat and cursed, collapsing one after another. Only one remained, shaking, barely standing. He stepped up and demanded, "What's your name?" With a grin, Reifenhardt smacked him to the ground. "Kinda unfair that you're still on your feet while your friends are praying to their ancestors." The knight stumbled off, defeated. Reifenhardt looked down at the shattered club. "I should start training students," he muttered. "Someone I can actually hit without breaking my gear." Behind him, the orc stepped out. "Thank you." Hand over his heart, he bowed deeply. "I won't forget this, I swear it. I'll repay your kindness." Then he added solemnly, "From this day on, you are my life mentor." Reifenhardt paused. Orc culture ran deep. A life mentor, that was a serious vow. The orc looked up. "What's your name?" He nearly blurted out Teslon, but he stopped, stroked his chin, and smiled. "Reifenhardt." The wind caught the orc's hair as he nodded. "I'll remember it." Reifenhardt rested his hand on his hip. "So where are you off to?" "I want to find somewhere safe. Maybe live free. Become a wanderer." As the orc spoke, Reifenhardt imagined bones sticking from the corpses of wild beasts. Reifenhardt pointed toward the horizon. "Head for the land of trials," he told the orc. "The Blue Bear tribe hides out there." The young orc gave a nod, then sprinted off. Before he vanished into the trees, Reifenhardt called out, "Hey, what's your name?" The orc turned around and shouted, "Tatheed!" Reifenhardt froze, eyes wide. His mouth fell open. A sword hung across the orc's back. In his mind, he saw an image from his past life. Tatheed, The future leader of the Blue Bear tribe. The same orc, who would one day unite every orc on the continent. He scratched his temple, grinning. Fate really is something. Because the real Teslan, he never would have helped an orc like that. As Tethys disappeared into the distance, Riffenhart felt a warm smile tug at his lips. He remembered it clearly. Different races standing side by side, arms raised, celebrating the glory of the Antar Empire. He imagined Tethys again, older, battle-scarred, a massive skull draped over one shoulder. Then he pictured a blue-skinned troll, and Cirrus, a dwarf king smiling proudly from a throne, Terry, and around him stood a family, not by blood, but bound by something deeper. His friends, his people. Near the mountains, snow blanketed the land. A lake lay frozen in silence. Half a year had passed since that fateful meeting with Tethys. Now, in the cold mountain air, Gerard charged, his flaming fist tearing through the wind. A massive air bullet surged forward. Riffenhart raised his arms fast. Okay, that's enough, he shouted, using Vortex Guard to dodge. Gerard crossed his arms, satisfied. Not bad. He thought back to when his student first arrived, calling himself by a strange name, claiming memory loss. Riffenhart, hands on his hips, replied, Why bring that up now? That was 6 years ago. Gerard stroked his beard. Well, in the 10 years since we started this, you've come a long way. The martial artist raised a brow. 10 years, huh? Then how come I'm still this small? Riffenhart blinked. What do you mean? I'm almost 2 meters tall. Gerard's face darkened. In the indestructible training hall, you should be more than 2 meters. He placed a hand on Riffenhart's head. Are you sure you're breathing right? Riffenhart thought about Teslan's past self, who, had actually been taller, and muttered, Height isn't everything. Gerard looked away, muttering to himself. If I followed that breathing pattern, I'd never fit through a doorway. He turned back, resolved. You're strong enough. Riffenhart clenched his fists. Ready. Gerard raised his voice. Then show me everything you've got. Riffenhart's eyes gleamed. His body launched into the sky. Extending one arm, he unleashed the horn of distress. With a roar, he rocketed downward, fist glowing, energy erupting around him. The blow hit the frozen lake like a meteor. Ice shattered. Water exploded upward. Shockwaves blasted through the valley. Giant chunks of ice flew into the air. Gerard, watching from the cliffside, laughed with his mouth wide open. That was perfect. Riffenhart looked at his trembling hand. He had done it. He'd reached the 4th stage. No way I'm easy to beat now, he thought proudly. Standing tall on a rock, Gerard nodded. It's time, he said. Time for you to enter the real world. Narrowing his eyes, the old warrior smiled. You've earned it. Riffenhart stood, stunned. His mentor gave a soft smile. Live however you want, Gerard said, calm and steady. Hero or villain, it makes no difference to me. He closed his eyes, voice low. This is your reward, for everything you've endured. Riffenhart's expression turned somber. A part of him wasn't ready to say goodbye. Then a memory surfaced, something his teacher had told him 60 years ago. Rastal, his old master, had once raised a finger and said, There's nothing wrong with making money, but never sell yourself to dirty deals. A younger Gerard had knelt before him, confused. So, you don't mind if I become a villain? Rastal had smiled. Even villains can live with honor. He raised the second finger. Stand up for those treated unfairly, not because they're weak, but because people should respect you for it. Gerard had asked, So, you're not just talking about protecting the weak? His teacher nodded. Weakness doesn't always come from injustice. You'll need to learn the difference. Then came the third finger. And above all, pass on the teachings of the unbreakable training hall. Never let them fade. Now standing in the icy wind, Gerard echoed that same message. Find a student, he said. Someone worthy. Pass it on. I'll remember that, Riffenhart replied firmly. Gerard tossed him a small bag. It's not easy. Could take a lifetime, but don't miss your chance. Riffenhart opened it. 30 silver coins. He frowned. Only 30? I thought you were rich in Vasily Kingdom. Don't you have an estate in the capital? Gerard waved it off. The clan sets the training fee. I don't touch it. Then he handed over a scroll. I've prepared a little something for you in the Settler Mountains. There's a mark on the map. Riffenhart unrolled the parchment. I'll check it out, he promised. Gerard gave a nod. If you're ever nearby, don't forget. With that, Reifenhart turned and began walking into the snowy wilderness. Each step crunched beneath his boots. He paused, glancing back. Was he really free now? Snowflakes danced around him, whipped by the wind. Suddenly, boom! An explosion echoed behind him. Mouth open, Reifenhart whipped around. What the? Gerard stood with his fist raised high. Go! With unshakable resolve. A grin stretched across the young warrior's face. The heir of the strongest techniques in this land. Reifenhart turned and ran, heart pounding, fire in his chest. Far below, the sun gleamed over the city. A villager raised a hand. Too dangerous, he muttered. The mayor stepped forward. I still have to say it. A knight gripped the hilt of his sword. What happened? An old man approached, tossing him a coin. Pay for the food. The knight looked down, confused. Is this all? The man muttered to himself. Selfish, but it should cover it. The tavern owner picked up the coin, blinking in disbelief. The knight grinned. What? First time you've seen a ducat? Another local apologized. Sorry, but that's not enough. The swordsman's jaw dropped. You think we don't know what things cost around here? Prices or not, the nobleman didn't care. He struck the village headman across the face. Don't you dare insult me, he roared. Around them, the peasants frowned. Their thoughts were clear. These weren't knights. They were thieves in armor. Bandits who had taken over their homes. Devoured every last grain and paid them just a single ducat, not even enough to cover delivery and errands. A man nearby chuckled. What's going on? Nothing, someone muttered. Everything's fine. Then Stefan strolled down the stairs, watching the scene. This, he said smugly, is why you don't go soft on peasants. His companion narrowed his eyes slightly. They don't know their place at all. Far from that chaos, a memory flashed. Reifenhart lay on a soft bed, his lover nestled beside him. He smiled. Why do you keep touching me like that? Cirrus ran her fingers along his chest. I want to, she said simply. She traced the lines of his body. You're sharp, like a blade, sculpted. Snapping back to the present, Reifenhart stared into a mirror. That old reflection, long gone. Now his frame was taller, broader, stronger. At least that much was a win. Out the window, he watched the streets below. Cirrus. She'd be around 70 now in elven years. Barely 17 by human standards. People bustled through the city. Reifenhart's expression hardened. He was somewhere south of Vasily Kingdom, and he remembered. Next year, she'd be sold at the Chatan slave auction. He scratched his chin. What should I do? He muttered. Charging in was tempting. Just break in and take her, but that would be reckless. If his magical power were disrupted, recovering it could take years. Better to handle it with money. He clenched his fist. Too bad he didn't have any. Especially now, when elves sold for insane amounts. Above him, clouds curled around the peak of an ancient obelisk. He had a powerful body, elite techniques, and future knowledge. And on the road to Chatan were ancient ruins. Find anything yet? Stefan asked. Todd sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Wait a bit longer. The boy stared out the window. Is this really it? The mage nodded. Far beyond the city stood towering mountains. Somewhere in those peaks was his ancestor's grave. As he walked the street, Reifenhart held up a map. His body was tough, ridiculously so, the kind of build a martial arts king could walk shirtless in during winter. He scowled. Artificial return. A rare technique, able to restore memories at any point in time. He remembered an old mage from the Tower of Delphia had told him about these ruins. A smile tugged at his lips. In a past life, he'd looted real treasure here, sold it all for more than 2,000 gold. At the base of the mountains lay a quiet village, cattle. People gathered in a wooden hall, their faces tense. The village headman stepped forward. What now? He asked. We can't even approach the Valley of Death. He threw his arms wide, but the knights need a guide, and we all know what happens if we refuse. The locals clenched their jaws. Grinding his teeth, he muttered curses at the nobles. His friend quickly hushed him, worried someone might overhear. With a bow and arrows in hand, Ted stepped forward, declaring himself the best man for the job. No one knew the mountains like he did. His wife and daughter clung to him, tears in their eyes. Ted didn't want to go, not really. But the village watched him with hope, whispering their faith in him. That only made him dread the mission more. Just then, the protagonist pressed his face against the window. "I could go," he offered. A villager whipped his bow around, aiming straight at him. "Who are you?" "Just someone passing through," Riefenhardt replied. "Overheard your talk, that's all." The villagers closed in, eyeing him suspiciously. "You know the mountain trails?" "I've walked them more times than I can count." An old man stepped forward. "No one who's entered the Valley of Death has ever come back." Riefenhardt just grinned. "Well, I have. Maybe a simple thank you would do." In the heart of the valley stood a towering obelisk, a dungeon from the Silver Age. 50 years ago, Claude had driven his sword into that very ground. His name echoed through legends across the kingdom of Vasily Kingdom. He'd marched into that cursed valley with only a squire and never returned. Worse yet, his demonic sword, Alcyon, the family's pride, was left behind. Now, a new squad, led by Stefan, advanced toward the valley. Lelcia walked beside him, calling him noble. The boy gave her a nod, grateful for the kind words. A grizzled warrior glanced their way. That slave again. Clearly, those two were closer than expected. Scylla beamed with pride. The man was shocked that someone so young could wield the blessing so easily. The Saintess closed his eyes in quiet reflection. The protagonist wasn't sure what to make of the boy. He didn't quite seem real. Tatid came over, and they exchanged a few words. Riefenhardt decided it was his turn and stepped in to join the conversation. Their eyes met. The boy felt something strange in the air between them. The man quickly covered his mouth and blushed. The boy's eyes widened, horrified by the thought that crossed his mind. Edward broke the tension. "Good choice." The warrior turned. "Are we still talking about guiding the way?" The knight confirmed it. The villagers were too afraid to take on the task. "Not surprising," the warrior muttered. "Who wouldn't be scared?" The nobleman raised an eyebrow. "Scared? When they've got imperial knights by their side?" The protagonist clenched his jaw. Typical knight, always boasting. Suddenly, a noise snapped everyone's attention skyward. Leaves rustled violently. From the trees, massive birds launched into the air. Harpies, snarling, screeching, wings wide, dived straight at them. The commander shouted, "Get ready!" One harpy lunged, claws extended. Stefan raised his sword. "How dare you strike at those blessed by seizure!" he roared. "Everyone, attack!" Tati lifted his hand. Chains of fire erupted, crashing down on the enemy. Scylla clasped his hands, calling out, "Lord Philinus, grant them strength and courage!" He watched closely, ready for what came next. Watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, Riefenhardt thought things were going surprisingly well. The boy beside him, however, wasn't impressed. From a martial artist's perspective, this guy was still far from impressive. At least Gerard never bragged without backing it up. The youth eyed him warily. Meanwhile, the orcs cowered, shielding their heads in fear. One of the harpies dove, jaws wide open. The thugs squeezed their eyes shut. Then the warrior's fist smashed into the monster's face, shattering it instantly. He stood there with his arm extended, but no one seemed to notice the blow he'd just landed. Riefenhardt's thoughts drifted. Ted, bow in hand, was supposed to die right about now. That memory lingered like a warning. Another beast lunged, tongue whipping out. Stefan slashed it down mid-attack. Around him, more monsters swarmed his men. The boy paid them no mind, focused solely on his own fight. Riefenhardt sighed. What a selfish guy. Scylla reached out and told him to get behind the trees. A harpy flapped hard, sending a volley of razor-sharp feathers flying. They struck the boy's body, but didn't leave a mark. One feather, however, hit his eye. He punched the monster hard, surprised to feel tears welling up. Even after all his brutal training, they still came. Nearby, the commander leaned on his sword and asked if the Saintess and mages were unharmed. "They're fine," Edward replied. "What about the rest?" the warrior asked coldly. The captain shrugged. "The Altion knights can handle themselves." Cheers erupted as Stefan finally gave the command a rest. The warrior turned to Tatid with a smile. "If it weren't for you, I'd be dead." Tatid raised a hand. "I've got a friend at the Delia Magic Tower." Hearing that, the protagonist tensed, eyes narrowing. He gave his name and asked, "Do we know each other?" The man raised an eyebrow. "You? With friends that high up?" Riefenhardt's heart skipped, then nearly stopped when the wizard called him sweet and adorable. Hands in his pockets, he asked cautiously how the mage had been lately. Studying, as usual, came the reply. Reifenhart frowned. Nothing odd happened to you in recent years? Not that I remember. Tathid touched his cheeks, lost in memories. Sharp nose, pretty eyes, smooth skin. The warrior sighed. This guy was obsessed with his body, but not like Gerard was. This was different. Smiling awkwardly, the warrior tried to switch gears. Has anything about me seemed off? The man just shrugged. Never really paid attention. Celine came over. You good? I'm fine, Reifenhart muttered. Check on the orcs? The boy used healing magic, but one of the thugs said they weren't hurt. A soldier scoffed, telling the saintess not to waste magic on beasts. But the orcs gave quiet thanks to the healer. Reifenhart watched them. Their gratitude. It felt more like that of pets than equals. He thought to himself, the road to rights for other races was still a long and painful one. His mood soured further when Stefan barked an order. Show us the way! The youth narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. The boy pointed ahead. Straight, then a right, he instructed, slowing his pace as they neared a quiet pond. What's wrong with your voice? Someone asked, sensing something was off. Hours passed. Sunlight broke through the forest canopy, casting golden rays across the path. The night furrowed his brow, listing every monster they had encountered along the way. Why are there so many on such a tiny mountain? His comrade asked. The warrior didn't answer out loud, but the truth nagged at him. He was leading them through the hardest path on purpose. Suddenly, the boy halted and shouted for everyone to stop. The fighter smirked. Shortest route, he told himself, definitely not doing this to mess with them. The commander climbed up a rock, scanning the area. He looked stunned. There, he whispered. A massive obelisk rose from the gorge before them. Claude's final resting place. Stefan grinned. That's it? Edward nodded. Pelton. A heavy mist settled over the ruins. The team moved toward the dungeon entrance and came to a halt in front of an enormous gate. Tathid raised his hand. This is it. Without hesitation, the man signaled them forward. The boy flared up and yelled for everyone to brace themselves. Reifenhart folded his hands. I'll stay here, he said. No way I'd find the village alone. The commander gave him a nod. You've done your part. We'll make sure you get back safely. That made Reifenhart smile. So the captain's not completely heartless after all. Their swords gleamed as the leader reminded them. A great man was buried in there, and they had to retrieve the demonic sword at any cost. With a roar, the knight ordered them forward. The boy gave a dry, good luck, and watched as everyone disappeared into the dungeon. He smirked. Time to take care of his own business. Vines clung to the dungeon walls. In the Silver Era, Palton was a critical military base. The tech left behind was still considered priceless. Inside, the warrior paused. This place stirred old memories. He had explored it once with Cirrus. She had pressed herself against a wall and whispered, There's a hidden passage. The walls shifted, revealing a secret room. Blushing, he wondered what they'd been thinking, sneaking into such a dangerous place. Placing a hand on the stone, Reifenhart recalled. The entrance required a reverse balance of water and earth seals. Luckily, he had a cheat sheet hidden up his sleeve. Closing his eyes, he cursed under his breath. Low mana. Again. Why is this body's brain so hopeless? But then the doors creaked open. He shrugged off his jacket and stretched. Time to see what this body can really do. A sudden scream echoed through the halls. He froze. The others had gone the opposite direction. So why were the screams coming from here? He reached the stairs and stopped. A hidden passage connected the third floor to the basement. And if someone opened it now, things could get ugly. Tension gripped him. Looking up, Reifenhart's eyes widened. He remembered. This was no ordinary ruin. This was a military facility. The boy's eyes darkened. One wrong move, just a bit of mana in the wrong place, and ancient traps would activate, designed to scare off trespassers. Last time, people had fallen into a pit. Back then, he didn't care about anyone else, but now, somewhere nearby, the Altian squad might have walked right into one. A chill ran down the warrior's spine. Sweat beaded on his brow. His lips pressed into a tight line. Steel flashed. Someone's throat was slashed. Get back! Stefan yelled, staring into the abyss of a long, dark hallway. From around the corner came a chilling hiss. Glowing eyes flared to life. A demon emerged. Huge. Menacing. The boy's face hardened. There was no way they could take this thing head on. Stefan stood frozen. Could a human even fight something like this? Scylla knelt beside a fallen ally. Hands glowing, he whispered a prayer to Finance, begging her to heal this wounded soul. The soldier smiled weakly. Thanks. The Saintess thought, if I make it out, it's only because of them. He turned and thanked his comrade for saving him. Tatit explained they'd survived the fall, unscathed, but who knew what other threats lurked ahead? The squad entered a massive hall. Without warning, a thunderous impact shook the ground. A second giant demon burst through a side passage. Panic set in. The heroes bolted. The priest raised his staff. Light surged around him as he called down divine wrath to crush the fiend. Above him, the glowing image of a god appeared. He begged for courage for his fellow servants. Scylla's eyes narrowed in frustration. Why weren't the Altion warriors doing anything? Holy energy crackled, swirling in the air. He prayed again for a flood of courage. Then, with a mighty roar, the knights charged, eyes blazing. The magician was stunned. Scylla had unleashed so much holy energy, it turned them into berserkers. Undead collided with soldiers. Steel clashed, sparks flew. The mage conjured a glowing circle. Then dozens of swords shimmered into existence above him. Lelsia leaped into the air, grabbed one mid-flight, and drove it straight through the enemy's hand. Blood splattered across her armor. The monster retaliated, slamming a punch into her chest. She stumbled, bracing herself. An elf rushed to her side, pressing a hand to the wound. "Did it help?" she asked. Stefan swung his sword, carving into the beast. "Excellent work," he praised. Nearby, the boy slashed his blade across the demon's body. Stefan turned, wiped blood from his sword, and muttered, "Pathetic creatures." Then the captain shouted for everyone to regroup. A massive explosion rocked the ceiling. Flames burst above them, and then it collapsed. From the fire stepped another monster, its body blazing. It roared, blasting soldiers backward with one swing. The knight stared it down. "We finished this. Don't disgrace the Altion name," he barked. The soldiers dashed forward. The demon slammed its fist into the floor, shaking the entire chamber. Stefan shielded his face, teeth clenched. Not like this, he thought. I won't die like this. The boy gripped his sword tight. No shame. Not today. Then he lunged forward. And right behind him, the commander charged, eyes burning, calling himself the only true descendant of the Altion bloodline, the commander declared, claiming his title as one of the unshakable. He drove his sword deep into the demon's shoulder. But the monster retaliated with a crushing blow to his face, launching him through the air. His body hit the ground hard, bouncing before crashing to a stop. Arms sprawled, eyes wide. He didn't move. Scylla clasped his fingers together, summoning divine power. "Finance, smite these fiends with your holy light." His staff struck down, landing a clean blow on the demon's head. The creature snapped its eyes open, blazing with rage. The Saintess froze, horror etched across his face. The demon lunged. Scylla closed his eyes, bracing for the end. But then, out of nowhere, the demon was thrown aside. The priest opened his eyes, startled. There stood Reifenhardt, energy swirling violently around him. He stepped forward, taking a combat stance. The boy's expression turned grim. The demon crashed to the floor, dead. One blow. The young man blinked. That was it? The warrior's eyes widened. No wonder Teslan's strike nearly killed him. Around them, fallen soldiers lay scattered across the battlefield. Riffenhardt scanned the area. He decided the injured had to be moved to safety. Meanwhile, undead crept down the stairs. The mages stood stunned. "Who is this guy?" one of them muttered. Riffenhardt didn't answer. He scooped Lelsia into his arms and carved a path through the swarm of undead. Stefan held his head in one hand, sighing heavily. Edward stepped up. "Everything all right?" All around them, dead monsters littered the stairwell. The boy frowned. What just happened? His mouth fell open as someone filled him in. The commander turned and pointed. "Is he the martial artist?" The captain clenched a fist near his mouth. "I couldn't even recognize him. What's your name?" The boy crossed his arms. No way he could say his real name. He made one up. The knight tilted his head. "Never heard of him." "Where are you from?" Stefan asked. "No idea," the boy replied bluntly. The knight frowned. "Could this guy be just a rogue?" Not even an aristocrat? Stefan placed a hand on his shoulder. Well, thanks for finishing off the ones we weakened. Reifenhart scoffed. You really think that's all I did? Use your head. The captain glared. You speak to the Altion family with respect. Edward stepped in. Let it go. The man laughed. What do you expect from a commoner? No manners. The knight asked, Who taught you anything at all? Looking away, the fighter shrugged. I just picked things up, bits of wisdom here and there. No way I'm saying Gerard's name, he thought. Too famous. How did you get this strong? Stefan demanded. The protagonist scratched his ear. Shouldn't we be helping the wounded? The nobleman raised an eyebrow, surprised by how casually he spoke. Reifenhart pointed. They could use the help. The nobles exchanged glances. To them, the guide sounded arrogant, like he didn't even realize it. Still scratching his ear, the boy stood calmly. Edward finally nodded. That attitude is typical of someone who hold high positions and talk down to others, Edward said, eyeing him carefully. Maybe he's from a royal family. The youth glanced away. The man was beginning to understand. His arrogance wasn't random. His tone and words sounded exactly like an adult lecturing kids. Sillin walked over, curious. How tall are you? 190 centimeters, the warrior replied. The Saintess's eyes lit up. He pressed a hand to his chest. And how did you train to get that physique? Got beat up, ate a lot, carried heavy stuff. The boy brought his hands together, thoughtful. Martial artists rarely shared their training secrets. He looked at Sillin and figured it out. The priest probably admired things he couldn't attain himself. His gentle face and frail build had kept him from growing stronger, no matter how hard he tried. All he could do was develop divine strength. Reifenhart instinctively covered his chest, suddenly realizing why Sillin was staring at him so intently. Turning away, he muttered, I'm going to find a way out. I'll come too, Sillin offered. The boy frowned. What if someone gets hurt while you're gone? I'll go with you, Stefan interrupted, tightening the strap on his belt. Elf, stay and tend to the wounded. The boy approached Reifenhart. You mind? Do what you want, the warrior replied coolly. They walked together down the corridor. Stefan kept sneaking glances at him, quietly stewing. He didn't like this guy, this arrogant commoner who saved them by accident. But still, he couldn't deny it. The man had helped. The captain smirked. Next time monsters show up, I'll show him what real strength looks like. Then, out of nowhere, a hand struck the back of his neck. He dropped like a stone. Sweet dreams, Reifenhart said, stepping over him. A group of monsters emerged. The undead hissed, mouths gaping. Reifenhart didn't hesitate. He crushed their skulls with his fists in a blur of movement. Lowering his hands, he sighed. Now, for the good part. A door creaked open ahead of him. He raised his arms and smiled. Inside were relics from the Silver Era, gear, scrolls, enchanted tools. The bottomless bag he carried glowed faintly. It could hold 10 times more than a normal satchel. He pulled out a necklace and grinned. So many treasures. Behind him, Stefan groaned, pressing a hand to his head. What happened? You got clocked, Reifenhart said, walking up. You hit me? Stefan asked, blinking. You've fainted, the warrior said casually. Frowning, Stefan rubbed the back of his head. This day just keeps getting worse. Thanks, I guess. No need, Reifenhart shrugged, thinking to himself. I was the one who knocked you out anyway. As if on cue, Stefan passed out again. The martial artist winced. Hope I didn't overdo it. Then he decided not to worry about it. Aristocrats always had it easy. From the floor, Stefan squinted angrily. How did I miss that? Is it just me? Reifenhart looked at the loot still left in the vault. I'll have to come back for the rest later. Above him, ivy crept along the ceiling. The group decided to return to the squad. As the soldiers moved through the corridor, Sillon walked beside Reifenhart. Are you a prince or something? He asked. With talent like yours. Reifenhart raised an eyebrow. Do normal people never stand out where you're from? The Saintess chuckled softly. It's just the way you talk. You're so naturally condescending. Even to Edward, he's over 40. The boy narrowed his eyes, pausing. I'm 22 now, he muttered. Guess I've just forgotten how to talk to people. Not many on my path lately. They stopped in front of a tall, imposing door. Stefan stepped through. Inside, a hulking demon opened its jaws, releasing a cloud of smoke. It roared, tongue slithering out, body tense with power. Reifenhart drew his sword. Of course, every place like this has a guardian. But this one he hadn't seen before. No one had taken care of it. The fighter narrowed his eyes. We need to fall back. We're not ready for this. A soldier gasped. Look, it's holding something. In the demon's hands was the demonic sword of Alcyone. Edward turned to his comrade. You're not seriously thinking of fighting that, are you? Stefan pulled out his weapon. Isn't it obvious? The demon snarled, lifting its massive head. Edward shouted, It's too dangerous. We should regroup at the estate and plan this properly. But Stefan's fury burned. Claude's sword defiled by a beast. He couldn't turn back now. Gritting his teeth, the knight raised his blade. We take it back. No matter what. He rallied his comrades. Reifenhart shook his head. Fool. The demon raised one arm. Within the rift, a system activated. It began correcting flaws. When it failed, it called on backup. Guardians summoned to absorb any supernatural threats. The beast let out a thunderous scream. Reifenhart's eyes sharpened. So this is the one that took Claude down and grew stronger from it. He turned to the others and shouted, It's chained. What's the fear? You're scared of a monster that can't move? Then he narrowed his gaze. You really plan to fight that thing? There's no way you're winning. Edward scoffed. Barbarian, you don't understand. Knights fight for more than just survival. Some things are worth dying for. The soldiers charged. Let's see what we're made of, the commander roared. Reifenhart stood back. And how exactly are they going to kill it? Silan raised his hands and called down blessings, divine light pouring onto his comrades. The knights landed a strong blow. Die, beast, they shouted. The demon responded by swatting them away with one claw, sending bodies flying. Reifenhart sighed, unimpressed. Told you. He sidestepped one soldier soaring toward him, then watched as the demon hurled opponents like rag dolls. Do they enjoy getting flung around? Stefan lunged again, sword slashing wildly. Still charging in like a fool, Reifenhart thought, and Edward still backing him up. Why? The boy tightened his grip and leapt into the fray. He struck. The enemy towered before them. Silan clasped his fingers, calling on finance to turn his holy staff against the demon. A burst of radiant energy shot forward, slamming into the creature. The skeleton's jaw dropped wide. Whether in pain or rage, no one could tell. Let go of that staff, the priest cried. A deafening explosion of holy light erupted in front of the monster. Above the chaos, Lelsia soared through the air. The knights charged all at once. Watching her from a distance, Reifenhart crossed his arms. She's got talent, he admitted. Might even make her number 2 on this team. Tathid raised his hands, casting a powerful spell. A vortex howled into life, swirling with violent force. Mana surged along the dungeon walls, then ignited. Chains wrapped around the monster blazed with fire, and snapped. The creature was free. Reifenhart gritted his teeth. This just got worse. The demon lunged. Its monstrous frame slammed through a group of soldiers like they were made of paper. Screaming, it barreled into the knights. Stefan lifted his sword, shouting a death sentence, but the monster struck him straight in the gut. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Stefan! Someone cried out. Clutching his chest, the captain staggered. At least he was still alive. Lelsia rushed forward again, flipping through the air in a graceful arc. She landed blow after blow, her face tight with focus. The demon's mouth lit up. Fire churned inside. A wave of flame exploded toward the squad. The soldiers dove for cover, hitting the floor just in time. Silan spread his arms as the blast erupted nearby. The boy's eyes widened in terror, pupils shrinking. At the last second, someone shielded him. The fire parted in two, roaring past them. I'm sorry, the young man muttered, clenching his fist. I couldn't react fast enough. The demon crouched in front of him. Reifenhart stared it down. I can handle this. Energy burst around him. Let's see where my limits are now. Can martial arts deal with a monster like this? He clenched his fists. His days as a magician, long behind him. Brows furrowed, he felt his whole body tingle. I've come too far to back down now. With a sudden surge, he delivered 2 brutal strikes. He leaned back, dodging the counter. This body's fast. Dodging a normal sword would be easy. But this thing? The demon still grazed him. He slipped behind it. Its tail lashed out, slicing his arm. Then came a kick. Solid. Brutal. Silan watched in horror as Reifenhart smashed into the wall. The martial artist scratched the back of his head. I'm fine. The healer's eyes went wide. Is that aura? Reifenhart rolled his neck. If I'd taken that hit better, I could have countered. He clenched his fists again. No better time to refine my technique. The demon roared, louder than ever. They clashed again, hand to claw, strength to strength. Watching from the edge, Stefan stood frozen, mouth open. How? He wondered. How does a low-born commoner control aura when I've never even awakened it? The captain clenched his teeth. How is this even possible? The demon bared its fangs, seething. The knight's face darkened with fear. Who is this man? Reifenhart answered with his fists. One powerful punch that sent a shockwave through the air. He dodged the creature's retaliation with ease, a grin tugging at his lips. This power, I've really come a long way. With a single thunderous strike, he tore the monster's arm clean off. The demon's eyes blazed. But the dungeon didn't let its guardians fall so easily. Mana surged through the beast, forcing it to keep fighting. It opened its mouth and spewed flames. Riffenhart lunged, dodging through the inferno. Then, he caught the demon by the remaining arm, locking it in place, a perfect moment to practice his hold. He kicked the monster in the face, grin widening, and then he unleashed a barrage of strikes, one after another, his eyes burning with intensity. The soldiers watched from the sidelines, squinting in disbelief. I'm getting carried away, the boy realized. Maybe I should use the Horn of Disaster to end this. But the demon raised its hoof for another blow. No, I can't use that here. This whole place would collapse. Teeth grinding, Reifenhart hesitated. Use your sword! Tathid shouted. Cover it with aura! The martial artist spun around. I don't know how! What? I can only cover my body! That's how our clan trains! Scylla gasped, struggling to restrain the demon's paws. Riffenhart! The boy turned, remembering. His body had high durability. He braced himself. Yeah, he growled. I can take it. Scylla pressed his fingers together, whispering a spell. The blessing of filamentance enveloped Reifenhart. His body tensed from the divine pressure. He roared and hurled the monster over his shoulder. The beast slammed into the ground. Panting, he looked at his hand. He cast the spell on me, not a weapon. The healer shut his eyes. Finish it, beat it to death. Without hesitation, Reifenhart charged. He slammed his foot into the demon's jaw, then followed with a crushing knee strike. He drew his fist back, and with one final blow, unleashed a surge of raw energy. Boom! The demon exploded mid-air, torn apart by pure aura. Silence fell. The wizard, watching it all, blushed in disbelief. Mana crackled under the ceiling. Then abruptly, the chain snapped. Scylla stared upward. Is it over? Remove the spell. Now, the boy said calmly. Stefan approached, teeth clenched. So our little guide has been hiding a lot, hasn't he? You think we're that beneath you? He growled. The commander glared at him from beneath his brows. I'll never forgive you. You trampled on my honor. You stood there, watching us struggle. Reifenhart's eyes narrowed. That's not it, he said quietly. It just means I cared, even if I didn't want to. He turned away. The commander's voice hardened. And how dare you turn your back on me? The captain lunged, but the fighter ducked low and raised the demonic sword. Stefan stumbled, his footing lost on the broken dungeon floor, and tumbled down the rubble. Teeth clenched. The commander glared. He dodged that on purpose. But Reifenhart calmly lifted the sword and said, I'm not mocking you. Just take what you came for. Reluctantly, the captain gripped the hilt of the demonic sword. Edward watched, stunned. You're really that casual with something so priceless? He chuckled. That's the privilege of the truly strong. Reifenhart arched a brow. This thing? Feels like a backup compared to what I'm used to. Stefan scowled, jaw tight. Reifenhart looked toward the exit. Nothing left here. Let's go back to the village. Sunlight bathed the quiet town of cattle. Scylla knelt beside a child, hands glowing with healing magic. Reifenhart dropped a few coins into the villager's hands. Someone nearby muttered, He knows how to do business. A smart move. Backing the sacred order of Philonettes would leave a lasting impression. Riding along the riverbank, the cavalry made their way home. On horseback, Stefan stared ahead. We need to find out who that man really is. Edward nodded. Agreed. The commander frowned. No way. No commoner should be stronger than me. Further up the hill, Reifenhart walked alone. With a wide grin, he muttered, Finally, time to see Cirrus again. From behind, a voice called out, Why are you still following me? It was Scylla. The healer stepped closer. Some priests roamed the world, sharing God's grace. Reifenhart shrugged. Pilgrims, then. The wizard clenched his fists. I want to return to the Holy Order, but first, I want to try that path. He blushed, then added, and honestly, I want to travel with the strongest man I've ever met. Rivenheart frowned. That look, Gerard had the same expression. Hopefully they see people differently. He sighed. Why are all the weird ones drawn to me? The Saintess's eyes sparkled. He's basically a walking first aid kit, Rivenheart thought. Closing his eyes, he said flatly, do what you want. Just don't get in the way. They walked along the ridge together. Hey, Scylla asked, how'd you get abs like that? Rivenheart answered without a second thought. I pulled blocks of ice, took beatings every night from my mentor. Darkness fell over the city. A pale light shimmered through the palace corridors. Voices echoed. How did this even happen? A man knelt. Forgive us, master. Butler stood at the center, mouth twisted in a sneer. Elves must be loyal, body and soul. The syndicate heir placed his hands on his belt. What's the point of a slave that doesn't even understand her place? The girl stared back calmly. I was born like this. Your eyes irritate me. She lowered her head. I've had them since birth. Turned to another elf. Get me a proper slave. This one's broken. Cirrus, hand to chest, stayed silent. This was the third time she'd been returned to the market. A map unfurled. The borders of the principality began to shift. Chetan, a nation built entirely by merchants, sat high in the northern reaches of the continent. Right beside it flowed the Jura River, a vital artery that turned this region into a thriving hub of commerce. Not far from there lay Zeppelin, the capital city, and the beating heart of the trade routes. As carts rumbled down the busy streets, Scylla looked around and noticed how everyone seemed to be rushing about, caught up in their own business. The main character explained that this land was bought from the Kingdom of Graham and founded by traders. Rivenheart, watching the hustle, scowled with confidence. He was sure Cirrus had to be somewhere nearby. As they made their way through the crowd, the boy asked if they could slow down. Just then, they spotted a nobleman beating a local man. Tariq's jaw dropped as he accused the noble of smearing the name of the roof-famed trading association. The old man shielded his head while the noble casually tossed a handful of coins his way, declaring it fair payment for 30 strikes. The Saintess rushed to the injured man, asking if he was all right. The healer suggested contacting the authorities, but the man calmly began picking up the coins, saying there was no need. This money might actually help him start his own business. The wizard stared in disbelief. You're just going to let that slide for some coins? The boy reminded him, this is Chetan. Here, money rules everything. The old man quickly disappeared into the crowd. Scylla looked around, realizing he'd never seen a place quite like this. The young man told him bluntly, if you've got enough gold, you can even buy your way out of prison. The boy frowned. Then what business could you possibly have in a place like this? Crossing a stone bridge, the warrior answered, I'm here to buy something. What exactly? The Saintess asked. An intense look crossed the fighter's face. An elf. The Saintess instantly raised his hands defensively. What's wrong with you? It's not what you think, the martial artist replied calmly, but the healer quickened his pace, clearly irritated. He wasn't happy with how the men were acting. The protagonist kept silent, thinking he couldn't risk revealing his past life just yet. Rivenheart glanced over. You know, I'm a man too. The wizard gave a disappointed nod. Yeah, I noticed. Soon they came upon a building marked with a teapot-shaped sign. Inside, Tariq lounged in a chair, asking if the Rain Trading Association was scamming merchants, accusing people just to extort money. A group of elves surrounded him. Butler stepped into the room. Long time no see, he said, then added, What happened to that slave you bought? Eyre, the syndicate leader, gave a crooked grin, realizing he couldn't dodge the question. I sent her back 2 weeks ago. She never listened. The trade union chief gawked. You couldn't even tame a slave? No wonder Karen didn't break the top 10. Sipping his tea, the merchant smirked. He imagined the look on his friend's face when he finally managed to tame that girl. With that, he set his sights on Elfenheim. Over the city, the clouds drifted by. The protagonist stood in awe as he spotted his companion attempting push-ups. What are you doing? He asked. Training, Scylla replied. Rivenheart raised an eyebrow. Then how do you still have 0 muscle? As Scylla continued his training, the boy gently warned him not to overdo it. Sitting down on the floor, he assured everyone he was fine. But the young man frowned when he noticed a strange glow. The Saintess gave an awkward smile. The warrior raised an eyebrow. He was starting to understand why his friend wasn't building any muscle. He pictured a pocket watch ticking backwards. Healing magic, he realized, was like reversing time. Muscles only grow through tiny tears and healing afterward, but if magic restored the body completely, it would erase that growth. With his eyes closed in concentration, the healer unknowingly returned his muscles to their pre-training state every time. The martial artist sighed. The wizard looked over. "Something wrong?" "Nothing," the protagonist replied, "but I'll show you a better training method later." Not long after, Ravenheart asked if his long hair didn't get in the way during workouts. Celine smoothed his hair down. "Doesn't matter. It grows back super fast." As they moved toward the door, the boy declared that he now had enough money. "Time to hit the slave market," he said. "I'm coming with you," the boy shouted, picturing shackled figures in his mind. The young man thought about the kinds of slaves sold at this auction: elves, orcs, and more. Each had a price tag, age group, and classification. Elves, in particular, were in high demand. Reclining on a couch, the fighter recalled another reason for their popularity. Elves had long lifespans and a much longer adolescence. The Saintess mentioned that the market had been around for 300 years. The martial artist scowled. Calling this place an elven paradise was disgusting. The healer admitted he'd never seen anything like it before. The wizard blushed and wondered if elves were at least treated better than orcs. The protagonist clarified, "They're all under slave contracts. Would you like that?" Celine raised an eyebrow. "Still, maybe life under civilized care is better than struggling in the wild." Reifenhart narrowed his eyes. Exactly the kind of thinking most people have. Looking forward, the boy realized how hard it was to change a nation's mindset. That's when he decided if the world wouldn't change, he'd build an empire unlike the one from his past. Inside a room, a man greeted them and apologized for the wait. Elves greeted them with sultry smiles. Embarrassed, the boy shut his eyes. The merchant frowned. "This place isn't for her," he thought. "Why would I even bring her here?" Covering his face in frustration, the young man couldn't believe how far the forest folk had fallen. "Do you have any dark-skinned slaves?" he asked coldly. The merchant chuckled. "You've got a particular taste." The warrior turned away. "That's not what I meant." The Saintess chimed in. "Didn't you say slavery was wrong?" Raising a hand, the merchant nodded. "We have one." "This way, please." They stepped into a corridor. Young girls were performing stretches and gymnastics. "They're being properly educated," the merchant explained. "That way, they'll always stay in demand." They passed women preparing food. "They're fed only the best: nuts, fruits, vegetables. Keeps their scent fresh and pleasant." The fighter scowled. "I don't need the sales pitch. Just show me the dark-skinned elf." Flustered, the merchant turned away and approached the guards. Then They needed room 148. Inside, slaves were locked in brutal combat. "This is our training hall," the merchant explained. "They are being groomed to become assassins." He closed his eyes for a moment. "The one you're looking for is in there." Suddenly, the martial artist began to cry. "Elsewhere." Cirrus clenched her teeth in frustration. She swung a rolled-up paper angrily inside the castle's laboratory. Meanwhile, in the same lab, the protagonist was calmly transferring liquid between flasks. Cirrus grabbed his hand. "Sir Reifenhart, don't mix those," she warned. He blinked in confusion. "Huh? What do you mean?" A loud boom shook the castle. The explosion lit up the sky. Even the elf screamed, "Any fool could see that would explode! Who in their right mind mixes fire flowers with stone seeds?" Still looking lost, the man scratched his head. "Sorry, guess I got distracted." "That's exactly what you said yesterday," she snapped. "And that ended in another explosion." She pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the soot off his face. Internally, she wondered why he could still look so charming, even at his age. Out loud, she sighed. "Stop moving. Your whole face is covered." The king gazed at her fondly. "Will you ever stop calling me Sir Riffenhart? Just use my name." But she looked down with a sad smile. I can't." He was about to ask why, when chaos interrupted. The castle was on fire. The king stepped out onto the balcony. Behind him, his loyal companions knelt. The orc bowed deeply. "My lord, I've come to say goodbye." The old man turned to them, puzzled. "Why those faces? It's like you've seen someone ready for the grave." Looking out at the burning palace, he took in the massive army before him, 2 million strong, gathered from every corner of the continent to take down the Demon King. "All of humanity's strength just for one battle," he whispered. The soldiers advanced in unison. The king asked, "What about the aftermath? Our nations are crippled. All this for a single fight? The orc raised his head. They never even considered acknowledging our right to exist. Darkness fell over the ruler's eyes. The warrior looked him in the face. Are you coming with us? But the old man shook his head. That's exactly why you can leave, because I'm staying. The wind tugged at his hair. Alpus, forgive me, he muttered. Even with divine backing, I still lost everything. The dwarf beside him spoke up. It wasn't divine backing, it was a prophecy. Same difference, the hero replied. He gave one last order. Stay close to the elf, let the orc clear the path. Then, cryptically, he added, the one who can cross the Diamond Man abyss and bring down the Horko pillar will soon appear. Follow him. He'll change your fate. He'll save you. The king closed his eyes, lost in memory. He recalled how surprised he'd been. He had destroyed just one shrine, and suddenly the dwarves were calling him their savior. He never did understand what any of it meant. Taking a few slow steps along the balcony, he whispered a final hope, that one day they would meet again. I hope so too, the king replied softly. Stay safe. Try to survive. Sirius turned back one last time. It's time for you to go as well, the man reminded her, but she shook her head. I'm staying. I'll wait for Mr. Reifenhart. Looking at her, the king's expression softened. No one knows what fate has in store for me, if anything happens. I hope you'll find someone worthy. But she interrupted, firmly. I already told you, I'll wait. His eyes wavered. He tried again to remind her how uncertain everything was. I'll wait, she shouted, louder this time. Surprise flickered across his face, but it quickly gave way to resolve. The two embraced tightly. Back in the present, Sirius was giving it her all in the fighting ring. She moved like lightning, parrying 2 blades at once. Nearby, the slave trader watched, shaking his head. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to even show her to buyers. She's completely untamable, he muttered. Returned 3 times already. She blocked another strike with ease. She's got skills, I'll give her that. But that attitude? Total nightmare. No one wants her. I ended up using her to train other elves. At least they get a taste of real combat. He turned to the protagonist. You still want her? Without hesitation, the man nodded. Rubbing his hands together, the merchant smirked. Perverts like you, always in your own little world. Then out loud, fine. You owe me 300 gold. Sillin blinked. That's cheap. She's defective, the merchant shrugged. Honestly, I'm not even sure I should sell her. Sirius looked at Riffenhart, her expression unreadable. Are you the new master? The young man frowned. Her body bore the marks of too much pain, too many scars. He silently took off his jacket. I'll call a priest, the merchant offered. No need, Riffenhart replied. Help me with this. He gently draped the jacket over her shoulders. It's cold out. Wear this for now. What's your name? He asked. I don't have one. He wrapped a scarf around her neck. Then how about Cirrus? She looked up. Understood. Do you like it? I'll remember it. He buttoned her jacket. From now on, your full name is Cirrus Valencia. She tilted her head. Slaves don't get last names. Is that your family name? No, he said with a small smile. It's yours. Don't forget it. With warmth in his voice, Reifenhart introduced himself and his companion. Cirrus raised an eyebrow, then nodded again. Understood. Later that day, the slave trader stared at another customer, shocked. If you mean number 148, she's already been sold. Tariq's face turned pale with fury. She was bought about an hour ago, the merchant added. The heavy-set man scowled. It must have been Butler. He knew I was planning to buy her back. The merchant raised his hands. No, it wasn't him, the buyer. It was a young man, the slaver finally said. Never seen him before. And his name? The head of the trade association asked, arms crossed. He paid in cash. I didn't ask. With a grunt, the head merchant shot back. Who the hell walks around with that much gold to buy an elf slave? The slaver shrugged. It's not like her price was anything special. She's, well, a low-grade product. He recalled the client's face. When pressed for a description, the man answered, young, strong build. You'd know him if you saw him. At that moment, the newly renamed Cirrus glanced down at her new clothes in quiet surprise. Reifenhart rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This would do for now. Later he'd get her something more fitting. Out on the street he turned to her. You hungry? I'll do whatever master commands, she replied. He paused. Don't call me that. Then, are you planning to return me? She looked up at him, confused. No, he clarified. That's not what I meant. She studied him silently. First, he had wrapped her in a cloak. Then he bought her proper clothes. And now he treated her like a normal girl. With a gentle smile, the warrior said, I meant you can treat me like a travel companion. Call me by my name. No need for master. Cirrus narrowed her eyes. In her mind, this had to be some weird fantasy roleplay. Clearly her new master enjoyed pretending to be an adventurer saving a damsel in distress. Aloud, she said, All right, Refenhart. Later, while digging into a hearty meal, she devoured her food with impressive speed. Watching her eat, the young man commented, They say Rodante's Grace is the most popular spot in Zeppelin. Named after the goddess of harvest, the restaurant was something like sacred ground for food lovers. It was said to bring diners into spiritual communion through their meals. Sillin bit into a bun and raised an eyebrow. Isn't communion supposed to be free? The hero gave him a look. Don't start. The Church of Finance finds ways to profit even from beauty. Of course, the boy muttered. She's the goddess of love and beauty. Charging gold is well within canon. Riffenhart chuckled. I heard a single service costs a fortune. I can believe it, the boy replied. But before he could continue, Cirrus suddenly reached out and grabbed a lobster tail with her bare hand. The saintess went silent, shocked. Cirrus froze, sensing their eyes on her. Quickly she picked up a fork, realizing she'd slipped into old habits. The young man studied her, confused. Why had she hesitated? He had brought her here for a reason, to mark the anniversary of their first meeting. As she wiped her mouth with a napkin, Refenhart thought to himself, back then he had been her savior. Now she saw him only as a customer. First impressions could mean everything, or nothing at all. Maybe he should have waited to see her again. As they strolled through the bazaar, the thought lingered. Someday, maybe she'd understand what he truly meant. It suited him. The merchant laid out his goods proudly, claiming they were the best his shop had to offer, rare, unmatched anywhere else. Riefenhart glanced at Cirrus. Anything catch your eye? Anything useful? The elf quietly picked up a rapier. Riefenhart raised an eyebrow. He thought she preferred sabers. Suddenly the warrior spun around. Wait, how do you know that? The boy chimed in. It's true. Martial artists can tell a person's weapon just by looking at their hands. Soon, a saber was hanging at Cirrus's side. She looked more comfortable now. The saintess marveled at his new gear. I never thought I'd hold a weapon made from mithril, he said with admiration. The boy grinned and showed off a dagger he had picked up. And what's a priest doing with a blade? The warrior teased. Just then, something caught Riefenhart's eye. Strangers headed straight for them. One of the men stepped forward. May I have a word? He asked calmly. Riefenhart frowned. What's this about? The man explained. A nobleman, quite well known, has expressed interest in purchasing your elf. Cirrus narrowed her eyes at him. So what? Riefenhart replied coldly. The stranger, bowing slightly, handed over a letter. He's willing to pay a generous sum. If you wish, we can replace her with a higher-grade model. Please consider reading it. Standing tall over the messenger, Riefenhart shot back, not interested. Shall I take that as a final refusal? Absolutely. The man's face darkened. I think you don't understand. My master is offering a fair price. No, Riefenhart interrupted. You're the one who doesn't understand. I said I'm not interested. The messenger stiffened. Very well. Stubborn, are we? Then you leave me no choice. Riefenhart stood firm, arms crossed. What business is it of yours if I keep her? The boy nearby chuckled. This is getting interesting. That night, in the grand mansion of the Trade Guild, Tariq scowled. Why did you come back empty-handed? The man bowed. The guy refused. No matter what we offered, he's got a very naive view of the world. He slammed a fist on the armrest. You should have just roughed him up and thrown some gold on it. There were too many people around, the man replied. Best to stay civilized. He, smirking, offered another idea. Let's just wait for the right moment. We'll steal the elf, claim she's dead, and double her price later. She was dirt cheap anyway. With a pleased chuckle, the head of the guild nodded. Tempting. Tariq Serlanta's with you. He's been loafing around too long. Time he earned his keep. The next morning, inside a quiet inn, gold coins lay scattered on the bed. Arms folded, Riefenhart stared down at them. 2,000 gold coins. It looked like a fortune, but it wasn't much, not if he truly wanted to build a new empire. He studied the glittering pile, realizing it would be smarter to invest rather than lug all this wealth around pointlessly. In his mind, a map of the region began to form. He remembered. Soon, famine would sweep through the kingdom of Provence. A land of vast estates and fertile soil, Provence had always been blessed by the earth goddess Redanti. They had never once prepared for a bad harvest. But next spring, disaster would strike. He could already see the horror. People starving, parents going mad, even eating their own children. Folding his arms, Reifenhart figured now was the perfect time to invest in grain. He began considering the trading unions. The first names that came to mind, Rawfine, Carrion, and Tain. Rawfine? Absolutely not. Its founder had tormented Cirrus in his past life. He wouldn't give that scumbag a single coin. Between the other two, Tain was the smarter choice. It was the third largest trading union and a direct competitor to René's dominant grain operation. Meanwhile, inside Tain's headquarters, Civil, the head of the union, scratched the back of his head and grumbled. Damn that Raylene. Selling millet at half the market price, like he owns the rules. Even as the continent's second-largest trading union, Tain was at risk. If things kept up, they'd lose every major partner. Start reviewing all the pending offers, he ordered. We need to salvage this fast. Just then, an employee entered. Sir, there's a visitor. Says he wants to invest. Civil waved him off. What's a few coins going to do for us now? Tell him we're not interested. But sir, the assistant said, wide-eyed, he's offering 1,500 gold. Civil froze. Elsewhere, Reifenhart folded his arms with a satisfied smirk. I want to invest in grain. Load up my warehouses in Provence with the spring barley harvest. Civil raised an eyebrow. Provence? Selling grain there is like selling soap to an orc. Reifenhart just smiled. Even an orc will start bathing once he gets used to it. What was that? Nothing, he said quickly. Civil looked him over, not bothering to hide his annoyance. It's your money, but if this fails, you take the hit. Why even risk it? Reifenhart shrugged. Because even if it fails for me, you'll still turn a profit. So what's the problem? I can't, in good conscience, recommend investing in a doomed market, Civil said sharply. There are better offers. Reifenhart's eyes narrowed. Then I'll take my gold elsewhere. Another union would be happy to take it. That shut Civil up. Looking at the heavy bags of gold, he hesitated. All right, we're in a rough spot right now, but this investment could pull us out. I was just trying to steer you towards something more profitable. Reifenhart remembered. This man was just as stubborn in his past life. He replied aloud, It's my gold. I'll decide where it goes. Now, draw up the contract, and be quick. Stepping closer, he stared Civil dead in the eyes. One thing, don't use a single coin of my money for personal use. The merchant paled. Oh, of course not. An assistant returned with the paperwork. Reifenhart took the contract in hand and... Reifenhart glanced up. Does the Tayan Trading Association have a branch in the Kingdom of Graham? Yes, the head of the union replied. We're currently building a trade route into the northern territories. Crossing his arms, Reifenhart continued, What about near the Delia Magic Tower? No, the man admitted, but the route to our Ronto branch runs through Delphia. Why do you ask? Give me some information from there, Reifenhart said, averting his gaze. The head merchant raised a brow. What kind of information? Just look into it, he answered vaguely. The merchant didn't press. Reaching out to the branch wouldn't be a problem. Inwardly, Reifenhart made up his mind. He'd use this chance to find out what exactly was going on with his body. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the inn, Cirrus was training with Sun. She moved with precision, her dagger slicing the air in smooth, fluid arcs. The boy watched, awestruck. Every movement came naturally to her. As she trained, images from her past returned. Her mother's gentle hand stroked her head. High elves were born to guard the forest, she had said softly. We live in eternal grace beneath the protection of the world tree of Elfenheim. The trees feed us. Every creature is our friend. Her mother's voice had been full of hope, even as smoke filled the skies behind her. One day, Alita will guide us all to paradise, she whispered. But then, flames engulfed the elven city. Screams rang out. The young girl stared in horror. Another elf, dressed in a peasant's gown, had told her, You're going to a better place, because you're pretty. Now, learn to be loyal, be polite, be a good elf. A fat man raised a club and beat her. She sat in a freezing basement, staring blankly ahead. Her own people mocked her. Her noble blood only gave them more excuses. But one thing saved her, the sword. Back in the present, she trained relentlessly. To her, all the adults who'd ever mattered wielded swords. They fought, they died, and they died with honor. That's why she loved the blade. Tears stung her eyes as she remembered her parents' final stand. Fighting desperately, never backing down. She lunged forward, faster than before. The memories faded with time, but one phrase stayed burned into her heart. "My beloved daughter, never forget your pride." Applause rang out. Sillin grinned. "That was amazing. How do you move like that?" Cirrus blinked at him. "I just try my best." "Rafini told me the same thing," the boy said, throwing a few mock punches. "Are all warriors like you?" She didn't answer. "Am I doing it right?" he asked, imitating her footwork. Then he stopped. A voice echoed from the archway. "There she is!" A crowd emerged. At the front, Romad grinned. "We're taking the slave back, to her real master." Cirrus frowned. Tarek's men entered the courtyard, spreading out. The boy stepped forward. "Who are you?" Closing his eyes, the thug smirked. "Honestly, I didn't expect someone would come to protect her. But it's too late. We've already made our move." The young priest reminded him. The elf wasn't supposed to be for sale, so why force it? The man snapped, grabbing his sword and swinging it at the boy. "You talk too much for a brat!" Before the blow could land, the female warrior blocked it with her dagger. In one swift motion, she slashed his throat. The rest of the fighters charged her, but she danced through them effortlessly, blades flashing. The elf attacked with chilling precision. Romad's face twisted in fury. How dare a slave act so bold? But as he watched her emotion, he couldn't deny she was powerful. Meanwhile, the Saintess raised his hands in prayer, calling out to dear Philonettes to strike down these fools with her iron rod. Suddenly, the warrior had to shield the boy again. A sword came flying, slamming into a tree. The boy stared at it in horror. The squad leader, the one who'd thrown it, coldly remarked, "If the pilgrim dies, no one's gonna care." The Saintess's rage boiled over, but the girl stopped him. When he demanded to know what that monster was talking about, she simply replied, "It's fine." She stepped forward, twirling her dagger. Silent called her name. With a confident smile, she pointed the blade at the enemies. "This isn't a big deal." One of the men clenched his jaw and turned away. "Ta-ta, time to move." A tall orc stepped forward. The warrior's eyes narrowed. The orc met her gaze. "I'm working," he said. "I'll catch her." Then, almost like an apology, he added, "This is just fate." The girl sized him up. This one was different. Stronger. Could she take him? The orc lunged. Someone in the crowd barked, "Don't damage the goods." "I won't," he growled, "just grabbing her." She blocked his first strike, but her eyes widened. The orc suddenly switched direction mid-swing. She dodged just in time. The blade cut the air with slicing wind. She gritted her teeth. This one was no joke. She tried to counter, but cursed herself for leaving her saber behind. Launching into the air, she went for a dive attack, but the orc met her mid-air with his blade. Watching the fight, Romad shouted in frustration, "Can't even handle one elf girl!" The big guy scowled. "Guess I'm skipping dinner again." He slammed the ground with such force it cracked the pavement and charged. She braced herself, teeth clenched. Sword raised, he came at her, but the girl didn't move. Something about her gaze, icy, unshaken. The orc hesitated. Was this a trap? Suddenly, he yanked back his blade. A split second later, her dagger slashed across his neck. Reeling, the orc realized if he hadn't pulled back just then, he might have killed her. But what would she have done if he hadn't? The elf held on to one hope. He'd make it in time. Cirrus spun around when she heard the boy scream, asking if she could stop the incoming blades. "Probably," she replied, steady and sure. Hands clasped in prayer, the Saintess shouted, "I believe in you!" He hurled a throwing knife with a snarl, cursing the boy. The blade sped toward the praying priest. "I told you not to move," the man growled. But before the blade could hit, the elf dashed in front of Silent, blocking it mid-air with her own dagger. Just then, a glowing figure, his goddess, appeared above the priest. Silent pleaded to Saint Philonettes, begging her to crush their enemies with divine force. The warrior opened her mouth, ready for action. Then, from the sky, an iron rod slammed down on the attackers. A huge cloud of dust exploded through the courtyard. The boy took off running. "Holy power is meant for demons and the dead," he yelled, "but it'll buy us time. Let's go." The elf got the message. Grabbing the Saintess by his belt, she shouted his name and flung her dagger forward. It pierced the wall. Using the embedded blade as a launch point, she stepped onto it, jumped, pulled the boy close, and soared through the window, glass shattering around them. "Talk it! After them!" the villain shouted, pointing at the broken window. Another man turned and muttered, "All this chaos over one elf?" The squad leader defended himself. "She's stronger than we thought." The old man chuckled bitterly. "Even Tal couldn't catch her. That slave fought toe-to-toe with an orc warrior." Sir Lantis placed a hand on his sword. "Guess it's my turn. Where'd they go?" The moment someone pointed the direction, his body lit up. In a flash, he shot upward, soaring toward the shattered window. His scarf vanished into the darkness behind him. Romad watched, stunned. Just one leap, and the man was airborne. The old man scanned the corridor and muttered, "We've lost him." Then the squad leader snapped his fingers. "His aura! He can track them!" The swordsman smirked. "She can hide all she wants." Meanwhile, Cirrus and Silen sprinted through another hallway. "We need to go back and get our gear," Selen said between breaths. "They're probably waiting for us there," she warned. "We can take 1 or 2 nights," he said. "Better than running with just one blade." Cirrus glanced at him. At first, he seemed like just a naive kid. A guard stood watch at their door, but in a blink, the elf was above him. Her foot smashed into his face, dropping him instantly. As she threw on her cloak, Silen scolded her. "Now's not the time to play dress-up." The priest quickly cast purification magic, wiping away all signs of their presence. Down the hallway, Lantis moved steadily. Thanks to his aura, the entire building unfolded before him. He wasn't just any swordsman. He'd mastered his aura and reached elite heights in fencing. The man kicked the door open, muttering to himself, "Could that kid really erase all traces like a top-tier priest?" He stepped into the room, eyes drifting to the window. So they escaped. Romad, drenched in sweat, asked, "You let them get away?" The swordsman just smiled, eyes closed. "They haven't gone far. Let the hounds loose." Meanwhile, out on the city streets, Cirrus scanned their surroundings. "Shouldn't we blend into the crowd?" "No," the priest said. "We stay away from people. No one's going to help runaway slaves." Sweat rolled down Silen's face as he panted for air. In his thoughts, he admitted, even the Holy Order wouldn't protect them. Now he saw why pilgrims died like flies. He clenched his jaw. Going back meant falling under her control again. He'd never escape, not with a body this weak. Raising his hands, he muttered, "If Master Riffenhart were here, none of this would have happened." The elf glanced over. Was he really that powerful? Silen didn't answer. Instead, he joined his hands and began to pray. Feathers of fate swirled around him, drawn in by the fork of fate. "Love can twist destiny from coincidence," his mind echoed. "Two strangers meet by chance. A word, a look, then marriage. Fate born from randomness. Even a kiss could become destiny." Silen opened his eyes and stared at the sky, sorrow flickering in his gaze. This spell was once meant to connect lovers, but now they needed it for something else entirely. Turning to the elf, he said quietly, "You're strong. I've seen an elf killer before, but you surpass her." She shrugged. "You're not weak either. A high-ranking saintess this young? That's rare." The priest stood there, stunned, staring at her back. She didn't feel like a slave anymore, just a person. Could Cirrus really be different? They arrived at a crumbling part of the city. "Is this it?" the elf asked. "The thread ends here," he replied. Both of them turned around, slowly, warily. A knight stood in front of them. "It's not Riefenhart," Cirrus muttered. Lantis stepped forward with a grin. "Caught you at last. You two made a good warm-up." He started walking toward them. "Don't bother running." Cirrus didn't hesitate. If they ran, they'd only turn their backs to danger. The only option was to strike hard, then escape. She lunged. Lantis dodged with ease and appeared behind her in a blink. "You've got talent," he said. "Impressive for someone like you." Cirrus spun, launching a roundhouse kick. He shifted away again. "You've trained hard," he added. "That's rare for a slave." The elf studied his face, confused. Who was this man? The priest began chanting again, because now he understood. This wasn't just any opponent. This was someone feared throughout the world of knights. He was a swordsman of immense power. But why was someone like him caught up in something so vile? The elf's blade began to glow, blessed by divine power. Lantis raised an eyebrow. "That many sacred spells. Only a bishop should be able to do that. Not just a high-ranking priest." The priest lifted his hands. "Vasile is well known in the south. Now Sir Cirrus will deal with you." As Cirrus attacked, the knight dodged with ease, noting, "With your blessings, she's changed a lot." Then suddenly, her sword split in two. Her eyes widened, stunned. Her weapon was broken. Lantis struck with precision. "You got carried away," he said, "and I was only playing." The priest stood frozen, horrified. Around Lantis, an aura pulsed, undeniable and overwhelming. Sliding his sword back into its sheath, Lantis sighed. "Didn't think I'd have to use aura for this." The priest clenched his fists, baffled. What was an aura-wielding swordsman doing here? Romad walked over, smiling. "Did you catch them all?" Still holding the elf in his arms, the priest flinched when he heard the knight's name. Lantis? He knew that name all too well. A renowned knight from the kingdom of Tan, heir to a noble house, and a prodigy on the battlefield. He had awakened his aura after the age of 30, but Lantis harbored a dark secret. He was drenched in sweat, not from battle, but from his twisted obsession. His fetish didn't stop at elf slaves. It extended even to royalty. And in high society, that truth had eventually come to light. The priest screamed in horror. "The monster! He's been hiding in Chatan this whole time." Lantis just grinned. "I'm pretty famous." Silan gritted his teeth. "Of course I know you. People always said if you walked alone at night, Lantis would snatch you up." The knight laughed. "Just earning my paycheck." He bragged, hundreds of elves killed in Tan before he vanished into hiding. Romad stepped closer, still smiling. From the merchant union's perspective, a knight's shame meant little compared to the advantages an aura wielder brought. In 10 years, thanks to Lantis, the Rufane merchant union had risen to the second most powerful in the principality. Lantis reached out, jabbing precise points on the priest's body. "I know what a priest like you can do. Better to shut that mouth." Romad raised a warning. "Don't damage the elf. The master won't like it." Lantis lowered his hand. "Relax. We'll just hire someone to patch her up." Then he looked at the trembling priest. "You're cute too. I'll take you with me." Silan sprang up, shouting, "I'm a guy!" Lantis stroked his collar, smiling. "Even better. This'll be a new kind of fun. Don't worry, I'll treat you well." Romad reached for the priest, but recoiled in pain from his own wound. Lantis, still stroking his beard, looked surprised. "How are you even standing?" he asked. "Your tendons should be torn." He grinned wider. "You really are the most delicate, trembling little thing I've ever seen." Silan trembled in horror. Then came the final blow. A deafening crash echoed behind them as the wall exploded. They all turned sharply as a figure emerged from the smoke. The protagonist stepped forward, his eyes locked on the scene. "Found you," he growled, his fist clenched. "How dare you treat Cirrus like that?" Winds whipped through the gaping hole in the wall. Reifenhart shrugged off his jacket. Lantis eyed him carefully. At first glance, he looked like a young man blessed with good genes. But that aura said otherwise. It was powerful, controlled, intense. Romad, standing beside him, leaned over. "That's the elf's current owner." The knight raised an eyebrow. "You said her buyer was just some random kid." But Lantis could feel it. His senses were screaming from just being near the guy, and yet he still called him an ordinary brat. Rivenhart handed his jacket to the priest. Lantis, baffled, still couldn't gauge the guy's strength. Was he hiding his aura, or did he wield it like a master? Gripping his sword's hilt, Lantis muttered, "It's been a while since I faced someone like this." Reifenhart smirked. "Don't bother with your noble speech, old man. You're still a filthy pervert." Lantis laughed and unsheathed his blade. The protagonist's fists tightened, then he shot forward. Their weapons collided. Aura clashed, surging outward like a storm. The force shattered the ground beneath them. Rivenhart's face twisted with disgust. He bared his teeth and struck again. Lantis returned every blow, grinning through the intensity. They kept clashing, fierce, fast, and still unable to land a clean hit. Romad threw an arm up, trying to shield himself. "If we get caught between them, we'll be crushed." Silan ignored the chaos, focused on healing the elf. She turned slightly. "Does Mr. Reifenhart have an aura, too?" The priest blinked. "You didn't know?" Her eyes went wide. Lantis, gritting his teeth, deflected an incoming blow. "This isn't the power of someone who just awakened." He slashed again, this time releasing arcs of aura that twisted mid-air, aiming to catch Reifenhart off guard, but Reifenhart read it. He spun and countered, striking behind himself to block the attack. Lantis stared, stunned. That level of control? Did he awaken his aura as a teen? How's he still got the face of a kid at 40? Sweat streamed down the knight's face. This is __insane. Riffenhart batted away another wave, expression tightening with anger. That pervert dared lay hands on Cirrus, and still had the nerve to be this powerful? As he repelled strike after strike, his fury grew. Martial arts was supposed to build character. What a joke. Lantis leapt onto a pillar, scowling. But even from there, his sword was swatted away with a single motion. In disbelief, he asked, Are you really a student of the king of martial arts, Gerard? Riffenhart didn't answer. His eyes narrowed. Aura swirled around him like a storm cloud, and Lantis couldn't stop himself from asking, why protect a slave with that kind of power? Riffenhart's energy exploded outward. His voice roared with fury. Because those you call slaves have feelings. They have a will. A crushing gust of air blasted into the night, slamming him back. Riffenhart charged, fury in every step. Did you even try talking to them? Do you even know why they ended up like this? His aura erupted, shattering the pillar Lantis stood on. Lantis dodged, swinging back. What are you even trying to prove? Grinding his teeth, Riffenhart saw it again, that same cold indifference, the belief that anything non-human was lesser, disposable. He launched into another strike, thoughts raging. Humans see other races laugh, cry, suffer, yet still pretend they don't feel. Lantis twisted out of the way, sneering. It's only natural. We're the top of the food chain. If they aren't masters, then they're slaves. Simple. Riffenhart slammed his fist into Lantis' head. Why should the descendants of the great spirits carry this burden? He shouted. His voice rose with fury. Has it never occurred to you that if humans weren't in charge, they'd be the ones in chains? Lantis deflected the blow, his sword flashing. Wounds split open across Riffenhart's body, but he didn't stop. In his mind, he saw history's cruelty, how humanity rejoiced when they broke the orcs, laughed as they stripped the dwarves of will, and celebrated as they shackled the elves. Riffenhart lunged. If you accept slavery, then be ready to be a slave yourself. Lantis, drenched in sweat, yelled back, You're insane! You really think elves are equal to us? He dodged again as Riffenhart closed in. She is not a slave! Riffenhart roared, slamming his aura into the night. Their energies collided with a thunderous crack. Lantis reeled, bent from the force. A brutal kick followed. I'll break this twisted cycle, Riffenhart thought. If we don't challenge these lies, fear will rule everyone. Lantis crashed into the wall, teeth gritted in pain. Riffenhart was already there. Blood dripped from his brow as he stared down his enemy. I'll end it, he muttered. Slavery stops here. Lantis' eyes widened. Fear finally flickered in them. Riffenhart struck. Lantis spat blood, his body smashed into the wall again, then hurled through it, slamming into another one beyond. The protagonist's fist clenched. I'll change this world, so no one ever calls Sir a slave again. Behind him the elf stared, her mouth hung open. For her, he said, voice unwavering, I'll change everything. Her mind reeled, watching the way he fought, hearing his bold claims. Was this man serious? Was he some hopeless role-playing freak? She remembered his words. Descendants of great spirits shouldn't bear such a cross. Cirrus suddenly pictured her mother telling her those very words. Her brows furrowed. Under the rubble, Lantis groaned. Please, spare me. Riffenhart stood over him, towering. Why should I? You're a filthy degenerate. Breath ragged, Lantis answered. I swear, on my name, that I've repented, Lantis stammered, his voice trembling. I'll reflect on my sins. I swear, I'll only do good from now on. He smiled nervously. But Riffenhart didn't buy it. You're lying. His voice was low, teeth clenched. I hate the Holy Order of Sayre. You think you can do whatever you want, then stroll into a temple and call it repentance? He stepped forward. If you really regretted your actions, you'd turn yourself in. Lantis, bleeding and terrified, whispered, Fine, I'll surrender. Just don't sully your hands with someone like me. Riffenhart's eyes glinted. Too late, my hands are already soaked in blood. Lantis' face lit up with a hopeful smile. But the next words crushed him. If you were truly sorry, Riffenhart said, you'd want to die, you'd accept it. That's the only real way to pay for what you've done. Sirius and Sillon stood frozen. Then Reifenhardt's fist came down like judgment. The slab beneath Lantis cracked and caved, crushing him beneath it. The protagonist scowled. Don't throw around the word remorse like it means nothing. Where homes once stood, only ruins remained. He turned to Sirius and Sillon. You two all right? The priest gave a nod. Everything's healed. Sirius glanced away, flustered. Are you okay? Reifenhardt stiffened. She'd spoken to him, directly, and her voice... It wasn't cold. Before he could respond, Sillon pointed at Romad and his group. They were trying to get away. Reifenhardt raised his hand. You there, come over. The men flinched, drenched in sweat. Then he smiled. Still thinking about running? Go ahead. I'll make sure it's an unforgettable night. Romad forced a shaky smile as Reifenhardt approached. Who gave the order? A weapon of mana began to form in the air. Lucky for you, I'm feeling generous tonight. The men exchanged nervous looks. None of them knew what that glowing club was for. Moonlight bathed the wreckage. Reifenhardt looked down at them, battered and broken. Who's behind this? Kneeling, they blurted in unison. It was Tariq. The name hit him like a punch to the gut. Tariq. That fat monster. He was the one who tormented Sirius for 10 long years. In Reifenhardt's past life, he had wanted to kill him more than anyone. But by the time he arrived, the man was already dead. Romad, stunned, asked, You're going after him? It's not a good idea. All of Chan will come for you if you do. Reifenhardt just grinned, hands on his hips. I knew exactly what that pig is after. The trembling men huddled closer to their commander, shivering from cold or fear. Get off me, the commander yelled, swearing furiously. I'll kill you all. Cut to the mansion. Inside, a man with violet hair tapped his fingers in annoyance. The servants are taking too long. Where's the elf? Tariq frowned. I don't know. Romad's been gone too long. Glancing at the shivering elves in the corner, the purple-haired man asked, Who are they? Lantis toys, Tariq replied coldly. From outside, a muffled noise grew louder. The guest turned to the door. What's all that ruckus? The merchant dismissed it. Probably another rally. Outside, warriors charged, screaming. Blood streamed from a knight's nose and mouth as the battle reached the gates. The 3 enemies dropped to the ground, blood streaming from their wounds. Sillon rushed to one of them, crouching low and starting to heal. Reifenhardt glanced at the spell and asked, Isn't that the one usually used to mend a broken heart? To forget unrequited love? The priest didn't look up. There's not much room for laughter in battle. Gotta find it where you can. As they moved forward, the priest asked, What would you have done with witnesses if you didn't have these skills? Reifenhardt smirked. I just ripped their heads off. Suddenly, an orc blocked their path. None of you are getting through, Tariq shouted, stepping forward. Reifenhardt raised a hand. You've got the blood of a warrior, but the one you're guarding isn't worth your blade. Why fight for trash? Tariq gripped his sword tighter. I'm a warrior. I have my duty. If I run or break, I'm no vaw. The orc's eyes narrowed as Reifenhardt replied, You're just living in chains. That man isn't your teacher. He's your leash. Tariq held his sword steady. Even so, a true warrior finishes what he starts, even if it's forced. Reifenhardt chuckled. That kind of Orish stubbornness, he knew it well. Behind him, the priest blinked. Wait, how do you even know the Orish language? Before he could answer, Sirius stepped forward. I'll handle him, she said, unsheathing her sword. This time, I've got the right weapon. Tariq's aura surged. You've grown strong. Reifenhardt squinted at the priest. Watch her back. As he walked past, Tariq asked, You're just going to ignore me? March right to your master. Reifenhardt didn't slow down. He's an elf. If I acknowledged you now, I'd be dishonoring him. Tariq lowered his brows. Well said. Inside the building, a strange haze lingered. Reifenhardt stopped. He could feel it. This wasn't normal smoke. It was drugged air. He threw the doors open and froze. Blood splattered the walls. A lifeless body lay on the floor. Naked and trembling, Tariq turned to him. Who the hell are you? Reifenhardt stepped in, his voice low. I've seen a lot in my life, but this... His fists clenched. This won't be forgiven. Smoke drifted from a vessel on the table. Tariq asked again, Who are you? Reifenhardt didn't answer at first. His eyes dropped to a blue-haired girl, then to another elf dead beside her. His aura pulsed. Why are there so many people in this world who don't deserve to live? Sweating, Tariq raised his hand and called for the orc servant. As Riefenhardt approached, Tariq looked up. "What do you want? Money? A spot in the market? Did the Talbin trade union send you?" Reifenhardt's jaw tightened. "Cyrus endured this filth for 10 years. His fist curled tighter, trembling with rage. Riefenhardt stood frozen. He'd failed. He never got to kill the fat man himself. In a sudden burst of rage, he struck the man in the stomach. Tariq collapsed to the ground in tears. Grabbing him by the hair, Riefenhardt growled, "How dare a crawling freak like you lay a hand on Cyrus?" In the corner, Tariq's guest froze, helplessly watching his companion die. Riefenhardt stood over the lifeless body. "Maybe this looks cruel, unfair even, but now I finally get it, how those I spared must have felt." The remaining man pointed at him, terrified. You're a murderer!" Reifenhardt chuckled. "And you're not?" "I've lived a righteous life," the man cried, drenched in sweat. At that moment, Cyrus and Seelen entered the room. Their eyes landed on Tariq's mutilated body. Cyrus frowned slightly. "That's brutal." "He deserved worse," Riefenhardt replied without hesitation. Looking around, Cyrus turned to Seelen. "Are you used to sights like this?" "I've been traveling a long time," the priest replied. Then he nodded toward her. "But it was you who took down Tariq. I didn't even need to help. You were strong." Reifenhardt scanned the room and noticed Tariq, still alive, barely breathing. Suddenly, a voice screamed. It was Butler, the slave Reifenhardt had once returned. Pointing at the elf's corpse, she shouted, "You're a child killer!" Drawing her blade, she glared. "Your life won't even begin to pay for hers." She smiled coldly. Then in a flash, blood splattered across the walls. Butler, stabbed through, reached out towards Cyrus with shaking hands. "Help me." "Don't touch me with those filthy hands," Cyrus spat, her face full of fury. Reifenhardt watched silently, brow slightly furrowed. Elsewhere, in the stillness of a cold forest, flames danced in the night. Around the fire, freed elves and orcs gathered. Cyrus stood among them. Tariq approached quietly. "These are all the slaves from the compound," he said. Cyrus nodded. "Thank you. You did well." Seelen looked over the group. "The gender ratio's off." Cyrus's eyes settled on a woman holding a child. "Elf men and orc women. Humans don't want them." She lowered her head, lost in thought. Riefenhardt's words echoed in her memory. Maybe, just maybe, she had misjudged him. Moments later, Riefenhardt entered the clearing with a wide grin. He unrolled a scroll. "These," he said, "are their slave contracts, and the trade union's official seal." Seelen raised an eyebrow. "Where did you even find that?" Riefenhardt clenched his fist. "Safe, inside the office. Broke through the wall." Seelen sighed. "That's barbaric." Reifenhardt barked with laughter. "Haven't heard that word in 50 years. Cyrus and Elon blinked. 50 years? Reifenhardt turned, realizing he might have said too much. "Forget it." Seelen stepped closer. "Why bring the contracts?" With a small smile, Riefenhardt answered, "We'll need them." He stepped toward the fire. "Now, what do you all want?" he shouted. "If it's freedom, then I'll free you. You're no longer slaves." The elves and orcs looked at one another, stunned, uncertain, but hope was stirring. Riefenhardt quietly observed the uncertain crowd. Of course, they didn't even know what freedom meant. Behind him, Seelen stepped forward. "Are you planning to resell them?" Riefenhardt didn't turn around. "I don't sell people." As he gently pressed a leaf to the bark of a nearby tree, Seelen asked, "You really settling down? Giving up the adventurer life?" Riefenhardt placed a seal over the leaf. "This mark cancels their slave contracts. It protects them from being hunted again. At least from Tariq's grip." But even as he worked, his thoughts raced. These people, they've got no homes, no strength to defend themselves. I'm not freeing them for their sake. I'm doing it for me. Just a selfish whim. Back in the city. Reifenhardt walked into the Tan trade union building. Sivolt, clearly uneasy, stiffened. "Aren't those Tariq's slaves?" Reifenhardt grinned, lifting his hand. "You'll figure that out tomorrow. But for now, keep this under wraps. Quietly." Sivolt's mouth fell open as Reifenhardt continued. "Tomorrow morning, you'll hear something very interesting. But only you can uncover the truth. If the secret gets out, only you'll be suspected." Sivolt swallowed hard, watching the young man pull out a pouch and pour out 100 gold coins. His jaw dropped. Gathering the coins into a bag, he muttered, "I've got a place, far from the center. No one will know if I take them there." Reifenhardt, seated across from him, leaned in. Make sure no one touches them, and no one treats them like slaves. Sivolt nodded. 100 gold is a lot for that. Riffenhart's eyes hardened. It's not just for that. I want them educated. Sivolt raised a brow. Educated? Yes, Riefenhart said. Teach them basic arithmetic, history, philosophy. If possible, medicine. Sivolt blinked. Why go that far? Riefenhart didn't flinch. Because the better a slave is trained, the more valuable they are to their master. Sivolt raised his hand. But they're slaves. They can't absorb knowledge like... They'll learn, Riefenhart interrupted. I already paid. Sivolt scratched his chin. Still, it's not easy. Most mentors won't agree to teach slaves. I know how arrogant they are, Riefenhart said, but those mentors have students. And some of those students are commoners, people who need money. Raising his hands, Sivolt asked, You want the students to teach? I'm not expecting miracles, Riefenhart replied. Just the basics will do. Sivolt closed his eyes. All right, I'll set it up, but I still don't get it. How are slaves supposed to learn all this? Riefenhart's gaze narrowed. He knew better. This wasn't some wild dream. Even in the past, others had wanted to teach slaves, but the owners refused. They feared knowledge would snap the chains around their necks. But now, staring at Sivolt, Riefenhart thought, Thanks to you, maybe I can start to restore what was lost. Maybe I can finally prove it's possible. Riefenhart always knew slaves weren't trained for a reason. Keep them ignorant so they never rise up. The man sitting across from him had never considered training slaves either. But seeing how effective it could be, he decided to give it a shot. With the right training, he could sell them for a much higher price. If things went well, slave training might spread across the entire continent. The protagonist gave a slight smile. In his past life, he had never managed to shift anyone's mindset like this. Scene change, back at the inn. Riefenhart, half-dressed, turned to Silen and asked if he had any money. Scratching his head, Silen admitted he gave all of it to Sivolt without thinking. Cirrus raised her hand and asked, Should I return these clothes then? Riefenhart waved her off. No need. For the first time, Cirrus chuckled. Nobody mentioned it, but this was her first smile since they'd met. The next morning, chaos gripped the city. 2 trade union leaders had been found dead. The guards and warriors present during the incident all gave conflicting reports, making it impossible to pin down the killer. Fast forward 2 weeks. In the ruins of an ancient site, Silen unleashed holy power in a brilliant strike, raising a pillar of light against the undead. Cirrus followed up, slicing through skeletons with her blade. Ignoring the attacks coming his way, Riefenhart observed the pair. They worked flawlessly together. Silen clearly had years of combat experience, possibly since childhood. With time, he might even surpass the greatest saintess in recorded history. Riefenhart, puzzled, wondered how someone like Silen had completely flown under his radar in his previous life. Silen lowered his hands and asked, What kind of dungeon is this? These monsters are tougher than anything in Palton. Now deep in the Grime Kingdom's mountains, the group reached a sealed door. The priest noted the magical barrier. Riefenhart, gathering mana, told him to keep quiet. The boy looked up, stunned to see a warrior casting magic. Frustrated, he mentally screamed. It wasn't fair. He trained constantly, yet not a single muscle had formed on his body. The priest squinted and asked Riefenhart what he was doing. Gathering mana, he replied, already drenched in sweat. A magic circle formed, and with a sudden rumble, the gate creaked open. The priest muttered, half joking, half serious, that it might be best if no one knew Riefenhart could use magic. Riefenhart opened his eyes, realizing something crucial. He needed to find the voice of illusion to reclaim his powers. Inside, they were met not with treasure, but with a single, odd-looking stick resting on a pedestal. As they trudged back through the snow-covered mountains, Riefenhart hung his head. How could this be? He muttered. Walking beside him, Silen said plainly, You can't be the best all the time. Riefenhart frowned. He remembered. These ruins wouldn't be discovered for another 17 years in his previous life. The priest eyed the stick in Cirrus's hand. At least we got something, he said. Suddenly, mana surged around her. The ordinary stick shifted and transformed into a shimmering magic bow, nylon. Cirrus drew it, fired a single arrow into the mountainside, and watched as the spell carved into the rock. The priest and the elf exchanged glances, stunned by its power. The artifact gleamed with a quiet elegance. As the priest stepped closer, he turned to Riefenhart and asked, "How did you even know it was an artifact?" Riefenhart hesitated. He recognized nylon. It was destined to be Sirius's weapon in the future, but he couldn't reveal that. So he casually replied, "A friend mentioned it once." He turned away, brows furrowed. The voice of illusion had no equal. Only it could help him recover his power. Standing on the hillside, Riefenhart stared into the distance. Sylin joined him and mentioned they'd be reaching the village soon. Later, they sat around a table filled with dishes. The inn's hostess laughed, complimenting the cook. As Riefenhart devoured the food, she closed her eyes, reminiscing. "The last guests were quite picky," she said. "Knights, I think, came through about a week ago." Riefenhart stopped mid-bite. The word ruins caught his attention. He handed her a coin and asked her to elaborate. She recalled one guest vividly, a man higher in status than even the Viscount. Dressed in shining armor, he had a golden glow about him. "He was a kind young man," she added with a smile. Riefenhart narrowed his eyes. He knew immediately who it was. Scene shift. To the Viscount's palace. The Viscount sat across from Eustace, praising him with awe. "It's an honor to witness your power," he said. Eustace didn't respond, quietly cutting into his meat. Trying to charm him, the Viscount smiled. "A third of the treasure is yours. It's only fair." As sunlight spilled into the room, he added, "To fight alongside someone like you is worth more than any treasure. Honestly, take everything if you wish." Eustace took a sip of wine. "What did you do with the adamant and orichalcum?" The Viscount shrugged. "Had my miners forge weapons." Eustace shut his eyes. Expected nothing less from the Kelburn family, known for mining. You must have talented dwarves. Waving it off, the Viscount chuckled. "Just details." Behind him, his daughter stepped forward. Smiling, he said, "I know you're married, but an introduction wouldn't hurt." Eustace's expression hardened. "I don't plan to get close to any woman except my wife." The Viscount tried again. "What about your younger brother?" Eustace froze. His grip tightened, and the wineglass shattered in his hand. "I have no younger brothers." The Viscount broke into a nervous sweat, hastily apologizing. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the hall. A servant burst in, panic in his voice. "One of the artifacts has summoned a demon." Sephiatan sent a wave through the crowd, bodies flying everywhere. Eustace stepped to the window. Among the treasures, one was a summoning artifact, his jaw clenched in fury. While knights and warriors coordinated their defense, one man calmly walked forward. Cyrus. Still and composed, Cyrus stared at the battle. He held a shield, then let it drop, and drew his sword. Red magic swirled as the mages launched ice spells. Spikes of frost surrounded the demon. Cyrus advanced with purpose. The commander, eyes wide, shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Cyrus didn't flinch. Ignoring the commander's shouts, Cyrus charged forward. "No enemy can withstand the might of my sword," he roared. He leapt high, soaring above the demon, and came crashing down, his blade slicing into Sephiatan's chest. Blood spurted, and a grin crept across his face. But the monster reacted fast. A massive claw swiped at Cyrus, sending him flying into the palace gates. He gritted his teeth and forced himself up. Then, a golden beam lit the sky. Someone struck Sephiatan straight in the chest. Standing tall before Cyrus was his brother, Russ. "Lento, keep the bonds intact," Russ called out calmly. A boy with a massive sword resting on his shoulder stepped in front of Cyrus. Scowling, he muttered, "True knights of the Tense family aren't born from the belly of some stray dog." Cyrus's eyes widened at the words. Russ faced Sephiatan and declared, "Before you stands a demon no knight without aura could ever hope to defeat." He lowered his sword for a moment, then raised it again. Aura ignited around the blade. "Open your eyes," Russ commanded. The weapon responded. Parts of the sword detached and began shifting. Metal fragments floated around him, spinning rapidly, reshaping into armor that wrapped around his body. In seconds, the transformation was complete. Now clad in brilliant gear, Russ faced Sephiatan head-on. "Come at me," he said. Back at the inn, Celine leaned over to Riefenhart and asked, "You really don't know who Russ is?" Riefenhart replied casually, "I've lived most of my life in the mountains." Another man nearby joined the conversation. "Russ is one of the most powerful knights among the mage orders. Even those with aura struggle against him." Riffenhart looked over at Cirrus and said, "Those pajamas suit you." He then added, "Even if that knight's strong, he still can't match someone who commands true aura. All he's doing is using a magic tool." Sillin shook his head. "That's no ordinary tool. The Elder Armor is one of the most complex magical devices of our age. It's not something just anyone can master." He continued, "True golden eldril. It's a magical metal far rarer than silver mithril. Artifacts like the Elder Armor and the Eldrad Sword were forged from pure gold. They're top-tier relics from the Silver Age." Wind began swirling around Russ as he chanted. Sephiatin let out a guttural roar. Russ launched forward, flames surging around him. His sword ignited with fire mana as he rushed at the demon. Sephiatin responded with a deafening bellow, and the two forces collided in a massive explosion. Watching from his bed, Riefenhart murmured, "The Tense family has poured generations of research into mastering Eldrad's power. Even the best tools can't compete with what they've created." With his sword resting on his shoulder, Russ pressed forward. His family had long abandoned traditional swordsmanship, relying solely on their artifact. But in terms of battlefield dominance, that choice had paid off. Poisonous mist spilled from Russ's blade. Surrounded by mana, he advanced. The Tense family knew, even if one spent a lifetime mastering swordsmanship, aura might still remain out of reach. So they chose another path. And in every generation, a golden knight was born. With fireballs swirling around him, the young knight charged straight at the demon. Each explosion echoed through the battlefield as the flames struck Sephiatin's body. Russ lifted his sword and conjured an ice spell, narrowing his eyes as he focused. Swinging his weapon a few times, he launched another assault. Sephiatin staggered, his body collapsing forward under the relentless barrage. From a distance, Cyrus watched the scene unfold, his gaze somber. High on a pillar, Russ stood firm, clad in his armor. Eustace glanced at Cyrus, a glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Riefenhart stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Could he have beaten the demon? Sillin, seated beside him, broke the silence. "You shouldn't pick a fight with Count Tense." Riefenhart answered without hesitation. "I need to take that artifact from him." The priest immediately objected. "Are we really going to steal from him now?" Still frowning, he continued. "Back in the Cha Principality, I supported you because I believed in what we were doing. But Count Tense explored those ruins himself. That artifact is rightfully his." Riefenhart let out a long breath and sat up. The priest wasn't going to budge, unless he knew the truth. So he decided to tell him something, at least part of it. Raising his hand, Riefenhart said, "You remember I mentioned I was a student of the indestructible rocking chair?" The candle flickered gently as Cirrus slept nearby. He spun a story. His teacher had planted the artifact in those ruins, assigning Riefenhart the task of retrieving it. Sillin blinked and looked up. So Gerard explored the ruins but didn't take anything else. Riefenhart pointed a finger and continued, "That's because the other artifacts were meant for different students. I had to find Nian specifically. And think about it. How else would I have even known of it? If no one had explored the ruins before, how could I possibly know about hidden paths?" The priest's eyes went wide. "If that's true, then we really don't have any other choice." Riefenhart turned away, sweat on his brow. Inwardly, he apologized for the lie. But when Sillin said, "That explains it," I knew something felt off. No matter how valuable an artifact is, I couldn't see you coveting someone else's property. He had to fight back a grin. Elsewhere, Eustace stood silently in his armor, helmet off. Lento approached and praised him. "You did well. Even a demon couldn't stand against you." Eustace walked past his brother without pause. A swordsman who only knows how to swing down isn't worthy of the Tense name. Cyrus clenched his jaw. "I'll always be a swordsman of Tense." The next morning, Cyrus was out training. Over and over he swung his sword, repeating the same motion again and again. A knight approached him. "What exactly were you doing yesterday?" Without looking up, Cyrus replied, "I just wanted to slay the demon." The knight snapped, "No one asked you to." Cyrus frowned. "I'm still a warrior of the Tense family." Squinting, Cyrus muttered, "If there's a problem, let's settle it in a duel." The knights turned, scoffing. "You're nothing but a filthy stray." Sure, Cyrus had strength, but all he'd mastered was a single move, the downward strike, and the breathing technique that supported it. His sword carved a near-invisible arc through the air, so fast it was barely noticeable. But anything beyond that one move? It was almost laughable in comparison. A memory came rushing back. His father had once stood before him, solemn. "This is all I can teach you," he said. As an illegitimate child, Cyrus had no place among the main bloodline. The vassals were against his training. But still, his father passed on one thing: the downward strike. "It's just a part of the great sword path of our family, but with it you might reach the aura." Cyrus gripped his sword, smiling at the memory. His father had placed his hopes in him, and he wasn't going to let him down. At dawn he was already training. From the window above, Eustace watched. "No one reaches this level with a single sword swing," he muttered. Then, looking again at the boy below, he added, "Idiot, or maybe, genius." Cyrus was drenched in sweat, muscles trembling, breath heavy. He clenched his teeth and pressed on. He closed his eyes and screamed into the night. Meanwhile, Riffenhart dashed through a dense forest, panting. "I can't believe I'm doing this after reincarnating," he thought. Jumping fences in a mask. It felt ridiculous. He looked up at the towering castle. Why is the local lord's place so massive? Then answered himself, "Ah, right, the Viscount's mining empire. Must be dwarf work." 3 guards patrolled the grounds. In one smooth move, Riefenhart appeared behind them and knocked them out cold. Nearby, 2 more guards chatted lazily. No one's dumb enough to mess with a Golden Knight's land. One glanced away, unaware that above them, Riefenhart clung to the ceiling like a lizard. "No wonder thieves train like this," he mused, crawling across the hall. "I might actually be good at this." 2 knights stood by the vault doors. Riefenhart swiftly took down one. Grabbing the second, he tied him up and turned to face the sealed vault. He studied the barrier. "This won't go down easy." Spotting a stone embedded to the side, he muttered, "A magic core. Clever." Runes glowed faintly on its surface. He clenched his fist and smashed the stone. The barrier vanished. He stepped into the vault. Walking through shelves of weapons and relics, he searched carefully. Not Hilton's work. Tatus blades. Then he froze. There it was, the voice of illusion, sitting in a box. Just as he stepped forward, his foot brushed a tripwire. His eyes darted to the line. Then, clang, a bell rang from the ceiling. Riefenhart's expression twisted in frustration. A damn tripwire? Elsewhere in the castle, Vic shot upright. What was that noise? Meanwhile, Riefenhart turned and sprinted from the vault, cursing under his breath. Riefenhart groaned internally. I made it past the toughest defenses only to trip over a wire? Maybe he really should have left this kind of work to the professionals. Still, he wasn't out yet. As guards closed in, he took them down one by one, each with a single, clean strike. Outside, Lento and the knights gathered in the square, demanding he surrender. The mages launched a fireball. Riefenhart reappeared behind one of the knights. Nothing personal, he muttered, grabbing the man and using him as a shield. The fireball exploded, harmlessly absorbed by the knight's enchanted armor. Lento's expression twisted with rage. He's a monster! Riefenhart said nothing but noted the enchanted gear with mild admiration. Arrows flew past the commander, but they simply bounced off Riefenhart's body. Then, from all sides, ice chains shot toward him, piercing his limbs. They weren't meant to capture, just to slow him down. He clenched his fists. These knights weren't just well-equipped, they had serious combat experience. Suddenly, someone cast aside their shield. Cyrus roared and burst through the crowd. Stop, the commander shouted, turning to face him. Riefenhart blinked, confused. Who's this lunatic? With sword raised high, Cyrus charged. Lento's fury spiked. Don't even think about breaking formation! But Cyrus wasn't listening. He pushed through, knocking aside anyone in his path. Riefenhart shifted into a battle stance. The name Cyrus sounded familiar. His movements were sloppy. His posture, breathing, footwork, it was all wrong. But when he struck, Riefenhart saw it. Perfect power. Brutal precision. He dodged, and the sheer force of the swing sent a gust of air upward. Cyrus's blade suddenly stopped. Caught by a magical chain, his eyes widened. Riefenhart countered, striking him hard in the ribs. Cyrus flew back, crashing into the dirt. Watching him struggle to rise, Riefenhart thought, impressive blow, but if he can't dodge that, someone isn't teaching him right. He looked skyward. Golden light broke through the clouds. Riefenhart shielded his eyes. Eustace had arrived. The knight landed before him. Your skills are far too refined for a common thief." Reifenhart straightened up. "I've got my reasons." He bowed slightly. "I'll explain everything later." With that, he dashed forward. Eustace did the same. In a flash, they collided. Reifenhart's fist whooshed past Eustace's face. Eustace's sword grazed Reifenhart's head. They froze mid-motion, locked in a moment of near impact. Both pulled back instantly. Wind howled between them. Lento and the other stood frozen, jaws slack. Russ slowly stood. "I missed." Reifenhart scratched his head. "Didn't land mine either." Russ extended a hand and unleashed shadow magic. Reifenhart dodged, spinning through the smoke he raised around him. The knight narrowed his eyes. "He knows the weak points of Roar of Shadows?" Out loud, he said, "You're good at resisting magic." He lunged forward again. Reifenhart evaded every strike, until suddenly he slipped through and punched Russ straight in the chest. The knight reeled back, veins bulging from the impact. Even his powerful armor hadn't absorbed it all. Enraged, Russ raised his sword and summoned twin arrows. One fire, one water. They streaked toward Reifenhart like comets. He dove to the side just in time. Reifenhart narrowly dodged another strike. The knight's sword began to glow, and suddenly a torrent of fire surged straight at him. His eyes widened. That wasn't ordinary magic. If he took that hit, he wouldn't survive. The ground erupted in flame. Smoke shot skyward, blanketing the battlefield. Then, through the haze, Reifenhart stepped forward, visibly frustrated. He rubbed his arm, stunned that his opponent could so casually cast high-level magic. The knight landed nearby, still scanning. If he blocked that hit, he'd be seriously hurt. But I didn't even see him dodge. As the smoke cleared, the knight's hand darkened with ominous mana. A poisonous mist surrounded Reifenhart. He slammed his foot once, then again, creating a whirlwind around himself. The fog vanished, swept away by the force. Without hesitation, he charged. Steel clashed. Eustace struggled to hold off the flurry of strikes. He's using aura, he realized mid-battle. With a swift tilt, Eustace redirected his sword and unleashed a barrage of mana spikes. Reifenhart narrowly dodged them, thinking, "So I was wrong. He's not some average knight. No wonder this is getting tough." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from within the castle. Eustace dashed forward, frustration etched into his voice. Why would someone this powerful resort to stealing? Reifenhart scowled. "I haven't even released my golden aura, and he already figured it out." Eustace narrowed his eyes. His aura must have awakened recently. He leaped into the air. "But even so, he's no match for me." Light erupted from Eustace's blade. Dozens of swords materialized in the air, each radiating blinding brilliance. Reifenhart froze, wide-eyed, as the knight charged with his weapon blazing. Bathed in the golden glow, Reifenhart raised his hands. "So you really are the Golden Knight." Eustace hesitated mid-air, just for a moment. Twin whirlwinds spun around Reifenhart's arms, his vortex guard. The blades collided. A flash of light consumed the square. Even Cyrus shielded his eyes, stunned by the blinding explosion. An instant later, the shockwave blew through the castle. From high above, Reifenhart landed on the wall, gasping, clutching a bleeding wound. Should have triggered the vortex guard sooner. Then he jumped. His body crashed through the frozen river below, ice shattering on impact. Eustace stepped to the wall's edge, gaze locked on the water. "Lento," he called, "find out exactly what that thief stole." Lento nodded as Eustace frowned. "And prepare a search team." He narrowed his eyes. "There's no way someone like that dies so easily." In the middle of the night, Cyrus shot upright. Something felt off. She glanced at the window. Something's wrong. The next day, Cyrus and Scylla darted across rooftops, guards hot on their trail. Cyrus gripped Scylla tightly, guiding him through the chaos. They kept running. Scylla, clearly embarrassed, muttered, "This is humiliating. I'm a guy. You know." When a bystander pointed out which way the fugitives had gone, a knight tossed him a coin in thanks and sprinted off. A crowd of warriors had gathered on a rooftop, blocking their path. At the front stood Cyrus. He raised his voice, commanding, "Stop them!" Cyrus didn't hesitate. She drew Nylon and fired. The arrow hit its mark, striking a warrior cleanly. Nearby, Russ approached Lento. "What's going on here?" he asked. Lento replied grimly, "Unusual thieves." Russ unsheathed his sword. "Then I'll handle them myself." Sillin almost burst into tears. "Not again. I'm gonna get carried, aren't I?" Suddenly, Cirrus turned, grabbed him, and dashed off again. Above them, a knight appeared in midair. "You can't run from me," he declared. Cirrus immediately drew her sword. Russ spotted the glowing runes along the blade. His expression hardened. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. A sacred aura began to surround her. The priest, watching from afar, frowned. So that's why she had a bad feeling, and that idiot Reifenhardt's still missing. In a flash, the knight was next to Cirrus. His blow sent her flying. Eustace's eyes flickered, impressed. Cirrus gritted her teeth, bracing herself. Elsewhere, Riefenhardt stirred, bandaged from head to toe. "That hit, it really did a number on me," he muttered, rubbing his head. "Fighting the strongest armor in the world, with my hands tied, no less." He grabbed the voice of illusion and gave a crooked grin. "At least I didn't leave empty-handed." Suddenly, a dwarf entered the room. "How are you feeling?" the old man asked. Gray-bearded and bright-eyed, he introduced himself. "I'm Hethos." Standing beside the bed, Hethos warned him not to get up too quickly. "Can you eat?" Reifenhardt nodded. "Miss Tilla, bring some porridge," Hethos called. A young dwarf girl soon arrived, bowl in hand. "Glad to see you're awake." Reifenhardt eyed her curiously. Why were they all being so kind? Moments later, Miss Tilla burst into the room, beaming. "Our savior has finally woken up!" Reifenhardt raised an eyebrow. "Savior?" Hethos closed his eyes and explained. 6 years ago, there was a prophecy. The great saintess received a message from Alpot himself, the god of the gnomes. It told of a smart, powerful man who would be carried to us by the cold river from the caves. If we helped him, he would help us. The message was quietly passed to gnomes across the continent. Every winter, Miss Tilla waited for him. Reifenhardt smirked. "I thought Alpot retired a long time ago." But apparently, the gods still sent messages, one revelation at a time. And 6 years ago, Reifenhardt had turned back time. Now, it all made sense. He grinned again. The god may have fumbled before, but it looked like he was giving Reifenhardt another shot. "Thanks," he thought silently, "for giving me this chance." Looking at Hethos, he asked, "So all this was just because of the prophecy?" Hethos answered without hesitation, "Our God is never wrong." In another part of the cave, Miss Tilla watched him with a smile. "You're recovering faster than we expected." Warming up his limbs, Riefenhardt joked, "It's all thanks to you." Miss Tilla looked at him curiously. "Then can I start calling you Gelfide, priest? You've recovered, after all." He walked slowly, Miss Tilla supporting him as they made their way forward. The dwarves around them watched with cautious curiosity. Unlike elves or orcs, dwarves never abandoned their traditions. But their customs weren't the same. Dwarves were simply treated differently, used differently. Humans couldn't replicate their skills. If a knight asked a dwarf for training, the answer was always the same. Listen to Mother Earth. Then they'd just walk away. Riefenhardt knew the truth. His empire had only been built thanks to the dwarves. They, more than any other race, understood how societies functioned. He turned to Miss Tilla. "How many of you are here? Do you all belong to the Viscount?" "There are about 60 of us," Miss Tilla replied. "We're all his slaves." She tightened her grip on his hand. "The men are usually in the settled mines." Reifenhardt frowned. It was obvious. They were being held hostage, a safeguard to prevent any uprising. Soon they arrived at the gate. Gelfide stood waiting, greeting the pair warmly. Reifenhardt nodded. "I owe it all to you." The old dwarf closed his eyes. "We still don't know why you're our savior, but your eyes, they see us not as slaves." Reifenhardt furrowed his brow. "I guess I just feel like we're alike. That's why I treat dwarves as equals." He looked down. "But changing the fate of all intelligent races, that's something else entirely." Gelfide opened his eyes. "No one knows why our God chose a human as our savior, but we believe it. That belief is our hope. That's why we'll help you with everything we've got." Reifenhardt chuckled nervously. "You're really calling me that without hesitation, huh?" "You're surprisingly calm about it," Gelfide replied. "Most people would be overwhelmed." Trying to shift the conversation, Reifenhardt asked, "What did you want to talk about?" Gelfide's tone changed. "The great saintess wants to meet you." Reifenhardt blinked. "Mashaline! The great saintess Mashaline?" The old dwarf nodded. "He's waiting for you." Reifenhardt laughed. 30 years ago, he was just my friend, and now he's a saintess? Gelfide closed his eyes again. It's strange, isn't it? Opening them, he continued. We don't expect humans to hear the voice of truth like we do. That's why your reaction surprises me. Riffenhart grinned, but then his face turned serious. His thoughts grew heavy. He remembered the fall of his empire. Failure was always a possibility. But maybe, just maybe, a talk with Masheline could help him find a better path forward. Gelfide lifted his head. The great sanctus is in the temple, deep within the great forge. Of course, the road to Tula is known to only a few. He turned to Miss Tilla. She's the only one among us with the blood of the ancients. The last of the warrior blood in our tribe, Miss Tilla said with a smile. That's why I'll be your guide. Miss Tilla, standing nearby, watched them with a furrowed brow. He could feel it. Their guest knew too much. His thoughts weren't loud, but clear enough, as if he already knew about their great sanctus. And the location of the great forge. The old dwarf closed his eyes. Those who know about the dwarves hearing the voice of truth usually avoid us. They fear what they don't understand. I know, Reifenhart said simply. Miss Tilla's eyes snapped open. He hadn't been wrong. But how did this man know all that? Reifenhart gave a calm smile. It's not time for that story yet. Suddenly, Hethos burst into the room. The older dwarf stepped forward. Were your companions not with you? The elf and the boy? Reifenhart's face darkened. They were captured, locked away in the Viscount's castle. Back in the castle, Russ roared in frustration. Where is that damned thief? I don't care about honor anymore. Use any method necessary. The guards before him nodded grimly and turned toward the cells. Russ glared through the bars. That elf, wielding a weapon, meant only for knight captains or high-ranking officials. And that priest, his power felt on par with an archbishop. Something about them didn't add up. Inside the cell, 2 guards whispered among themselves. How should we start? One asked. Beatings? The other shook his head. We need something painful, but not lethal. Inside, Sillin and Cirrus raised their heads. Sillin clenched his jaw. 30 minutes later. The atmosphere had shifted completely. 2 knights now sat awkwardly, listening as Sillin told stories with great passion. With a raised finger, he began. The indestructible rocking chair is led by Gerard, the indomitable king of martial arts. Training there? It's pure hell. Reifenhart? One of the best they've ever had. He slammed his hand down. You guys? You wouldn't even survive half of the training. You wouldn't even try. The final exam alone would break you. One of the knights sat down across from him, captivated. I didn't want to believe it, he said. But hearing your story, it kind of makes sense. He hesitated, then added, They told us to wait, so we're waiting. Sillin asked for some water. The knight handed him a mug. Thanks, Sillin beamed. Another guard, suspicious, asked the priest, You really just told us everything? Aren't you loyal to your comrade? The priest replied calmly, If I cared about my reputation, I wouldn't have even thought about stealing in the first place. I've got nothing to hide. The knight nodded. Do you at least know where the artifact is now? Sillin shook his head. No idea, they just told us to stay put. The man shouted, They must have had a plan, that's why you're stalling. The priest blinked, surprised. Why would we need a plan? Not even a knight with aura can stop a good old-fashioned burglary. The guards frowned, unsure how to respond. Cut to another scene, in the snowy forest. Miss Tilla scanned the trees and said, Miss Tilla blinked in amazement. You found that deer way too easily. Reifenhart, while preparing the meat, shrugged. It's simple. Just follow the tracks. Warming his hands by the fire, he added casually, and if you're wondering, no, I don't care about silly things like hunting bands. Miss Tilla's eyes widened. He had read her mind before she even spoke. He remained completely relaxed. Laws didn't mean much to him anymore. After all, even abolishing slavery had been illegal at one point. He took a bite of meat, tearing off a piece with determination. I've got to recover fast, he muttered. Miss Tilla's mouth opened in surprise. Her eyes widened as she stared. His body had begun glowing with an aura. He was healing himself. Suddenly, Reifenhart threw a punch into the air. A blast of wind erupted from his strike, swirling briefly before dying down. Then, boom. A shock wave rippled through the air, cracking the silence. Miss Tilla turned, stunned. As the bandages on his body tore away, Reifenhart stood tall. I'm back to 100%, he said with a grin. Back at the Viscount's castle. Eustace stood at the window, frowning. He knew it now. The thief wasn't dead. And that relic? It wasn't just taken by chance. Flashback, 1 month earlier. A stranger visited Eustace, showing him a badge. If you're truly the heir of the Tense family, then this symbol should mean something to you. Eustace looked closely, and his heart skipped. It was the emblem of the Silver Sage. He remembered the day he was officially named heir. His father had told him a secret, passed only to those in line to lead the family. The truth of the sages. A group so ancient, so powerful, they wielded the table of the immeasurable, a force capable of toppling entire nations. Their knowledge eclipsed everything known in the current era. The young Eustace dropped to one knee. "Sage," he greeted. The man handed him a scroll. "I entrust the exploration rights of the ruins of illusion to the Tense family. Everything you find there is yours, except for one thing I'll claim." His eyes gleamed. "But fail, and your family's fate will be at stake." Back in the present, Eustace rubbed his chin in thought. A knock at the door. "Enter," he said. Knights stepped in. "We've finished questioning the prisoners." Eustace's brow furrowed. Meanwhile, outside the gates, guards kept watch. One trembled. "I still remember yesterday." "That monster broke through our ranks like paper." The knight beside him asked, "How are we supposed to fight someone who crushed armor with his bare hands?" He raised a hand to signal the others. "The item's gone. Stolen." Then he froze. A shadow loomed on the horizon. A man, muscular, glowing with aura, was walking straight toward them. Eustace narrowed his eyes. "Is he from the indestructible gem?" He stroked his chin. "Why would the Middle Sages be involved?" He pictured the elf again. No saintess, or even an archbishop, could manipulate events like this. Inside the dungeon, Cirrus and Silan looked up from their cell. Eustace gritted his teeth. "How are we supposed to catch someone like him?" Suddenly, his window lit up. A moment later, a powerful explosion shook the gates. The knight clenched his jaw as the light overwhelmed the room. Realizing what just happened, his eyes widened at the surge of energy around him. Clenching his fist, the protagonist muttered, he'd heard his friends were here too. Smoke coiled through the castle halls as knights charged forward with a cry. Reifenhart smirked. "I'm not who I used to be," he said. Lento raised his sword. "Two of you, go!" With a single strike, the protagonist sent both flying. Grinning, he said, "Shields won't matter. Not when I'm facing someone who controls that kind of aura." The priests lifted their hands, chanting blessings for protection. A faint holy light wrapped around the knights like armor. Reifenhart dashed across the battlefield, knocking down enemies one after another. Then, stomping hard, he slammed his palm to the ground, shattering it in an instant. Priests raised their hands again, their chants echoing. One mage screamed as flames shot from his hands. Another gathered lightning between his palms. Reifenhart's eyes narrowed. The mages were the real threat. With a powerful wave, he deflected every attack. One energy burst clipped a mage's hand. Multiple mages fell under his next blow. Chuckling, Reifenhart muttered, "I thought at least one of you could handle pain." He turned his attention to the priests, knocking them unconscious swiftly. He knew some only grew stronger through pain, so he ended their fights cleanly, without dragging it out. Their cries echoed through the air. Reifenhart raised his arms, blocking a flurry of attacks. The knights stumbled back, fear gripping them. Meanwhile, Cyrus didn't move. Lento clenched his teeth in frustration. Why wasn't the guy who always charged in doing anything? Frozen in place, Cyrus stared wide-eyed, weighed down by the power of aura. He now understood. The protagonist had complete control over it, shaping and amplifying it as needed, crushing every opponent in his path. Cyrus's eyes slowly widened. Reifenhart was a blur, darting between enemies, striking fast and true. Remembering his father, Cyrus murmured, "Now I get it. No one ever told me." He never had the chance to learn. Not like this. Reifenhart lunged at Lento. Every movement, every breath was precise. Only someone who had mastered the martial world could fight like that. Cyrus stood frozen, eyes locked. This was how a warrior fought. A glow began to form around Cyrus's sword. Then manacles charged at Reifenhart. Seeing them, he scowled and dodged quickly. With a smirk, the protagonist said, "Took you long enough." Eustace stepped in front of the boy, declaring, In the name of tense, I won't forgive what you've done. He took a step forward. I saw everything you did to those knights. Arms crossed, Reifenhart replied, No need to act like a new recruit. You've been lurking in the shadows all along. He looked up, hiding behind the wall, spying. The protagonist grinned. His opponent might have power, but lacked perception. You wanted to test me first, he said, but wasn't it cruel, turning your men into punching bags? Then silence. Eustace stiffened, his expression unreadable, as whispers began to ripple through his knights. He let out a furious scream, but the protagonist just smiled. Even if you were in the shower, you should have gotten here sooner. Flustered, the knight wrapped his sword in mana. The blade shimmered as its particles scattered, transforming entirely. Watching his opponent, the knight scowled. A pillar of flame erupted around him. Raising his hand, the protagonist declared, This time, it's for real. Through the smoke and fire, the knight, now clad in new gear, burst forward. With a powerful swing, he shouted, Now you'll see the world from a dragon's height. The boy raised his sword high and dove down. The protagonist grinned. This was a true duel. Steel clashed. Sparks flew as they zipped around the battlefield, colliding over and over. The protagonist winced. His body was tough, but that blade, pure mana, was nearly unstoppable. The knight's eyes narrowed. He lifted his sword again. Reifenhart crossed his arms and braced himself, catching the full force of the next strike. Suddenly, the boy spread his arms wide and leapt upward, appearing beside the knight in a flash. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle's prison, Celine nibbled on her food. It's so loud out there. Cyrus, still holding his spoon, asked, You think Mr. Reifenhart's coming to get us? Celine smiled faintly. He'll come, I know he will. But her distant tone made it sound like she was trying to convince herself. Looking away, she muttered, I just don't get why he's always been so kind to me. Leaning back against the wall, she added, Maybe he just has a thing for elven girls. Sarah chuckled. I thought that too, but when I looked into his eyes, I didn't see any hidden motives. The priest smirked. Girls in love always say that. They all start out swooning, but after the wedding it's always, He tricked me. He's a scoundrel. He mimicked a caretaker's voice, mocking, That's what the shelter lady told me. Lying on the floor, the boy groaned. We're only stuck here 'cause of Reifenhart. Cyrus looked at him. You don't seem mad at him, though. I'm not. I'm the fool who went along with it. Eyes closed, the boy sighed. Sometimes doing what's right doesn't line up with the law. The girl gave him a soft smile. You sound so grown up. From the corner, Celine spoke up. He'll be 20 next year, only 3 years younger than Reifenhart. The elf blinked, backing away. Wait, what? I thought he was 20 years younger. Just then, Miss Tia entered their cell. Celine? Cyrus? Once they nodded, she held up a set of keys. I'm with your master. I'm getting you out of here. As she approached the elf, Celine stared at her ears. You almost look human, except for those ears. Walking out of the cell, Cyrus grinned. That's all you noticed? Before she could answer, guards appeared on the stairway. Without hesitation, Cyrus kicked the first one down. The second swung his weapon, but Miss Tilla intercepted. She grabbed the blade mid-strike and, with a swift move, Miss Tilla hoisted the enemy and slammed him into the floor, shattering a tile beneath him. Staring wide-eyed, Celine gasped, You're insanely strong. Miss Tilla replied casually, That's just standard for gnomes. Grabbing a stick of dynamite, she added, No time to waste. She hurled it out the window. Moments later, a blinding explosion lit up the entire castle. Seeing the flash, the protagonist smirked. Miss Tilla had done her part. Eustace turned, eyeing him. So you were just stalling me? Reifenhart released a wave of aura. Now I can go all out. The knight charged. You're too full of yourself. But the protagonist sidestepped the incoming blade. His fist flew straight for the knight's face. Eustace barely blocked it with his sword, gritting his teeth. The tide was turning fast, and Eustace knew it. Reifenhart was pressing him hard with every blow. Pouring aura into his fist, the protagonist moved in again. Seizing the opening, Eustace flashed behind him and swung, but Reifenhart twisted away, closing the gap, and landed a punch right into the knight's chest. Eustace blinked. Why didn't that work? Suddenly, his form began to crumble. Shadows spread out around Reifenhart. He turned quickly. Clones surrounded him. The protagonist laughed. Hiding behind illusions? That's cheap. Every copy raised its sword. Then, Riffenhart appeared right in front of the real one. He slammed a clean hit into the knight's body. The drenched knight staggered, confused. How did his opponent find him so fast? Riefenhart smirked to himself. You're a mage. Your mana's flow gives you away. Flames began to swirl around Eustace. The Sword of Tints doesn't lose. Wrapped in fire, he lunged. Riefenhart braced himself, casting Vortex Guard. Ice mana encased his opponent. He countered with Snow Fog. The protagonist shattered the ice with another Vortex Guard. Eustace shifted to Wind Magic. Riefenhart blocked again. Ice attacks? Vortex Guard. Poison Breath? Still Vortex Guard. He even started posing mid-defense. Calm. Unfazed. Eustace boiled with frustration. What is that skill? How can it block everything? Riefenhart grinned. Most Aura users couldn't use Vortex Guardian, not because it was hard, but because they misused it. They coated their bodies to boost strength, but that stopped aura flow. Trying to restart it? That could tear them apart. Only students of the indestructible gym knew how to handle that strain. Standing tall, Riefenhart adjusted his stance. To use it effectively, he had to unleash a massive surge of aura. Eustace pointed his blade forward. Then tell me, who's standing behind me? Riefenhart casually pointed over his shoulder. Him! Cracks lit up in Eustace's armor, mana spilling from every line. Furious, he shouted, Tell me! What's really going on here? His sword flared as more mana gathered in its core. Riefenhart narrowed his eyes and shifted again. This wasn't going to be easy. He moved his hand behind his back, ready to draw the horn of Disaster Struck. The aura around his fist rippled violently. Eustace slashed with his sword as the protagonist gritted his teeth and drove his punch forward. Their attacks collided, raw power clashing in midair. Eustace lunged, engulfed in flames, spinning with the force of the Horn of Disaster. Fiery waves exploded outward. The villain grinned and attacked. Teslan clenched his jaw. His fist ignited, tearing through space itself as he countered with a four-stage disaster horn. A scorching wind swept across the castle, dragging debris in its wake. Teslan's punch met the attack head-on, and fire waves erupted from his hand. The enemy's armor cracked, pieces flying off in all directions. The warrior stared at him in disbelief. What kind of technique is this? Teslan's fist pierced through the defense. Shockwaves shattered the surrounding structure. Rage twisted across the enemy's face. His armor was falling apart. And Teslan, he'd reflected attack after attack. Then it hit him. Teslan wasn't just channeling aura, he was layering it, wrapping his fists in multiple energy shells. That's what caused the blast. Like a stone dropped into water, each impact rippled out in devastating waves. That whirling force around him? It tore his armor apart. The energy even ripped the faceplate clean off. The enemy's mind screamed, He won't pull that off twice in a row. He can't! I won't lose here. But the fist kept pushing forward. The bindings around it snapped under pressure. Bursts of light tore across the field. Grinding his teeth, the blonde tried to block. Teslan landed another crushing blow, sending him flying. He slammed into the wall. Shockwaves rippled down the stone behind him. Teslan closed in instantly. Another strike. Another wave of destruction rippled out. The large man grimaced, trying to stand. His soldiers could only stare, stunned by how their leader was being overwhelmed. The tense sword dropped to the ground with a thud. Cracks split through the stone beneath it. Teslan stepped forward slowly, his gaze locked on the blade. He guessed the armor's magic came from that sword. Eldon. As long as Eldred stayed intact, the armor would regenerate. Maybe not today, but eventually, months even. He reached out, gripped the sword, and took a few more steps. Gasps echoed. He's going for the sword! Teslan turned to a nearby soldier. I just really need this artifact. All of this started because of it. Holding the weapon, he stared at it. Was this really not about greed? He wondered. Was it something else all along? From a distance, the king smiled. Forget that sword, he thought. I want the divine blade, the Messiah of light. Stop right there, someone shouted, pointing the sword at Teslan. He looked up, eyes blazing. This fight isn't over. The tense sword still stood. One of the commanders turned to Russ. What are you doing? Russ stood firm. I'm from the Tense family. I won't let him get away. Face flushed with anger, the commander snapped. You're just causing more problems. I'll deal with you myself, and you're getting demoted the second this ends. But Russ wasn't listening. He charged forward. The hero eyed him calmly. This guy, he might be the real deal. The downward strike came fast, brutal. But Teslan didn't flinch. To him, the boy wasn't worth his focus. He had nothing to show off, nothing to fear. Then, a sharp flash of energy lit the air. Russ surged forward, pouring more power into his blade. Teslan's eyes widened. He barely dodged. The strike smashed into the wall behind him, blowing it apart. Teslan stood up, confused, until he noticed a fresh cut. Blood slowly ran down his side. The kid had landed a hit, a clean one. His body, which usually dodged blades on instinct, had been touched. The hero looked at Russ, now burning with intensity. No one around them could make sense of what just happened. Then Russ shouted, I'll make up for everything, for the swordsman of Tense. Teslan blinked. That glow around his sword. It looked familiar, a clear blue aura, like the crystal sky. In his mind, a voice echoed, I'll defeat the Demon King and end the Empire of Darkness. The Holy Sword. Cyrus stared ahead, fury in his gaze. Russ glared at his opponent. How do you know my real name? Cyrus von Tense. He hadn't heard that name since his knighthood. Others ignored it, mocked it. Called him by the name his mother gave him, a commoner's name. Teslan rubbed his face, stunned. How could he not have known? Cyrus was from the Tense family, too. He remembered now, the old warrior who had introduced him. The weight of the Tense name rested with the Golden Knight, though history had buried him. But 30 years from now, everything would change. Thanks to the Holy Sword's rise, the family would gain nobility. He'd become a marquis. He wouldn't have to hide behind magic armor anymore. Maybe that's why he hadn't recognized the Golden Knight back then. Everyone had already forgotten him. Flushed, Russ asked again, How do you know my real name? Teslan caught the look. Embarrassment. He smiled awkwardly. Just a lucky guess. But Russ's face hardened with anger. It was written all over him. Teslan grinned. The Cyrus he remembered had always been cold, detached. But now? He was changing, and people do change. Russ charged again. His blade met a wall of flame. The sheer force made the floor crack beneath their feet. Teslan clenched his fist and countered. The impact made Russ stagger. He growled, his body lighting up in blue aura, and stepped back. Then, he stood tall and cloaked himself in a powerful blaze. The redhead raised his arms defensively. He's redirecting damage with aura already? He thought. Not bad for a rookie. Russ roared and charged once more. Teslan dodged, watching closely, but he couldn't read the kid's moves. They came from angles that shouldn't have existed. Erratic, wild, impossible to track. He narrowed his eyes. Nothing about Russ's fighting made sense. No rhythm, no order, and that should have made him easy to beat. But it didn't. Teslan thought back to the old combat manuals. Every style had rules, theory, structure. Even Gerard's moves were rooted in the basic forms passed down through generations at the indestructible gym. But Russ? He fought like a beast. Unpredictable, raw, relentless. Teslan backed away, but Russ kept closing in. The redhead weaved through every attack. Not a single strike landed. Despite the wild appearance of Russ's swings, he was in full control, each movement precisely measured. Not a single opening in sight. His eyes glowed with blue aura. From the outside, it looked chaotic, like he was just flailing. But Teslan saw the truth. This wasn't chaos. It was genius. A kind of brilliance that only appears once in 1,000 years. Now it made sense. They called him the Holy Sword. The same sword that had once cut down his comrades, his friends. Teslan remembered that day vividly. His master's cold stare. Have you already slain the 4 heavenly kings? He had asked. The saintess had looked back and declared, Filthy orcs aren't worthy of my blade. Then came the question that stung deeper. Even the great and noble Tethid? Russ now stood before him, attacking, calling out, For Tethid! Flames surged around Teslan as he took a firm stance. He knew what was coming. Russ shouted again, I am of the Tense line. He raised his sword overhead. A single, massive downward slash, the only technique he had trained for years, as if he was trying to split the sky in half. This was the spirit of someone destined to become his rival again. Teslan's eyes hardened. He had to end this now, before history repeated itself. He lunged forward, slamming a fiery punch into Russ's chest. As their eyes met, Teslan muttered, "I'm glad we met again." Then quietly, "Goodbye." The blow sent Russ flying. Waves of fire trailed along the path of his fall. Teslan stood still, fists burning, eyes cold. Slowly, he scanned the battlefield. Russ pushed himself up with his sword, glaring. "I'm a swordsman of tents," he growled, "and we never give up." Teslan's expression tensed. "Cyrus!" His fist clenched. That strike had been meant to end it. He had meant to kill him. Not like in the spar with Eustace or the others. This time, there was real killing intent. But Russ wasn't dead. He wasn't even down. He looked like a shell, empty, barely holding together. But still, he stood. Teslan stared. Should I kill him? He wondered. Russ pointed his sword, trembling, breathing hard. Teslan's instinct screamed for the final blow, but something inside stopped him. It wasn't just that Russ hadn't done anything wrong yet. It was the image of Cyrus's future. What if he becomes someone dear? What if I destroy something precious now? Would that be justice? Would that be right? A memory flickered Tethid, the great orc warrior. No Tethid would want vengeance for himself. If he killed Russ now, he'd steal that from him. Teslan grit his teeth. He'd be furious. He lowered his head, whispering to himself, "This isn't how it ends. If we fight again, it'll be fair." He promised silently that he'd spare him. Russ blinked, confused. "What?" A voice echoed in his mind. "Get stronger. Live." His eyes lit up with fiery determination. "I'll do it," he growled, "for Tethid's sake." In his past life, the orc had clashed with Cyrus, time and again. Those battles had shaped both of them, rivals who grew stronger with every encounter. Teslan watched his future opponent and realized part of Tethid's strength came from Russ. If he killed him now, he'd rob Tethid of that legacy. With a grim frown, he turned away. "This one belongs to Tethid." Russ lowered his sword, eyes wide with disbelief. He clenched his teeth. A scream tore from his throat as he slammed the floor in frustration. Power and rage exploded outward. Dust and debris scattered across the ground. Tears streamed down his face. In the snowy forest, under a clear sky, Mistila smiled and greeted the returning hero. He walked over to the dwarves. "I'm glad you made it out." Scylla gave a cheeky grin. "Thanks to our master, we've had a very memorable experience." He knew the path of the pilgrim wouldn't be easy, but he never imagined it would land him in prison. Frowning, the young man muttered, "At least nothing terrible happened, thank the goddess." Then his tone turned serious. "But next time, think about Cirrus. She's a young elf. It could have ended badly." Concerned, Teslan leaned toward the girl. "Are you all right?" She blushed slightly. "The knights were more polite than I expected." Teslan blinked. "Guess we were lucky this time." "But still," he thought, "I need to be more careful." Cirrus spoke up. "Did you get what you came for?" He held up the artifact. The pilgrim peered at it curiously. "What is that? Doesn't seem like something a warrior would want." Teslan gave a vague answer. "No idea. My mentor just told me to bring it back." But he wasn't being honest. Far away, atop a mountain city, ruins were being sifted through. A companion turned to him. "Are you serious?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Elsewhere, a warrior stood silently in a dim room. Abram's voice cut through the quiet. "The Tense family finally has an aura wielder." Another man frowned. "Everyone's talking about Russ." He turned to the window, eyes narrowing. Did he really awaken it? Bitterness crept in. Why would that kind of power go to him? The son of a common woman? He imagined his father smiling at Russ, praising him. The elders, too, lauding him in public while whispering behind closed doors how the family had lost its glory. And now, Russ had brought the aura back. Meanwhile, Russ sat in meditation, his sword beside him. To the family, the presence of an aura lord meant everything. Status, influence, power. The blond man's eyes widened. What about me? He looked at the shattered sword. His gear lay untouched on the table. Are they stripping my title? He asked quietly. The sword core pulsed faintly, shedding sparks of energy. He picked it up and stared ahead. I'm the real Sword of Tense, he said. voice cold and steady. That moment shattered in an instant. A sword pierced his body. Russ gasped, eyes wide. The villain stared at him with fury, but Russ couldn't understand. Why? Why kill me? Blood spilled from his mouth as he clutched the wound. Cyrus fell to one knee, pain searing through him. From above, Eustace saw what had happened, and let out a furious scream. Cyrus covered one eye, crying out as the pain overwhelmed him. Then, an explosion. It thundered across the mountaintop, shaking the cliff. A massive cloud of dust rose into the sky. The Golden Knight raised his weapon. The tense family follows one sword. Russ, barely conscious, managed to block a follow-up strike with his blade. But the knight turned suddenly, startled by the distant blast. He looked down and saw a body falling from the cliff. His eyes widened. No! Splash! Cyrus hit the river below. Eustace stood in silence, a shadow cast over his face. Life is strange, he thought. There are so many stories where the hero falls into a river, survives, and returns for revenge. He stepped forward. I'll be ready. Elsewhere, the kneeling knight turned as his allies arrived. Cyrus tried to take the head seat of the family, he said. He attacked me. The warriors froze. None could understand how someone like that had possessed such power. The Golden Knight leaned on his sword and declared. He was stabbed through the gut and fell into the river. Survival is unlikely. A cold smile followed. Even if he lives, he thought, he won't get far. No aura user can stand against Elves' power. His allies turned to begin the search. Meanwhile, the blond man smirked to himself. Connections. That's what really matters. His blue eyes sparkled under the snowy sky. Snow dusted the trees and mountains as the protagonist walked through the forest with his friends. Cirrus stepped beside him. How did you meet Miss Tilla? She asked. With a grin, he replied, I fell into a river. The dwarves pulled me out. Cirrus's eyes widened. Seriously? He rubbed the back of his neck. Their prophet thought I was the dwarven race's savior. Her face turned red as Miss Tilla chimed in cheerfully. Reifenhart was declared our savior, in the name of our Lord. Scylan's eyebrows shot up. Wait, what? They were stunned to learn the dwarves had gods. The short girl chimed in. Humans say slaves aren't worthy of divine protection, she said flatly. The bulky jock looked toward the church attendant. Dwarves believe in Alpat, he added thoughtfully. A circle of divine symbols floated through the boy's imagination. Among the 12 gods were the elf goddess Alita and the dwarf god Alpat. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he narrowed his eyes. Even Scylan couldn't explain why Alpat had ties to the evil gods. Before they could dive deeper, Cirrus pointed toward the riverbank. Reifenhart, over there! Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. A body lay half submerged in the water. Raindrops dripped from his face as Scylan tended to the wounded man. Nearby, the muscular man tried to make sense of it all. They'd stopped along the river's edge, and now this boy had appeared. Could it be part of the prophecy? The wheels of a cart creaked as it rolled forward. Inside, Cyrus stirred. His eyelids fluttered open. Slowly, he sat up and looked around at the trees. Confused. What am I doing here? He wondered. Then it hit him. His fight with his brother. The memory surged back. He imagined himself training, sword in hand. He'd always admired Eustace, hoping one day to earn his respect. But deep down, he realized his brother, the Golden Knight, never planned to recognize him at all. Cyrus leaned back against the cart's wall, covering his face, and let out a quiet laugh. The protagonist turned around, smiling. You're awake. How are you feeling? The wounded knight slowly approached Reifenhart. The redhead explained how they'd pulled him from the river. 2 horses pulled the cart through the forest. The jock spoke up. We're in Barlant Wade's territory now. It's been 3 days since Kelbrun's castle. He added, we were going to drop you at the nearest tavern, but Scylan insisted. Your wound was too deep for a second-rate healer. Cyrus flushed at the mention of his brother. One of the Saints had told him he'd only survived thanks to his latent aura. Reifenhart shrugged with his hands in his pockets. You should be a little grateful, he said. We even bought you a cart. Cyrus bowed his head. Thank you. The protagonist crossed his arms and nodded toward Scylan. Don't thank me. She's the one footing the bill. He smirked. Even if he becomes my enemy someday, I doubt he'd kill the one who saved his life. The knight turned away, clearly flustered. The jock asked casually, So what now? Smoke curled into the sky above the trees. Cyrus looked at the rising fire and said quietly, They've already labeled me a traitor, accused me of attacking out of greed. I can't go back. Riffenhart frowned. In the past, he challenged Russ to a duel right after awakening his aura. But this time, it's different. Cyrus stared at the night sky. If I return, I'll be disgraced. The protagonist nearly choked on his drink when the young knight suddenly asked, "Can I travel with you?" Everyone turned to him in disbelief. The holy sword stood before them, eyes calm. "I don't have money, but—" Cyrus bowed deeply, pressing his hands together in gratitude. "You saved my life. Let me repay you." The muscle-bound man beside him broke into a sweat. Cyrus turned toward him and added, "And I want to learn from you." The jock raised his hands awkwardly, trying to deflect the praise. But it was too late. The fact that he was heir to Gerard, the martial arts king, was more than enough for Cyrus. Riffenhart closed his eyes. In another life, Cyrus had traveled far and wide, chasing down seasoned aura users to grow stronger. But this time, branded a traitor, that path was no longer open. He had no choice now. Cyrus frowned and dropped to one knee. "I swear loyalty to you until I'm strong enough to stand on my own." Riffenhart's sweat dropped. "The holy sword is now my student?" He chuckled inwardly. Even though the kid was immensely talented, strong enough to defeat Tathid no less, it was surreal. His mind wandered to enemies from his past life. Wouldn't it be something if I could turn all of them into allies? Archlight, Ellen, not yet reincarnated, only Jade remained. He remembered the old light mage, the one who killed Cirrus. Crossing his arms, Riffenhart shook his head. "No need for oaths. You can just travel with us." Cyrus grinned wide. "Can I call you teacher or big brother?" The sky glittered with stars above them. Riffenhart glanced upward and smirked. "I'm 5 years younger than you." Back at the castle, under the same starry sky, Eustace knelt in shame. "I'm sorry," he muttered. The silver sage stood before him, purple energy radiating from his legs. "You've disappointed me," the sage said coldly. Hands clasped behind his back, the sage added, "It wasn't even that difficult of a task." Eustace's face twisted with frustration as sweat dripped down his brow. I miscalculated," he admitted. He collapsed to the ground, face down. Even the strongest mages can't teleport here, he thought. But the Silver Sage... He sent a projection effortlessly. The Golden Knight's voice cracked as he begged for mercy. The sage turned, already disappearing. "The future of the Tense family isn't looking bright." Teslan stood, clutching a glowing purple orb. "I shouldn't have trusted someone so inexperienced," he muttered. Behind his back, hands folded, he received word. Duke Iranad requested his presence. Moments later, the Silver Sage entered the Duke's office. Iranad frowned. "What made you use the sacred symbol?" Sitting calmly at his desk, he stared at Teslan. "Your awakening before age 20 was impressive. Your foresight saved many lives. But that's not why you're really here." His eyes narrowed. "It's not your past contributions. It's your potential." Teslan bowed his head. "I understand." Iranad leaned on his fist. "You won't be punished this time. You caused no harm, but remember your place." The silence thickened. Then the Duke peered at him closely. "Teslan." In Riffenhart's body, the sage lifted his eyes. Quiet. Still. The gray crest of the Silver Sages shimmered. At its center, a shield. Guardians of humanity. Rulers in the shadows. Their faces, always hidden beneath hoods. Their robes and their strength were enough to sway the fate of nations. As the man strolled down the corridor, he reminded himself. He'd only just joined the Silver Sages, and for now, he was barely a footnote in their ranks. He pictured himself alongside the main character in a past life, convinced that the Demon King had been reborn. Someone had to stop him, and Teslan decided it had to be him. He stared ahead, thinking it wouldn't be easy for Riffenhart to regain mastery over magic, even with the artifact in hand. His thoughts turned to the Black Cube, a relic marked with 4 ancient symbols, known as the Voice of Illusion. Teslan narrowed his eyes. If Riffenhart was rising again, he'd be ready. He would challenge him head-on. Meanwhile, a carriage rolled through a snowy forest. Scylla guided the reins while the girls chatted in the back. Cyrus walked alongside them, musing at how mismatched the group seemed. He recalled how they drew lots, instead of dumping all the travel duties on the elven slave. The muscle man called out to his apprentice, who asked why he didn't just make the slaves handle it. He shrugged it off. "They're my friends," he said simply. They reached a river. The knight remembered hearing that some of the true martial artists were widows. As they collected water, the young man silently vowed to follow his mentor's path until he too became a swordmaster. He looked forward, thinking he'd obey the protagonist no matter what. Cyrus glanced toward the cart, wondering what the big guy was doing now. Inside, Griffinheart held the cube, activating the relic. It pulsed with light. The beginner's trial had started. He found himself in a violet room and quickly grew bored of the setting. Tapping various controls, he cycled through new environments. Suddenly, two girls in swimsuits appeared at his side. He grinned like an idiot, then turned away, embarrassed. Bright figures dropped from above. Raising his arms, the jock deflected the attacks. A series of booms echoed overhead. Flames burst from his palm as he fought back. Griffinheart frowned. The speed was overwhelming. The girls yelled at him to focus. Spinning around, he realized he'd missed 3 incoming strikes. Wiping sweat from his brow, he muttered that he still pulled it off. Cheers erupted around him. Sitting cross-legged, he commented on how Elysian's voice mode worked surprisingly well, though it had way too many useless settings. He pictured the purple cube again. It had once been a training device back in the Silver Age, loaded with countless configurations. Looking it over, he couldn't figure out why something like this even existed. Still, he smirked. If it could help him build mana, he'd use it. Back in the carriage, Teslan, despite his limited smarts, stuck his head out as Silen pointed ahead. They were nearing Strassen, the strategic hub where northern trade routes met. Griffinheart introduced the city. A mustached man smiled and handed over some documents. Flipping through them, Griffinheart thought he finally had the truth about the body he now inhabited. Chapter 33. His eyes widened when he read that Teslan had lost his mind at 16, the pieces finally clicking into place. Sitting quietly in a chair, the martial arts king, now reborn in a mage's body, read the letter in silence. The muscle man muttered, half to himself, that he hoped he was wrong. The letter explained that Teslan had left the magical tower of Delphia at 20 and then vanished. Not a word from him since. The boy studied the document, remembering how he'd officially become a mage in his previous life around that same age. Back then, the tower hadn't wanted to let him go. He still couldn't wrap his head around how the king of martial arts had managed it. With fire flickering in his palm, the protagonist declared they were leaving Strassen. Preparations had to start now. They would depart at dawn. Turning on his heel, he decided it was time to share the real reason for their journey. As a large castle came into view, Silen raised his hand and began chatting with Cyrus, sharing his first impression of Griffinheart. The Saintess laughed with the knight, while the muscle man watched them silently, debating whether now was the right moment. A shadow crossed his face. The others turned to him as he spoke up. "We need to talk." Crossing his arms, he dropped the bombshell. There was no Silver Age relic where they were headed. They sat down at a table, and he told them they were bound for the Settled Mountains. The protagonist furrowed his brow. It was time to share his dream, his true goal. He raised his hand and said firmly, "I don't believe elves, dwarves, or orcs should be slaves." Silen and Cyrus stared in shock. He continued, asking them to see things the same way. The muscleman spoke with conviction. He wanted a world where slavery had no place. Miss Tilla smiled quietly, but the rest were stunned. The dwarf gave the knight a sharp look, who then asked, "Did their mentor really want these races to run wild again?" Griffinheart frowned. "Don't talk about them like they're beasts," he said. "They have minds. They feel. They think." He scratched his head awkwardly, unsure how to convince them. The muscle man looked at his apprentice and realized how most would hear his words, as if he were trying to make cows or pigs their equals. With a calm smile, Silen closed his eyes. "That sounds exactly like something you'd say," he replied. He turned to Griffinheart, who confirmed it. His goal wasn't just freedom for the slaves. It was something far bigger. The boy's expression hardened. He declared he would chase this dream even if the whole world stood against him. Then he asked, "Are you with me?" The Saintess smiled. "I'm in." Cyrus blinked in surprise as the Saintess explained that, while he didn't fully share the dream, it was a little far-fetched. He still felt uneasy about the way intelligent races were treated like property. Then, with arms raised high, the young man shouted dramatically, "And since they're divided by gender, I must spread the love of finance to them all." Griffinheart crossed his arms, unimpressed. He posed a serious question. Was it justifiable to strike down nobles if that was what it took to free the enslaved? The Saintess gave a calm nod. He just looked the other way. Cyrus wiped sweat from his brow. He didn't quite get what they were all talking about, but he'd sworn loyalty to his mentor. That was enough. The protagonist smiled. What he was about to share needed to stay between them. He pictured a rugged landscape in his mind. They were heading to the Great Forge, the sacred site where the temple of Alpat, god of the gnomes, stood. Cold wind swept through the rocky terrain. Miss Tilla swung her sword, launching a fierce strike at a towering beast. Cyrus furrowed his brows, locked in combat. The jock tightened his grip on his armor, thinking about how gnomes could channel the earth itself, briefly boosting their strength. With the knight's aura in play, even ogres didn't stand a chance. The monsters roared in pain. One enemy's head flew clean off from a single slash. A bear-like beast opened its jaws wide before blood burst out in a torrent. Reifenhart narrowed his eyes, cutting down the charging animals. Sillon turned and muttered that even the ancient ruins didn't have this many monsters. The protagonist replied, "That's exactly why the dwarves made this place their home." Cyrus broke into a sweat, doubting how any race could survive in a place like this. But the boy sliced through a massive bird mid-air and told him he'd understand soon enough. Griffins soared above them. The boy spun around, realizing the real enemy was hidden among illusions. He told his apprentice to watch his back. Stretching out his arms, he unleashed a spell to clear away the fakes. A surge of green light ripped through the sky, toppling the griffins mid-flight. Cyrus stood stunned, his eyes wide. Sillon smirked and said not long ago Reifenhart's magic was barely usable. Reifenhart shouted, his mana was nearly drained. Cyrus glanced over at Miss Tilla, who commented that this trip usually took 2 full weeks. The knight scowled at the thought, but the protagonist calmly said they wouldn't be taking the usual route. The dwarf raised an eyebrow, surprised. Reifenhart just grinned. They'd be there in a single day. The next day, they stood atop a mountain. Cyrus took the lead, pointing out that these were ruins from the Silver Age. The jock's face turned red when the elf asked how they even knew about this shortcut. She raised an eyebrow, unable to read what was going through Reifenhart's mind. Watching the sweat on his face, she figured she wasn't sure what he thought of her either. At the mouth of the cave, the knight stepped forward, telling the others to stay close. Meanwhile, the jock moved toward a separate door and opened it. "We're taking a different route," he said, arms crossed and grinning like a fool. He claimed he'd learned about it from his mentor. Cyrus gave him a skeptical glance. The guy was sweating bullets, realizing how dumb all his excuses sounded whenever she looked at him. The elf narrowed her eyes. She wasn't buying it. The muscle man turned and volunteered to lead the way. Inside the great forge, Sillon and Miss Tilla stared in awe. Reifenhart ran his hand across a wall covered in the ancient language of Hokrul, something he couldn't read anymore. Then he struck the wall with his fist. A yellow flash lit up the space, swallowing everything in its glow. He raised his clenched hand. A wave of light burst outward. The 3 travelers screamed. Miss Tilla opened her mouth and Miss Tilla stood in awe, her cheeks flushed. They stepped into a vast chamber lined with stone statues of dwarven knights, each one imposing and battle-worn. While the group took in the view, the muscleman smiled to himself. The saintess pointed toward the ruined wall and asked if they'd done that. Standing in the lingering smoke, the boy admitted they had, but brushed it off with a grin. Then, a goofy smile crept across his face as he realized he'd made it here by following fragments of memory from his past life. Closing his eyes, he recalled slightly damaging the temple back then, too. But nothing had come of it. After all, Alpat had already foretold this moment in great detail. Suddenly, shouts echoed from above. Dwarves burst onto the balcony, yelling that intruders were desecrating the temple. Weapons drawn, they prepared to open fire. Reifenhart froze, sweat running down his face as he let out a nervous laugh. A dwarf raised his crossbow and barked an order. "Prepare to fire." Everyone dove for cover behind the rubble. The dwarf's eyes burned red with fury. Cyrus unsheathed his sword and growled, "How dare these lesser beings threaten humans?" Before he could strike, his mentor's voice rang out, commanding him to stand down. The boy raised his hands and shouted, "They want to fight!" Arrows slammed into him and bounced off harmlessly. Reifenhart stood firm as more bolts rained down. The dwarves stared in disbelief. "Monster!" one of them yelled. "He's not even scratched." Reifenhart frowned and shouted, "We're not your enemies!" He sweated, hoping the dwarves would sense the truth. Their bond with the earth made them natural lie detectors. They had to feel his sincerity. Sure enough, one dwarf hesitated, confused. They weren't lying. The tension shifted. Hands still raised, Reifenhart declared, "I am the one spoken of in all Pot's prophecy." Sillin turned red with embarrassment, and the Mussulman sighed, muttering that he wasn't exactly proud of saying it either. He stepped forward and shouted, "I'm here to see the High Priest Mashlin, on orders from the leader of the Steel Hammer tribe." Suddenly, the dwarf's stern face broke into a grin. "Welcome," he boomed. Sillin's eyes went wide at the abrupt change in attitude. Reifenhart pictured the great forge beneath Mount Settle, 30 meters underground, a colossal chamber 2 kilometers wide and 50 meters tall, filled with towering structures carved from stone. Polvart, beaming with pride, began giving them a tour. Cyrus glanced around and asked why, with so many dwarves here, they hadn't tried to free their enslaved kin. Sillin smiled softly. The knight was starting to question things. The youth looked to the Saintess, puzzled. "That's exactly how these questions are born," the Saintess replied. Cyrus fell silent, deep in thought. Polvart turned and explained that they had only renovated the ruins left from the Silver Age. Reifenhart looked away, noting that the dwarves had already lived here back then. He touched a doorway and noticed how low it was. The knights around him started to sweat, as the Mussulman said plainly. Back in the Silver Age, the dwarves were advanced enough to build cities like this. That was hard to believe. They'd been born into slavery. Cyrus touched his chin, lost in thought, but Reifenhart knew his apprentice wouldn't grasp it easily. Not with the mindset he'd grown up in. Polvart turned to face them. "From here on," he said, "I will serve." Dinner was served, and several dishes were laid out on the table. Sillin raised a hand, curious. "What kind of meat is this?" Polvart answered calmly, "Basilisk liver." Cyrus gave an awkward grin. "Elves are vegetarians, you know." Polvart flushed slightly. "Ah, the taste might seem unusual, but is considered very noble and incredibly healthy, especially for men." Cyrus and Miss Tilla exchanged unimpressed glances as Sillin and the jock tore into the liver like starved wolves. Then dwarf maidens entered and announced that the savior was being summoned to the central tower. Reifenhart stood, nodding. "I'll be back." They stopped at the foot of the staircase. Reifenhart assumed only the privileged could enter, but Polvart just shrugged. "I'm not restricted, I'm just lazy." Inside, stone statues lined the walls, some gripping swords, others wearing helms. The boy stepped forward, eyes widening. At the far end, an old dwarf sat atop a throne. Machlin looked up and welcomed his guest. The jock approached with hopeful eyes. Beneath the high dome, gray smoke swirled in the air. The throne had been shattered. Reifenhart lowered his head. "The king of martial arts! He was powerful." In another moment, Teslan raised his hand and vowed, "This ends today. I'll free the intelligent races from his cursed grip." He charged forward. A magician cast a spell, light erupting across the room. The fighter pushed through the glare, eyes focused. Then he blinked. The magician's black eyebrows lifted in confusion. Sitting at a table, he realized he'd nodded off again. Teslan jolted upright. "Only close my eyes for a second," he muttered, placing his hand on a pile of books. Frustrated, he clenched his fist. He'd spent 6 years grinding, mastering magic, forging powerful alliances, securing a place among the Silver Sages. And yet, it still wasn't enough. Walking to the window, he admitted it to himself. Aura and Fifth Circle spells aren't going to defeat the Demon King. He thought back to their battles. Reifenhart likely had the edge now. His body alone was a powerful weapon. Teslan scowled. The guy was probably out there, rounding up followers and regaining his strength. He folded his hands behind his back. He needed strong warriors, too. Back in the tower, a long staircase led to a stone chamber. Reifenhart stood before Machlin, his teacher, ally, and oldest friend. The elder dwarf squinted at him. "Have we met before?" Machlin asked. "I haven't left this place in over 50 years. Reifenhart stood tall. "We meet 10 years from now." Machlin broke into a nervous sweat. Was this savior? Delusional? Reifenhart let out a heavy sigh. Then, looking him square in the eyes, he said it plainly. "I've traveled through time." He raised a hand and began to share everything that had happened. His memories, his past, and the truth of who he was. The Muscle Man explained how the Antarius Empire had branded him the Demon King, how that war unfolded, and how it all ended with his death. The protagonist frowned. "It doesn't matter if you believe me, it's still the truth." He stood silently. Masheline finally spoke. "I don't believe you're lying, but it's hard to accept." He stared at the man before him, brows furrowed. "I need to test it for myself, to see if you've really crossed time, or if you've simply lost your mind." The old gnome leaned in with a grin. "Let me ask you one thing," he said to his close friend, tugging at his beard. "What color is this?" Riffenhart closed his eyes and smiled. When he opened them, he looked straight at him and replied, "You don't have a beard." The dwarf chuckled and pulled the false beard from his face. It was one he'd worn in his past life. "All thanks to Allpot's blessing," he said, slipping his hands into his pockets. "In the world of dwarves, a grand beard is a mark of manliness. But me," he gave a soft laugh, "could never grow one." With a warm smile, he stepped forward. "I trust you, old friend," he said. "I'd offer you advice, but I only have one thing left to give." Then he dropped to one knee and swore loyalty to Reifenhart on behalf of all dwarves. The boy's expression grew firm. "Stand up," he said calmly. "I need your advice more than anything now." Walking side by side, the Muscle Man thought back to his past defeat when he tried to force change with strength alone. He couldn't make the same mistake again. He pictured the Empire and shook his head. He told Masheline that he had rescued slaves from Shatin and had begun to educate them. The old dwarf looked at the ground. "That's a start," he said. "But what if you're old by the time things finally change? Other races live longer after all." Reifenhart closed his eyes. "That's the problem." A purple flame flickered in his palm. "I'm working to restore my magic. If I can do that, I could rebuild the Empire and become the Demon King again." He let the flame vanish. "But I'm afraid I'll repeat everything. I don't want to soak this continent in blood again." Masheline nodded slowly. "Now I understand your real struggle." He looked up at him and said, "You're underestimating the world." Reifenhart froze. "The reason you lost," Masheline continued, gaze sharp, "wasn't because you used too much force. It's because the world is more complicated than you believed. If strength fails, try something else." Reifenhart rubbed his chin. "I don't hate humans, but I don't exactly like them either." The dwarf frowned. "You didn't have any human friends in your past life, did you?" Reifenhart gasped, sweat trailing down his face. "You ignored them," Masheline said firmly, "because you were so focused on helping other races." With a serious look, he asked, "Was there even one human in your army?" Reifenhart stared at his hands. "I couldn't count on them," he muttered. "Elves and dwarves don't fall to corruption so easily." His eyebrows arched. "Dwarves hear the truth. We sense it." Masheline looked at him sadly. "But you never gave humans a voice. Some were citizens of your empire, but they had no rights." Reifenhart broke into a cold sweat. "It was better that way, for everyone." Masheline's eyes sharpened. "That kind of life only works for naive peasants, not for those who understand who they are." He raised a yellow sigil, eyes steady. "A demon king becomes what he is, because he refuses to." "A demon king becomes one," Masheline said, "when he refuses to consider the world around him, and insists everything move according to his own will." Representatives of every race stood in silence around the mage. Seeing Reifenhart's stunned expression, Masheline added, "You wanted what's best, but you definitely became a demon king." Reifenhart put a hand to his forehead. "By the time you were working under me, humans had already begun wiping out the dwarves." Masheline's smile faded. "Then I have no right to lecture you." The jock looked frustrated. "Then what am I supposed to do?" The dwarf gestured toward the knights. "You see it as a war between humans and every other race. But you're forgetting, humans don't need another race to start killing each other." Reifenhart stared at his friend. "Don't let personal pride blind you," Masheline warned. Above the mountains, fog rolled in thick. A massive monster bared its teeth. Dwarves surrounded it, ropes flying. Cyrus leapt up, using the 7 grinding technique. He struck the dragon, but it barely flinched. Landing, the young knight grit his teeth. "Still not good enough?" he muttered. From the ridge, Cyrus fired a brilliant arrow. Green light streaked toward the beast. Then, unexpectedly, an elf turned around just in time to see Cardamite charging in, weapon raised. With one mighty leap, the dwarf's axe ignited in red aura. A single swing, and the monster's body was torn open. Cardamite grinned. Time for a feast. Cyrus and Scylla stood dumbfounded. Dwarves have aura? Neither had seen that before. 3 dwarves lit up with that same energy, and the knights broke into a sweat. It was beyond anything they'd imagined. Inside the great forge, a crowd had gathered. A full month had passed since the group's arrival, enough time to settle in. Cyrus observed the locals, fascinated by their lives, quietly hoping to learn something from them. The air was growing colder. Snowstorms howled through the peaks. Scylla closed his eyes, then suddenly shouted, "I grew a whole centimeter." Everyone laughed and cheered. The dwarves, however, looked confused. Why did humans place so much value on height? Cyrus turned serious. "Where's our teacher?" "The tower," the saintess replied. They looked toward it, wondering what Reifenhart might be doing now. At the heart of the forge, a giant steel pipe loomed. It connected to the geothermal control system. Inside, a massive lamp glowed. Merim, Reifenhart stood by its light. The Silver Age, it really was something else. Metal pipes extended across the chamber, feeding into the mechanism. He thought back. So much magical knowledge had been lost. But the teachings of Alpot endured, passed down through statues, relics, and through Magrum. Bathed in warm light, he reflected on how the gnomes' fading status had weakened their god's influence. Right now, Alpot barely had enough power to awaken Merim alone. Reifenhart summoned a blazing aura. Teslon's body, he thought, resisted mana fiercely. No matter how hard he trained, his mana reserve stayed low. That meant only one thing. He had to train his tolerance instead. He remembered the moment he brought Magrim under control, the blast of raw power that followed. That's when he invented the atomic boost. As he took off his pants, one thought ran through his mind, to reshape the very fabric of. To fully merge with the artifact, he had to synchronize completely with its power. Reifenhart stretched his arms out wide, silently, hoping no one was watching. Unbeknownst to him, a security camera blinked from the ceiling. On the other end of the screen, a group of middle-aged gnome women blushed as they admired the Mussulman's physique. All of them had been married for decades, but their cheeks turned rosy just the same. A snowy wind swept through the mountains. 40 days had passed since their arrival at the Great Forge. Red sensors around the forge began to crackle with electricity. Reifenhart extended his arms again and started casting. A dense, purple aura surged around him. Clenching his fists, he spoke with satisfaction. 5th circle summoning spell, complete. Now, all he needed was to boost his mana reserves. He folded his arms, deep in thought. Where to next? Nearby, Scylla was shivering but kept pulling himself up on a horizontal bar. He turned with a grin when the protagonist complimented his newfound muscles. The boy flexed his biceps, and the muscle man looked away, slightly uncomfortable. After putting on his robe, the saintess asked, "Are we heading out soon?" Reifenhart smiled. "Do you like it here?" Scylla turned his head. "I do. I want to share my teachings with the dwarves." Cyrus sat quietly, meditating with his sword in hand. Dwarven children pretended to duel nearby, caught up in their games. Off to the side, Cirrus sat alone, watching them. Her face rested in her hands. She was remembering the children of her homeland, how they used to laugh and play. Her eyes glimmered with something distant. Maybe she had already forgotten what that felt like. Reifenhart walked over. "What are you doing?" he asked. She didn't look up. "Just watching the kids." Sitting on the steps, she finally spoke again. "They're so carefree. But hard times will catch up eventually. Some of them won't even make it to adulthood." She turned away, her voice quieter. "It just reminded me of home." Reifenhart watched her silently. In his mind, a map appeared. He thought of Spilus, the far western edge of the Kingdom of Grime, a place where humans were forbidden to set foot. The elf turned in surprise when he asked, "Want to go visit your family?" She blushed. It would take at least 2 months to get there. But the warrior smiled. "There's a quicker way." A desert stretched out under the burning sun. Twin cliffs towered in the distance. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the silence. Cirrus and Reifenhart stepped out of a portal. The elf looked around in awe. This really was the land of sorrow. "We made it in seconds," Reifenhart said calmly. They stared at a swirling mass of purple energy. "Do you have to be an archmage to activate these Silver Age relics?" she asked. Sixth circle magic is enough, he answered, still a bit flustered. My mentor had a few good friends who showed me how. She stared at him. A monstrous roar echoed across the sands. The beast lunged. Riefenhardt clenched his fist and launched it forward, striking the creature's head with brutal force. The sand lizard dropped instantly. These monsters are common out here, he said, brushing dust from his knuckles. Tastes good. Suddenly, a wave of darkness surged through the air, forming a shield that blocked out the sunlight, crafted by the young man himself. The enemy's body began to smolder and burn. Riefenhardt stepped forward, casting a blue seal to pull water straight from the creature's blood. He moved closer to the corpse, preparing to skin it. He paused, thinking to himself how surprising it was. He'd done all this without using magic. Nearby, Cirrus stabbed a piece of meat with her blade and held it out to her friend. Try it. He bit off a large chunk and, while chewing, asked, How long till we reach the elf's home? She replied, About half a day's journey. He grinned, clearly amused by her doubt that any elves were still alive there. Cirrus stared at him, puzzled. Later that night, a bright light lit up the darkness. Then dawn came. Their journey brought them to a small settlement. The homes were identical, same color, same shape. Firewood and bowls were scattered near a cold fire pit. As the young man scanned the area, the girl remained still, hood over her head, gaze fixed forward. She said nothing, but inside her thoughts stirred. No one's here. Her eyes narrowed. I miss them, the faces of my family, the voices of those I loved, the scent, the breath of my brothers and sisters. A wind swept by, and the elf felt a strange realization. She couldn't even remember the name they once called her. She wanted to cry, but her tears had dried up, just like this desert, 50 years ago. Nearby, the warriors wiped sweat from their brows, their shame evident. He looked around at the empty homes, thinking back, the Danheims. They used to live well here. What happened? He scratched his chin. I don't recall doing anything that could have led to this. Then he turned to his friend. Do you think something's off about this village? Cirrus's eyes widened in shock. The boy continued, Your people? They fell 50 years ago. There's no way this place stayed untouched all this time. They stood among the hollow buildings. Riefenhardt suddenly shouted, No! Someone's been here! Recently! Just weeks ago, maybe! The elf froze. Her eyes went wide. Then, a faint cry for help. She spun around. An elf with a long braid, clothes torn and dusty, trudged across the desert. 2 children followed, hands bound, surrounded by mercenaries. Cirrus, walking just behind them, whispered to her sister, Don't show weakness in front of them. From atop his horse, Bright clenched his jaw, clearly frustrated. We're getting barely anything for this haul. Sweat dripped down his face as he remembered the man of muscle, the moment everything spiraled. Clunter scowled when Bright brought up the cooling spell. Magic can't solve everything, he snapped. One of the mercenaries growled, calling his comrade useless. The 3 elves marched in silence, their wrists tied with thick ropes. The mercs muttered about how little the group was worth. Too old, too female, too weak. Then Bright suddenly jerked his head. Something had caught his eye. Cirrus, eyes glowing like fire, was charging straight toward them. Meanwhile, a castle loomed in the distance. Someone pounded on its massive wooden doors. A girl peeked inside, cautious. May I come in? Tessalon sat in silence, eyes on a stack of documents. She asked if he was still buried in his work. Philena's face tensed with guilt. The mage turned to her. Don't ask stupid questions. She looked at him quietly. Philena placed a hand over her chest. The only one who had stayed by the martial arts king's side, even after he had taken on this new form. Stepping closer, she smiled. That smile, it reminds me of the old days. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Back when you were still called Riefenhardt. Sliding her hand into her sleeve, she pulled out a scroll. Tessalon looked up. Did you complete what I asked? She handed it to him. Yes, word spreading. Everyone's talking about the martial arts king, Riefenhardt. He took the scroll, his expression sharp. That name's in the past. I am Tessalon now. As he read, his brow furrowed. The Golden Knight defeated, crushed by the newly risen Aura Lord. And because of that, Riefenhardt's fame would only grow. Looking over the scroll, Tessalon asked, Did you meet with Yus? Philena nodded. He agreed to join us. A slight grin played on the mage's lips. Good. A powerful ally, perfect for bringing down the Demon King. His gaze lingered on her. I found another one, Philena added. Someone who fits the criteria. Who? Stefan. A knight from the Aelion family, eldest son, kingdom of Vasili. Teslan tucked the scroll away, deep in thought. Stefan doesn't ring a bell. Without a word, he pulled Felina into a tight hug. "Thank you," he whispered. Her face flushed red with surprise. Inside, Teslan felt a surge of satisfaction. "Everything Ravenheart took from me, I've taken back." His eyes narrowed with a dangerous glow. He'll be left with nothing. Elsewhere, Cirrus sprinted toward a group of mercenaries. One of them swung an axe. Too slow. His face split open, blood spraying through the air. Panic set in. The mercs grabbed their weapons. This was no ordinary elf. She moved like a blur, cloak whipping through the air. With a leap, sword in hand, her eyes glowed electric blue. Mouths dropped. Cirrus landed. Behind her, a wave of red. Bright stared, sweating. Where the hell did she come from? Clontar raised his hand, forming a magic seal. He chanted. Fireballs roared forward, engulfing the area in smoke. But the protagonist stepped in front of Cirrus, conjuring a protective barrier. The mercenary froze as he spoke. "Anyone moves, I kill them." Reifenhart smirked. He remembered this one, Bright. Bright, on the other hand, had gone pale, beads of sweat trailing down his face. That meeting? I'll never forget it. Reifenhart brushed his hair back, amused. Funny thing, memory. He walked toward him. "I've got some questions for you." Behind Bright, 3 slaves stood silently. "I won't say anything," Bright snapped. "There's no one else in captivity." The muscle man raised his hand. "That answer better be true. Your life depends on it." Bright trembled. "It's true, no one else." Reifenhart turned to Clontar, the mage. "How many elves have you killed?" Clontar's face twisted in confusion. Reifenhart's eyes lit up with fury. "About 40, the man muttered. The air shifted. Reifenhart's body blazed with orange energy. In his palm, a deep purple aura gathered. "Then you," he growled, "will pay for every drop of their blood." The enemy conjured a seal and launched an attack. A blue beam shot forward, but it couldn't pierce the protective barrier. The mercenary broke into a sweat. A mage this powerful and that young? The protagonist lifted his hand, chanting. A burst of purple light filled the air. The mercenaries collapsed. The mage stumbled, gasping, "Fine, I'll hand over the elves." Reifenhart stepped toward him. "They should have been ash by now, but I ran out of mana." Clontar panicked, yelling, "I'll give them to you, now!" But the boy waved him off. "Don't bother!" He raised his fists. Clontar cried out, lifting his arms in fear. The warrior narrowed his black brows. "This is justice for every drop of elven blood spilled!" The mage trembled, sweating. "Wait, were there humans among them?" The protagonist glanced at him, confused. Clontar looked up, voice shaking. "We wouldn't have touched them if we knew they had a master." Reifenhart raised his fist again. Clontar shrieked, "Why kill us over a bunch of slaves? It makes no sense." The warrior's eyes gleamed with rage. "You really don't see anything wrong with murdering them?" Clontar was drenched in fear. "You're insane!" The boy lowered his gaze. "Then tell me, what separates a man from a beast?" Clontar knelt. "Men can think, control their instincts." Reifenhart scowled. "Then why are elves less than that?" The mage hesitated. "Even humans become slaves, if they're weak. Elves were born to serve. That's just how it is." He looked up, eyes narrowing. "Do you hate the system itself?" The boy paused, remembering something. An old dwarf's words echoed in his mind. He looked up at the blue sky. "I could never live as a slave. If I feel that way, maybe everyone else does too." Clontar's face twisted. "Don't project your beliefs onto the rest of us." Reifenhart raised his arm. "I'd rather be proud than fall in line with a rotten world." He grabbed the mage by the throat. Grains of sand floated in the air. The elves stared in stunned silence. Cirrus moved quickly, untying the ropes around the captives. "Are you okay?" One of the girls blushed, eyes locked on her. Cirrus rubbed her wrists. Expression blank. Her lips parted slightly. She looked up at her rescuer. "Serendi?" Cirrus's eyes widened. A memory surged back. 2 young girls, hand in hand. Tears welled in her eyes. You remembered." She clasped Cirrus's hands, overwhelmed with relief. But suddenly, Cirrus pulled away. Cirrus froze. Ryder glanced at the unfamiliar girl. Cirrus snapped, "Don't talk to her." Her brow furrowed, her voice sharp. She's no kin of ours, just a pet of filthy humans, a slave who gave up her honor. Cirrus looked down, hurt flashing across her face. She had no words. The boy stepped in, his voice was firm. She's not a slave, she's my companion. She raised an eyebrow. How do you even know our language? Reifenhart stepped forward. I won't stand by and let anyone treat you that way, not even your own family. He glanced at his companion. It's time you stop letting others define you. You're not a slave. The girl looked up at him, her eyes searching his. Is that really true? The warrior's gaze sharpened. Nearby, camels grazed quietly in the sand. He turned to her. Have I ever treated you like one? She shook her head. No. Then why talk like you are? She stared ahead. Because you never actually said it out loud? The martial artist blinked, surprised. He looked away for a moment. Then he stepped closer, meeting her eyes again. You're not a slave. Not now. Not ever. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Standing in front of her, Reifenhart said calmly, We're equals. You're free. He gave her a quiet, steady look. Cirrus lowered her gaze. I know you don't treat elves like slaves. She frowned slightly. You've always believed that other races are no less than humans. But her voice dropped. Still, I can't understand it. She glanced down. Sometimes I think you're just seeing someone else when you look at me. The young man stared at her, stunned. She arched her brow and added, It doesn't matter. Think what you want. But if that's true, then treat me like a slave. Cirrus turned cold. Stop pretending to be sincere. I don't need it. The warrior stood silent. A realization hit him hard. His pride in saving her was a lie. The one he saved had existed in another life. This version? He'd simply bought her. His thoughts drifted, back to the moment he gave her that coat. To her, it had probably felt like the gesture of a man who saw her as property. Another martial artist walked up and gave her a name. Reifenhart adjusted her scarf, an act that now felt more like an unwelcome intrusion than comfort. As they walked side by side, he finally said, Stop calling me master. In that memory, he clenched his fist. You're not a slave. The girl dropped her head. Then stop pretending to mean something you don't. He turned away. I understand. His voice dropped. Do whatever you want. Clouds drifted across the desert sky. From atop a sand dune, the warrior called her by her full name. From now on, he said, everything I say will mean something different. He looked at her. Whether you stay or leave is your choice. I'll respect it. Her brow furrowed, sadness in her eyes. Is that really what you want, for us to part ways? He replied quietly, What I want is to keep traveling together. Reifenhart's expression tightened. But I won't force you to stay. She turned away. Give me time to think. The boy looked down, then asked, Can Cirrus help this child reunite with her family? Cirrus walked toward the camel. Reifenhart's voice echoed one last time. You're not a slave, not now, not ever. I swear no one else will ever find this place. I want to take you home, he said softly. The girl smiled. Then I'd shame my clan if I didn't repay the man who saved me. He looked at her closely. Is that really your final decision? She nodded. You would have found our hiding place eventually, even without my help. The martial artist grinned. Fair enough. Elves always think logically, she replied. The camels trudged forward through the golden sands. Looking ahead, Cirrus murmured, I'm sorry. Then, glancing at her friend, she added, In your place, I'd have done the same. Cirrus glanced back, smiling faintly. You met a good man. Her friend nodded. That's why. You told him your name. The elf blinked in surprise. Told him? What are you talking about? Cirrus reminded her. He just called you by your real name. Cirrus's eyes went wide. How did he know the name I'd forgotten myself? Far ahead, the young man rode toward a village, nestled deep in a rocky gorge. Inside a worn tent, a guard stepped in. Water reserves are low? We'll run out by tomorrow. Reifenhart lowered his head. Any word from the scouts? They're back. The humans they've pulled back for now. The elder lifted his gaze. May Ryle carry the souls of the fallen. A younger elf stepped forward. We can't stay here anymore. The village is too far, and with what little water we have left, we need to move. Now. He closed his eyes. We won't last long. Our location's been exposed. Then, a faint noise. He opened his eyes as a rumble echoed through the gorge. From the high cliffs, the guards spotted something. Travelers riding camels, approaching the village. Among them, elves. Reifenhart raised his hand. They're bringing a human. Stop them. The guards reached for their slingshots, aimed, and fired warning shots. The projectiles struck the sand ahead of the riders. Don't panic, the boy said to his companion. Just a warning shot. He crouched near one of the impact points, picking up a strange shard. These bullets, they're made from fused sand, he muttered. Elemental magic, definitely. He ran his fingers over the fragment. It's used to find the exact heat needed to melt sand. He stood up. Without a world tree, they can't even summon battle spirits. Cirrus frowned. He turned to her. Your tribe? They've got a high affinity for fire spirits, don't they? That's why your skin never lightened, even after being away from the desert for 50 years. She stared at him. Who told you that? He flushed and rubbed the back of his neck. A friend, someone who knows a lot about elves and dwarves. Raising his hands, he stepped forward, signaling peace. Wait, we mean no harm. The moment he spoke, slingshots launched again. More rounds hurled toward him from above. Perched high on the ravine, the guards watched in frustration. Their shots weren't working. The martial artist spread his arms, calling out, Please, just listen. I'm here in peace. I know the history of your people. Riffenhart's frown deepened. How does he? He spoke in their language, but doubts lingered in their eyes. Could an outsider really understand elven customs? A voice shouted from above, Words aren't enough to earn our trust. The boy just smiled. Expected, he thought. Then, his fist ignited in flames. The elder gasped, stunned. Cirrus frowned. What are you doing? A wave of energy burst upward into the sky like a signal flare. Reifenhart smirked. To the humans, this'll look like an attack. Still, he stood tall, hand raised high. The elder narrowed his eyes. A warrior like you doesn't need tricks. I see it now. You came here in peace. The boy turned toward Cirrus. You're home. The sun dipped low, painting the cliffs in warm orange light. Cirrus wrapped an arm around her friend. Do you think the village chief remembers you? Relhart stepped forward, arms open. His voice trembled. This is the child we lost, the day of the nightmare. Joy washed over him. Not only have you returned our people, you've brought back someone we thought was gone forever. He turned to Reifenhart. You've done us a great kindness. The warrior nodded. Then let's prepare to move. That night, the village of Dureld glowed with life. Flames danced in the center of the village. Elves circled the fire, singing, laughing. The elder raised a goblet in celebration. Shireen approached Cirrus, smiling in surprise. You still remember me? Reifenhart sat quietly against a building wall, watching the joyful reunion unfold. The girls chatted and laughed freely. He leaned on one hand, deep in thought. Now that she has a family, will she still want to leave with me? After a while, he stood and walked over to the chief. There's still something I need to do. I have a request, he said calmly. The chief's eyes narrowed slightly. Go on. I'd like Cirrus to learn elven magic. The old man raised a brow. You mean spirit magic? The warrior extended his hand, summoning a flickering fire fairy. I can't teach her what she truly needs. Only elves can guide her in this. Relhart lit a flame in his palm. We've always taught our children magic, but after losing our bond with the World Tree... He closed his hand. We're powerless now. Spirit magic can't be used in battle anymore. His eyes shifted to the guests. Still, I believe I can train her better than most. The martial artist nodded. Then I leave it to you. I'll support her however I can. He hesitated. But doesn't losing that bond feel like a disaster for your people? The elder closed his eyes. For the first time, he truly understood. This stranger saw their pain. Cirrus smiled brightly. The old man looked at her. If she chooses to stay, and if you won't leave without her, then the Dunheim tribe will welcome you as one of our own. The firelight flickered across stone walls and tents. The next morning, clouds drifted lazily across the sky. The village sat peacefully by an oasis. The young man stayed 4 more days. On the last morning, Cirrus approached her friend. You'll be able to commune with the spirits once you master spiritual magic, she said. But before that, you have to learn how to resonate with them. Cirrus looked at her hands. Resonate? She didn't say it aloud, but her eyes were full of doubt. Can anyone really do that? In just 4 days? It had taken her 3 years. Now lights danced around the elf, flickering like stars. She looked at them, wide-eyed. Did I really do it? The woman beside her stared in awe. This is unbelievable. Cirrus gazed at the glowing orbs with joy. Her time in captivity had forced her to adapt, and gave her a learning speed rivaling that of humans. Watching her, Riffenhart smiled. Looks like you've grasped the basics of spiritual magic. Do you like it? He asked. Cirrus nodded. Yes. His expression turned serious. Then, do you want to stay with me? The elf paused, eyebrows pulling together. She lowered her gaze. I want to live here, to help my people. Then she glanced back. But alone, I can't change anything. Her voice dropped. Maybe if you were nearby. Villagers passed by, walking through the peaceful streets. The young man looked at her. Then I'll change this world's order. Cirrus closed her eyes. I'll go with you, for the future of my clan. Reifenhart's face lit up. His smile stretched wider until he was grinning. Laughing, his face flushed. Then I'll change everything, for the one who chose me. A massive surge of energy shot into the sky. Cirrus jumped. What are you doing? The martial artist beamed. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. His eyes narrowed with purpose. Come, I want to show you your clan's future, right now. Together, they climbed a mountain trail. Why here? Relhart asked, looking around. Relhart placed his hands on his belt, eyes scanning the rocky slope. We used this spot as a temporary shelter once. Then he turned and declared, starting today, this is the new home of the Dunheim clan. What? But there's no water here, someone objected. Cirrus raised her brows in confusion as the young man turned to her. Lend me Elvenheim. She handed over the branch. Aren't you curious, he asked, how you were able to connect to the spirits so quickly? He gripped the branch tightly. You are the true heir to Elvenheim. That means you have the right to speak my name and to wield my power. Then he plunged the branch into the ground. Green energy spiraled outward, pulsing from the point of contact. He called out into the wind. Guardian of this world, awaken. Tiny green leaves bloomed along the stick. The elves around them gasped in astonishment. Reifenhart grinned as the branch began to grow, twisting into a living sapling. One man's eyes went wide. No, it can't be. From the rocky slope, water burst forth and spilled over the stone. The elder knelt by the new stream. This is a miracle. Reifenhart rested a hand on his belt, watching silently. The village chief stepped forward. She understood everything, didn't she? He looked toward the tree, fresh leaves sprouting upward. Then his expression changed. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in decades, his soul stirred. Tears welled in Relhart's eyes. This feeling, we've only ever known it in stories. It's the world tree, Elfenheim. The young man stood still, watching as clear water flowed from beneath the sapling. In its roots, a symbol, 8 stars intertwined. He had awakened Elvenheim's life force, anchored it in this place, and unlocked the flow of mana needed to sustain it. The energy radiating from the tree pulsed through the ground. The elder trembled. Is he really the savior Alita sent to us? Riffenhart stepped forward, calm and certain. I'm just a friend of the elves, and friends help each other. Cirrus stared at him, speechless. He turned to her. Sorry I had to use Elvenheim. I'll find you a better weapon, one worthy of you. With a confident smile, he added, time to head back, to the Great Forge. At the gate, a portal flickered with fire. Silent came running. Where have you two been? Reifenhart grinned. Hey, you've bulked up since I left. Silent beamed. We were gone longer than expected. Just then the forge burst to life as dwarves spilled out, cheering, Master, you're back! He laughed. How've you all been holding up? In response, they proudly displayed their magical progress. Tiny bursts of flame, swirling water, glowing runes. The young man nodded in approval. Excellent work. The apprentice wizards bowed low, reverent. He raised a brow, genuinely impressed. You figured out how to control mana in just 2 months? He pointed toward a thick tome. Keep relying on the book I left you. It'll guide you. Suddenly, Cyrus's mouth dropped open. You're really back. Reifenhart walked up, grinning. Learn anything while I was gone? Cyrus frowned, eyes thoughtful. It's strange. I didn't see it before, but now it's obvious. What is? Reifenhart asked, scratching his head. You, Cyrus said slowly. You've got the soul of someone 3 times your age. Are you really only 23? The martial artist blinked. That's what you've been studying this whole time? Before he could answer, Silent chimed in. So, where to next? We need funds first, Reifenhart replied, but our real destination is even farther. He rolled out a map of the continent. There's someone in the kingdom of Kroven, by the Frostlands near the ocean. He can help us. While the warrior wrapped up business at the Great Forge, events were unfolding far away. In the frozen north, deep in the icy deserts beyond the kingdom of Grime, travelers had pitched camp. A man stood near the fire. Can we add more wood? An elder shook his head. We have to be careful. Can't waste mana keeping the flames alive all night. Inside the tent, bags were stacked high with ancient relics. One explorer held up a thick, dust-covered tome. This contains lost knowledge from the Silver Age. He stared at it, wide-eyed. When this gets out, the academic world's gonna erupt. We have to tell the truth about the Silver Age, about the nations that once thrived. Suddenly, a scream cut through the cold night. The old man turned, alarmed. Then, fear hit the researcher like a wave. Teslan's men were here. At first glance, they looked like bandits, looters. The mage spun around. Kill them all. Leave no one. Weapons gleamed. Warriors marched forward. Stefan's eyes lit up with tension. Jesus narrowed his gaze, ready to strike. The knights rushed in, blades flashing. Blood splashed across the snow. The old man dropped to his knees, trembling. Please, take everything. Just don't kill us. But the mage raised his sword and said, They don't want the relics, the sage said coldly. They want your heads. With one swift strike, his blade tore through the researcher's body. Felena stepped forward, face pale. Was that really necessary? The villain didn't hesitate. It was the will of the Silver Sages. They opened a door that should have stayed shut. Blood soaked the snow. The ancient book lay on the ground, its pages stained red. Teslan picked it up. No one can know this part of history. Not for the sake of today, but for the future of mankind. Felena's voice cracked. But what did they do wrong? Holding the book tightly, the man replied, They were a small price to pay for the greater good. Nearby, the mage turned to his companion. How's the berserker armor? Stefan smirked. The best I've ever worn. Just needs a little getting used to. At the edge of the camp, Eustace approached the tent. He glanced around, his voice low. Looks like I'm not the only one out for revenge. Light energy shimmered in the air around him. What do we do with all this? The wizard gestured to the relics. Take anything valuable. The rest, anything on this list, goes to the Silver Sages for safekeeping. A rogue beside him stared at the bags. Relics from the Silver Age, some of these are dangerous. Only the right people can protect them. The knight held up a pendant, putting it around his neck. These warming necklaces? Not bad at all. Teslan nodded. A privilege, granted only to the Silver Sages. Then, something changed. His pupils narrowed. A black cube appeared in his hands. His breath caught. The voice of Elysian. He studied it, stunned. Some things, society is better off never knowing, even more shocking. There were two of them. As the group left the tent, Felena turned to him. What part of history are you trying so hard to erase? The wizard didn't flinch. Don't ask questions that don't concern you. Only we are meant to know the truth. A blizzard swept through the camp, howling winds swallowing the night. A sudden light flared in the distance, illuminating the city. The doors creaked open. Madeline glanced around, surprised. What brings a guest like you here? Cirrus stepped inside. I want the truth, all of it about Reifenhart. Her brow furrowed. It's like he knew me, before we ever met. The way he talks, moves, even how he looks at me. He's not just some stranger. Standing in the middle of the room, she whispered, How is that possible? The dwarf hesitated. I'm not sure you'd understand. Cirrus's eyes widened. Why not? He looked away. Do you trust him? Her reply was instant, fierce. Even if he told me he was a god sent to Earth, I'd believe him. The dwarf scowled. Then answer me again. Do you truly trust that man? She blinked, surprised at his intensity. Outside, the city streets were quiet under falling snow. Inside, the young man sat alone. Reifenhart looked up as she entered. So you know now? Cirrus hesitated. The truth was more than I ever imagined. Sometime earlier, the priest had spoken softly. That boy, he's a time traveler. Matt Lyon had introduced a mage, surrounded in swirling energy, and began the tale of a man who once tried to change the world and failed. He had returned to the past, for one reason, to make the dream he once failed to achieve come true. A knight's blade cut through the air. She wasn't just a warrior, she was a high-ranking sorceress, known among the intelligent races as the incarnation of Elid. Cirrus lowered her eyes. "It would have been easier," she murmured, "if you'd just admitted you still loved her." The young man's gaze hardened. "Then tell me, can I still earn your forgiveness?" The elf turned her head away, silent. Then, staring at the floor, she finally said, "I can't answer that, but I am ready to keep walking this path with you." As she turned from him, a thought surfaced. He hadn't seen her for who she really was. He'd been chasing a memory, not the girl in front of him. The faint light shimmered across her white hair. She looked over her shoulder, smiled gently. "I don't hate you, you know." Back in his room, the warrior sat on the edge of the table, gaze fixed on the ceiling. His cheeks were red. Scratching the side of his head, he muttered to himself, "Is she mad or not?" Fields of wheat waved before a towering fortress. Next on their journey, the kingdom of Krovan, one of the strongest nations, known for producing more grain than any other. Inside the royal court, a young man stood tall, arms crossed. Telion, the rising heir of King Gothran, was a serious contender for the throne. But both King Gothran and his designated successor had died mysteriously in their sleep. With the throne empty, nobles gathered like vultures, tearing at the crown's remnants. Two claimants rose. Two factions formed. One raised red banners, vowing to fight for the true king. The other held blue flags, demanding blood for the true bloodline. Among them sat Yuval, mounted on horseback, turning 18 this year. He was the second prince, born of a concubine, a stain in the eyes of tradition. In another camp, Cyrus led his own forces. Fernando, heir to the powerful county of the same name, scowled. His blood wasn't royal, but it was noble enough. His green eyes burned with ambition. Now the kingdom of Krovan was locked in brutal civil war, one driven not just by politics, but by blood. A knight raised his sword. His skill and charisma had earned him widespread respect. A noble, wineglass in hand, stood nearby. Everything about him screamed nobility, except for substance. As flags collided and battle raged, half a year passed since King Gothran's death. The war for the throne had reached its peak. Far away darkness blanketed the barony of Deline. In a dimly lit room, Yuval sat quietly. How much longer will this last? He frowned. And what happened to Reddy's blessing? The second prince leaned on his arm, tired. I never wanted the throne. A girl stepped closer. You really don't want to be king? He nodded. If I say otherwise, we'll both be dead. Venia closed her eyes, exasperated. I can't believe I fell for someone like you. He smiled, brushing her cheek. Sorry. She sighed. Well, we're safe for now. Without provisions, that final battle won't happen anytime soon. A dwarf in the corner added, If it comes to the worst, we can run. Change our names. Disappear into another land. The noble laughed. A spoiled man like me doing labor? I'd die of exhaustion. She calmly replied that there was no need. She could take care of them just fine. Then she turned to her lover and said softly that even if he rose to become king, she'd still be seen as nothing more than a slave by the rest of the world. Yuval pulled her into a hug, admitting that he couldn't imagine a place where the world would ever truly see them as equals. By the window, the two shared a quiet moment and confessed their love for one another. But their peace shattered in an instant. They jolted in fear as a voice interrupted. Someone had been watching. The girl grabbed an axe, eyes scanning the shadows. Who's there? She demanded, raising the weapon defensively. From the darkness, a cloaked figure stepped out. Calmly, he introduced himself. He wasn't there to harm them. He had come to aid the true heir to the throne. The dwarf narrowed her eyes, sensing no lies. The second prince glanced at her, remembering that her kind could hear the voice of truth. But one thing was off. The intruder was too big to be a mage. With a smirk, the stranger called himself a battle mage. Not even a rogue's disguise could fully hide who he was. The nobleman stepped forward, arms crossed. If you're here to help, then what was that comment about us having fun? The cloaked man shrugged. You must have misheard. The maid wasn't buying it. We didn't, she said coldly, but the nobleman waved it off. Doesn't matter. I'm not concerned. Still, His gaze lingered, sharp and calculating. The young man sensed it immediately. This noble was like a living lie detector. He quickly clarified, "I didn't mean to offend. I'm involved with an elf myself." Yuval's eyes widened. Phinia nodded in confirmation. Everyone stared at the stranger, stunned. The second prince blinked. "So, there's another lunatic like me in this world?" Crossing his arms, the noble asked what exactly this man was offering. The warrior raised his hands. "Supplies. Enough provisions for your army, worth 100,000 gold." The room went silent. They were stunned. That was half the kingdom's annual budget. Tempting, but suspicious. Lifting a finger, the warrior asked, "How many Aura Lords are in your forces?" "None," came the reply. "I'll send 6 of mine." Yuval narrowed his eyes. There were fewer than 5 Aura Lords in all of Croven. He had to ask, "And what do you want in return?" Placing a hand on his chest, the martial artist responded, "Land! Once you're king, grant me land!" The second prince stared. "That's all?" The man lowered his head. "I want full control over that land, free from Croven's laws." Reifenhardt's expression turned dark. "And why?" The stranger's voice didn't waver. "I want to build a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live freely." Lights flickered from the windows nearby. Cirrus raised an eyebrow. "How did it go?" The boy walked up beside her. "Fine, for now, but the real trouble's just beginning." He pulled off his hood. "We can't afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. For that, our land must be recognized as legal, so the people would have no choice but to accept it." As they strolled down the street, the girl glanced over. "Did you know Juvenile in another life?" The warrior shook his head. "Today was the first time we met." Then his companion asked, "So who actually won the war for the throne?" He paused, memories flashing back. Cyrus had taken the crown. The second prince had lost his head. The woman looked up toward the sky. "This time, that won't happen," she said firmly. "That's exactly why I stepped in," the martial artist replied. Inside the house, the protagonist felt hopeful. He believed that through this struggle, humans might finally learn to see elves, dwarves, and orcs not as slaves, but as worthy allies. At the table, Cyrus leaned in. "So, how did it go?" Reifenhardt gave a small smile. "Smooth so far." The boy chuckled, thinking back. It had already been a month since they left the Great Forge, and they'd explored 10 ancient, abandoned ruins since then. "Not a bad start to the journey," he added. The knight shut his eyes for a moment. "Carrying all those relics is way harder than fighting demons," he muttered. Silent grinned. "Great for building muscle, though." The Saintess turned to his friend. "Do we even have 100,000 gold?" The boy shrugged. "We've got grain worth about that much." The healer recalled the contract, how his comrade secured sacks of grain from the Tan Trade Union. The warrior raised a finger. Under normal conditions, no war, no famine, it'd only be worth about 4,000. But right now, it's a different story. Tilla frowned. "That kinda sounds like a scam." The swordsman held up 3 fingers. "Do the elves have aura masters too? I heard only 3 of them do." The fighter took a seat. "They don't exactly get along, and I never bothered to count. Not worth it." Cyrus looked skeptical. "Then where are we getting all these aura masters from?" The martial artist answered without hesitation. "Ken and Stala will fight for us." Far to the southwest, beneath the snowy peaks of the large mountains, lay the land of trials. That's where the ancient orc tribe lived, warriors through and through, never slaves, never savages. They were the Blue Bear tribe, proud heirs of a warrior's soul. Smiling at the thought, the protagonist remembered someone. "Tathid, I wonder how much he's grown." The boy turned, curious. "Are orcs really that strong?" Reifenhardt's eyes closed. "They're the strongest fighters I've ever seen." On a distant mountain, an orc faced down a massive wolf. His people, his tribe, were the mightiest of all living races. The ground cracked apart. Shards of earth floated like stars, each glowing with energy. From the center of every light, figures began to take shape. The man furrowed his brow. "Good work," he told his comrade. Tessalon gave a quiet nod. "Thanks." The Toist looked away. Only the right people should know about threats like this. That's the only way to protect humanity. And with that, the keeper vanished. The mage narrowed his eyes. Was the old man just looking for someone to talk to? Or was it something more? He knew one thing for sure. He needed a position with more influence. Fast. The wizard closed his eyes, his mind drifting to one topic, the threat the Demon King posed. Iranov looked down. Thanks to Jade, it was now confirmed. He was a member of the Silver Sages. The scoundrel shared what he remembered from his past life, and eventually became one of them. A sudden blaze cut through the darkness. In the Silver Age, it wasn't humans who ruled. The elves guarded the Tree of Life, high above. The dwarves worked deep underground. They were the ones who made that age shine. Their legacy was so great, their names echoed through time. Ancient runes burst into the sky, glowing with fire. Long ago, there were two great civilizations, Eldred and Alhetron. A green mark hovered over the elves. Eldred in the old tongue meant Alita's blessing. A red sigil burned above the dwarves. Alhetron, the blessing of Alpath. Teslan narrowed his eyes. So this was the secret the Silver Sages had been hiding all along. To bury the truth, they'd spun a carefully crafted lie. Standing atop a floating stone, the man watched it all unfold. He believed this deception was meant to protect humanity, but in truth, it was making them weaker, duller, slower. Their journey led them through the plains of Fatland, across the jagged western wastelands. They rode on horseback through barren terrain. Cyrus glanced around. These lands, they're completely dead. There's a rumor, the protagonist said, that orcs throw out the weak, children, elders, anyone who can't fight. Reifenhart chuckled. That's why they admire those who leave. It's a brutal kind of survival, but it works out here. Tilla scowled. Savages. Cirrus raised an eyebrow. The dwarves were just lucky to inherit livable land. Harsh places make harsh customs. But throwing out the weak? The girl replied. That's barbaric. The heroines exchanged sharp glances. The young man watched, thinking humans weren't the only ones who struggled with unity. Ceylon turned. And how are you planning to convince the orcs to help us? The boy furrowed his brow. I have a plan. The woman leaned closer and whispered, You're not thinking of doing what you did last time, are you? He gave a faint smile. Tethid is already with us. Just then, dust kicked up in the gorge behind them. The knight sat up straighter. We've got company. Something, or someone, was charging toward them at a terrifying speed. Mouths dropped open as the figures came into view. The orcs had arrived. Snarling, they bared their fangs, shouting in a tongue none of them could understand. What are they saying? The swordsman asked. The fighter's expression darkened. They're calling us trespassers, and they want every human dead. The martial artist gripped the reins tightly and called out to them, but the orcs roared louder. Their eyes blazed with fury. They weren't listening. Cyrus clenched his jaw. They're not going to stop. One of them raised a massive axe. The elf leapt back, narrowly dodging the blow. Tilla blocked with her weapon. The boy struck back, knocking a few down. They're insanely strong, he shouted. The protagonist folded his arms. But they have one fatal flaw. Riffenhart lifted his hand. Rise, he commanded. The sand beneath them surged upward, then dropped into a swirling pit. Purple energy sparked at his fingertips. Magic circles flared around him. One by one the orcs collapsed where they stood, fast asleep. Silence stared, stunned. That worked way too fast. The boy nodded. That's exactly why their tribe lost to humans, despite being better fighters. The Saintess turned, eyes fixed on the sleeping warriors. The Saintess looked at the fallen monster, realization dawning. It wasn't just brute strength. These creatures had poor resistance to magic. What if, the young man asked, one of them could block spells like that? The fighter shut his eyes. Then we'd be in real trouble. But these weren't warriors. Just then, a massive worm burst from the earth, attacking one of the orcs. The true warriors of the Blue Bear, the fighter explained, are the ones who protect the tribe and hunt monsters. The ones we met? They're just scouts, trainees. The brute collapsed in the dust, still asleep. So these aren't the real deal? The swordsman asked. Before an answer came, a massive shadow loomed over them. The knight tensed, his expression grim. Above them, armed orcs lined the cliff's edge. One figure stepped forward, a stranger in a heavy robe. This land belongs to us, he said coldly. Humans aren't welcome. The martial artist lifted a hand in peace. We didn't come to fight. We came to speak. But the robed orc's eyes narrowed. I don't trust humans. You lie too easily. The protagonist stepped forward, arms wide. Then let me prove I'm different, with action, not words. The brute scowled. What kind of action? Clenching his fist, Reifenhart declared, a true warrior proves himself in combat. I challenge you to a ritual fight. The orcs gathered in a wide arena, preparing for battle. In their culture, ritual fights were more than combat. They were sacred, a bond, a test of honor and strength. Watching them clash, the young man frowned. Among orcs, only the strong earned trust. The only real question was whether they'd even allow a human to take part. To his surprise, the orcs grinned. Wide, toothy, eager, they were impressed he knew their customs, and thrilled to accept. They agreed, the young man said to his friends. Cirrus narrowed her eyes. Of course they did. There was no other way. Cyrus turned to his comrade. Are girls allowed to fight? They don't care about gender, the warrior replied. If you can fight, you're in. Silent pointed at himself. Wait, do I have to fight? The fighter glanced at him. No, you're not a warrior. They probably think you're a kid anyway. The orcs surrounded the group and roared, announcing the start of the ritual. One of the girls stepped forward, sword in hand. Name's Cirrus, she said firmly. Across from her, an orc opened his jaws wide and boomed, Zalcathor! She blinked, surprised. He smiled. I want to fight you. The saintess raised an eyebrow. They know our language? He turned to his comrade. You speak anything else? The boy shrugged. Didn't think I'd ever need to. Steel clashed. The elf swung first. The orc met her blade with his own. Blow after blow rang out through the arena. The brute squinted mid-fight. How can someone so small hit so hard? The knight stepped back, watching in awe. She's holding her own. Cirrus dodged a heavy strike. The orc slammed his blade into the earth. She ducked the next swing, then leapt, spinning mid-air, and kicked him in the head. His eyes went wide. Then he smiled. True warrior, Zalcathor roared, charging again. The elf grit her teeth. They really are what my friend said. True fighters. Nearby, the knight intercepted another attacker. Blades locked. He pushed forward, testing her stance, her grip, her resolve. Cirrus could feel it. His swordsmanship was no joke. He was the real deal. She raised her blade once more, preparing for the next clash. She quickly realized his sword wasn't that impressive on its own. Tightening her grip, she lunged forward with a powerful slash. The orc let out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the blade in his hand began to glow. In his other hand, another, identical sword. He sliced the air in front of him, crossing both weapons to block her strike with ease. The elf's eyes widened. What was that? The orc raised both blades high. These weapons are part of my warrior's soul. The protagonist's gaze locked onto the shimmering swords. Wait, are those spirit weapons? The knight glanced back, just as Reifenhart confirmed. It's a hidden technique, known only to their tribe. Cirrus turned to him. Then tell me more, now. The boy gave a small shrug. They evolve. As the warrior grows stronger, so do the blades. Catching the hilt mid-swing, Cirrus narrowed her eyes. This wasn't just about brute strength. It was a specialized skill. You mean I have to fight like he's wielding some legendary weapon? She asked. Her friend nodded grimly. At high levels, they can even change the weapon's form. With no time to hesitate, the two clashed again. Cirrus bent back, narrowly dodging a strike, then slipped past him and slashed deep into his leg. Her eyes lit up. This is it. She spun, launching a sharp kick into his side. The knight drove his boot forward, slamming into his opponent. Cirrus followed through, her sword arcing through the air. One clean strike. Zalcathor's weapons flew from his hands. His eyes widened in disbelief. Cirrus clenched her jaw. Was that enough? She wondered. The blades spun high into the air. But the orc's face twisted with rage. He shouted to his comrades. Cirrus braced herself. The swords turned mid-air, then rocketed back toward her like missiles. The protagonist tensed. Watch out! They can sometimes control their weapons like that. What? Cirrus gasped. And you didn't think to mention that before? The blades struck the ground with a violent crash, blasting dust into the sky. Out of the swirling cloud came both weapons, flying straight for her. They didn't pierce her, but they tore through her cloak. She landed on her feet, just as the swords dropped beside her. Zalcathor grinned. Incredible. I didn't think I'd need my comrade's strength. Cirrus scowled. So this is normal for them? Of course it was. Their tribe didn't just enhance swords. They fought as one. Spirit, steel, tradition. A part of her wanted to quit, but another part refused. She leapt back just in time to avoid a follow-up attack. I won't lose, she told herself. Not to a basic technique, even if it's theirs. Then, her eyes lit up. If he can use traditional orc methods, then why can't I use elven ones? With a sharp breath, she called upon the ancient magic of her people. Selena, she whispered, come. At once the wind shifted. A breeze spiraled upward. Then, like a flash, the spirit appeared, her faithful companion, Selena, answering the call of their bond. The protagonist's mouth dropped. That's the wind spirit? He had assumed she'd call upon the power of nylon. But no, this was different. This was mastery. Cirrus pushed off Selena's head like a springboard, launching into the sky. She rose fast, much faster than her opponent expected. His eyes followed her, stunned. The orc pointed both blades upward, but Cirrus was faster. She blocked with her saber midair, landed behind him, and pressed the edge of her blade gently to his neck. Yield, she said firmly. A beat of silence. Then the crowd erupted, fists pumping in the air, cheering the stranger's victory. Silent rushed over. You okay? Not hurt anywhere? I'm good, she replied with a nod. Riffenhart gave her a proud smile. Well done. Thank you, master, the elf said, bowing slightly. Cyrus, standing off to the side, watched her with a dark, unreadable gaze. The young priest leaned over and asked quietly, Is it okay to step on a spirit like that? Feels like she might get mad. She won't, the boy answered. Spirits are pure. They don't cling to petty things. The swordsman chuckled. Still, she really launched off her like a trampoline. The boy glanced at Cirrus. She doesn't hold back, even with her friends. Tilla planted her halberd in the ground. The herald's voice boomed. The second round of the ritual battle begins. Let the next challenger step forward. Without hesitation, she stepped up. My turn. Minutes later, the dwarf stood with her head lowered, defeated. The cloaked observer approached her calmly. You've got the spirit of a great warrior. But you're still growing. She said nothing. You didn't give yourself fully to the fight. That can be disrespectful to your opponent, he continued. Still, I get it. You didn't want to hurt them. Her expression shifted to confusion. But a true warrior, he said, must learn to harness their energy. You also underestimated your opponent's aura. Had you gone all in, you might have won. He nodded once. Let this be a lesson. Learn, improve. The girl glanced sideways at him, clearly annoyed. What's with the speech? He grinned. I said you're a good warrior, just keep pushing. She scowled, not entirely sure what to make of him. The young man turned toward Cyrus. Anyway, all's well that ends well. You're up. And hey, try not to kill anyone. I know, Cyrus replied, stepping forward. Raising his blade, he called out, I am Cirrus, the sword of Tense. I'll show you I'm worthy. The observer turned and gave a signal. From the sidelines, another figure stepped out. The ground cracked beneath her feet with every step, cloaked, armored, and steady. An orc woman entered the ring. I am Shutlin, she announced. I'll be your opponent. Cyrus blinked. A woman? The nearby orcs began to murmur. Then shout. Kuruga, they chanted, blessed by Dabata. Kuruga, the title given to those in whom the true warrior spirit dwells. Usually reserved for aura masters or spirit weapon wielders, it was a mark of the highest respect. Hearing the reaction, Cyrus raised an eyebrow. If they're this impressed by her, what would they say about Riffenhart? The atmosphere shifted as Stala released her aura. The chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe had entered the arena. Locking eyes with her, Cyrus knew one thing. She's powerful. Their auras clashed. Cyrus lunged, sword cutting through the air. But she slipped past it with a grin. Then she came at him, fast, blade in hand, no hesitation. Grinding his teeth, the swordsman quickly realized she wasn't just strong. She stood above every other orc he'd faced. She was something else entirely. The orc warrior's face lit up, not with anger, but with delight. Your techniques are impressive, she said admiringly. You're clearly talented. Her expression turned sharp. But you lack real combat experience. Then it hit her. He didn't understand a word she was saying. Even as she attacked, the chieftain repeated herself, more for her own satisfaction than his understanding. You're good, but I've been fighting longer than you've been alive. Cyrus prepared to defend, but her words were just noise. He had no idea what she meant. She struck fast, blades flashing. "Doesn't matter," she muttered, leaping high into the air. "Let's just fight." With a shout in her native tongue, she launched both swords, one from the front, the other curving in from behind, her arms stretched wide. "Go, sisters," she called. Cyrus scrambled, barely deflecting one. The second blade nearly took him off balance. He focused all his energy on defense. This is it, he realized. The spirit weapon technique Riffenhart talked about. She wasn't holding the blades anymore. She was controlling them, with her mind. The pressure was overwhelming. She landed right in front of him and slammed her fist into his chest. The blow rattled through his body. He knew this kind of hit. It was laced with aura. He should have been able to endure it. Then, one of the airborne blades cut deep into his shoulder. Blood ran down his arm. He crossed his arms, breathing heavy. Russ has potential, but no experience. He's studied aura lords, but if he keeps focusing on Stala, he'll never keep up. From the sidelines, the observer watched silently, wondering what the boy would do next. Stala stood confidently, hands on her hips. "It's over. I win." But Cyrus gritted his teeth. "Not yet." He gripped his blade, pushing aura into it. He didn't have much training with it, but it had to be enough. His eyes flashed blue. His aura pulsed. The crowd fell silent. Even the chieftain frowned. "What is this?" Swords, ghostly replicas, began to circle around him. She narrowed her gaze. Are these illusions? She felt the energy. 3 were real. The others, just projections. She tensed. The blades flew at her. Her aura flared, shattering most of them. She charged forward. "Not bad for a rookie," she muttered, but just then, one blade cut across her abdomen. She gasped, stunned, eyes locking with Cyrus as he stood ready. Reifenhart let out a crooked smile. He split the physical form from the essence. A perfect use of aura. Stala clutched her wound. "Good strike," she said, "but that won't work on me twice." Cyrus glanced back. It didn't. He charged again, unleashing more phantom blades. Stala smashed them aside. Easy, she thought, once you know which are real. She reached him, only to watch his body shimmer and break apart like mist. An illusion? The real Cyrus lunged up from below, blades slicing through her thigh. He landed behind her, smiling slightly. It worked. The chieftain stumbled. He switched the blades. But how? Her eyes widened. The protagonist, still catching his breath, realized his comrade had already. Russ had figured it out. He'd learned how to use the void sword. The boy was a genius. There was no other way to describe it. Phantom replication was more than just a flashy trick. It created illusions through aura, bending the rules of physics. It distorted the feeling of presence, making it nearly impossible for opponents to tell what was real. But that was just the bonus. The real power? The ability to shift aura in an instant and strike before the enemy could react. That was the core of the void sword. It may have been the signature move of the Holy Knight Cyrus, but Russ had clearly poured in hours of work, and he'd mastered it faster than anyone expected. Still, that nervous smile lingered on his face. Ever since he first faced this technique, he'd felt off. Now it made sense. He'd been training alone at the Great Forge. For this moment. From the sidelines, Stella glanced at the tall warrior watching in silence. He's got it too, she thought. The warrior's spirit. If she didn't finish off this boy now, she'd lose the chance to face him. Straightening up, she grabbed her swords. "That was fun," she shouted. "But playtime's over." With a sweep of her arm, the blades soared outward, 12 of them, slicing through the air like hunting falcons. Each one stirred the wind with sharp, focused aura. The youth's eyes widened. The sky seemed to shimmer with steel. The crowd watched in awe. But none of the blades landed. They struck the earth in a wide arc around him, leaving deep, smoking furrows in the ground. The boy stood untouched. Then, calmly, he let his sword drop. Hands raised in surrender. "I yield." Stala lifted her fist into the air. "The third ritual match is ours!" The crowd roared back in approval. Later, one of the quiet fighters approached her. "Let me try that technique during training," he said. "I want to feel it for myself." She shook her head. "There's no point. Against someone like you, who dodges everything, it won't hit. You wouldn't feel its true force. But the warrior insisted. Just then, Riffenhart stepped forward. He tossed off his cloak. "I'm next," he said. Stala blinked, and to her surprise, blushed. Hot, she thought. Too hot. Honestly, there was no need for him to fight. Everyone had already been impressed. But a ritual was a ritual. He said his name loud and clear, announcing his intent to fight. Then a towering figure emerged from behind her, cloaked in silence. "I'll take that fight," a voice rumbled. Riffenhart froze. He hadn't even sensed the man's presence. Stala turned, eyes widening. "How long have you been here?" The massive orc pointed to the top of a nearby cliff. "Been watching from up there." Riffenhart looked. That cliff was at least 300 meters away. She scowled. "What about the Snake King?" "I already cut him down," the giant replied calmly. She gave a satisfied nod. "As expected from my mate. What about the food supply?" "Handled." Pulling off his cloak, the towering orc stepped into the ring. "I am Culkin," he declared, "leader of the Blue Bear tribe." He looked directly at Riffenhart. "If you're ready, your opponent is me." "But not your wife?" Riffenhart asked, lowering into a fighting stance. "No problem," he grinned. "Let's do this." Though, he admitted to himself, "I've never fought someone this massive, not counting my old teacher, of course." The towering orc chief laughed heartily, pulling the enormous sword from his back. "Perfect," he growled. "Let's fight!" But before the clash could begin, the young man raised a hand. "May the dreams come." A soft glow shimmered. Advanced sleep activated. The giant immediately collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. And curled up. Snoring. Cyrus and Silent blinked in confusion, their faces mirroring the same silent question. "Wait," Cyrus said slowly. "That's it?" The orc woman pointed angrily at Riffenhart. "A true warrior doesn't fight like that." He shrugged. "You could have just woken him up. I wanted to show I'm not just a warrior, I'm a magician too." The chief stirred, rubbing his head in confusion. "Did I fall asleep? Was I really that tired?" "No," his wife said flatly. "You were spelled." "He's a mage?" the chief asked, blinking. "His weapon is magic," she replied. "So is his body. Fighting him at anything less than full power would be disrespectful." The orc smiled, satisfied. "Then, no more holding back. I'm grateful for your honesty, warrior." Around them, murmurs broke out. "Isn't casting a spell kind of cheating?" someone asked. "No," another countered. "Not using everything you have, that's worse." But is magic really a weapon? It's not about magic. It's about giving your all. In the end, they all agreed on one thing. Just follow the chief's lead. Riffenhart let his aura flare. The fight was back on. Maybe this time, he thought, I'll earn the orc's trust earlier than I did in my past life. Their auras collided. Far away, tucked between the rocks, the Snake King's lifeless body lay sprawled, mouth open, eyes dim. Standing over him was a lone orc warrior, muttering, "This should feed us for a while." His wolf looked up at him, hopeful. "What?" the orc said, staring back. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Then, grinning, he tossed the beast a chunk of meat. Sneaky little thing. But something shimmered behind the rocks. A swirling vortex of aura. The orc froze. "What's that glow?" Tatid's brow furrowed. "I better go check it out." Back in the arena, the fight had erupted. Riffenhart charged, his opponent mirroring him with a fierce grin. Their blows clashed in a storm of glowing sparks. The hero spun his fist, then launched a chi bullet straight at the orc's chest. Kalkin deflected it with precision. Riffenhart gritted his teeth. He's fast. Even with a weapon that size, no less than I expected from a tribe leader. Another wave of chi bullets flew in. Kalkin twisted his blade, knocking away as many as he could. The young warrior smirked. "Time to prove I belong here." He raised his hand again. Advanced sleep. Kalkin's eyes rolled back, and down he went again. Unbelievably, it worked. Riffenhart dashed forward, mind racing, heart pounding. Even an orc of this caliber. Magic had always been Aura's weakness. But then, something unexpected. The sleeping orc suddenly swung his massive blade. Riffenhart barely managed to dodge. Eyes wide, he stared. Did the spell fail? No. Kalkin was still asleep. His body hadn't stirred. Wait, is he fighting in his sleep? The boy blinked. Is this even possible? Can all Aura Lords do this? Cyrus, watching tensely, muttered, So Aura can affect reflexes like that. I should have tried that in training. Meanwhile, the chieftain, mid-swing, seemed to yawn, then blinked. Ah, he said groggily. I got hit with magic again. Riffenhart raised a hand and commanded, Freeze, like stone. I've never seen anything like this. Not even in my past life, he thought, stunned. Then, calmly, he cast antipsychotic wards on his allies. A magic seal lit beneath the orc's feet. Kalkin had no resistance to spells, but he still clenched his teeth, refusing to drop, and then he charged. His sword swung automatically, body locked in advanced aura control, pure muscle memory. He roared, laughing. This is fun. Reifenhart couldn't help but grin. What a crazy technique. Dashing in, he shouted, Fine, let's do this for real. He wasn't thinking about exhaustion anymore. Now, he just wanted to fight, like a true warrior. The battlefield lit up as their weapons clashed. Blinding flashes of aura, clouds of dust and sand, debris flying in every direction. Neither backed down. An orc watching from the edge grinned wide. This is it. Then Kalkin bellowed, Time to end this! He raised his blade. Riffenhart answered, As you wish. He clenched his fist. Aura began to swirl. Tight, dense, deadly. Their eyes locked, both smiling with full warrior's respect. Then it happened. Reifenhart unleashed 4-stage horn of disasters. Kalkin swung his sword, activating Rock Crusher. The ground split. Stone, air, light, all exploded from the clash. The shockwave shot into the sky like lightning, then slowly faded into silence. Behind them, the priest rushed in, placing both palms on the chieftain's back, holy light flowing into him. Reifenhart stepped forward. Hey, go easy on him. The priest rolled his eyes. You said this would be quick. At the orc's painful howl, he barked, Quit whining and get ready, rag! Stala, acting as judge, stepped forward with a sigh. It's a draw. Hands on her hips, she added, Your energies are like uterine twins. The dwarf nearby looked pale. Clenching her fists, she asked, Wait, is Phelan's healing always that painful? The annoyed priest answered, It's not the healing, it's the residual aura, still inside his body. The saintess chimed in, Aura and mana aren't the same as holy power, not entirely alien to each other, but still, not exactly a good mix. Glancing at the injured leader, the boy offered, Want me to patch you up too? Kalkin shook his head. I'll heal, don't waste it. Riffenhart blinked, then smiled. The orc looked him in the eye. You're a true warrior, he said. From this day on, you're my brother. Riffenhart turned to the sky, dark, quiet, calm now, and Kalkin added with a grunt. It was an honor to call him brother. They had already clashed blades. Now it was time to share a drink. Later, inside the chieftain's tent, the fire crackled and warm light danced off the walls. The orcs raised their goblets high, shouting for a toast. And just like that, they downed their drinks with wild grins. The priests and swordsmen exchanged a look. They understood the warriors just wanted to unwind, but something about the moment felt off. The chieftain handed a goblet to his newfound brother. One sniff, and he knew. It was drench. Strong stuff, smelled awful, but after just one sip, his face turned red. It was surprisingly good. Either it really was, or his taste buds had betrayed him. Noticing his reaction, the big orc let out a hearty laugh. He admitted he'd been nervous, afraid the drink wouldn't be appreciated. Then he turned to his stern wife, grinning, and called for the whole barrel. She scowled, muttering that he was just looking for an excuse to get drunk. Still, she hauled the thing over. Cheers erupted as the chieftain lifted the barrel and started chugging. Nearby, a few orcs were eyeing Cirrus, whispering among themselves. Could elves really be fat? They'd never seen one so sturdy. And the dwarf? Just the same. How were they even warriors? The girl asked the chieftain what they were saying. Laughing, he explained that in orc culture, if your muscles aren't bulging through your skin, you're considered fat. Meanwhile, a group of orc women were gossiping about the young priest. Too skinny, they said. Looked half dead. Poor guy had to defend himself, insisting he'd eaten plenty. Looking around, Riffenhart wondered, was this the real reason he was brought here? Then the tent flap opened. The chieftain turned. surprised. A familiar orc stepped in. Riefenhart blinked. He recognized him. The once frail shepherd now stood tall and healthy. The young warrior's eyes widened as memories came rushing back. The old orc grinned and nodded. Yes, he remembered him. Slightly changed, but the same man who had once saved his life. The chieftain looked between them, surprised they knew each other. Reifenhart explained. This man had saved him long ago. He was the reason he was here now. The elder orc's face lit up with understanding. What a twist of fate. Then, turning to his blood brother, the chieftain asked what brought him here. Reifenhart smiled. He came with an offer, land, fertile and safe. All he asked in return was their help. The chieftain crossed his arms. So you'll give us land, if we fight for you? Reifenhart nodded. In short, yes. The plan was to move toward the Viscounty of Gelfane, near the Great Glothine Range. The chieftain turned to Tathid, seeking his view. After all, he'd grown up among humans. Tathid replied calmly. Most humans can't be trusted, but this one, he can. He's no liar. Still, the chieftain hesitated. He trusted his friend, but the safety of the tribe came first. Reifenhart then suggested they speak with the master weapon makers. Perhaps their insight could guide them. Soon, they stood outside the blacksmith's tent. The blacksmith crossed his arms and greeted them. Warriors blessed by battle, he said, voice like steel, what brings you here? He introduced himself as Grouter, the weapon maker of the Bluebear tribe. Standing behind him, the warrior spoke up. Their newly adopted brother had a proposal, and for the good of the tribe, they'd need Grouter's wisdom. By morning, the group was ready to move. As they set off, Reifenhart felt the talks had gone well. The chieftain confirmed it. The tribe would hide their young in a safe place, then catch up later. Noticing Tathid's quiet expression, Reifenhart asked why he'd come along so soon. Tathid simply said he'd act as a guide, helping direct the rest of the tribe to them when the time came. The boy's eyes lit up. First elves, then dwarves, now orcs. What's next? He even joked that the big guy might join their squad too. The hero smiled. His friend had already figured it out. A few days later, on the royal road of Termania, one of Crovin's key trade routes, a caravan moved steadily through the night. Hidden in the shadows, several figures watched its progress. The commander studied the line of wagons, brow furrowed. Just 100 soldiers? That couldn't be right. Sure, Prince Huvel wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even he should know how critical these military supplies were. One soldier guessed maybe this was all the prince could muster, but the commander scoffed. They'd expected at least 500. No mages either, someone muttered. Not even a magical defense line. It was odd. This escort was weak, too weak. No armored knights, barely any experienced troops, just a bunch of scrawny kids. And to top it off, an orc was leading the column. That raised eyebrows. Could they be posing as refugees, using civilians to pass for soldiers? The officer noted that Prince Yuval couldn't afford to divide his forces now. If they hit this group hard, they'd crumble. But even so, there was no need to push too hard, just enough to scare them. The weaklings would probably scatter on their own. The commander raised his blade. His voice rang out. In the name of King Carrots, drop your weapons and bow. But before the words even echoed, 3 small figures darted forward, cloaks flying. The soldiers froze. Cloaks whipped back, revealing 3 armed gnomes charging straight at them. The officer's mouth dropped open. Gnomes? These were the reinforcements? Who in their right mind would send these little guys? One soldier blurted out, Are they insane? But the dwarf in front, Cardamite, was already on the move. Gripping his massive axe, he launched into the air. The commander's eyes widened. He soared over the squad like a cannonball. What the hell? The warrior gasped. How'd he jump that high? The other 2 dwarves split off, axes swinging. Roaring, they hacked into the enemy lines, yelling they'd tear everyone apart. The soldiers barely had time to react. Confusion broke out as steel clashed and panic spread. The commander pointed his sword and shouted, Stand down! This doesn't have to. All dwarves, charge! The command rang out, and the small but fierce squad surged straight toward the caravan. One of the dwarves called out, They've got 800 infantry. That's 8 times our number. Another replied with a grin, Our savior told us not to use aura, so we'll just have to go all out the hard way. The knights advanced, But the dwarves met them head-on, cutting through their lines one after another. Despite the commander's desperate efforts to rally his troops, they were faltering. After all, they were up against gnomes. Just gnomes. What could those little freaks possibly do? Then the axe came down. Despite being only 3 in number, the dwarves tore through the enemy ranks like seasoned war machines. Their presence alone sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Watching from a distance, the protagonist smiled. Let the commander shout and rally all he wanted. It wouldn't matter. His soldiers couldn't compete. This was exactly why they were brought here. Even Silent, wide-eyed, muttered, "I never imagined gnomes could fight like that." The dwarves pushed forward, their attacks relentless. As the enemy shouted for reinforcements and ordered no retreat, Reifenhardt explained, "We knew all this in advance. The enemy didn't. They weren't prepared. Not mentally, not tactically. Besides, who would expect 3 Overlords to emerge from a squad of dwarves? Only a prophet would have seen that coming." Panic spread across the commander's face. "Who sent you?" he shouted. "If your master had a shred of honor, he wouldn't send beasts like you to kill knights." The dwarves stared him down, eyes full of disgust. One sneered, "What a pathetic worm! I can't stand this guy." Cardamite shook his head. "Nah, no use being mad at a fool." That's when Tata charged. He snatched his weapon, and the commander drew his own sword. "I won't fall to some lesser orc," he roared. But the orc's blade answered swiftly. Blood burst into the air. The fight was over. Returning to Riffenhardt, the warrior reported that the enemy commander had been taken down. Riffenhardt raised an eyebrow. "Well done." It was clear the orc hadn't changed much, not even after training with the Tan trade union. He still called him master, though Riffenhardt barely cared. What mattered was that the mission was halfway done. Elsewhere, in the barony of Dolphin, a war council gathered around a long table. Count Finia stroked his beard, brow furrowed. "I'm grateful for your help, but what you're asking is too much." Reifenhardt stared him down. Unshaken, the count continued. "You're asking us to treat slaves as real soldiers? To pay them like mercenaries?" Reifenhardt replied calmly, "They're the best troops I have." Another official huffed, brushing his beard. "Arguing with mages is pointless. They're all the same. Stubborn." Then one nobleman turned toward Cirrus. "This is ridiculous. How can you ask us to accept something like this?" Another added, "Even if they can fight, there are only 100 of them. What difference can they make?" Cirrus corrected him, "There are 126, and more are coming. The Blue Bear tribe is on the way. I brought them here as allies." That caused a stir at the table. "The gnomes, wild elves, and now orcs?" one of them scoffed. "You want us to ally with that chaos? What use are they in war? And none of them come cheap either." As the debate heated up, the nobles suggested something blunt. Why not sell the gnomes and orcs and use the money to hire real warriors? "You could go through the trade union," one of them muttered. Without lifting his gaze, the mage answered coldly, "Because you don't believe in them." The official scoffed. "Of course we don't." Then the young man leaned forward with a grin. "Then let us prove you wrong. We'll take the fortress of Sinai ourselves." Count Phineas stroked his beard again, clearly unconvinced. "The fortress?" he asked, raising a brow. "Yes," the protagonist repeated, his voice firm. The Count's expression darkened. "Are you serious? You think that rabble can pull off a siege? That one victory makes you a commander?" He slammed his hand on the table. "Sinai is guarded by Tesvalt, strongest knight in the kingdom. He wields aura like a blade." But the young hero didn't flinch. "We're strong too. Back us, and we'll deliver Prince Uvel a real victory." Another nobleman laughed. "This is madness. Typical mage. No idea what a real siege even is." That's when the prince finally broke his silence. Arms crossed, he looked at the council. "What's everyone so worked up about?" he asked plainly. One of the nobles answered carefully, "Your Highness, you're about to throw away your best slaves on a hopeless assault." But the prince leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. "They'll be more useful as soldiers than chained in a cellar." He turned to the protagonist. "Will you leave them supplies as agreed?" "Of course," the hero replied. "Just enough for a week." The prince smiled. "Perfect. That saves us most of the stockpile. 100 men don't eat much anyway." From around the table, officials began nodding. They agreed with His Highness. And more importantly, they backed Reifenhardt. Raising his hand, the prince, the rightful heir to the throne of Croven, gave the order. "Sir Reifenhardt, Bring us victory at Sinai." The mage bowed low. "It will be done." Later, back at camp, the protagonist emerged from the trees and found his companions. "Did Tati leave already?" he asked. The elf nodded. "He and the Dark King left around 5. "And the meeting?" she asked. He gave a slight smile. "Went as expected." But Cyrus still looked uneasy. 200 against 3,000. That's a lot. For a siege to succeed, attackers are usually supposed to outnumber defenders 3-1. The warriors grinned. "It's not that the Knights of Croynes are weaklings," one said. "They're just no match for the warriors of the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe." With them, another added, "We've got the strongest fighters from both races. Victory's ours." "And don't forget," said the swordsman, "we've got 6 Aura Lords, not even counting me." "A rare army, that's for sure," someone chuckled. The young priest looked around at the group, hope rising in his chest. "Maybe this battle will change how I see orcs and gnomes." Just then, someone approached and added, "Same goes for elves." It was Elder Relhart. He stepped forward and announced proudly, "Elfenheim is ours again. No more will humans look down on us." A flame ignited in the elf's palm. It roared to life, a fire spirit bursting free with a low hum. The boy's eyes widened at the sight, watching the fire twist and flicker like it was alive. "That's incredible," he whispered. The elder calmly stated that, in time, the rest of the elves would come to understand. The tree of life had awakened once more. But then, both the elf and the flame spirit suddenly tensed, startled by a voice that broke through the moment, one full of amusement and curiosity. "Quite the display of power," the voice said. Everyone turned to see the speaker, Prince Yuval, walking into camp with young Phinia by his side. When asked what he was doing there, the prince replied casually, Phinia wanted to meet more dwarves. While the girl wandered off to speak with her kin, Yuval approached the mage. "Did everything go according to plan?" he asked. "And are you confident we'll win?" "Of course," the magician said with a nod, "though there's still plenty to prepare." Watching Phinia laugh among the dwarves, the prince softened. "Even so, I'm glad she's smiling again." He turned back to the hero. "You understand what we believe in. I trust you even more than my own commanders. So go ahead, do what you must. You already gave Phinia her smile back." The hero returned the smile. "I won't let you down." Days later, spring arrived, and with it, war. The peace at Sinai Fortress shattered as alarm bells rang out. "We're under attack!" From atop the battlements, Tesvalt, arms folded, surveyed the commotion. "I heard there was an assault, rushed here the moment I got word," he said. "But this—" One of the guards scratched his head. They looked like attackers. A small army was closing in, mostly dwarves, flanked by elves and orcs. Tesvalt narrowed his eyes. "This is it?" No humans in sight, only dwarves in thick armor bearing Prince Yuval's emblem. He scoffed. "So the prince thinks he can take the fortress with this?" His frown deepened. "Hiring proper soldiers would have cost less. Why waste so much coin?" "Maybe it's part of a bigger plan," someone offered. Ignoring the guess, Tesvalt barked orders. "Tell the mages to get a closer look. Then gather 10 knights. Send 50 soldiers with each one." The guard hesitated. "Isn't that a bit much?" "If it's a trap," Tesvalt snapped, "those numbers guarantee we break through." The riders moved to the gates. The Aura Lord gave his final order. "Kill every dwarf and elf you see, but take the elven women alive. Armed ones are probably elite assassins. Good prey." The soldiers advanced quickly. One of them muttered, "This is insane." The commander silenced him. "You heard the order. No mercy. In the name of King Cardus." Then, everything exploded. A red flash lit the field. The lead horseman was launched into the air, his mount buckling under the blast. Tesvalt's eyes went wide. A dwarf had just caught an axe mid-air, his aura flaring to life. "Are we allowed to use it now?" he asked. Another dwarf lit up with power. The savior gave the word, "Let's do this." The third grinned darkly. They charged. Steel clashed with flashing aura. The soldiers were overwhelmed, staggered to see weapons glowing in dwarven hands. Panic surged through the ranks. Then came the words they feared. "Tesvalt is down." Hutch, a seasoned knight, couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Are those even dwarves?" he muttered in disbelief. Cardamite stepped forward, waving a hand at the stunned soldiers. As they hesitated, wondering if these were monsters in disguise, he shouted, "It's time we pay back the humans for everything they did to us." The second dwarf raised his blade, letting out a roar. "It's been too long since I've fought at full strength." The third hefted his massive hammer. "Come on, brothers. Let's show them what real power looks like." On the fortress wall, Tesfault's expression hardened, his jaw clenched. "Aura Lords? Among dwarves? Impossible." One of the guards leaned toward him, panic in his voice. "Sir, what do we do now?" Before he could answer, a magician ran up beside him. "If they really are Aura Lords," he warned, "then the gates are at risk." Tesfault's fists tightened. "You're right. Activate the barrier." The mage raised his hands. Seals ignited, and a shimmering dome enveloped the fortress. The protagonist watched from below, shielding his eyes with one hand. "That's a high-grade magical barrier," he muttered. "Expected, considering the size of the place." Someone next to him frowned. "Doesn't that put us at a disadvantage?" He shook his head. "No, this is just what we planned for." The elves stepped forward, arms extended. A soft, ancient chant echoed from their lips. Then came the flames. Dozens of fire spirits swirled into existence, summoned by their song. From the wall, a knight shouted, "What the hell is this? Archers! Fire!" But their arrows passed right through the living fire. A stunned guard gasped, "It's spirit magic, like in the old texts." Another shook his head. "That's impossible. Elves don't control spirit magic." But the spirits weren't waiting. They slammed into the gate's protective spells, cracking them apart. With a deafening roar, a dwarf charged forward. "Relhart's a good man," he bellowed, "and this is for him." His axe, glowing with power, cleaved into the weakened gate. Wood and steel splintered. The entrance tore wide open. Inside, chaos exploded. Screams echoed. "Demons! They've breached the fortress!" Sir Tesfault, Lord of the Aura, wasted no time. Leading the elite Fernando Order himself, he galloped toward the gate at full speed. "I'll take these bastards myself," he shouted. "The rest of you, deal with the others. Show these low-born creatures the strength of true knights. For the king." Cardamite broke into a run, his voice booming. "I'll handle him, brothers. Cover the others." One of them warned, "Be careful, this one has aura." Tesfault activated his power, aura blazing around him. "You slaves forgot your place. You think you've earned the right to wield the aura." Their weapons collided with a crash of power. The knight managed to parry the first blow, but his face twisted with strain. He thought he'd be stronger. Cardamite stared him down. "Not bad," he thought. "You're younger than me, but skilled. Humans really do learn fast." All around them, soldiers watched in horror. Dwarves wielding aura, holding their ground against one of the strongest knights in the kingdom? It didn't make sense. Smoke curled above the fortress. The protagonist watched it rise and smiled. Cardamite was holding his own against the best Krovan had to offer. He didn't expect him to lose. But then, he turned. The elves were exhausted, barely staying on their feet. Cyrus stood frozen, tension in every line of his face. "Master," he asked, eyes wide, "why are we just standing here?" The master answered calmly, "This is a battle for the world to witness. It's meant to show the strength of other races. We can't step in." The swordsman extended a hand to steady the young priest. "But if they lose, it all means nothing." The boy nodded. "You're right." Still, his thoughts churned. Where are the others? Just then, movement caught his eye. He spun around. There they were. The orcs had arrived. "You're late," he shouted. Gripping the reins, Tethid raised a hand in apology. "We had to avoid human patrols. But we're here now, all of us." The young man visualized the battlefield in his mind. "Teslan, you idiot. We should have seen this coming." But there was no time for complaints. Pointing toward the fortress, he called out, "Let's go, join the battle." Tethid gave a toothy grin. Behind him, 100 warriors of the Blue Bear tribe were ready to charge. Wolves growled as the command was given, "Send in the warriors of the Blue Spirit!" The ground trembled under the pounding feet of orcs as they rushed through the shattered gates. "May the skies split their blades, may their axes tear open the earth," came the cry. The orcs had seen their allies fight. Now it was their turn. "They're warriors of the Blue Spirit," someone said. "The fire in their blood is what drives them to win." The call echoed across the battlefield. Foot soldiers raised their swords. Axes gleamed in the sun. The orcs charged in, roaring their battle cries, ready to crush the enemy beneath them. "Fight until the last heartbeat! Let the spirits of war protect us!" Panic swept through the fortress ranks. No one understood where the orcs had come from. To the defenders, it felt like the monsters were multiplying. One knight tried to rally his men. "Don't lose your heads! They're just beasts!" But as they saw Takid break ahead of the pack, swinging a sword larger than most men, they froze. "What kind of weapons are those?" one man gasped. From the sidelines, a mage chuckled. "They're terrified. Humans have never faced this kind of style." He continued, almost amused. "Elves favor sleek, elegant blades. Dwarves prefer long, heavy weapons. Trolls use natural materials, bone, wood. But orcs?" A grin crossed his face. "The bigger and flashier the weapon, the better. Fueled by spirit energy, they become pure destruction." Blades swept through the battlefield like living things. The human soldiers panicked, shouting that the orcs were possessed. Their enemies, on the other hand, called on their gods with pride. Palm to forehead, the hero exhaled. "I knew the orc warriors were strong, but this is brutal, completely one-sided." The spirit weapons were devastating, though not without flaws. "If they just split into two groups," he muttered, "one could dodge the weapons while the other takes down the wielders." But then the chieftain stepped forward. With a blast of aura, he lit up the field, and the soldiers recoiled in terror. Off to the side, the mage quietly watched it all unfold. Ignorance is the deadliest curse. The world had deceived itself, not just about the other races, but about what humans truly knew. Meanwhile, the clash between the dwarf and Tesvalt intensified. Blow after blow, the knight struggled to keep up. Tesvalt's thoughts raced. What in the world is happening here? Watching from above, Riffenhart turned to the young priest. "Hard to watch, isn't it?" he asked. The boy lowered his eyes and nodded. "Yes, after all, I'm still human." As Cardamite's axe cleaved through Tesvalt, splitting the knight clean in half, the battlefield fell into stunned silence. Watching it unfold, the young priest finally understood. These warriors weren't just brutes, they were fighting for something more. A better life. And maybe, just maybe, this war could make that future real. Raising his weapon high, Cardamite bellowed, "The enemy leader is down. Victory is ours." Cheers erupted from the warriors around him. The battle wasn't over yet, but the tide had turned. The rest would fall soon. Sunset cast a blood-red glow over the capital of Crovan. Inside the royal chambers, Prince Kara slammed both fists on the table. "What kind of nonsense is this?" The messengers flinched, insisting that the reports were true. Karis's face darkened. "Are you absolutely sure? Tesvalt is dead." They nodded solemnly. "We questioned every surviving witness." The prince pressed a palm to his forehead, stunned. The strongest knight in the kingdom, gone. His brow furrowed. That meant they had only 12,000 soldiers left. Sinai Fortress had fallen. Even the capital wasn't safe anymore. Defenses here could barely muster 4,000 men. With a grim look, Karis placed his hand on the table. "I need to speak with grandfather and father. Summon all noble troops to the capital. If we lose Croyne, there's no second chance." The room went silent as the prince thought aloud. Yuval has the crown and the seal. If he completes the coronation in the capital, even the neutral nobles will side with him. He clenched his jaw. "We have to concentrate everything here." The servants exchanged glances. For someone so young, Prince Karis was sharp, far sharper than expected. Perhaps he truly was fit to be king. A few days later, high atop the captured Sinai Fortress, Prince Yuval stood at its highest point. He looked out over the battlefield, a stunned smile tugging at his lips. "I still can't believe I'm standing here." "Well, you are," the hero replied, "and I told you I wouldn't let you down." The prince laughed. "You did say that!" "And what about the others? How are the heroes holding up? Had time to rest?" "Enough," Reifenhart replied, arms stretched overhead. When His Highness asked how the nobles were reacting, the magician shrugged. "Not everyone's happy, but what choice do they have? While their troops sleep in comfort, mine are the reason we're even here." The prince looked down at the fortress courtyard. "This only happened thanks to you and your warriors. No one can deny that." "And the damage?" he asked, gaze shifting toward the shrouded bodies. The hero answered softly. 17 dwarves, 9 orcs. The elves all survived, but many were badly wounded." Yuval's face reflected sorrow. "Less than the enemy, but still heavy, considering how few fighters we had to begin with." The hero raised an eyebrow. The prince was more thoughtful than he expected. At first, he wasn't sure whether supporting Yuval over Karis was the right move. But now he didn't doubt it. If someone had to win the throne, better it be the one who respected his allies, no matter their race. And thanks to this victory, no soldier in the army would dare look down on their non-human comrades again. Well, most of them. In one of the palace corridors, the hero ran into a familiar face, one that immediately made his blood boil. The man smirked. "You've got some impressive slaves," he said casually. "Name your price. I'll buy 'em off you." The hero's jaw clenched tight. The official sneered, and the young man stiffened. "You must be mistaken," he said firmly. "They're our allies. How many times do I need to say that?" But the official just waved him off. "Sure, you're just opposed to giving them up, but if I were you, I wouldn't either." Fury bubbling just beneath the surface, the mage turned and stormed off, leaving the clueless noble behind. Part of him wanted to teach the man a lesson, but there was no time for that. News spread like wildfire across the kingdom. An army made up of different races had stormed the fortress of Sinai and won. Whispers passed between foot soldiers. Tesfault was killed by a dwarf. Nobody believed it at first. But the fortress had truly fallen. Even in the lavish halls of noble balls, the topic burned. The orcs, long considered brutal and unruly, were suddenly being talked about differently. Sure, they made vicious gladiators. But if Prince Yuval had managed to earn their loyalty, could others? Still, no one was sure what that meant for their status as slaves. In a dim tavern late at night, an orc carried a bundle of firewood into the room. "Work's done," he grunted to his master. The innkeeper scowled. "Idiot! I said leave it in the back." Drunken patrons snickered from nearby tables. "Look at that! These rumors? Total nonsense. Orcs are brainless." "Yeah," another muttered. "No way they helped take down a fortress." But one leaned in, curious. "Still, who could have convinced them to fight like that?" "I heard it was a priest," someone whispered. "A felon priest who even controls dwarves. Some say they've seen it with their own eyes." The conversation carried on, the men too deep in their cups to notice they were being watched. One muttered, "Temples like that don't even use slaves. That's the weird part." Suddenly, a shadow loomed over their table. A towering woman leaned in. One of the drunkards blinked and stammered, Miss? Can we help you?" She raised a glass of wine to her lips, eyeing them silently. The worker, confused and slightly intimidated, asked, "Why are you asking about this priest?" The warrior woman sipped slowly, still holding the cup. "I'm curious about this boy. Maybe you know something." They exchanged awkward glances. Not much, just that he's, 14? Red hair. Honestly, looks more like a girl. In the blink of an eye, the glass shattered in her grip, splashing wine across her face. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she licked the wine from her lips, eyes narrowing. She had found him, her fiancé, Suan. Meanwhile, across the great plains of Lient, a vast army had assembled. Prince Karis's forces, 10,000 strong, marched in formation. Facing them was Prince Yuval's squad, only 3,000 warriors, but each one battle-tested. High above, Riffenhart looked across the plains, a small smile playing on his lips. This is exactly what I expected from Karas. He brought his full army the moment he heard Sinai had fallen. Across the battlefield, Spurius drew his sword and shouted, "Fools, you can't even recognize the true king. If any of you have the guts to face me, step forward." One man, sitting tall atop his horse, raised his voice. "Anyone brave enough to accept?" Silence. He sneered. "Didn't think so. You used some cheap trick to take down Tull. Don't act like you're warriors." Cardamite, staring straight ahead, spoke calmly. "That was the demon sword of Brozen. You want to fight it?" The challenger paused, then shook his head. "No thanks." "Good," Cardamite replied. "We already have a volunteer." The warrior narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" Cyrus stepped forward, drawing his blade. "My name is Cyrus. I fight for Prince Yuval." "Facing you in a duel is an honor." Spurius burst out laughing, mouth wide open. "Wonderful, you're not even 30. Cyrus lowered his head. "That doesn't mean this will be easy." In the next instant, their swords clashed, steel ringing across the plains. The duel erupted with ferocity, both men trading heavy blows, neither giving an inch. Then came a crushing strike from Spurius. Cyrus twisted his blade in response, deflecting it cleanly. Soldiers watching from both sides gasped. "They have an Auralord too? Good thing he's on our side." Prince Karas grit his teeth. Yuval has more Auralords in his ranks than the entire kingdom. Their presence alone was enough to ignite the spirits of his troops. He looked toward the duel. "Spurius, don't lose." Spurius let out a laugh between swings. "You're quite skilled for someone so young." Cyrus met his blade again. "Your skills aren't bad either." Sweat streamed down the boy's brow. He clenched his jaw. I can win this, and maybe I'll lose, but not because I'm weak. I've been through more than you know, thanks to Refinhart. I have experience. Suddenly, the air around them shifted. Aura surged from both fighters, powerful and dense. Spirius's pupils shrank. Cyrus's expression hardened. From afar, the hero watched, eyes narrowing. I sent him into battle to see what he could really do, and he's surpassing every expectation. At this pace, he'll earn the title of Holy Sword within a few years. Spirius roared, light bursting around him. I'll never lose to you. Cyrus bared his teeth, aura flaring around him in return. And then, he shifted his stance, sword drawn behind him. Ghostly replication, he whispered. The enemy blinked. What technique is this? Are those aura illusions? But it was too late. Cyrus closed the distance in a flash and pierced his opponent. Eyes wide, Spirius stumbled back and collapsed. He stared at the sky in disbelief. What was that? How do you even know that technique at your age? Cheers erupted behind Cyrus. The soldiers shouted his name in awe. But the boy looked down at his blade. Still not good enough. The technique is brilliant, but pulling it off is exhausting. Then Karis snapped. Teeth bared, weapon raised, he roared, Troops, ready yourselves. A beat later, his voice thundered. Attack! A wall of soldiers surged forward, screaming as they charged. Cyrus spun around, shouting, Brave warriors, with me! A stampede followed, many of them orcs. Fight until your last heartbeat, they shouted. Karis rode his horse to the front. Kill the monsters! Hold the line! Use our numbers. Knock them off their mounts. But these weren't horses. From the front lines came howls. Massive wolves lunged into the fray, their riders armed and relentless. One knight, eyes wide and sweating, cried out, Those aren't horses at all! Panic rippled through the ranks. The rumors were true. Another soldier searched the battlefield. Where's the head of the special forces? What is he doing? They spotted him, blade flashing. But the man growled in frustration. I didn't even break through. How the hell did Sadin and his 1,000 men fail to break into their command line? An evil stronghold, defended by just 200 warriors, stood silent, until a swarm of fierce gnomes suddenly stormed the scene. They admitted their stubby legs made moving around a challenge, but when it came to defense, no one could match them. Then a blazing beast erupted into view, Karsa. With a single command from his gaping jaws, he cast a spell, but nothing happened. Confused, someone explained. Their magic had been sealed. Something, or someone, was cutting off their mana flow. The boy turned to the strange mage standing with them, wondering silently, who is this guy? How can he block everyone's mana like that? And if he's that powerful, why hasn't he just wiped the enemy out with one massive spell? Stretching out his hand, the young mage said calmly, I may be short on mana, but talent, I've got more than enough. Suddenly, Sir Cyrus launched high above the battlefield. From the ground, voices shouted, The Elven Witch is making her move! Cyrus closed his eyes and gave the order, Retreat! A moment later, Jive raised his weapon high, shouting, Victory is ours! The ground was soaked in blood-red grass. That day became etched in history as the Battle of the Lead Ant Plains, a fight won by none other than Prince Yuvel. Time passed, and the county of Hendrik rose near the battlefield. Cheers rang through the air. The prince, glancing sideways, remarked, Yesterday they were singing the praises of King Debik Arsas. Finia replied, He's holed up in Croin, getting ready for another fight. Count Vet and Barlant are planning to meet him and pledge their loyalty. With a smirk, the prince called them slippery snakes. His grandfather nearby spoke up. Harsberg and Granyard and Zelik are staying neutral. Are you thinking about trying to sway them? The young prince simply asked, Why would I? Phineas stroked his beard. A fair question. Biting his lip, the prince thought to himself, I want to be a king who actually looks after his people. It's the least I can do. Back in Hendrik County, everything changed in an instant. Axes glinted, and someone barked out an order to halt. A guard squinted ahead. Is that Sears's paladin? What's she doing here? The warrior tensed up, jaw clenched. Another muttered, She's too tall. Way too tall. High above the rooftops of Hendrik, Silent was doing push-ups, counting each rep. Nearby, Reifenhart called out, Enough with the arms. Move on to squats. He added, Thanks to your performance in the last battle, the troops have started calling you the Red Maiden. Darting across the field, Healing the wounded, they'll never forget what they saw. Wiping the sweat from his face, the young man started squatting. The main character told him to take it easy, that he didn't need to push himself this hard. But the boy clenched his jaw and said, "I want muscle. Fast. No matter what." Hands on her hips, the saintess turned to Cirrus. "What are you doing here?" The main character shrugged. Maybe he's trying to patch things up. The elf turned to Selena and said, "Back then, it was life or death. I hope you're not still angry." Reifenhart raised an eyebrow. He had already warned her she'd be offended, but the girl brushed it off, insisting that in a few days, it would all blow over. After all, spirits didn't have the best memory, no better than a goldfish, she joked. The protagonist glanced down, asking if she truly considered herself their friend. Had she always been like this, or was this her true self, finally showing through after being hidden in a past life? Just then, a warrior approached, telling him that a woman had come to see him. Confused, the protagonist asked again, "Me?" Scratching his head, the defender admitted that she had actually asked to meet the saintess, but he figured she meant him instead. Moments later, in the living room, a young woman named Christine stepped forward. Eyes closed, she introduced herself cheerfully as Reifenhart, and revealed her name and title. Wiping sweat from his brow, the protagonist muttered to himself, wondering if Tessalon had a younger sister. He turned to the girl and asked what brought her here. Christine explained she was looking for Silen. The messenger must have gotten it wrong. Mouth slightly agape, the protagonist admitted he'd been thrown off by her appearance and asked what her business with Silen was. At that exact moment, Silen entered the room. Christine's face lit up. She called out to him, and Silen's eyes went wide with shock. Raising her brows in delight, the paladin teased, "How long do you plan on running from fate?" Still stunned, the young man blurted out, "What fate?" Without missing a beat, she replied, "The fate that brought us together." Reifenhart narrowed his eyes, asking, "What exactly is your relationship?" Christine looked up thoughtfully. A second later, her lips curled into a pleased smile as she gently touched her cheek. From the side, the swordswoman Sarah declared dramatically that it was the will of the Almighty. They were destined for one another. The scene shifted to a grand building. Inside a lavish room, Silen was frantically throwing things into a bag, panicking about needing to escape. The protagonist explained that he'd asked her to wait in the living room, hoping she'd calm down. With his mouth half open, he asked, "What's going on? Are you two actually engaged?" Christine stood with her arms crossed as Reifenhart clarified the situation. She was from one of the most respected families in the Kingdom of Holland. Even as a child, people said she'd grow up to be a beauty. Now, she had become exactly that. Tall, striking, nearly 2 meters, and a woman of serious presence. The protagonist explained how she was introduced to the church, and that's when the prophet Sir had arrived. It was soon revealed that she was the daughter of a noble lord, his sword, in fact, and destined to be the mother of a legendary warrior. Her fate was to unite with the man of the sun. It felt as though she stood on a mountaintop, gazing down at destiny itself. In the sacred order of Sayre, she had been named a paladin, trained as a warrior, and sent on countless missions. One of those missions eventually led her to the land of Vasily. Roses bloomed around Christine in that memory. That was where she met him, Silen. Reifenhart recalled how Silen had been tending to the wounded on the battlefield, and for Christine, that was all it took. He was her ideal. She had fallen for him at first sight. The protagonist went on, saying that when she returned to the order, she made a bold announcement. The paladin, mouth wide open in excitement, declared that the prophecy had been fulfilled, because she had found the father of the future great warrior. The warrior began explaining. The holy order was in complete disarray. Unlike Christine, most of its members were ordinary folks. They couldn't possibly approve a union between a woman in her 20s and a 12-year-old boy. An elder, mouth agape, tried to reason with her. Surely she must be mistaken. Their prophesied partner couldn't be a child. The protagonist imagined Christine with that same blissful smile, her hand resting on her cheek. Then came Sarah with another oracle. The scene shifted to an unusual room. A woman calmly declared that if Christine could win the boy's heart, they would bless the union. But that wasn't the end of it. The young man added that the finance order had responded with a condition of their own. Selena scowled and muttered that things had gone completely off the rails. With sweat running down his face, Reifenhart revealed the hard truth. It was a political arrangement. The marriage would benefit both the Sayre order and the finance order. The saintess, recalling how Christine once gleefully crossed her fingers, admitted that her obsession had reached terrifying levels. She followed Cylon everywhere, always showing up no matter where he went. Digging into the past, the boy revealed that she'd even joined his pilgrimage, but not out of devotion. It was a cover. He had hoped that if she saw him living an ordinary life, she'd finally give up. The protagonist, eyes wide, asked if that was the reason behind his desperate muscle training. Cylon nodded. Sure, he'd always wanted to be strong, but after meeting Christine, it became more than that. What if she lost interest in him the moment he looked like other men? Riefenhardt looked at Cylon and said, If it's her height that bothers you, that's not what's in the way, it's her. Her personality is the real issue. She's impossible. She never listens to anyone. Suddenly a girl appeared, carrying a child. The Saintess explained calmly that Christine had already chosen names for their future children. She'd planned their entire lives. The son would be called Stein and would grow up to be a paladin of the Order. The daughter would be Ellen, destined to carry on the legacy of Saintess Sayer. Cylon blinked, trying to process it all. And the father? He asked. Without hesitation, she said it would be Priest Phalan. The protagonist stiffened. That's creepy. But then, something clicked. His eyes widened as he remembered something Cylon had mentioned about a daughter. Grabbing a suitcase, Cylon muttered the name Ellen again. Riefenhardt stroked his chin, deep in thought. The protagonist found himself picturing a strange room, looking at the Saintess. A terrible possibility surfaced. Was he the father of Saintess Ellen? Suddenly, Saintess Sierra appeared. With fingers crossed, she declared that even the dark dwarves who worshipped the god of shadows were held accountable for their sins. Riefenhardt added that she once fought the Demon King himself, and won. She could even bring the fallen back to life, far beyond the power of the High Priest Machlin, whom she personally defeated. Warriors filled the battlefield in the next memory. The protagonist's voice turned grim. This woman, this living nightmare, had caused him no end of suffering in his past life. She had once blessed an entire army, turning common soldiers into berserkers that couldn't be killed. Looking at Cylon, he was gripped by fear. Could this terrifying being actually be his daughter? Sweat ran down Riefenhardt's face. No, this wasn't a joke. This was real. A magical seal appeared before them. The protagonist revealed something chilling. Ellen's divine power hadn't come naturally. It was born from an ancient forbidden spell, the Holy Grail. Even the Holy Order of Sayer had banned its use. And then came the explanation. Introducing a small child, the protagonist said that Holy Grail wasn't just a spell, it was the coded name for a sacred and taboo ritual, the union of a man and a woman within a special. The barrier, that's where it began. Once the embryo formed inside, it would begin to draw the very life force from both the mother and father. That's how the vessel, created by the Holy Grail, was born. As they walked down the corridor, the boy added, the parents must give up their lives. Only then can the Holy Grail be created. He turned to Cylon. That brother of yours, he'll destroy you. Cylon looked stunned. You're saying he'd erase the best days of my life? Riefenhardt furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. It all made sense now. Cylon had to be Saintess Ellen's father. That's why no one had heard of him in the past life. Despite his incredible power, he had vanished from history. And then Riefenhardt blurted, You can't marry her. Cylon's shoulders sank. Is there really anyone left? On my side? Clenching his fist, the boy announced he was leaving. Still, it was fun, hanging out with you. Where are you going? The protagonist asked quickly. Nearby, the defenders glanced at one another. One muttered, The Saintess is leaving us. Did something happen between him and the mage? Another whispered. Cylon, eyes lowered, answered quietly, I don't know what'll happen if I stay. The protagonist spoke up. You're not just some tool for the team. You're part of this. You matter. With his jaw tight, he added, Let's talk about this. You think running will solve anything? Do you really believe she'll stop chasing you if you keep running? Eyes wide, Cylon snapped back. Then what do you want me to do? Drag her out of here by force? Riefenhardt, staring straight ahead, asked, Are you really leaving me? The guards around them stiffened, their eyes wide with surprise. Cylon, suitcase in hand, answered softly, I don't want to, but I don't have a choice. I can't ask you to abandon the battlefield. The protagonist's lips curled into a faint smile. Then maybe it's worth trying to convince her. Let her know that chasing you won't earn her love. It'll just push you further away. Cylon returned the smile, barely, if that actually worked. I never would have left the Holy Order of Filanets. Around them, even the defenders were breaking into a sweat, unable to make sense of the thick, tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the sharp clack of heels echoed, and Christine's vibrant outfit came into view. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out to Silen, "Ready yet? Let's head home and get married." Silen's mouth dropped open. "This is all Reifenhardt's fault." The paladin flushed, cheeks going red. "Silen, let's go home already. We'll be so happy there. A daughter, a son, it's all waiting for us." With a deep frown, Silen shot back, "I've told you, I don't want this." The swordswoman waved off his protests. "There's no need to be shy." Realizing she wasn't hearing a single word he said, the protagonist turned to her. "Why Silen? What is it about him that you're so drawn to?" Christine gave a smug grin. "Simple. When we marry, our children will be perfectly tall." The protagonist blinked in confusion. "Wait, that's your reason?" Christine calmly closed her eyes. "Would you really bring God's punishment down on our children?" Silen objected. "Height has nothing to do with divine punishment." The paladin leaned down beside him. "You're worried you're not growing. I grew too much. Isn't that fate?" Then she smiled again. "Let's go home. Our marriage has already been blessed by the gods." "I'm not going anywhere," Silen shouted. Turning his eyes toward Riffenhardt, he silently begged, "Help me." He muttered under his breath, "I want to help, but I don't know how." The saintess bared her teeth, frustration rising. Then, suddenly, the boy pressed a hand to his chest and shouted, "I already have someone I love." Christine's eyes widened like saucers. Without missing a beat, Silen grabbed the mage beside him and declared, "We're together! I can't return your feelings!" The swordswoman blinked, completely thrown off. The protagonist stood stunned, mouth slightly open. Around them, the defenders exchanged bewildered glances. Grinning ear to ear, Silen added proudly, "We're bound by the scarlet thread of finance." The protagonist thought to himself, technically, that wasn't a lie. The mage, picturing the saintess's past attempts to magically pair compatible couples, quietly said, "The goddess blesses bonds that are fated, paths meant to cross, will." And it was true. He'd never lied about that. Some nearby warriors whispered, "They actually look good together." "Didn't they almost break up, though?" Another murmured. Reifenhardt, sweating, asked, "But why me?" Silen answered plainly, "Cirrus wasn't allowed. It had to be someone human." The protagonist blurted, "But there are other girls." Silen shook his head. "It couldn't be just anyone. It had to stun her." With a wide grin, the protagonist asked, "And you're ready for the fallout from this?" Silen admitted, "I didn't want to expose our relationship like this, but I had no choice." He turned to the mage. "You understand, right?" She gave him a nod. Christine, lips parting slowly, said, "I see. Everything's clear now." Silen's brows lowered. Would she finally back down? But then her eyes flared dangerously. "The road to love is never easy," she shouted. Her sword flashed into view, hair lifting as power surged. She pointed directly at Reifenhardt. "I challenge you to a duel." Gasps echoed all around. Warriors dropped their jaws. Alpha bit her lip, stunned. It was real. Christine was drawing her blade. Sweat rolled down the protagonist's face. "Wait, the duel's with me." Weapon in hand, the paladin announced, "If your feelings for Silen are true, you'll fight for him." He stammered, "Why would a mage and a knight even duel?" Before he could say more, Silen jumped in. "Reifenhardt, I believe in you. Show her the strength of our love." Turning around, the mage stared at him. "You want me to fight her?" Silen nodded firmly. "Victory's already yours. This is the only way to save me." Cirrus, arms crossed, watched silently. "They don't even need words. They really are a couple." The protagonist whispered, "I shouldn't believe everything I see." Christine gripped her sword tighter. "I'll give you the first move. Come on, fight me." The mage clenched his fists. "There's no avoiding this." Suddenly a strange aura swirled around Reifenhardt. "If I get to strike first, I'll just knock her out." He raised his hand and cast his spell. Christine's eyes bulged. "He's way stronger than I thought." With his palm extended, the protagonist spoke quietly to himself. "I'm sorry, but I have to end this fast." Then he unleashed it, lightning storm. Lowering his brows, he thought, "I can't kill her." So he held back, reduced the power, and thought. He was sure he could knock her out. The mage stared ahead, planning his next move, but the paladin was already calling out, arms raised. "Sayer, bless my blade with light." Around them, the defenders gasped, jaws hanging open in shock. One of them pointed at her weapon. "That's the divine sword, the one used by Sayer's elite paladins." Riffenhart, glowing with magical energy, muttered, "Only 1 in 10 paladins can even use that technique." He swallowed hard. "She's stronger than I thought." Without hesitation, he launched a flurry of spells. Moments later, arcane bullets fired toward her. Christine stood tall, hands open as if welcoming the blast. "Did you really think such weak attacks would take down a Sayer paladin?" Silent clenched his fist. "Why are you only using spells?" "I'm a mage," Reifenhart shot back. "Of course I cast spells." "Your life is on the line," Silent snapped. That hit hard. Reifenhart's eyes went wide. No more holding back. He began chanting again. This time, advanced incantations. Magic surged around him as a whirlwind of energy surrounded Christine. The swordswoman's eyes flicked side to side. Confusion. Then, a crackling sound. Ice suddenly froze over her leg. The mage shifted his stance. "That'll keep her trapped for 30 seconds, he muttered. "Let's finish this." But then, Christine smiled. "You leave me no choice," she said calmly. "I'll have to use power Sayer never gave me." She closed her eyes. In an instant, her aura changed. Then, brows low, teeth bared, she broke free. Riffenhart's lips tightened. She shattered it with brute force. Silent, sweat beading on his face, asked, "Does she have an aura?" Christine replied, "No, I was never granted that gift." But her voice was steady. "Still, Sayer pitied me and gave me enough strength to stand against even an aura master." Reifenhart staggered back. "Where did you learn that breathing technique?" Calmly touching her chin, she answered, "Before I served Sayer, I met an old man. He said this breathing style would help me grow up strong." Placing a hand to her chest, she added, "I didn't understand it then, but now, I know. Sayer led him to me." That struck a nerve. Wait, was that my mentor? The mage wondered. Christine raised her sword. "Is something wrong?" Reifenhart blinked. That technique, indestructible Raka breathing. It made her this powerful, this tall. Did that old man really want to leave her without any male attention? His mouth dropped open. No, he meant well. He quickly recovered. "No problems here." Suddenly, Christine dashed forward, sword ready. "Then let's continue." Riefenhart unleashed another powerful spell. "Wings of hovering blades, winged cutter." Blades of light and air swirled through the battlefield. But the paladin met them head-on, sword swinging. The mage watched closely. That's definitely the rocket technique. It strengthens the body for physical growth. Clenching his jaw, Reifenhart thought, with the size she's reached, that technique really did its job. She had been actively using it for at least 10 years. Meanwhile, he had completely abandoned it. But Christine? She pushed the indestructible Raka technique to its limit, and that alone proved she had rare talent. The protagonist reasoned, if that technique worked on everyone, the Raka master would have been rich by now. There are so many people who want to be taller. Across from him, the swordswoman threw her mouth open. "Then why didn't you just surrender?" Raising his hand, the mage replied, "Who chooses to lose a duel?" Christine snapped, "Ugh, you mages and your sarcasm. I bet you seduced poor, innocent Silent with that silver tongue of yours." Her brows lowered in fury. "Fine then, I'll show you the power of love." The mage blinked. "The power of what?" She glared. "You don't even know." In that instant, an odd force surrounded Christine's body. Wind exploded outward, sending her flying back. Reifenhart clenched his fists. "That settles it. I win." "Now back off. Silence mine." Struggling to her feet, the swordswoman panted, I'll retreat for now." Biting her lip, the paladin looked to the saintess. "I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't save you from this monster, and your delicate body must be suffering under his grip." "Could you just shut up?" the mage muttered, but Silent was grinning. "We share everything, body and soul." "I don't want to share anything with you," Riffenhart shot back. Silent leaned in and whispered, "Stick to the legend. Just play along." A beat passed, and then the mage threw his arms around Silent. "My sweet fragile one, don't cry, smile for me." Through her tears, Christine howled, "I'll come back for you. I will save you." A single leaf floated past as the tension settled. Squinting, Reifenhardt asked, "And how exactly are you planning to handle the fallout?" Silence shrugged. "I'm sure it'll all work itself out." The next day, a massive palace loomed into view. Inside, the mage sighed. "Yeah, nothing's worked out." Phineas, stroking his beard, raised an eyebrow. The hall was packed, and voices echoed all around. "Look, it's Mr. Riffenhardt and the young priest. They look kinda good together." The mage frowned. "For some reason, all the rumors are positive?" Nearby, a dwarf glanced sideways. "Wait, does that mean the savior plays for the other team?" "Yeah," came the answer. The dwarf nodded. "Thought so. They've always had a vibe." An orc's eyes bulged. "Wait, men love each other too?" A human man shrugged. "Between knights and those sweet-looking types. Happens all the time." The troll blinked. "What's sweet?" A warrior raised a hand. "Like that priest." "I'm Salkater," the priest chimed in. "Nice to meet you." The other man introduced himself and gave a friendly nod. From across the room, an elf beamed. "Look at this! All our races coming together! We're one step closer to Riffenhardt's dream." Then a door creaked open. A girl peeked in. "Why haven't you left the room yet?" Reifenhardt, buried under a blanket, peeked out and yelled, "Ask Silen." Silen from the side grumbled, "Don't look at me." "It's not—" Cirrus, eyes wide, demanded, "What's going on?" Rumors had started flying fast, and it wasn't hard to see why. Silen was undeniably cute. But she also figured he hated looking so soft, which explained why he trained so obsessively. Then Reifenhardt's pupils narrowed. The Saintess dropped his gaze, his expression darkening. The two stared at each other in complete silence. Suddenly, the mage clenched his fists. "That's it! Starting today, we're going into hardcore training. I'll turn you into a real man." He added, "Trust me, I got this. I'll help you build a body worth showing off." Silen's eyes lit up. "That's all I've ever wanted." Watching them, the orc, sweating profusely, mumbled, "They're really close. This is just gonna make the rumors worse." Cirrus nodded. "Yeah, no stopping it now." Later, a massive army of warriors had gathered. Flags flew high. Soldiers chanted in unison, "Traitor Cyrus must pay. He defied the heavens. Kneel before the true king. Open the gates." From behind a wall, one of the defenders peeked out. "Are they working with monsters now, and they dare claim to act on heaven's will?" He scowled. "Prince Uvel's made a deal with devils. This'll be a permanent stain on Croven's history." Reifenhardt stood tall, hands on hips, as Uvel's voice echoed across the battlefield. "Lay down your arms. Pay for shaming the royal name." But Riffenhardt just shook his head. "What's the point in talking? This was always going to end in battle." Then Prince Uvel raised his sword. "Heroes, this is our moment. Show the true king your courage." Suddenly, a storm of arrows. "Archers, fire!" The soldiers below roared, "Raise your shields! Don't back down! Climb the walls! Support the front!" "Keep your comrades covered!" others shouted. Uvel bellowed, "Move together! Stay close!" An orc turned to his wife. "We're going up first!" She was already charging. "Too late! I'm ahead of you!" Nearby, a squad of dwarves galloped in on horseback. "Why are we riding again?" one groaned. The other replied, "We look way cooler this way. Just hang in there." Cirrus cried out from above, "You guys look magnificent!" The warriors were already closing in fast. The prince, arm extended, muttered, "So, this is what it means to lead." He barked, "Shoot on sight! I'll pay 100 gold for every monster brought down." An orc, lips curling into a snarl, shouted up at him, "You think wearing a tiger's skin makes you a tiger?" Meanwhile, Cirrus deflected wave after wave of arrows. The enemy spearmen moved in. "Throw the spears," one commanded. A dwarf crouched and grinned. "So the arrows got bigger. Doesn't matter, they still can't hit." Suddenly, a brilliant flash. A sword lit up in the young man's hand. He jerked his head toward the sky, and in the next instant, Cirrus unleashed a massive wave of energy. That's when he appeared. Spurious, shocked, his eyes darted to the glowing weapon. A strange aura rippled around it. "That's the giant blade! My sword!" Spurious growled. "How dare he steal my gear?" Then, boom! A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. The swordsman froze, wide-eyed. "Run! I'm not dying today!" The blast sent dust and rubble flying. Up on the wall, the orc scrambled higher. "Cyrus is killing it out there!" Not to be outdone, the trolls bellowed, "We're not falling behind!" The defenders, shields raised, braced themselves. The defenders stared, heads tilted in confusion. Then, everything exploded. An enormous blast erupted across the battlefield. Amid the smoke and light, a giant figure emerged, resting a strange sword on his shoulder. His gaze was stone cold, unflinching. The young man beside him clenched his jaw, eyes narrowing. The soldiers whispered in awe, "Is this the true power of the Aurora Lords?" The orc woman, smiling just slightly, nodded. "They're good." The troll lowered his head, remembering something the main character had said. "Take down the wall in the boldest way possible, but don't hit any of our own." He paused. Then what the heck am I supposed to do? Just standing still felt shameful. Suddenly, blades, dozens of them, magical projectiles tore through the sky. 3 massive swords materialized, followed by even more weapons. Then, all at once, the barrage flew toward the fortress wall. The blades embedded themselves into the barricade, magic pouring out of them like smoke. Voices rang out, "It's time! Declare yourselves!" The aura, radiating from the swords, surged. And then, boom! Multiple explosions shook the ground. Spirius grabbed Prince Uvel. "What the hell was that?" An orc, sweating nervously, asked, "Was that my wife's doing?" A pair of dwarves turned and whistled. "That wall-busting technique is amazing. We need her in future sieges." "She'd make quick work of any fortress," the other agreed. Cyrus grinned. "Another move to add to my list. Looks like it won't even take much practice." Karis, baring his teeth, muttered, "Did not see that coming. No way I'm letting this turn into a full-on siege." Spirius apologized. "I'll take care of some myself." But another man, brow furrowed, stepped forward. "There's no victory waiting here. We should return to the palace." Just then, a defender pointed toward the field. "Prince Uvel's army! They're retreating!" One of the young warriors placed a hand on the wall, confused. "Why? They were winning." "What's Uvel planning?" Voices echoed around him. "Uvel's a traitor. His life's already in the prince's hands." Another soldier, jaw dropped, shouted, "He knows! They could have crushed us if they really wanted to." A mounted soldier added, "He doesn't want innocent people to die. If Uvel actually cares about his people, he'll raise the white flag. He should surrender to our mercy." The prince gritted his teeth. "So, that's it. He's trying to paint me as the villain. What kind of dirty tactic is this?" Karis scowled. "Who came up with such a cunning scheme?" Riffenhart smiled coolly. "I'm not the type to keep fighting after that kind of ultimatum." The boy beside him cheered. "You're truly wise. We've already won." Fieninen turned, gaze calm. "We've made our point. They now know the gap in power. Time to head back to the Viscount's estate." He was confident. "They'll surrender. No one wants a bloodbath. Not overnight." That night, lights flickered from within the castle windows. Inside, a long banquet table stretched across the great hall, packed with people. Fernando, fingers intertwined, looked across the table. "Cyrus, do we still have a chance to turn this around?" Cyrus, brows low, gave his answer. Cyrus sat in silence, expression heavy. He didn't understand what these lesser beings were thinking. But he had to admit, they held power rivaling the Aura Lords themselves. Even Prince Uvel couldn't figure out where they'd come from. His assistant, mouth open, broke the silence. "They're too arrogant not to press on. If they've made it this far, they'll aim straight for the capital." "Let them," someone countered. "We still have the royal seal and the crown." Karis narrowed his eyes. "That's exactly why we can't lose the castle. The moment they take it, Uvel becomes king by law, and we're finished." Another man frowned. "Then what if we reach out to Chatan or Vasily? They might offer support." The younger one snapped. "You want to drag other nations into this? Croynes would be wiped off the map, even if we win." One of the nobles slammed his fist on the table. "At this rate, we'll lose everything!" A heavy silence filled the hall. Sweat trickled down faces. Eyes dropped to the floor. The prince bit his lip. "They're all just protecting their own interests." Nearby, a boy sneered. "Even my father and grandfather would have sided with them." The assistant, fingers clasped, muttered coldly, "We should have sent assassins to deal with that pathetic prince already." Carussus snapped, "And we didn't even try!" The Duke turned to Spurius. "You possess an aura. Could you do it?" Spurius shook his head. "He may be a villain, but he's still a blood descendant of the royal line. I can't." Around the table, mouths opened in disbelief. One warrior smirked. "No way I'm stooping to that level." Another swordsman squinted. "Not to Prince Yuval. Never." Spurius, breaking the tension, with a dry smile, said, "But I can pay a visit to that suspicious mage, joyfully even." Elsewhere, rows of tents stretched across the fields. Prince Yuval's forces had moved out from Hendrik and set up camp just outside the capital, close to the Viscount's estate. With access to the forest and a nearby river, it was a perfect spot. That evening, the estate was alive with celebration. Glasses clinked, voices rising in a chorus of victory. To those standing with us and shaping the kingdom's future, thanks to them, we're winning. Cheers followed. Praise the true king. Standing quietly off to the side, Riffenhart smiled. This kind of atmosphere is important. It keeps things balanced with the neutral nobles. Yuval scoffed. "Why are they toasting these people? They didn't do anything." The response came swiftly. "Exactly, that's already reason enough." Riffenhart closed his eyes with a soft smile. If they're treated like winners, they won't grow jealous or hostile toward other races. He added aloud, "Only fools think praise should go to the ones swinging swords. The wise know better. If it weren't for the resources these families provided, how would our brave knights have made it this far?" Some of the nobles chuckled, raising their glasses. "You're making us blush, wizard." "You're a wise one indeed." Prince Yuval gave a small smile. "For a mage, you're surprisingly good at politics. I'd like to learn from you." He lifted his glass. "Young as he is, he's got a real knack for diplomacy." Riffenhart laughed lightly. "You're too kind." Beside him, Cylon stretched out his hands. Riffenhart introduced the man beside him. "This is Kalkin. He's well known in the kingdom of Kroven. And the troll next to him? Chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe." Halton nodded politely. "Glad to meet you." Then his eyes widened in surprise when the troll replied fluently. "You speak our language?" The orc chuckled, lifting a communication necklace. "Relhart gave me this. Helps a lot." "Fantastic," the troll replied. "Now we can actually talk." Halton blinked, amazed. "Your warriors are brave. Unlike most orcs I've met." His words made Stala wrap her arms around her husband with pride. "True orcs are like that. We honor strength and despise betrayal and weakness." Halton laughed. "You're all so polite. I feel kind of ashamed, standing here with such strong aura-wielding warriors." He squinted, repeating Halton's words. "Other orcs, huh?" He gave a small grin. "This guy's something else." His wife added teasingly, "I knew he'd say something like that. Just drink and enjoy yourself." Riffenhart raised a finger. "Don't expect too much warmth from people. Let their words pass in one ear and out the other. We need to free those still under their control." He turned his gaze aside, thinking quietly. "A start has been made. We don't need full understanding yet, just acceptance. In time, people will get used to treating them as equals. In my last life, I made the mistake of trying to figure it all out alone. This time, I won't rely on them anymore." Suddenly, Cylon's eyes widened. "That's Sir Cardamite, one of the Great Forge's legendary warriors." The man nodded humbly. "He's the one who took down Tessid." Cardamite gave a sheepish laugh. "I just got lucky. Come, have a drink." Nearby, Riffenhart watched the elves. They're always articulate, but they value reason, balance, harmony. A nearby guest, clearly impressed, spoke up. "Your fight with Spurius. It was incredible. How did you reach such skill at your age?" Cyrus answered plainly. "I trained. A long time. Just kept swinging my sword." One young man wiped sweat from his brow. "Sir Cyrus isn't really into banquets, is he?" "Nope," his companion replied. "He's uncomfortable when he's holding a wine glass instead of a blade." Riefenhart, eyes wide, observed him. Why is he so tense in public? But then he noticed no one seemed bothered by it. Interesting. It's not even a bad thing. Leaving the hall, the protagonist whispered to himself, "The real problems start after the war." Once Yuval takes the crown, walking alone through the corridor, he wondered aloud Where did Cirrus go? Then he stopped. A mysterious figure in a cloak stood before him. Reifenhart squinted. I didn't even notice him approach. Was it a ghost? Or perhaps an Aura Lord who'd mastered the art of concealment? The cloaked man opened his mouth. Forgive me, wizard. What I'm about to do is for the kingdom's future. Spirius appeared. Spirius charged, his sword cutting the air. Spirius! Riffenhart shouted, his voice echoing through the corridor. He gritted his teeth and blocked the incoming strike. Steel clashed with a violent spark as Spirius's blade came dangerously close to his hand. The man's eyes went wide. He's using iron skin magic? He growled. You're quick. I'll give you that. The boy crossed his arms to shield his head from the follow-up. Spirius clenched his jaw. Iron skin shouldn't be this tough. Frowning, the self-proclaimed king of martial arts scanned his opponent. No, that wasn't magic. It was just his bare arm. With a snarl, he unleashed Flame of Destruction, followed by Fire Volley. Flames tore across the floor, lighting up the air in a violent blaze. Gripping his sword with both hands, Spirius grunted, Considering how your servants fight, you're no ordinary guy. He narrowed his eyes. Fine then, I'll go all out. Reifenhart's eyes narrowed. Of course, I should have known I'd be a target eventually. He recalled Teslan, dense as a rock, and now I'm the one stuck dealing with this mess. Spirius lunged again, blade flashing. Reifenhart braced himself, teeth clenched. He had little choice now. Then, crack! A blow to the stomach sent Spirius staggering back. Saliva flew from his mouth. He snarled. Those are close combat moves. Are you a battle mage? Reifenhart stayed silent, thoughts racing. Can I fool him into thinking I'm just a battle mage? If I don't use aura, maybe I can. Spirius circled him, scowling. With a build like that, it's believable. Reifenhart snapped. You do realize the estate is crawling with aura lords? If I was serious, they'd already be here. Flames curled around Spirius's sword. Let's see if you can hold out till then. Reifenhart pressed his lips together. How long can I stall without using aura? Then, with a roar, Spirius pointed his sword forward. One strike, and you're finished. Reifenhart gritted his teeth, every muscle tense. Then, Spirius froze. His pupils shrank. He saw it. Muscle. Thick muscle rippling across the mage's arm, visible through torn sleeves. Where the hell did that come from? He was stunned. There's no way he can block my aura-powered blade without a proper guard. Eyes wide, Spirius stared. His body, it's too strong. Can magic even do that? But then he shook his head. Doesn't matter. He's done either way. Before the thought could finish, the room burst into bright magical flashes. Reifenhart leapt forward, straight at him, muscles flexed under the torn fabric. He hit the ground hard, and in the same instant, reeled back his arm and slammed his elbow into Spirius's side. Spirius's eyes narrowed in shock. Then his blade, glowing with magical energy, began to pulse. An eerie light swirled around it. He raised his eyebrows, confused. What is that? He didn't know whether it was aura or something else entirely. Reifenhart, now standing tall, raised his hand. Things never go how I plan, he muttered with a smirk. Then, louder, did you really think you could beat an Aura Lord with normal techniques? I won't make the same mistake twice. The warrior's expression dropped. His mouth tightened. A golden glow bloomed around Reifenhart. Spirius stared. You? Are you Gerard's successor? A mage? As the heir of the martial arts king? He stepped back. Don't tell me you're the new martial arts king? Reifenhart clenched his fist. Life's full of surprises, he said flatly. You really shouldn't be shocked anymore. Spirius raised his magic sword high, aura flaring. I felt guilty before, for trying to kill a mage. His eyes burned now. But that guilt, gone. Reifenhart spread his fingers wide. Then come at me. Spirius ground his teeth, confused. His silhouette flickered as he became engulfed in glowing magical currents. I'm using a giant blade now, he roared. Boom. The stone beneath them shattered. Chunks of the floor flew outward in all directions. A glowing column of aura surged into the sky, rising above the rooftops. Reifenhart cocked back his fist and swung. Spirius's sword burst with fire just as a thunderous explosion rocked the area. His mouth fell open. You idiot, he shouted. You're not even hiding it anymore. Reifenhart stood tall, arms spread. You asked for this. Spurious yanked his aura blade back. Then I'll erase you from existence. Reifenhart lowered his brow and activated Vortex Guardian. A storm of pure magical force erupted, sweeping across rooftops like a flash flood. Spurious staggered. What the hell? Reifenhart charged. One solid kick, and Spurious doubled over, coughing, choking. The knights nearby gawked, unable to process what they were seeing. Tongue lolling from his mouth, Spurious started to scream. Reifenhart didn't stop. He spread his arms and lashed out with a glowing, spinning lasso of magical force. Spurious screamed as the impact flung him into the castle wall. Crash! Chunks of stone came raining down. Spurious lay crumpled among the rubble, teeth clenched, groaning. I guess that assassination attempt failed, he whispered bitterly. Still conscious, he muttered, I don't want to die here. Not like this. I'm the last surviving Lord of Carson's aura. Reifenhart strode forward, slowly, calmly. Another explosion ripped through the ruins. Concrete fragments buried Spurious's body. The knights watching gasped, their mouths wide. That's a golden aura! More warriors joined them, lining up as they cried out in awe. That's the color of Gerard! The stuff of legends! Reifenhart kept walking, his face unreadable. His mouth formed a thin line. A soldier shouted, That's the king of martial arts! A dwarf squinted. Did anyone know the savior had an aura? Another muttered, Apparently he was trying to hide his identity. The dwarf snorted. I thought he was just hiding those muscles. Yuval's mouth dropped. Is that guy seriously the martial arts king? The prince raised his voice. He's not just some aura lord. That's the disciple of the indestructible Raka. There's no room for weaklings in that lineage. Reifenhart shut his mouth tight. Yeah, that's true, he thought. The indestructible Raka would turn a weakling into minced meat. The knights all raised their hands high, chanting in praise. Reifenhart sighed inwardly. I knew they'd react like this. That's why I kept it a secret. But now, I don't know what happens next. News of Spurious's defeat reached the capital at lightning speed. The castle loomed into view. A voice murmured, So Spurious really was killed by the king of martial arts. But at least, another added, he didn't die a disgraceful death. An army of knights marched in the distance. Voices whispered, Tessid got taken out by some shorty. Maybe he wasn't so great after all. Silen's eyes widened. Eyes commented that many had already witnessed the strength of other intelligent races, yet people still looked down on them. Reifenhart responded, saying it wasn't exactly contempt, it was more like outright denial, which, in itself, wasn't always malicious. From a distance, the kingdom's territory came into view. Croyne still hadn't finished rebuilding all the walls from the last battle. Because of that, Prince Yuval entered the city without much resistance. The castle loomed tall, and the Kara's army had holed themselves up inside. The massive gates, etched with lions wearing crowns, stood firm. Yuval arched an eyebrow, quietly admitting he never thought he'd lay eyes on those gates again. Then, frowning, he added that he couldn't understand why they hadn't surrendered. Not even after 3 days. This wasn't like Cyrus at all. Based on his personality, Yuval expected a different response. But the main character suspected it wasn't Cyrus who made the call. It had to be his trusted advisors, people who had followed orders when they were winning. But now? Things had changed. His grandfather spoke up, saying there was only one option left: attack. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly, then announced that he'd go meet them himself. Silent looked stunned. You're going straight in? But the protagonist just shrugged. What's the point of hiding? Everyone already knows who I am. Reifenhart stepped toward the doors as the crowd erupted, shouting that the king of martial arts was going to war. A guard stretched out his hand and barked at the troops not to fear. He's just a man, he yelled. Fire! Arrows rained down instantly, but the protagonist frowned. He hadn't felt a thing. Moments later, a massive stone from a catapult crashed into his head. He rubbed the spot, barely reacting. That kind of stung. Fire arrows soared toward the mages. The guard then shouted for water to be poured on the attackers. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth and shouted, Ah, that's refreshing. A warrior standing on the wall stared, dumbfounded. What is this guy? Then the young man's voice boomed across the battlefield. If you value your life, step away from that gate. Behind him, a knight stood tall. This man can't be broken, he declared. I'll stand with him. Riffenhart stayed silent, thinking back. He was doing the same things he had done in his past life, so why were people reacting so differently now? 2 days earlier, a man had raised an eyebrow, asking if the mysterious sage was the martial king. When the answer came, it all made sense. Of course someone like that would attract such powerful allies. Another man in a suit widened his eyes. These orcs, were they chosen by him personally? A nearby dwarf nodded. He plans to raise them to the same level as humans. Another chimed in, saying they were nothing like the slaves they once knew, and honestly, they envied the dwarves for having a teacher like that. Looking away, the protagonist muttered that he didn't get it. Back when he was the Demon King, everyone had said those same slaves only joined him because they turned to darkness. They said magic was what gave them their strength. Cirrus commented that warriors and magicians were always treated differently. With a sly grin, the elf pointed out that anyone could pick up a sword and call themselves a warrior. But magic? That was a whole different world. It belonged to the few, the gifted. Regular folks couldn't even fake being a magician. The main character's expression darkened slightly. The girl went on, explaining that this was exactly why the Demon King was so terrifying. Because he was a magician. Magic was mysterious, untouchable. But a warrior? People could admire someone who fought with nothing but their fists. Lowering his hands, the protagonist asked if she meant that his invincible body felt more believable to people than magic ever could. Then he asked, "So in battle, does that mean I can do anything?" Cirrus turned her head and answered, "Exactly, you could be the king of martial arts." A fist surrounded by shimmering aura appeared, and it was said that while mana was a gift for the chosen few, strength and muscle were things anyone could strive for. As the hand surged forward, the aura became unmistakable. Everyone recognized it. A massive blast followed, triggered by the 4-stage disaster horn. Riffenhart pressed his lips together. He made a vow. From now on, people would look at him with admiration, not fear. Just then, voices rang out all around them. "Attack! Follow the king of martial arts! Crush the traitors!" A warrior raised his blade high and shouted, "If we die as knights, with honor! For Cyrus!" Blood splattered in every direction as soldiers cried out, swearing their loyalty and pledging to carry the king's will forward. The protagonist threw his arms wide and shouted, "The victor's already been decided! Stop this useless fight and you'll be spared." Inside, a grand chandelier hung from the ceiling. Cyrus stood silently, sword lowered. Yuval stepped into the room and announced, "It's over." With a smirk, the prince added, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Riffenhart didn't respond. He wasn't sure if this was really how he looked in his past life. "Where are the others?" the young man asked. Holding his sword out in front of him, Cyrus replied, "I evacuated my father and grandfather. I couldn't let our family line fall." Phinia, eyes closed, declared, "We've already been labeled traitors." Then he shouted, "There's no place for us in this kingdom." Turning slightly, Karis added, "We're going to Chitan. We won't be as powerful there, but at least the bloodline will survive, and that's enough." The count furrowed his brows. "They fled to Chitan," he murmured, "just like Lanthus from the Taikan kingdom." Yuval spoke up. "Then why didn't you go with them?" The boy gave a small smirk. "What do you think?" The young man frowned, realization dawning. "I get it. If you had run, this war would have kept dragging on. You decided you'd rather die than live as their puppet king." Mouth open, the protagonist found himself unsure. Did this prince really care more about his people than his own life? Realizing that the person in front of him was his enemy made the protagonist uneasy. But he took a breath and declared, "In that case, I'll end this war myself." Cyrus grinned. "So the rumors were wrong. You're more sensitive than I thought," he said, then asked calmly, "So, which one of you plans to kill me?" The boy raised his shield and turned toward his cousin. "You're a traitor," he said, "but you're still royalty. That means your life. It ends by my hand." The count peered out from behind the prince, confused. "What are you saying?" Yuval didn't hesitate. "I know I'm no match for Karis, but at the very least, I'll show I've got the courage to stand like a king." He turned his head. "Good thing I've got the Lord of the Aura behind me. Step in if things go south." Karis forced a smile. "Then bring it on, weakling." The moment he said it, Yuval launched himself forward. Steel clashed, his sword meeting Karis's magic blade. Sparks flew as the twin brothers began their fierce duel, the rightful heir against the traitor. both swinging with everything they had. Karis let out a yell. "I heard you skipped fencing to sneak off with your gnome lover. You've been hiding skills like this all along?" With a smirk, the prince replied, "It's not that. I just never had a reason to show them." He blocked his brother's strike with his shield. An old man nearby stood stunned, mouth open. Where did the younger prince get this strength? Even Karas looked annoyed, narrowing his eyes. "How the hell are you this strong?" he demanded. "And how long do you plan on hiding behind that shield?" A knight called out, and in that moment, Yuval countered with a heavy blow of his own. "I always thought you all looked down on me because of my title," he said mid-swing. "Turns out I'm not bad with a blade after all." Then he laughed. "Guess it helps. I grew up playing with Phinia. You needed strong legs to keep up with her." He grinned wider. "That's why I did deadlifts and squats every single day." From behind, Phinia shrieked in embarrassment, and the dwarf turned red as a beet. Even the hero blinked. Well, it wasn't wrong, he thought. The dwarf had always demanded serious physical training. Karis's expression twisted in fury. "You're telling me all this was for some dumb reason like that? You think confidence alone is enough to win?" Blow after blow, he hammered his sword into Yuval's shield. The prince's focus wavered. All his techniques, every move, were from Phinia. Dwarf styles, but humans had a higher center of gravity. The way he fought it didn't really suit him. He looked to his ally and whispered for help. Sensing danger, the warrior dashed forward. "The prince is in trouble." Karis shouted in rage. "Why are you interfering? This is a sacred duel. Where's your honor? Is this what a noble king of martial arts does?" But the young man slammed his elbow into Karis's sword. "In the indestructible rocking chair," he muttered. "We don't give a damn about honor." Karis gritted his teeth, still trying to break through. The young man's fist glowed as it filled with aura. Then, a blinding flash burst out. The entire palace was lit up. Soldiers shielded their eyes as light exploded across the hall. Inside the palace, the old man shielded his eyes from the blinding light. As it faded, he looked ahead. The warrior stood among shattered columns. Then, grabbing the prince by the hair, he lifted the traitor's head high. Riffenhart made it clear, the battle was over. I've taken his head. The rightful heir froze, staring at his ally in disbelief. But the shock quickly faded. His expression hardened as he turned toward the throne. Pulling out the royal seal, he gave a firm order. "Hang the traitor's head for all to see." He placed the crown upon his head. Behind him, Phinia's voice rang out, full of pride. "Long live the king!" The newly crowned monarch stood tall before his people. Around him, the crowd celebrated his coronation. One by one, those present knelt. And so, the kingdom of Krovan welcomed its new ruler, King Yuval II. Word of the Civil War's end spread like wildfire. The people were stunned. No one had expected Yuval to win. At the same time, a new name echoed across the lands. The king of martial arts, Reifenhart. The hero who defeated the Golden Knight Grime. The man who arrived in Krovan with an army made up of various intelligent races and led them to victory. Many couldn't believe it. The enslaved species they once looked down upon had fought like legends. Elsewhere, in the kingdom of Grime, Teslan slammed his fist against the table as the news reached him. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "That damn demon king, he's already grown too powerful." His face twisted with rage. Not only had his enemy gained fame, but he had also killed Cyrus, one of the wisest and most dependable rulers Teslan had ever known. Scowling, he spat out his thoughts. "Coward! He's just picking off his enemies before they can touch him." Just then the door burst open. His subordinates stormed in, furious. "Have you heard?" "Rust isn't dead," one of them shouted. "He's famous now, for beating Sir Spurius." Another, a blond man, growled. "That backstabbing traitor's fighting beside Reifenhart now. If he had even a shred of honor, he would have returned and begged for forgiveness." Stefan sneered. "What did you expect? He's a bastard." Teslan's frown deepened. He remembered clearly he'd been the one who stabbed Rust, and now he was accusing him of betrayal? The truth was, Rust had every reason to walk away. And with Riffenhart rising, Teslan had no one else he could trust. He stood from the table. "How's the berserker armor?" he asked. One of his men nodded. "It's ready. All that's left is to test it in combat." Teslan's gaze darkened. "Then it's time." His subordinates grinned wickedly. "Shall we go?" With malice gleaming in his eyes, Teslan replied, "Exactly. Time to put an end to Reifenhart. Meanwhile, in the capital of Croin, Duke Fernando wore a deep frown. This isn't wise, he said. Yes, he helped win the war, but giving him autonomous lands is a bit much. The young king, seated on the throne, disagreed. A noble title and a bit of fame? That's not enough. The duke shook his head. Even so, that's a generous reward. Yuville's brow furrowed. The man raised a question. What exactly was the noble proposing? Just hand over an estate? There wasn't much land left to give, and they couldn't just strip it from those who had already earned their rewards. The count cleared his throat awkwardly into his fist. Then the king spoke firmly. With everything he's done, even the entire duchy of Fernando wouldn't be enough. The boy narrowed his eyes. He noticed how quickly the man went quiet the moment his own lands were mentioned. So, the king said, standing tall, any other objections? Silence. He continued. Sir Reifenhart will be granted the title of Count and awarded independent territory. From this day forward, his domain will be known as Antis. And just like that, a new county was born within the kingdom of Crow. The sun blazed over a castle nestled in what once belonged to Viscount Gelfane. Its light poured through the window, casting a warm glow over the large bed in the center of the room. Cyrus lay there, still. Then his eyes fluttered open. He sat up slowly, confused, staring ahead. The memories came rushing back, his fight against the king of martial arts. A maid approached. You're awake, she said, smiling gently. She introduced herself as Tilla, a member of Reifenhart's squad, and handed him a cup of tea. Cyrus stared at her in disbelief. Wait, I'm not dead? She placed the cup on the nightstand and nodded. You've been out for almost 2 days. Everyone was worried. Cyrus blinked, stunned. Reifenhart really spared me. He couldn't believe it. Yuville would have never allowed that, he muttered. Tilla shook her head. She explained that a decoy head had been hung in Croin's central square. The body had been swapped, the hair dyed to match his. Still in disbelief, Cyrus looked down. So the second prince doesn't know I'm alive? He rubbed his chin, trying to piece it together. He remembered that burst of light. It must have been a distraction, a classic magician's trick. Tilla chuckled softly. There's a hidden passage under the sacred hall. That's where we made the switch. Then Reifenhart destroyed the decoy body to erase the evidence. Cyrus gaped. How did you even know about the passage? I saw it, she replied simply. My race understands architecture better than most humans. Cyrus frowned, troubled. Why would Reifenhart spare me? Is he planning to rebel against the new king? Tilla paused at the door, then looked back. No, he just felt sorry for you. Her smile was calm. You're too clever and too useful to waste. Before he could reply, she turned and left. Cyrus reached out to stop her, but slowly let his hand fall. What's really going on here? He muttered to himself. A map of the region appeared. To the west of the glowing mountains lay the old territory of Gelfane. But now, a new banner waved, the flag of Antis. Too small to be a nation, but no longer just a holding. The sunlight bathed the city. Hands in his pockets, Cyrus walked through the streets. Congratulations on becoming king, he said to his old friend. The protagonist smiled. Cyrus noted that even he was living in luxury now. But the boy reminded him quickly, I'm not a king. Reifenhart closed his eyes. And this place isn't a country, not yet. With a grin, Cyrus asked, so what's stopping us from expanding? I doubt anyone would complain if we took a few more baronies nearby. The boy shot him a sharp look. And risk losing our independence? Right now, autonomy matters more than size. He smirked. We can always take more land later. As they reached the doors, a servant stepped forward. Guests are waiting in the reception hall. Inside, the dwarves knelt before the new king. Standing beside the throne, Reifenhart guessed they were once slaves under Viscount Gelfane. You're free now, he said. You can leave whenever you want. Down in the mines, lanterns lit the tunnels. Reifenhart stood at the entrance and made it clear. The mines now belonged to him. Squinting slightly, he added, I could lease them to you. You'd have full control. He knew freedom wasn't given. It had to be earned. The miners stared at him, shocked. If you want, the protagonist said, keep working, pay rent, or buy the mines outright later. He raised a hand. All I ask is a monopoly on the equipment you make. An elder dwarf called him their savior and bowed deeply in gratitude. Reifenhart smiled. Compared to what he'd once had in his past life, this was just a sliver of land. But everything had started small, even then. Above them, a chandelier glowed softly. The dwarves sat at one end of the long table. Opposite them were the orcs, and beside them, the elves. Confident, the young man furrowed his brow. It was time to divide the lands. He pointed to a map. This region will go to the Blue Bear tribe. Relhart raised his hand. But that area is not within Antares. Reifenhart didn't flinch. And it's not part of Croven either. Lifting a finger, he explained, officially, the Gluten Mountains belong to no one. So if your tribe lives there, it becomes part of Antares. Grilter glanced at his hand, uneasy. What if there are settlers already living in those mountains? If they're oppressed, he said flatly, they can unite and fight. But if conflict starts, the tribe returns to our borders. He looked across the table. Everyone here is part of Antares now. Any attack on you will be treated as an invasion. He stepped forward, standing tall. No matter how many enemies come, I'll protect you. Don't be afraid of skirmishes. The orc folded his arms, realizing they could stay in their homeland without fear of being forced out. The elven elder pointed to the map. Where will our land be? The boy looked at him and answered, You'll need space not just for your tribe, but for elves from across the continent. The elder clenched his jaw. But I don't want to. I don't want to leave the Tree of Life, the elf said quietly. The young man promised. We'll grow one here, too. The village chief raised an eyebrow. You can grow it anywhere? The warrior nodded. It's possible, if the right conditions are met. He envisioned a towering tree reaching high above the ground. But it would need pure essence to thrive, just like Nian. Fortunately, he knew where the other seeds were. If they wanted to strengthen the elves quickly, this was their only path. The martial artist smiled. Dwarves probably don't care much about land, right? You're used to living underground. Micheline shrugged. That's true for now. But if our numbers grow, it could become a problem. The map showed that Antares was far from the Great Forge. The priest spoke up. It'd be better if we had territory closer to the settled mountains. Relhart agreed. But getting there won't be easy. We'd have to pass through human lands. Reifenhart pointed at the map. That's why I chose this spot. There's a dungeon hidden in the glowing mountains. The priest leaned in. Is there a portal to the Daiman ruins? Grinning, Reifenhart nodded. Exactly, but we'll have to clear it out first. The dwarf cracked a wide smile. Leave that to us. An elf gestured toward the map. What's this empty region between the elven and orc territories? The boy looked at it and replied confidently, That space is for those we haven't met yet. Snow fell gently over the mountains. Wind whipped through the elf's hair as she stood alone at the peak of a snow-covered summit. Fog had settled over the kingdom of Helene. A troll moved slowly through the light forest below. The woman pressed her lips together. The troll scowled. Swords jutted from the frozen earth. A month had passed since the battle of the royal heirs in the kingdom of Croven. Leaves danced in the wind over the castle of County Antares. Cyrus clashed swords with Tathid on the training grounds. I'll strike your side this time! Cyrus shouted, swinging his blade. The orc lunged, aiming for his head. Cyrus spread his arms to regain balance, realizing it was still hard to react, even when he knew where the blow was coming. He needed to work on his footwork and fencing technique. His sword hovered in the air, hanging mid-swing. The night watching asked, You do know you're unarmed when you throw your spirit weapon, right? Maybe you should carry a second blade. The monster answered calmly, A weapon is a warrior's trusted friend. You don't throw away a friend. Cyrus blinked in surprise. He recalled Zulkar always fought with two swords. The orc slung his blade behind his back. I'm just lucky to have two friends, he said. That doesn't mean you need more. Cyrus sighed. This is tough. A nearby wolf let out a long yawn. The boy chuckled. You're a whole different beast off the battlefield. Tathid grunted. He's lazy. The orc turned back to him. Show me the aura sword again. Energy shimmered and swirled around the blade. The monster nodded slowly. It still wasn't enough. He needed the spirit's blessing, and he was determined to earn it before their first anniversary. The swordsman closed his eyes, remembering something. I'm only 9, he whispered. The monster grinned. In human years, we're the same. Tathid drew his weapon and announced, Enough rest, let's fight. Out on the balcony, Cirrus watched as her friends continued training hard. Even Selene was working on his abs. Tilla strolled by with her companions, while Cyrus scratched at his beard. "I still can't get used to this face," he muttered. Tilla smiled. "You'll have to. If anyone finds out who you really are, it'll cause serious trouble." Cyrus looked ahead. "Don't you get tired of watching me all the time?" "I'm one of the few who's not completely swamped with work," she replied casually. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still sprawled in bed. A dwarf stormed in, clearly annoyed. "You're still sleeping? The sun's already at its peak." Cirrus ran up to him and teased, "Sleep too much, and you'll gain weight." Riefenhardt cracked one eye open. "That doesn't sound so bad." "Up. Now," she ordered. He groaned and gave her a look, one that said she's scolding me, just like in my past life. She pointed toward the table. "At least eat something." "Thanks," he said, brightening up as he sat down. A spread of dishes covered the table. He looked over the food and asked, "Why'd you cook all this yourself? You could have just asked a servant." "They've got their hands full," she answered simply. As he started eating, he decided it was time to get back to work. Things had finally settled down here. The knight sitting nearby asked, "Work? What kind?" Reifenhardt looked at her. "I need to find 3 fragments of the world tree. Without them, I can't plant the new elven forest. The closest one is the staff of the blue sky, Geruntin." Cirrus, sipping from a bottle of wine, raised an eyebrow. "Is that something like Neon?" He took a bite of bread. "Yeah, it's a relic filled with world tree essence." "I really like Neon," she said softly. Reifenhardt smiled. "I'll make something like it again." "You think that's possible?" she asked. He folded his arms. "For a mage at the 10th circle? It's not even that hard." Looking at his hand, he frowned. His body was still struggling to handle mana growth. "Even with Magrim's boost, I'm barely managing 7-circle spells," he muttered. With a grin, he turned to her. "Call the boys. Time to move." She tilted her head. "What should I tell them we're heading out for?" A map materialized before them. North of the Settled Mountains lay the Motto Highlands, home of the Kelp Dungeon. That's where Geruntin was hidden. Arrows traced a route across the map. "If we go through the Diamond Man portal," Reifenhardt explained, "we can reach it in a week." 3 days later. The sun dipped behind the mountains near the city of Zared. Teslan stood still, a deep frown on his face. "What does this mean?" Felena looked worried. "The merchant said the enemy left 3 days ago. He mentioned he'd be gone for about a month." Teslan clenched his jaw. "So we missed him, by just a couple days." "What do we do now?" Felena asked. At a nearby table, Stefan slammed down his beer and cursed. "Damn it, we lost them." Just then, the tavern owner walked over and said, "Mind keeping it down?" At the tavern, someone mentioned Reifenhardt's name, the king of martial arts. Yusuf, sitting at the table, looked around and scoffed. "He's not even here. What's there to be afraid of?" The old man across from him smiled. "Still, he's a recognized hero. He ended the civil war in Kroven. And don't forget, his subordinates played a huge role in restoring peace, true to the knight's code." He glanced away, troubled. That's exactly the problem. All the rumors about him, they're good, nothing negative. Just then, someone approached them from behind. "Want to know where Riefenhardt is right now?" a voice asked. They turned. The woman placed a hand on her belt. "Name's Christine," she said, "and I'm guessing none of you have warm feelings toward him." The group stared, stunned, not just at her presence, but her height. "I can tell you where he's headed," she offered. The mage narrowed his eyes. "What do you want in return?" She smirked. "Take me with you. I want to kill him too." The wizard stood up. "Sounds like we're after the same thing. I don't see why not." 8 days after leaving Antares, snow fell steadily over the Settled Mountains. Reifenhardt's squad clashed with a massive monster. Purple flames spewed from its mouth. The team dodged as fireballs exploded around them. Watching from a distance, Silem observed, "They're doing just fine without us." Cirrus picked up a glowing lamp. "What a beautiful artifact," she said, admiring it. "Put it in the bottomless bag," Reifenhardt instructed. The giant lizard opened its jaws again. The fighter warned, "It's transforming. Phase 2 incoming." Chains surrounding the beast began to snap. A voice echoed, "Security level, insufficient." Cyrus grinned. "He's right." The boy frowned. His friend had once told him he learned this all from a dungeon master. The knowledge was way too accurate. He pressed his fingers together, focusing. "I'll block the mana flow," he muttered. Power surged around him, going against the current. "I'm disrupting its pulse." He used rupture. A wave of force slammed into the monster. Without its healing ability, it couldn't recover. The team charged. Blow after blow struck the beast. Its eyes burned with desperation. I can't die like this, it screamed. Then, an explosion rocked the battlefield. The martial artist stepped forward, voice cold. You'll die here. Looking down at the lifeless monster, the protagonist asked quietly, why do creatures like this play victim when they spend their lives tormenting the weak? In another dimension, Cirrus held up a staff. Is this it? Reifenhart nodded. That's our new world tree. She smiled. Then I guess it's time to head back? He pulled out a map. Almost. We have one more place to check. The elf tilted her head. Where? My teacher gave me this before he disappeared. In the memory, Gerard handed him a scroll. I've hidden something for you near the Settled Mountains. The boy unfolded the map, and his mouth dropped open. To their surprise, a thick forest blanketed the highlands not far from the village of Santera. Nestled nearby was Mount Par. Just beyond the woods stood a set of ancient ruins. Raising an eyebrow, the woman asked, What is this place? Looks more like a giant training ground than a hiding spot. The squad stepped into the ruins. Cyrus looked around skeptically. This doesn't look like a place to stash a gift. The air was thick with something strange, an aura that didn't feel natural. Doesn't matter, the warrior said. Let's just find the gift and get out of here. Ahead stood a large, well-preserved building. The boy's brow tensed. Cyrus looked away uneasily. Simon pursed his lips, scanning the walls. The fighter raised an eyebrow. Why so tense? It's just a farewell present from my teacher. Then, snap! The ground gave way beneath them. They dropped like stones. Trap! Someone shouted. But it was too late. The team screamed as they fell. A soft glow flared in the air. Tatit had summoned his spirit weapon. He planted his feet on the floating sword, slowing his descent. Riffenhart brought his fingers together. Don't use magic. It'll mess up the flow. The saintess shouted, Why are you casting magic at all? A swirl of multicolored energies surrounded the group. The healer flinched, realizing something was wrong. Our mana, divine energy, even our auras, they're clashing. Stop pretending to be a mage, the saintess growled. I'm not pretending, Riefenhart snapped. I am one. The team managed to land smoothly by bracing against the monster's sword embedded in the wall. Above them, the hole they'd fallen through had vanished. Some kind of space distortion, Riefenhart muttered, scanning the ceiling. Over here, the girl called, pointing to a wall. The boys gathered around. Strange hieroglyphs were carved into the stone. Congratulations on graduating, Gerard's message read. I hope you enjoy your gift. The boy blinked. Gift? It's just an empty room. They stepped into a long corridor. More writing lined the walls. Keep going, the next inscription urged. The boy sighed. What is all this? They emerged into a massive arena. Cyrus raised an eyebrow. What is this place? Then, boom! A heavy impact slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The boy turned his head just in time. More shadows emerged. Dozens of glowing eyes opened in the darkness. Silent froze. Woo! What are those? The woman narrowed her eyes. Those spirits, they look familiar. Is this the gift? The warrior asked, jaw tight. The shadows stepped forward. The spirits of senior graduates from the Indestructible Gym revealed themselves. Battle-worn, glowing with power, the fighter gritted his teeth. Who gives this as a gift? The ghost charged, fists raised. The knight tightened his grip. Blue energy pulsed around him. Flames swirled around one spirit as it launched a blazing punch. Cyrus leapt back just in time as the energy slammed into the ground, scorching the arena. The elf fired a volley of magic arrows. They hit, then passed straight through. No effect, she gasped. The boy stared at the endless wave of spirits. How many students did the Indestructible Gym have? The martial artist answered grimly. Teacher said it was a 3-digit number. Cyrus's eyes widened. You mean hundreds? Ghostly figures circled around her. She turned sharply and asked, Wait, are all of these spirits angry? The protagonist nodded, tension written all over him. Silent, trembling, closed his eyes and called out, Finance, let your sacred light burn away those with impure hearts. A divine glow burst forth, washing over the spirits. Their astonished faces were briefly lit. Then they vanished into nothingness. An orc walked up beside his teammate. Nice job. Thanks, said the healer with a nod, but the warrior's gaze stayed sharp. Something's still off. A nearby monster grunted. How did that light do so much damage? The wizard answered simply, that spell was a rare exception. Just then, the monster turned. Something was approaching. Cyrus spotted it. That's no ghost. It's made of flesh and blood. His eyes widened. Don't tell me, my teacher's raising zombies now? Footsteps echoed down the hallway. A voice muttered, no relics, just angry ghosts everywhere. Suddenly, figures in red cloaks stepped into the arena. The boys froze. Jesus smirked. I knew I'd run into you here. Stephen stepped forward with a glare. So we finally meet. Christine flushed slightly. I came here to save Silan. Silan ducked behind a comrade. Why are you with that group? The martial artist turned, shocked. Why is he here? On the far side of the room stood Felena, her eyes fixed on him. The protagonist's memory flickered. Fienna, his childhood friend from the magic tower. Riffenhart's expression darkened. Teslan, he growled. Out from the corridor stepped Teslan, calm and composed. Been looking for you. His lips curled slightly, the magician's teeth clenched in frustration. The boy shot him a death glare. The wizard's eyes sparkled with intent. The young man glared from beneath his brows. The sage tensed. The warrior stood firm. Across from each other they had one shared thought. Who is this guy, really? The villain narrowed his eyes. Why do you look so weak? The fighter scratched his head. And what did you even do to my body? The martial artist pointed behind him. How'd you even bulk up like that? The protagonist rubbed his chin. Wait, my body had this kind of potential? Teslan laughed. You have no idea how much effort it took. Reifenhart slammed his fist into his palm. My body's a mess too, and don't get me started on how it takes 10 minutes just to recall a basic spell. Cylon frowned. Wait, are you two childhood friends or something? With a sly smile, Teslan cut him off. Enough talking. I've been waiting a long time for this moment. Standing face to face with his old rival, the magician raised his voice. This ends now. I won't let you bring chaos to this world ever again. I'll kill you, and justice will be served, the magician vowed. The saintess leaned toward his friend. Wait, you two know each other? Long story, the man said, throwing up his hands. I'll explain everything later. With a shrug, the wizard added, Honestly, I didn't expect you to show up just to claim your master's gift. Kind of sweet, actually. The young man narrowed his eyes. Sweet? He wasn't buying it. But deep down, he was just glad he hadn't turned out like him. The wizard suddenly shouted, voice echoing, This is fate. It ends here. Watching him speak with such fire, the warrior had to admit, guess that brain of his finally came in handy. Even his speeches sound decent now. The sage snapped, calling out his rival's name. The fighter met his glare with a cold stare. The villain stepped forward. So did the martial artist. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist made his decision. There would be no holding back. This wasn't his body anymore. With a mocking smile, Teslan taunted him. Still scared to hurt your own body? Don't worry, I'll take care of that for you, with a quick death. Riefenhart's brow twitched. The man scowled darkly. And then, they charged. The clash exploded across the battlefield. Stefan lunged with his sword raised. Stay out of this! Tatid's voice cut through the chaos, eyes blazing. Eustace rested his sword on his shoulder. It's time I cleared my family name from the stain left by you, he muttered. Cyrus stepped forward, a blue aura radiating around him. You brought that shame on us, not me. Where's the brother who once lived for the knight's code? The man raised his blade high. Enough. The Golden Knight launched forward, aiming to show his brother the true meaning of swordsmanship. Not far off, Christine grinned wildly. I'll save you from this monster. Silent ducked behind a comrade. She's my last hope, he whispered. Felena's brows drew together. I've got to help! She sprinted toward the orc. Orcs are weak to magic, she recalled. She unleashed a torrent of fire, shaping it into a burning spear. Strike them down, she commanded. The saintess pressed his fingers together. Finance, lend me your blade of light. Push back this darkness. A glowing barrier flared up behind Tatid, blocking the fire in an instant. The sorceress gasped. What power is that? The healer's eyes went wide. He might beat me, even with our power gap. Raising his voice, he called to his god for judgment. The boy threw a punch, unleashing a barrage of high-speed spirit bullets. The magician slipped past them with ease. Too basic, he scoffed. The young man followed up with a swift kick. I thought the indestructible gym trained its followers not to dodge. I'm too fragile for that. the sage replied coolly. The warrior went for another strike. Then why dodge at all? The villain raised his hands. Magic circles swirled to life. His final move, a blinding radiance. The fighter formed a fiery shield. I can take 4 of those blasts, and I'm not even old yet. Teslan shouted, frustrated. Your vortex guard is too slow. Off to the side, the wizard stood there, completely confused. What are they even talking about? Summoning his own barrier, the martial artist prepared for the next round. The artist shouted across the battlefield, "You don't need that much aura to cast a spell. I'm ending this, right here, right now." Clenching his teeth, the man was stunned. He hadn't expected the spell to be that powerful. So the Demon King still has enough brainpower left to conjure something like this. Waves of glowing blue energy slammed into the ground. The protagonist staggered, his jaw tight. My body, it can handle this? The magician slashed through the air with his sword. Riffenhart watched, realizing he actually trained this body. The boy squinted, suddenly aware that while his body was nearly indestructible, his mind hadn't quite caught up. As he threw a punch, another thought hit him. If this drags on, my own stupidity is going to be the death of me. I've got to finish this, fast. The wizard clenched his teeth, rage flickering in his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, a grin spread across his face. The warrior's eyes shot open in alarm. With calm precision, the sage raised his sword. You really fell for something that simple? The blade's tip closed in. Then came a deafening blast. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. It splattered on the ground like red rain. A deep slash marked the martial artist's chest. His eyes lit with pain and shock. The villain lowered his blade. I embedded Vortex Guard into the strike, just to test its cutting potential. The protagonist grimaced. This body wasn't made to handle aura. Teslan's lips curled. Of course not. You never did master the indestructible gem skills, but you figured out how to cast spells using your brain. Flames flared around the blade. The man narrowed his eyes. Don't forget who you're facing, Demon King. Lifting his sword high, the mage proclaimed, I'm the king of martial arts. The wizard raised a brow. So what? Can you do something I can't? Riffenhart looked away for a moment, remembering. He once shared the title of strongest with Holy Sword Cyrus. As knights clashed above, the sage burned with anger. How could one of the continent's greatest warriors befriend someone like him? And now here he was, cut down and cast aside. Facing his old rival, the villain murmured, You were my only friend back then, but now I've got plenty. The boy chimed in. He was always awkward around people, painfully shy. The young man cracked a small smile. We weren't just old friends. Not the kind to stand around talking like strangers. Teslan narrowed his eyes. Even Felena started looking at you sideways, like she's wondering if we've known each other since childhood. He smirked. Not exactly a lie. We are from the same future. With a cruel grin, the man added, But don't get it twisted. We were never the kind of friends who'd laugh together. Suddenly, the mage threw his arms wide and shouted, I've trained endlessly to destroy you, Demon King. Flames roared around the warrior. You think that's enough? Magic won't help you here. Without hesitation, the wizard flung away his sword. You're right, magic alone won't cut it. The sage raised his arms calmly. In a real martial duel, it's not always the one with the most aura who wins. The ground beneath them cracked and split. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. Eustace raised his sword high and shouted, Eldrin, awaken! Cyrus dodged the strike, eyes narrowing. I've seen this move already today. Holding his weapon in front of him, he growled, There's no honor in that technique at all. The boy stepped forward. And stabbing your own brother in the gut, that's honorable? The knight surged ahead. Then I'll say it now. You're no brother of mine. Meanwhile, Sir leapt onto a ghostly mount. Saran, lend me your strength, he cried. Christine raised her sword in front of her, confused. What even is this trickery? With a wide-open mouth, the paladin snapped. You bloodthirsty slave! Don't tell me, you like Zillin too? The elf blinked. Wait, what are we talking about now? The woman blushed. Ugh, he's such a heartbreaker. Without missing a beat, the girl summoned a towering fire spirit. Fight with me, she ordered. The knight slashed her sword through the air. Sayer, bless my blade! Filena's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Silent pressed his fingers together. No one can save her now. Realizing what had to be done, the girl steeled herself. We need to finish this, fast. She spun around, then froze. The sorceress's jaw dropped in terror. The villain had his opponent pinned. What are they even doing? The girl muttered. Tesson twisted the enemy's arm, annoyed. Has he never heard of freestyle wrestling? The martial artist grit his teeth, recalling his teacher's words, "Don't overthink. Just hit harder." The protagonist rolled onto his stomach. How do I even attack like this? Flames burst up around him. Riffenhart realized, just shove him off. His opponent grinned. You really think I didn't see that coming? He was suddenly engulfed in fire. Waves of energy surged across the battlefield. The boy stared in shock. That was an aura clash? Mouth agape, he shouted. I've never heard of anything like this. The mage grinned. That's what happens when you train non-stop. It's not written in any book. Twisting the enemy's leg, the wizard scoffed. Even a kid has better aura control than you. He added, that sluggish vortex guard? Useless. Cut off the chi and blood flow, and it's done. The boy's eyes lit up with realization. The sage clenched his jaw in fury. The warrior narrowed his eyes, uncertain what to do. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Still lying on his stomach, he clenched his fists. Bright energy flared around them. That was it, the protagonist realized. Pretending to be the king of martial arts. That was my biggest mistake. The villain stared, stunned. With a burst of force, Reifenhart broke free. He imagined everything turning slick and slippery. Tesson rose to his feet, suddenly aware. He used a spell to reduce friction. But that's not meant for people. The guy's gaze darkened. Then again, this body was never considered fully human. In a flash, the man appeared behind him. The magician tackled the enemy, slamming him down. I actually needed the Carson technique, and I only learned it as a joke. The young man shouted, casting the exact same spell. The wizard's crazed eyes widened. No, don't let that barrier-breaking magic touch my hands. Turning around, the warrior saw it. His opponent had fully mastered magic now, and that changed everything. Did you forget what your teacher said? The man snapped. Lying flat just to survive, that's a disgrace. The sage gave a crooked smile. I'm not a student of the indestructible gym. Not in this era. A little shame is worth it if it brings peace to the continent. The fighter narrowed his eyes. Kinda hard to believe those words when you're holding someone's hand between your legs. The scoundrel yelled, You don't get it! You clearly know nothing about martial arts. Felena covered her eyes. What are they even doing? This is obscene. Christine turned her head away. It's honestly hard to watch. Sir gave a slow nod. Yeah, very hard to unsee. Tesson was sweating now, on the verge of losing it. I'm going to lose my mind. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist slipped free from his opponent's grip. The chaos resumed as the heroes clashed once more. Reifenhart grumbled inwardly. None of this would have happened if I'd just kept my distance and used magic. Cyrus was still locked in battle with Eustace. The boy scanned the field. No one's gonna cover me. I'm on my own. He clenched his teeth and glanced back. Blazing flames wrapped around Stefan as he delivered a crushing blow with his sword. Tethede raised his weapon and cautiously stepped back. The knight grinned coldly. The nobleman gripped his sword tight. I didn't expect much from your kind anyway. Straightening up, he looked the orc in the eye. You really think you can beat me? Drop your weapon. The orc bared his teeth. The warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never surrender. The swordsman sneered. A valiant knight? Don't flatter yourself. Leaping into the air, Stefan shouted, If you insist on dying so stupidly, I'll oblige. You're nothing more than a beast. The orc hurled his blade forward. The boy rushed toward him, yelling, Don't use those weird spells! His weapon blazed to life, flames pouring from the cracks in his armor. The knight unleashed a wave of destructive energy, cursing his opponent. The orc's jaw dropped as the aura slammed him into the wall. The nobleman stepped closer. I'll give you this. You held out longer than most. Impressive. Tethede gritted his teeth. The noble's gaze burned with cruelty. The orc's mind flashed back. They always looked at us like that. In his memory, he stood in a gladiator arena. To survive, he had to fight. Steel clanged against ogres' claws, rusty blades slicing breath from enemies' lungs. His weapon, stained with blood, had once been forged from prison scrap. He had fought alongside criminals, beasts, and forgotten men. But even then, Tatid had poured his soul into that old steel. He remembered the jeering crowd, smirking, laughing, watching him bleed. Let them watch, he thought. Let them see what I've become. His eyes blazed. A true warrior might fall, but never throw away his honor. He gripped his blade tight. Not a slave, not a gladiator, a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. And in his memory, the brute bowed before the protagonist and vowed, "I'll remember this day until I die, and I'll repay you." A fierce, radiant aura surged around him. The swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that?" someone asked. Tatid raised his weapon high. "A blessing," he declared, "from the spirits of battle." Stefan scowled, eyes burning. "What kind of trick is this? There's no way a savage like you could awaken aura." The orc didn't respond. He lunged, blade slicing through the air. The boy gritted his teeth, fury rising in his chest. Their eyes locked, and their swords clashed. Light erupted from the impact. The knight parried, meeting every strike, but the orc didn't let up. He kept pressing forward, each swing packed with raw power. The noble snarled, "You insolent beast!" as he blocked another attack. Even while fending off the assault, doubt crept into his voice. "No, that can't be aura." Raising his weapon overhead, the brute roared, "You're still denying it? When you've seen it with your own eyes?" Tatid brought his blade crashing down. At the last second, the swordsman lifted his sword to block. Stefan's eyes stretched wide in fear. The blow forced him to his knees. He screamed. Tatid stepped forward, sword in hand. "This ends now." Gripping the hilt tightly, his eyes shone with a fierce light. The knight's jaw tightened. The orc surged ahead. One final strike. He passed his enemy in a blur. Blood poured from Stefan's mouth as he dropped to his knees, then fell forward. His body hit the ground. Cyrus watched and smirked. So he really did awaken it. Eustace narrowed his eyes. "Wait, orcs can use aura?" Raising his weapon, the boy met his gaze. "I trained. I earned it. Is that so hard to believe?" With a shout, Eustace lunged. "It's impossible!" But the knight dodged, just barely. A blast from the shockwave shattered the ground behind him. The villain's eyes gleamed. The boy deflected the energy with his sword, weaving between follow-up strikes. But as the swordsman moved, he realized he couldn't land a clean hit. That armor had no scratches, not one. Then, suddenly, Cyrus's eyes went wide. He understood. Eustace slashed the air. "Die!" he roared. The boy slipped past him. His sword glowed with a brilliant blue aura. He raised it and sent waves of energy flying. They pierced right through the armor's weak points, but the armored man only smiled. "You think that can damage, Elder?" The knight smirked back. "Who said I was trying to damage it?" The villain's breastplate began to shimmer. The swordsman snapped his fingers. A burst of radiant light flashed under the armor. Glowing chunks of aura pulsed beneath it. An explosion tore through the air behind Cyrus. Eustace cried out in unbearable pain, mouth stretched wide. The boy watched calmly. Still got a lot to learn from Stahl. Felena screamed at the sight. Eustace, the mighty golden knight, lay in defeat. Tatid stood silently over his fallen foe. Elsewhere, Cyrus and the paladin kept fighting. Felena turned, her attention snapping to Teslan. He saw the loss of his comrades. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding. Cyrus moved behind the next opponent. Teslan jumped back instantly. "Tatid." The young man helped the gentleman to his feet. "You all right?" he asked. "Yeah," the man nodded. "Cylon will patch me up in no time." Teslan narrowed his eyes, glaring at them. "If I'd had more time, I could have taken down the Demon King." He scoffed to himself. I underestimated his allies, that's all. He hadn't even considered how different things might be this time. Refenhart let his aura burst out. "You're not interfering again," he warned coldly. The enemy calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. "I'm pulling back for now," he said. "But next time, we won't lose." The protagonist frowned. "You think I'm letting you walk away just like that?" Teslan smirked. Suddenly, he threw his head back and screamed, cursing the indestructible rocking chair. Mana surged and gathered above them, thick in the air. From the void, the spirits of slain students began to rise again. The crowd of ghosts rushed straight toward the protagonist. Teslan gave one last look, brows drawn. "Next time, I'll rip your head clean off." Reifenhart grit his teeth, holding back his power. "Why are they coming for me?" he wondered. Is it because I follow the rocking chair? Or is it the divine energy from Cylon? Felena walked beside him, voice low. Sorry, I couldn't do more. The guy glanced her way, his eyes narrowed. She used to be close to the Demon King, and now she's fighting by my side. Cyrus, he defected. And there's no bringing him back. He stopped suddenly. Wait, everyone, hold up. He pointed at a slab of stone ahead. That's the stone tied to the secret of surpassing the 5-step disaster horn. Clutching Eustace, Teslan spoke coldly. I figured the Demon King had learned its secret after coming this way. That's why I kept my guard up. But clearly he's still only at the 4-step horn. He drew his sword again. That means we're even now. Non-warrior versus non-warrior. With one swing, he shattered the stone slab. Walking past the rubble, he muttered, We may have lost the battle, but you've lost what you came for. Chunks of the broken stone littered the floor. The scene shifted, back to the arena. The spirits, unaffected by attacks, swarmed to kill. Cylon focused his holy energy at his forehead. A brilliant light engulfed the spirits. They froze, stunned by the radiance. Cylon dropped to the ground. I've never used that much divine power all at once. Looking to his friend, he asked, Why are they so angry? They were beaten to death for not being good enough, the boy answered quietly. The greater the injustice, the stronger the spirit becomes. He looked around. In theory, I can distort space too, but doing that over a single offense? Nearly impossible. Turning to his allies, the protagonist said, We need to catch up, they're getting away. Cyrus hesitated. Wait, who exactly is Teslan? The boy frowned. Someone from my hometown. You could say we were childhood friends, but we've always been enemies. Our views couldn't be more different, especially about other intelligent races. He thinks giving them freedom will doom humanity. After Russ, the group bolted down the corridor. Tethid pointed ahead. Tracks split here, he said. They went into that room, then turned back. The group paused to examine the trail. The protagonist stepped closer to the shattered remains of the slab. He stared at it for a moment. Figures. Teslan's temper always got the better of him, he muttered. He probably smashed it out of frustration. Cirrus joined him. So, does this mean we leave with nothing? Riffenhart smirked. Not quite. We just found ourselves another Aura Lord. Tethid gave a quiet smile. The battle spirits have blessed me. The protagonist glanced at the orc's back. I didn't expect him to awaken his aura this soon. In my past life, it took him another 10 years. He only unlocked it after a brutal fight with Cameron from the Helen Kingdom. Out on the training ground, Cylon joined them. Or a lute, a staff, and an Aura Lord. The scene shifted. Sunlight filtered through the thick trees high in the mountains. Someone darted through the forest at full speed. Young trollings gasped for breath behind him. Utrang, we can't run anymore, they cried. The eldest of them, Utrang, kept moving. We don't have a choice. Humans are closing in. He looked back at the group. Young trolls don't regenerate like adults. Too much blood loss or exhaustion, and they'll die. If the humans catch us, they'll turn the children into potion ingredients without a second thought. Up ahead, Lantis, leading the human group, called out, Anyone see where the orcs ran off to? He was already calculating. Troll blood, essential for healing potions. Spruce prices are up too. A greedy smile stretched across his face. Grab them! That's money on legs! Utrang pulled the children into a tight embrace. He clenched his jaw. This is all my fault. I should have listened to Mater. We shouldn't have gone near that waterfall. He stood. Hide here, he whispered to the little ones. Stepping into the clearing, he muttered to himself. Even prey will bear its fangs when its young are threatened. He raised his arms, concentrating mana. Thin smoke began to drift through the forest. Lantis growled, Don't panic! Typical troll trickery! But fear crept into his voice. A towering figure appeared before him. Utrang. Frozen in shock, the man swung his sword wildly, managing to land a cut. Arrows followed, whistling through the air. They buried deep into the troll's flesh. Grimacing, Utrang yanked them out, his eyes burning. His body began to grow, massive, monstrous. From the rear, Lantis shouted, He's using gigantification! The troll snarled. His people might be labeled the weakest among intelligent races, but corner them, and they became the most terrifying. With a deafening roar, the giant stared down the hunting party. Elsewhere, in a quiet settlement near the edge of Barham Forest, a girl gazed out the window. "It's too noisy today." A man stepped beside her. "It's the troll hunters, setting bait again." He glanced down at the village square. "Let's hope that Magic Circle does its job this time." Carved deep into the stone below, a massive magic circle hummed with energy. In the crowd, old lady Tess raised her voice. "You fools! Angering trolls is suicide!" The girl approached her. "But trolls are just monsters." Tess shook her head. "They're forest guardians, protectors of the trees." Nearby, Russ closed his eyes and gave a quiet order. "Someone, calm the old woman down." As the woman was led away, another man approached Russ. "Is everything ready?" Without looking, Russ nodded. "Triple-layered barrier, just in case." His comrade blinked. "Triple? Isn't that a bit much for a village trap?" Eyes on the glowing magic circle, the man replied. "No one knows where the trolls might come from. If they show up inside the village, we're finished before we can lead them into the trap." Russ stood silently. "Let's hope Captain Lantis can handle this." "Those circles cost a fortune." Just then, he tilted his head up. A faint smile tugged at his lips. From deep in the forest, birds suddenly burst into flight. The mercenaries snapped to attention, weapons drawn. Mana surged through the trees in streaks of bright light. The troll tore through the forest, slaughtering everything in his path. Russ quickly focused his mana. A fireball launched and struck the troll directly. Flames scorched Utrang's body, but the burns healed almost instantly. More fireballs slammed into him. Warriors looked at each other, shouting orders. Russ lifted both hands and began casting. Chains burst out from the magic circle, wrapping tightly around the troll's massive form. The mercenaries aimed the arc ballista. The heavy projectile slammed into Utrang's stomach. Russ grinned, uncorking a vial of potion. The thick liquid streamed into the troll's wound. Utrang staggered, sweat pouring down his face as he tried to rip the bolt from his flesh. But the poison clouded his mind. His body shrank rapidly, reverting to its normal size. Moments later, he collapsed, his eyes shut. Soon, the limp troll was hauled into a cart. The villagers watched, smiling. Old Lady Tess stood at the edge of the crowd, fuming. "You've done something that never should have been done," she snapped. She scowled. "The forest will not forgive this. You cannot provoke the trolls." Her eyes narrowed, glowing faintly. She knew something terrible was coming. Lantis glanced back and scoffed. "Crazy old woman." Meanwhile, in the southern region, across the Getter Mountains in the kingdom of Helen, the Zeton Hill stood silent. Troll hunters walked along the ridge, hauling their prize. "Once we deliver the troll to the Alchemist Guild, we're rich." One of them chuckled. His partner frowned. "Wait, did you hear something?" Both stopped. The forest was silent. Too silent. Then, a low drumbeat echoed through the fog. The mercenaries froze. Their eyes darted in every direction, nervous. "Where's that coming from?" someone asked. Suddenly, one man vanished into the mist. A scream followed. A horrible, desperate scream. The hunters broke into panic. Pressed together, they stared into the fog. The atmosphere grew heavy, an eerie force pressing down on their bodies. Then they saw it. Hannon's twisted corpse lay on the ground. One man gritted his teeth. "What the hell is this?" Before anyone could respond, the two men standing in front of him vanished. Just like that. He was alone now, crossbow shaking in his hands. Then, blood began dripping from above. Drip, drip, and then a flood. The ground beneath him turned red. The hunter's screams ripped through the forest. An old hunter grabbed the boy by the shoulder. "Get it together," he barked. "We're under attack by monsters." Before anyone could respond, his head exploded. Blood sprayed. The hunters quickly regrouped, gathering around the cart. Russ began forming a magic circle, trying to activate a detection spell. The magic rippled outward, stretching across the forest. Then, in an instant, it shattered. The circle dissolved mid-air. Russ coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth. His body trembled. "Commander, my magic! It was forcibly cut off." Lantis stood frozen, eyes wide. He remembered the words of the old woman. "The forest is angry." He grabbed Russ by the shoulders. "Stay with me. Focus!" Then, a voice echoed through the entire forest, a troll's voice. "You hunted us. My kin did nothing. But you came, driven by greed." The air turned heavy. The hunters broke into a cold sweat. Lantis drew his sword, voice shaking. We are under God's protection! No filthy monsters will harm us. Suddenly, the heads of two men in front of him exploded. Just like that, Lantis clenched his jaw, horror in his eyes. A voice from behind him whispered, "It's him." Tusk, the demonic troll himself. Lantis's grip tightened. Aelka stepped into view, still pounding a drum. The commander's shoulders sagged. That demon, the one who wiped out the elite monster hunting squad, destroyed nearly 20 Alchemist Guild branches. His face turned pale. This said it was just rumor. They said he even defeated an Ore Lord. Atoka grinned at his prey. Lantis turned around in terror. His eyes locked onto Utrang, still lying unconscious in the cart. A strange calm washed over the commander. He stared blankly. The troll gently leaned his head against the man. Greed. It always blinds you, he murmured. I expected nothing less. Moments later, a cry tore through the trees. Lantis's head soared into the air. A map appeared, stretching across the screen. It was said that 7 days after the encounter with Teslan, Riffenhart and his group returned to Antares via the Diamond Man portal. A mysterious symbol flickered. The protagonist explained that after that event, many changes took place in Antares. Tents now sprawled across the land. The Blue Bear tribe settled in the Gloatin Mountains, he said. It may lead to conflict with the locals, but the banners of Antares will protect them. Stretching his fingers, he added, Duranton was successfully planted in the Elven Forest. Some of the Danheim elves have agreed to care for the new tree. A mine had also been built nearby, and now, the young man continued, the Great Forge no longer needs to hunt monsters for food. Thanks to the Tan Trade Union supply lines, their warriors can finally relocate to Antis. That marked the start of rebuilding the long-abandoned settlement of Lei, together with the dwarves. It'll take time, he said, but dwarves are masters at this. Time is not the problem. 20 days after their return, the towering high castle of Antares loomed over the landscape. Riffenhart stood at the window, arms folded. So far, everything's going well, he muttered, but there's still one major problem. He cupped his chin and thought, what should I do about the people? He stepped outside, hands on his hips. A huge crowd had gathered. They cheered in unison. It's an honor to meet you. Garvin stepped forward, jaw dropped. I'm here to swear allegiance to you. I've already accomplished a few things, by the way. In the northern reaches of the kingdom of Vasili, a man drew his weapon. No one can beat me when I've got a spear, he declared. You won't be disappointed. A burly man beside him cracked his knuckles. I once took down a wolf with my bare hands. Cyrus raised his voice. Quiet. The king of martial arts stood with arms crossed, muttering under his breath. In my past life, none of them wanted anything to do with me. No one wanted to follow the Demon King. Now, they're swarming to me like moths to a flame. He looked out at the warriors. Still, I'm grateful you all chose to walk this path. Riefenhart stepped forward, surveying the crowd. But only those who prove themselves will be recognized. Frowning, the protagonist added, give them a good beating if they need it. We're only keeping the useful ones. Pierre unsheathed his blade with enthusiasm. It's an honor to fight for you. The protagonist glanced around, surprised. There are a lot more of you than I expected. A nearby warrior reported, we've got around 20 knights, 100 standard soldiers, not counting the non-humans. Cyrus raised his sword, its edge gleaming. The mage looked them over. They don't stand a chance against 10 dwarven warriors. Still, you can't ignore people, especially the ones who accept other races. Someone eyed the troll. Wait, is it true an orc is going to evaluate us? One of the warriors laughed. You think Tathid is just some regular orc? Suddenly, the big man raised his sword. An intense aura burst from around him. The recruits froze, stunned. He has an aura? One whispered. Sweat dripped down the blonde's face. Tathid grinned at him. Riefenhart turned to the side. See any promising ones? The captain of the knightly corps stood calmly, hands behind his back. Tathid and Cyrus can pick out the skilled ones, but being a knight takes more than just ability. With a slight smile, the protagonist nodded. What about the orc? Cheetar cut in quickly. Let's not start that again. Eyes closed, the young man said firmly. Tathid is without question a worthy knight. Riefenhart added, and I want everyone to see him that way. Squinting, the youth continued, more than half our knights were once mercenaries. We can teach them proper behavior. But when there are this many of them, the meaning of the word knight gets lost. The mage raised a hand. I don't see much difference. Still, disciplined knights are better than unpredictable ones. From now on, I'll handle recruitment. The Theed and Cyrus will be kept in the loop. Sometime later, the king of martial arts opened a door. Busy today? He asked the maid. Riffenhart's eyes went wide when she told him he'd need to review all the documents. He sat at the table and sighed. Where did all this paperwork come from? Just a few months ago, I was bored out of my mind. Flora responded, What's past is past. Now hold the pen and get to work. As he picked up the paper, the protagonist muttered, Wait, are there really over 1,000 settlers now? They came from Croynes, Flora said. The crops failed, so they fled here. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. It didn't look like he'd be getting up anytime soon. Just then, an elf approached with a tray in hand, announcing she'd brought him tea. Buried under a mountain of papers, the magician muttered that he wouldn't be leaving the castle for a while. There were still dungeons to clear and 4 relics to track down. As she poured the tea, Cyrus asked who had handled imperial affairs in his previous life. No need to leave the palace back then, he replied casually. Plus, Madeline helped out. The girl tilted her head. Why not just ask him for help again? The martial king shook his head. This isn't like before. If I dump my work on non-humans now, people will freak out. The elf, lifting her eyes, said they had a few people with solid management skills. Riffenhart agreed he'd hire someone in a heartbeat, if only he knew who to trust. He needed someone reliable so he could finally join the expeditions. He turned slightly. I need someone who understands paperwork but can also protect the castle. Cyrus perked up. What about Azriel? He chuckled. Good guy, but not exactly someone I'd trust with all my stuff. Then he smiled. Actually, I have someone else in mind. Carts rumbled in the corridor. The magician continued. He's so well read it's almost annoying. But I'd never get rid of him. The warriors, sweat trickling down their faces, whispered among themselves. He's still hanging around? Who is that guy? One asked. Don't know, another replied, but there's something noble about him. Hearing this, the prince turned his head. Even Captain Azriel admitted he didn't recognize him. Tilla, curious, asked, You a knight or something? Want to spar? He smiled faintly. Just having a look around. The dwarf jabbed a finger his way. Oh, come on, don't pretend. Who said you can't pick up a sword? He shrugged. Is it really wise to hand a weapon to a prisoner? The knight squinted. Karis is dead. You're just a nameless guy now. But the man seemed at ease. Tilla's eyes widened. What's going through your head? Hands folded behind his back, the prince answered, Yuvel's still a strong candidate for king. Tilla blinked. Where did that come from? He lowered his gaze. Thanks to him, I started seeing things differently. The dwarf leaned in. Seeing what exactly? The man continued. The cleverness, strength, and beauty of the other races. The woman standing here proves that. Tilla, sweat beading on her brow, raised an eyebrow. That's a bit much. Do all knights talk like this? Karis folded his arms. A second later, the prince dropped one hand, then raised the other. Karis slowly straightened his fingers. Tilla's eyes widened. And you, the prince said, looking at her, are wise and resourceful too. The dwarf lowered her hand. Not sure about the beauty part, though. He extended his fingers again. You're tough. Tilla laughed and raised her hand. You'd look better with a beard. He shot back. Then I'll start growing one. Karis stepped toward the girl. Palm calmly stated that her people, so she claimed, had the ability to hear the voice of truth. As the prince pressed her fingers, he added, Then you already know if I'm lying. The man narrowed his eyes. Would you know if I told you I'd fallen for you? Tilla's eyes widened in surprise. With a faint smile, Karis began to speak about dwarves and humans, until the girl cut him off. I don't care whether you're a man or a dwarf, she said firmly. Her cheeks flushed when he asked if she thought he was even capable of loving her. The sky shifted to a bright daytime hue as the prince spoke again. Would you stop watching over me now that I'm your prisoner through and through? Then, gently taking her hand, he added, I understand now. I had no right to judge Yuvel. Reifenhart smirked. How are you holding up? He asked the man beside him. Karis lowered his brows. I'm fine, thanks to your grace, he replied. Then added, Honestly, I think I've got the best life a political prisoner could ask for. The protagonist slipped a hand into his pocket. Glad to hear it. Ever thought about not being a prisoner anymore? Karis raised a brow. You mean, stop being a burden? He sighed. Truth is, I felt uneasy just wandering around the castle like this. The protagonist closed his eyes. I'm just relieved you understood without me having to say anything. Then he asked, would you be willing to help me out? Karis opened his mouth, thoughtful. Miss Tilla mentioned your dream. I owe you an apology. At first I thought you'd gone mad. The young man gave a faint smile. You wouldn't be the first. Even Cirrus thought I was crazy. Nearby, the maid stood holding a hefty stack of documents. Karis continued, but after spending time here I realized I was too narrow-minded. Sure, they're not human, but they haven't lost their humanity. The prince looked down. And that's not just true for elves and dwarves. A society that strips humanity from others is heading for ruin. I don't understand why that truth's been hidden for so long. Karis bowed. If change is coming, I want to be part of it. Closing his eyes, he asked, tell me what I need to do. Even if it's cleaning or paperwork, I'll do it. Reifenhart chuckled. You'd probably be begging for work even if you didn't owe me a thing. I'm glad to hear that, the protagonist replied, pulling out a finely crafted box from behind his back. Karis blinked. Is that your seal? The prince nodded. You said you could handle anything. Then be my official representative. Karis raised his eyebrows, stunned. You trust someone who used to be your enemy with that much authority? Then he hesitated. What if I change my mind? The prince frowned slightly. Any decrees stamped with this seal only affect humans. The mage, grinning from the side, asked, and if he does betray you, what then? The man pressed his lips together, clearly puzzled. Eyes closed, the prince answered calmly. He wouldn't get far. Karis smirked. After all, the only people around here were a handful of knights and some half-starved wanderers. Not exactly a crowd he feared leading. He grinned. What if I trained an army out of them? The prince lowered his brows. Then Tilla would be crying for days. Karis's grin faded. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. The prince closed his eyes again. Karis let out a quiet laugh. I'll give it everything I've got. The protagonist nodded. Then it's only right you have a name to match this new start. A fresh face should come with a new title. How about a name that's just a shorter version of Karis, he offered. Karis raised an eyebrow. Sounds like some kind of disease. He waved it off. Just call me Carl. Then, without missing a beat, Carl closed his eyes and said, Make me Chancellor. Sounds better than representative of the Count. Riffenhard agreed with a chuckle. Fine by me, the job's the same anyway. The scene shifted to a grand palace. It was said that Karis, now Carl, got to work the moment his title was confirmed. Signing stacks of papers, making decisions. The magician observed from the side. Surprisingly capable, more than I expected. Carl frowned slightly at the compliment. The prince admitted, I've had some management experience myself, but back then I was just an emperor, not someone who really understood the fine details. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't do what you're doing now. Images of elves filled the screen. The first thing Carl did as chancellor? He spoke to the girls, found out what each one actually wanted to do, and placed them where their talents fit. That alone boosted efficiency by 30%. The view shifted to the military. The magician noted how Carl also reorganized the army. Previously, the soldiers were thrown into small 6-man units under knight command. A clumsy setup. Now? Crowds of citizens lined up near the entrance, as Reifenhard explained. Carl separated the knights and soldiers entirely. Appointed just 2 skilled captains to train them. 1 structure, 1 command. The results? Units of 100 soldiers, unified and disciplined, far stronger than before. Carl scanned through documents. The prince added, and he didn't stop there. He even studied the refugee situation in detail. That alone says he's not just skilled, he's sharp. The truly talented were brought into the administrative system. The rest, ordinary folk, were given farm work to help the region thrive. Hands on his hips, the prince admitted, I'm glad I didn't execute him. Tilla beamed. Karis is a real talent. The prince smiled. Keep an eye on him. He's the future of this place. Suddenly, Cirrus raised her hands high and cast a spell, shouting, I am the flame that cuts through darkness, the burning arrow that strikes down evil. A blazing stream of fire shot through the air and hit its mark. The elf's eyes widened. She cried out. "I did it!" the elf shouted. "It worked!" Then she turned, eyes gleaming. "Hey, do you think I've got a real knack for magic?" Reifenhart watched her with quiet amusement. For someone progressing this fast, she definitely had talent. As soon as she opened the third circle, he'd start teaching her, just like in her previous life. Just then, the maid burst out of the building. "My lord, the people you asked for, they're all waiting in the conference room." He nodded. "I'm on my way." As they walked, Cirrus asked, "What's going on with Tilla and Karis?" Eyes closed. Tilla sighed. "He's kind, sweet even, and he's improving fast." The elf drifted off into thought, her mind replaying the Chancellor's face. Then, suddenly, with a grin, she asked, "So how are you and Mr. Reifenhart doing?" Meanwhile, the protagonist buttoned up his shirt. Cirrus laughed softly. "He's more of a dad to me than anything else." Tilla blinked. "Don't say that to his face. He'll lock himself in his room again." Cirrus just shrugged. "I'm just being honest." Tilla added with a smirk, "He's like an old man trapped in a young man's body, though you'd never guess it with how fit he is." Cirrus chuckled, and the protagonist quietly pressed his lips together. Inside the conference room, Jekyll stood and greeted him with enthusiasm. "It's an honor to meet the king of martial arts." He introduced himself as a bounty hunter, then gestured to the group behind him. "We're from the Tao Ben Trade Union. Heard you were looking for us." Reifenhart smiled. "I'm glad you came. I've got something for you." He placed a photo on the table. A strikingly handsome man stared back from the page. Jekyll leaned in. "That's Teslan, an Aura Lord, still under the radar, but dangerous." His team added that Teslan traveled with two well-known names, the Paladin Christine and the Golden Knight Eustace. "Tracking them down might be the smartest move." The prince frowned. "You'll get 100 gold in advance. If you succeed, you'll get another 100. Jekyll gave a deep bow. "We'll do everything we can." The protagonist thought to himself, finding Teslan would be enough for now. An aide approached, holding out a document. "Here's this month's report from the Grand Trade Union." "Good work," the prince replied, taking it in hand. As the magician flipped through the pages, he rested his fingers on his chin, scanning the information. Most of it felt like background noise. Ogres sighted in the north, a cracked reservoir blocking water routes, and even something about a two-headed calf born in a mountain village. He kept flipping. Then suddenly, his eyes narrowed. His hand froze on one particular line. Monster hunters chasing trolls in the southern region of Hein had been ambushed by something else, a legendary monster, Tusk. Most of the team had been wiped out. Only a few had survived. His mouth fell open. Tusk. That was the old nickname for Tilk. He slammed the paper down. "Get everyone. Now." The image shifted to the seaport of Kaltasan, its outline rising on the distant coast. In the southern reaches of the kingdom of Hein, the city of Castel bustled under a quiet, uneasy night. Ships bobbed in the harbor, anchored tightly to the piers. Warm light glowed through the windows of nearby homes, while women on the streets whispered amongst themselves. Looming above the city stood the imposing structure of the Southern Region Division of the Santana's Tears Alchemist Guild. Inside, candles flickered on worn tables. Shelves were cluttered with mysterious flasks, and strange alchemical instruments covered every surface. Torches blazed along the stone walls of the basement. Cages were suspended from the ceiling, small skeletal remains trapped within. Heavy chains hung like vines across the room. And in a grim line, several trolls, beaten and drained, hung like livestock. A man in a black robe glanced at one of them. "Number 3 doesn't look good," he muttered. Another alchemist turned his head. "Boost the nutrient flow. That one has to stay alive for at least another month." Gripping a hose, the man stepped forward and forced the troll to drink. "These creatures are amazing," he said. "Even if we feed them literal waste, they don't get sick." The troll coughed violently, mouth gaping. "Efficient little things," the tester added. "They're both a waste disposal system and a profit center in one body." A rack of flasks clinked nearby as more vials were lined up. "We need to increase output. 100 more flasks by month's end," the tester ordered. "We'll need another troll then," came the reply. Without a word, the man pulled a lever. Heavy chains groaned as they shifted. A metal grate in the floor slowly opened. The troll's feet dangled over the pit below. Fine red dust danced in the air. Down in the shaft, Dozens of razor-sharp blades gleamed under the torchlight. The troll, still hanging, dropped. In seconds, only its arms remained above the hole. Then, blood sprayed into the air. Scarlet liquid splashed across the lab. Flasks began to fill. Blood trickled steadily from the hose. "Perfect," the man said, watching the flow. Pen in hand, the tester jotted down notes. A map flickered into view, showing several nearby regions. The Alchemist Guild's building stood ominously in the dark. In the basement, a fire burned. Hooded figures in black robes loitered near the doors. "You know," someone muttered, "it'd be a lot easier if we just bred these things." Trolls sat quietly nearby, legs pulled in, eyes dull. The speaker frowned. "No one's figured out how they reproduce. The females always miscarry." Behind bars, two others eavesdropped on the conversation. "In the wild, they breed just fine," one said. "So clearly, they can do it." "You think the rumors are true?" the other asked. They traded glances, remembering bits and pieces of their last battle with the goblins. "You mean Lantis's unit?" "Yeah. The commander didn't care what kind of troll he got, as long as it was breathing, even if half his men died in the process." The response came coldly. "That's not what I meant." A lone troll now perched on the rooftop of the building, unmoving. One of the testers stared up. "Tusk," he thought. "Think that monster will come for us?" The silhouette of the beast flickered in the shadows. "Wherever it goes," one of them whispered, "people die." Another man in robes crossed his arms. Even the unit leader scared. He started making plans, just in case. "Important guests are arriving," someone mentioned. His partner glanced over. "Yeah? Any chance some of them are strong enough to take down Tusk?" Above them, an ornate chandelier sparkled under the warm glow of the hall. Inside, an elegant feast had been laid out. Luxurious dishes covered the table. Holding a glass of wine, the head of the southern unit of Santara's Tears raised his voice. "A true honor to welcome you all personally." Kafir smirked. "We're not that important." Marund narrowed his eyes. "You're wrong. Dipol has a sharp eye for talent. If he invited you, there's a reason." Blau looked to the unit leader. "No need to worry. Sayer's keeping a close watch on things." The man raised his brows in surprise. Meanwhile, knights stood at the castle gates. One of the guards let out a long yawn. Another stood with his hands behind his back, eyeing the ship in the distance. "I'd love to sail away on something like that," he said wistfully. His partner chuckled. "You dreaming of becoming a sailor, Smith?" Smith looked up at the sky. "Always wanted to since I was a kid, but after hearing all those sailor tales, I gave up." "Sounds glamorous, till you learn how brutal it really is." The guard nodded. "Yeah, but the pay's not bad." Smith shrugged. "Maybe, but half of them never come back." Lifting his hand with a grin, the knight said confidently, "I'd have survived." His partner smirked. "People who say that are usually the first to die. Our job doesn't pay better, but we live longer." Smith closed his eyes. "If you ever reach my age, you'll get it." Then his tone shifted. "Where's all this fog coming from?" A dense gray mist had begun to roll through the streets. The guard furrowed his brow. There hadn't been a single cloud in the sky all day. The warrior scanned the horizon. Something's not right. Somewhere distant, a soft drumbeat echoed. A voice murmured something about the midnight lake, about inky rivers pouring from the edges of the sky. The two men spun around. "Where's that sound coming from?" Glowing eyes flickered in the darkness. Then, a voice whispered, "The night of dopes." The guards froze. Above them, the knights started dropping, one by one. A goblin wandered silently down the pier, muttering, "The innocent will be spared. Dreams will swallow them." Behind him, a troll raised his head and spoke. Bitter weeping echoes through the black sky. A thick white veil cloaked the air. "The fog," the monster said. "It's come." He gripped a torn cloth and continued in a slow, chilling tone. "Darkness stirs, and sleep follows close behind." Red eyes blazed to life in the mist. The goblin spoke again, voice low. "It will drift like smoke and vanish without a trace." A lantern flickered above the entrance to a house. Then, gray haze swallowed everything outside. Standing by the window, Reifenhart stared into the night. "It's been quiet, too quiet. 3 days of pure boredom." The protagonist frowned. "Well," he muttered, "looks like the fun's finally here." The gray fog howled toward the kingdom, sweeping like smoke. Above the guild's building, a swirling mist coiled through the sky. A knight collapsed, blood spurting from his mouth. Trolls stretched their arms wide. Slaughter began. And the monster approached. At the guild's entrance, the warriors cried out in shock. "It's Tusk! He's here! Whoever takes him down gets a reward. 1,000 gold!" Chaos erupted. Kafir's expression darkened. "What's all that noise?" Blay glanced toward the doors. "Think it's a thief? Or maybe something worse?" Lowering his head, Dipole gave a stiff apology. "My deepest regrets for this to happen while hosting such esteemed guests." He didn't know what was going on, but he had a sinking feeling. Eyes closed, the head of the Southern Division finally spoke. "It's likely one of the captured trolls, a breakout." But deep down, he knew the truth. Tusk had come. Clutching the back of a chair, he tried to make sense of it. Maybe the goblin was more dangerous than expected, he told himself. Surely our warriors are handling it by now. It should be over soon. Kafir suddenly leaned forward. "Would you mind if we helped?" Dipole hesitated, eyes shut. "Surely, a mere troll is no match for an aura lord like yourself. But could I really trouble my guests with such matters?" The group grinned darkly. "After that meal," one chuckled, "consider it repayment." The seventh circle mage averted his gaze. The priest of Sayre cracked a smile. Then the gray mist rolled in. The monster surged down the corridor. Guards shouted, "It's the devil's spawn!" Knights lunged, spears flashing. The troll slammed into them. One warrior hit the ground hard. Blood spilled from his mouth. Another stood frozen, mouth wide open in terror. Eyes wide, one guard cried, "This thing's cruel!" Another yelled, "Monster or not, it's still a beast." Wrapped in shredded cloth, the creature sneered, "Cruel? You speak of cruelty, yet you profit off the pain of trolls." The troll raised a hand toward the drum. "That means you'll pay in blood." The monster's voice thundered, "You've filled your vessels with life force, desecrated life itself." Suddenly, knights gasped, "Our bodies!" They dropped their weapons, swords and spears clattering to the floor. "What is this? Why can't we move? What kind of magic is this?" Madness swirled through the room. Blood droplets flew through the air. Snap! The troll flicked its fingers. A guard's eyes bulged in horror. The goblin raised a claw. Deep red blood veered sharply to the side. Snap! Another flick. Crimson liquid floated upward. In the center of the chaos, surrounded by corpses, stood the monster, draped in cloth, eyes burning bright. Someone whispered, "It's Tusk." Kafir folded his arms. "So this is the infamous creature from those Monster Hunter tales?" The priest nodded, uncertain. "I didn't think it actually existed." Marin muttered, "No wonder Deeple's been bending over backward for us." The seventh circle mage grinned. "Nothing in this world comes for free." Gritting his teeth, the Aura Lord asked, "So what now?" Adjusting his glasses, Blay replied, he felt cheated, but he decided to deal with that later. Right now, there was a troll standing in front of them, and it wasn't just any troll. The creature narrowed its eyes. "Strong ones, I see." Morand, hands folded behind his back, stared. "Wait, can it talk?" Kafir smirked. "Now this is interesting." Gripping his sword, the Aura Lord muttered, "Let's end this fast." One of the warriors growled through clenched teeth. "I'm going to go tell that sneak exactly what I think of him." He swung his weapon with full force. Kafir, eyes wide, shouted, "Did a troll just dodge my blade? I'll cut you into pieces." In that instant, Athilka launched himself high into the air. Below, an orc and a human clashed in a brutal, blinding fight. Murun's eyes went wide with disbelief. Blaze froze, pupils dilating. "Did he just block an aura-infused strike?" someone whispered. The troll glared. "A mother's blessing is deeper than the ocean. No one can harm me." In the swirling magical energy, Athilka roared, "My body grows, stronger, faster, free of thorn-choked forests." Kafir's lips twitched upward, just slightly. Then the orc began to swing. Teeth clenched, the man thought. He's fast. The troll was already closing in. Suddenly, a blow struck the ground, sending stone shards flying. Kafir wiped the sweat from his face. "Good," he muttered. "At least I've got space now." But Athilka's red eyes lit up again. "The southern winds wake the chuts," he said. "Time for them to rise." From the ground, thick green shoots erupted, snaring Kafir's body. "What the hell is this?" he shouted. The orc charged again. Swords clashed. the Aura Lord barely blocking the next strike, until the blade sliced into his side. Kefir doubled over, blood spilling. Marund raised 2 fingers. Flame! Ignite! A magic seal blazed beneath Athilka's feet. The wizard stretched out his palm and fired. This isn't just a monster, he growled. It's something else. BL opened his mouth. Who cares about rules or codes right now? Everyone hit him. Together! The mage snapped his fingers. Flame and lightning, he thought. Those'll burn him from the inside out. Then, a strange force surged near the orc. Athilka placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. A shimmering aura burst around him. Marin gasped. What kind of sorcery is that? It's jamming my spells completely. The priest clenched his fist. Let the servant endure, rise again through pain. Kefir groaned. Okay, maybe tone it down a little. Blaze's eyes widened. Wait, divine power? That hurts? It's clashing with my aura, and this isn't even a fight between aura lords. Suddenly, Marund's jaw dropped. He activated 4th circle disarming magic. The spell struck. The troll reeled back, clearly in pain. Athilka clenched his jaw, then with a heavy crash, he dropped to the ground. But in an instant, the troll's legs flew upward. It looked like he was waving them. Sword in hand, one warrior blinked. What are those moves? Marin's eyes bulged. Is this thing actually? They say he's a demon wearing troll skin, someone muttered. BL narrowed his eyes. Then why is he this strong? Balancing on one hand, the orc grumbled. I've dealt with human tricks before, but these 3, they're a bit much. Athilka squinted, jaw slightly open. Should I run? He wondered. Confused, the troll froze, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, blinding rainbow beams of energy tore through the air. Everyone snapped their heads toward the explosion. Boom! Smoke rolled through the battlefield. Kefir frowned. Who's there? Silhouettes appeared in the haze, humans staggering through the dust. Next time, one coughed, you might want to mention that stealth fog trolls use. Wiping sweat from his brow, Athilka's eyes darted around. Who are they? Reifenhart stepped into view with his team. Athilka's jaw tightened. More enemies? But the newcomer simply smiled. At last, we meet wise son of nature. The troll's pupils shrank in shock. Eyes wide, Athilka asked, Who are you? How do you know my name and our language? Still calm, the protagonist answered, I know everything about trolls, and I came here to help you. The orc stared, stunned. What are you talking about? The other warriors tensed. Who are you people? One shouted. You dare attack us, then talk about honor? If you have any, identify yourselves, now. The king of martial arts furrowed his brow. I want one thing. Freedom for trolls. I heard you were passing through. If possible, I'd rather we all just walk away. Kefir snapped, fury flashing across his face. What are you even saying? That thing is a monster. He slaughtered dozens of humans. Reifenhart stepped forward. That's the version of the story you were given. Suddenly, Tatid's face darkened with rage. Cirrus bit her lip hard, eyes narrowed. The protagonist glanced at his team. Take them alive. In the dead of night, a towering building shook. Another explosion. Smoke billowed from the windows. Debris flew as stones shattered and crashed around the room. A pulsing magical aura swirled around the magicians. Kefir raised his sword, barely deflecting Tatid's incoming blow. Teeth clenched, he shouted, Does this orc have an aura? A second later, the warrior swung his blade hard. Blade gritted his teeth, overwhelmed. Suddenly, Cirrus appeared behind him, conjuring a shimmering barrier. Above the elf, a blazing spirit formed from magic. Answer my call, she cried. The fiery beast launched forward, targeting the enemy in a flash of light. Athilka blinked, stunned. That orc has an aura, and that elf has spiritual power? Eyes wide, Reifenhart waved both palms through the air. Athilka stared. Is that the king of martial arts? He didn't have time to dwell on it. I'll handle this, the protagonist said. Go, save your people. Marund, jaw half open, whispered, So it's true. He's the one who joined the Civil War alongside the other races. But can he still use spells? When did he master aura too? The 7th Circle mage lifted his hand slowly. This build, this pressure, it has to be him. The king of martial arts? The protagonist's body pulsed with raw energy. His aura surged. rippling across the battlefield. "What do you think?" he said, spreading his fingers wide. And then he activated it. Power gun. The battlefield shook, and Marooned. A radiant shield burst in front of Marooned as he cast a piercing light beam. The clash of magic lit up the battlefield, two forces colliding with explosive force. Flashes exploded all around. The king of martial arts folded his fingers together, muttering under his breath. "He's filled with doubt," he thought. Then he whispered an incantation. Across the field, Marin bared his teeth, stunned. Why didn't my spell affect him? His thoughts raced. 50 years I gave to magic. How is this happening? Desperate, he launched another spell. But Reifenhart raised his hand and fired. Beams of searing magic streaked toward Marintid. They hit. The seventh circle mage's pupils rolled back, turning white in an instant. At the same moment, Kafir sprang forward, charging straight at Tethid. The air cracked as they collided. Power against power. The man and the troll locked in brutal combat. Then the orc hurled his sword like a spear. Kafir leapt, barely dodging it midair. The man sneered. "Threw away your weapon? That was a mistake." But then, magic discs appeared, spinning toward him. A split second later, boom! The blast tore through the air. Then, like a boomerang, the sword zipped back into Tethid's hand. Kafir lay still in the rubble, unmoving. Reifenhart smirked. He's already fusing aura with spiritual weaponry. Tethid's come a long way since sparring with Cyrus. Turning his head, the protagonist said simply, "They're dealt with." Cyrus frowned. "Are you sure we should leave them alive? Even without using aura, I'm pretty sure they figured out who you are." The protagonist adjusted his hat. "If I really wanted to hide my identity, I'd wear a mask." He added calmly, "As long as that secret stays buried, there's nothing to worry about." Athilka stepped closer, nodding and greeting. "You saved us, thank you." But there was no time for thanks. "We need to move," the magician said. "Reinforcements could arrive any second." Suddenly, fire, a bright blaze erupted outside. Shouts for help rang out. The warriors froze. "We have to evacuate now! If we lose control, this gets worse." Through smoke and tears, an old man looked on, unable to believe what he was seeing. From a distance, flames swallowed the towering guild building. Carriages rushed down the mountainside. Horses galloped at full speed across the path. Later, inside one of the wagons, Athilka sat quietly. A strange pink aura glowed faintly around him. Cyrus stared, eyes wide. "Creepy." Reifenhart shrugged. "I'm used to orcs. But trolls? They still give me chills." "You've probably seen orcs more," someone said. "They're often enslaved." Selin spoke up. "This is my first time seeing trolls." "Are they always built like that?" In a corner, a group of orcs huddled together, talking in their native tongue. Cyrus watched them. "They don't speak the common language. Maybe they never had a chance to learn." Suddenly, more fire. Athilka lowered his head. "I never heard rumors that the king of martial arts could use magic," he said. "I've never hidden it," the protagonist replied calmly. "But I don't know why the world insists on hiding the truth." He smiled faintly, and added, "The fact is," the protagonist said, "I am the king of martial arts. Believe it or not." Athilka lowered his brows. "How could I not believe it? I saw your aura with my own eyes." He hesitated, then asked, "Is it really true that you see other races as equals, not slaves?" The orc cracked a slight grin. "Still don't get how you know our language. Or my name." The protagonist narrowed his eyes. "There was a troll I knew once, from the Bavar tribe. Survivors from the Dar forest." He paused. "Have you heard of them?" Athilka's jaw shifted. "I've heard whispers. Once. But still, how do you know so much about us?" The night sky stretched wide above them. Reifenhart finally spoke. "If you trust me, there's something I'd like to share." Carriages rumbled in the distance. The protagonist began to explain. Slowly, clearly. He spoke of the world he dreamed of, a future he wanted to build. And something in his words must have struck a chord. Athilka's gaze sharpened. The martial artist continued. He told the tale of a terrifying troll, one who had wandered the world for decades, freeing his kin from chains, saving their lives again and again. A warrior who had slain hundreds of humans, and would kill more if he had to. But the world didn't change, he said. To them, trolls are still just monsters. His voice lowered. Anyone who ends up in human hands dies, the most brutal death imaginable. Then the mage smiled slightly. Will you help me? He added, we've already prepared land in Antares, a place where your people can live in peace. Athilka looked down. Before answering, he raised his head and asked, why do you care? You're not one of us. The king of martial arts closed his eyes. Have you ever visited the southern region of the Tikan kingdom? Images flashed across his mind, bones piled high, skulls stacked like trophies. There was a time, he said, when the people there ate their own kind, and they did it without shame. Then he spoke of a sage, a man who walked among them, taught them to change, to rise above their blood-soaked customs. The people resisted, called it tradition, asked what right that sage had to interfere. An old man's face appeared in memory, long hair, weathered eyes. The sage answered. He watched someone dear to him be eaten. That was reason enough. Athilka listened, gaze fixed ahead. Silence smiled quietly to the side. Reifenhardt's voice softened as he spoke of the people he'd met, the ones who mattered. Tathi looked away. Sirius's eyes sparkled with joy. Then the protagonist added, my friends, they were treated like slaves, and I couldn't just stand there doing nothing. He narrowed his eyes. I won't stand by. The scene shifted, daylight over the southern kingdom of Grime. At the heart of the capital, the headquarters of the Tar of Santera stood tall. Inside, Orenmaid frowned. Still no word on the culprit? The old man lowered his brows in silent frustration. The head of the alchemist guild finally spoke. This creature, it's no different from a natural disaster, someone muttered grimly. But if a person was involved, then that changes everything. Deepal wiped the sweat from his face. We've had our suspicions, he said, but no solid proof. The image shifted. The fighting king, ruler of Antares County, appeared, calmly holding out his palm. The head of Santera's Tyr's southern branch spoke up. According to magician Maren's testimony, the one behind this didn't use aura. He was purely a magic user. A map of the kingdoms materialized. There's a time discrepancy, someone pointed out. He left the White Palace just as the fire broke out in the southern branch, but he was gone for only 2 weeks. To travel that far, the voice continued, he'd have needed a full month, riding non-stop on the fastest horse. Orenmaid bit his lip. What if he used a double? The answer came quick. With facial features that distinct, someone would have noticed. The man turned away, uneasy. We're talking about the fighting king, a ruler of nations. We can't make accusations without absolute proof. Another figure chimed in, hesitant. There are rumors. They say he saved the trolls. The head of the Alchemist Guild slapped his forehead. With all the evidence, and his history, it has to be him. He sighed. And that's a real problem. Time passed. Now the county of Antares, specifically the White Palace. In a quiet study, Reifenhardt leaned back with his hands behind his head. The alchemists must be going nuts right now, he muttered. But as long as they don't know about the spatial portals, my alibi holds. He smiled to himself. Everything's going according to plan, he whispered. Avoiding a united assault from humanity while rallying forces, that's already a win. Looking out the window, he took in the view. Everything's in place. As orange leaves danced in the wind, the magician asked himself, is it time to get serious? The scene shifted again. Minecarts rumbled through tunnels, echoing deep underground. Dwarves clutched their pickaxes tightly. A whip cracked. Quit slacking! A worker barked. If you've got energy to whine, then dig faster. A dwarf, scowling, muttered insults under his breath about humans. His partner replied grimly. They're holding my family hostage. What choice do we have? A younger worker frowned. Any sign of adamantium or orichalcum? They say Kelburn's furious, he added, so we better move. Suddenly, shouts. The boy turned toward the noise, just in time to be knocked backward. A dwarf stepped forward, hammer in hand. If it were up to me, I'd crush you where you stand. But I'm just a hired hand. I don't know you. He lowered the weapon. I won't take your life. Yustia's eyes widened. More enemies incoming! A hooded enemy stumbled backward, stunned. Where did all these dwarves come from? An old man stepped forward, conjuring a glowing magical seal. They came to free their kin. The enemy, sweat pouring down his face, gasped. A spell that suppresses magic? Are you a dwarf using magic? A heartbeat later. Crack! The girl struck. A blade struck deep into the enemy's stomach. From the shadows, a dwarf warrior raised his axe and roared, "We are the warriors of the Great Forge. The Steelhammer clan has come to free you." The captive dwarves, eyes wide, looked up as hope returned to their faces. "Come to us, one by one," the warrior called. "We'll break those magic shackles." Nearby, a wizard stretched out his fingers. "I'll release the flow. Break the barrier. We'll be free." An enemy, drenched in sweat, shouted, "They have hostages!" "Don't worry," came the reply. "Our people are already on their way to the village." Suddenly, thwack! Tilla swung her axe hard and struck down another attacker. A dwarf gasped. "Grandfather!" Hethos raised an eyebrow, stunned, and then smiled. "Tilla, what are you doing here?" She ran to him and hugged him tightly. "Lord Refenhart sent me." Hethos nodded. "Then we'll save everyone. It's finally time to leave this cursed place." Inside the mine, voices echoed through the walls. "Send word to Priest Gelfide. Gather everyone. Now." Cut to the village of the Steelhammer clan. The dwarves had completed their preparations. Every last one had left the village behind. Ruthike, mouth agape, watched his daughter approach. "She's all grown up," he muttered. He pulled her into a tight hug. "You've gotten so big, Tilla. You're even old enough to marry now." Gelfide smirked. "So what are your next steps? A group this large will attract attention." "Don't worry," came the answer. "The time is almost right." The scene shifted to a wide, flowing river. Stone walls lined the shore. Then, ships. Several boats appeared, swiftly closing in. "Wait," Gelfide said, eyes narrowing. "Did the Great Forge send these?" A dwarf shook his head. "No, not from the forge." Gelfide's pupils shrank sharply. Then, a familiar voice echoed across the river. Karis, standing tall, with his hands behind his back, called out, "No need to fear. We're allies, and we're here to help you escape." Sweat beaded on the dwarves' brows. A human on their side? Tilla stepped forward, eyes wide. "Prince!" He raised his brows, surprised. "Tilla, you're safe." She threw her arms around him. "Thank the heavens," Karis said softly. "I was worried." "You must have been busy," she smiled. "You could have just sent your people." He grinned. "And missed the chance to meet your family? Never." Ruthike's jaw clenched, clearly displeased. Tilla turned. "This is my father, and Karis is my beloved." Karis stepped forward and bowed deeply. "An honor to meet you, father-in-law." The dwarf's mouth dropped. "Who said I was your father-in-law?" Scene change. A map of the Kingdom of Grime faded in. The city of Dio, largest in the western kingdom of Golin, stood under moonlight. Tears of Santara's local branch trembled behind fortified walls. Suddenly, explosions. Cloaked figures hurled bottles toward the building. "It's Ivory Tusk!" someone shouted. "Use firebombs! Burn him down!" The blast thundered. A troll leapt through the flames, eyes blazing with fury. Chanting under his breath, he unleashed a powerful spell, with a single violent motion. He slaughtered several men on the spot. One of the knights suddenly shouted. There was another figure dodging the blasts. Ivory Tusk landed atop the wall and halted. Lifting his head, he stared skyward. The creature scowled and muttered, "It's time." With that, he launched himself into the air, soaring upward. Against the bright moon, his shadow loomed large. People gasped and shouted. Ivory Tusk was fleeing, but they weren't backing down. Voices rang out, promising they'd bring the monster down no matter what. At that moment, the western branch leader of Santara's Tears, Ramdran, stood tall. Grinning wide, he laughed confidently. "I'm not like that useless dipole," he scoffed. "No matter how powerful this Ivory Tusk is, he won't get past my trolls." But just then, someone came sprinting toward him, panic in his voice. Ramdran turned to him. "What's going on?" The man, drenched in sweat, blurted out through gasps. "The dungeons! They're open! The trolls! They've escaped!" The grin vanished from Ramdran's face instantly. Far away, in the northern kingdom of Rastal Kentry, the sun blazed down on the bustling city. At its heart stood a colossal coliseum. Birds circled overhead, while cheers erupted from inside. In the arena, a massive monster stood ready. Charging toward it was an equally huge ogre, but in a flash, a lion-like beast lunged forward. One strike, and the ogre's head flew clean off. Elsewhere, under a cloudy sky, The Bane Gladiator Training Center towered like a fortress. Inside its grand palace, an old man raised his brows in amazement. He looked over the tall orc in front of him, dressed sharply. In his mind, he admired the flawless physique. This orc was built like no other he'd seen. A head taller than the rest, with untapped potential. Hard to believe he was being sold as a servant. Across from him sat a young woman, hands neatly folded. "Any issues?" she asked with a small smile. "So how much do you think he's worth?" The old man returned her smile. "Looks like he's been well taken care of. Normally a slave like this might go for 5 gold coins. But if he's fit to be a gladiator." Without blinking, the girl asked, "How much are we talking?" Eyeing her slyly, the old man leaned in. "I'll offer 7 gold pieces. Honestly, he could be worth 10. The girl clasped her hands, shivered slightly, then agreed. But the old man wasn't done. "All I need is your signature," he said smoothly. Inside, he was gloating. This was a jackpot. Slaves were hard to come by these days, and getting a specimen like this for less than market price? A rare deal. The girl closed her eyes. "He may seem rough," she said softly, "but he's kind. Sure, he's had fights with other orcs, but he always listens to me." Suddenly, the orc reached out his arms. "I'll work even harder," he pleaded. "Just please don't sell me." The old man stroked his chin, mulling it over. If she could control a beast like this, if he was going to live alone, then he had to be incredibly timid, and she couldn't let that weakness stay. Turning back with a smile, the woman reminded the creature to obey every command his new master gave. He gave a nod of gratitude, thanking Syl for making this arrangement. She held out her hand. He took it. Their handshake sealed the deal. The dungeon was dark, barely lit. Laughter echoed from the orcs, their voices loud as they noticed a new face among them. One of them, shackled and towering, stepped forward and asked the newcomer his name. The young man lowered his head, eyes gleaming, and replied, "I'm Tathid, son of Crotus, bearer of Rat's axe." The orc's nose crinkled. Outside, the night sky glowed under a full moon, its light seeping through the prison bars. Dice clattered onto a plate. Glancing at them, the orc muttered that the new guy had made it through another day. But then, the monster beside him suddenly turned and asked if he'd heard the rumors, what they said after Barrick's death. He clarified with a scoff that he was talking about Master August's nonsense. With a scowl, the orc growled that when Barrick's body was found, the old man claimed he could have survived, if only he hadn't exposed his armor. And now, because of that, they'd lost a valuable piece of gear. The others snarled low, heads down, muttering insults. Staring at the ceiling, one of them mumbled that they were the unfortunate ones. Somewhere out there, orcs blessed by Ruan were still battling humans. His friend suddenly perked up. Was he talking about Antares County? The one founded by the warlord Reifenhart? They exchanged a glance, nodding as they spoke of those orcs, with the pride of true warriors. But one of the monsters snapped. Hands on his head, he barked at them to quit the useless chatter and get some sleep. "None of this matters to us," he shouted without even turning. Then a voice called from the back. Startled, the orc slowly turned. In the corner, a prisoner sat with his head bowed. Lifting his gaze, Tathid calmly asked, "What if we could be like those orcs from Antares?" The orc glared. "What are you talking about?" Tathid clenched his glowing fists. A bright light burst from his body. Chains snapped and clattered to the floor. The other orcs reeled back in shock. "He's got an aura," one of them screamed. "He's a real warrior." Rising with power in his voice, Tathid declared that he came from Antares to lead them. Raising his palm, he called out to his adopted brother, Dar. The dungeon trembled. Stones cracked and scattered. Above Tathid's head, a luminous sword took shape. The orc gasped, recognizing it instantly. "A spiritual weapon! Only true warriors can summon one." His expression hardened. With a roar, he turned to the others. "Well? What are you, warriors or bleeding livestock?" He shattered his own chains. "If there's even one drop of warrior's blood in your veins," he shouted, "then rise! Take up your blades and fight!" Elsewhere, one of the orcs was in the Huron Mountains. Silent and the orc traveled toward the kingdom. The moon hung high above the palace, casting its glow on a brutal scene. Blood soaked the halls. Walls and floors drowned in crimson. Knights raised their weapons, shouting, "These orcs are nothing but filth." Massive, furious beasts charged them, roaring back with just as much fury. They charged forward, ready to rip everything apart. Under a nearby table, a male servant trembled, paralyzed with fear. But to his horror, an orc yanked the cloth away and spotted him. The orc's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, raising his weapon to strike. But before he could, a blinding light flashed, knocking the weapon from his hands. Growling, the orc turned to the warrior and demanded, "Why'd you stop me?" The warrior stood firm. "He's just a servant," he said evenly. "He's still a man," the orc shouted back, refusing to back down. But Tatid's eyes flared with intensity. "What do you want?" he barked. "Freedom or revenge?" The words hit hard. The orc froze, then slowly turned away. "I get it now," he muttered. Tatid faced the others. His voice rang through the hall. "We don't spill blood unless we must. Spare one man, and 10 more will defend him, but kill one, and 10 will chase us down in vengeance. If we truly want to be free, we must show them mercy." Suddenly, Augustus burst into the room, face red with rage. "You ungrateful beasts!" he yelled. "How dare you act like this after all I've done for you? You're nothing but animals who don't even understand gratitude." An orc narrowed his eyes. "And what about you? Should we show you mercy too?" Tatid shot him a side glance. "Mercy means nothing if it's constantly abused." That's when a hulking monster stepped forward, towering over the old man with a chilling smile. "I've been waiting for this moment," he said with a laugh. From behind a column, a hidden magician whispered to himself. No matter how strong they were, all he needed was one mental spell to end it. He began chanting. Mass paralysis surged through the air. Suddenly, a burst of light flared. Silent folded his arms and shouted, "Steady your minds!" The wave of magic shattered instantly. The palace magician's face twisted with frustration. "What's going on?" That's when he saw her, Priestess Pilinance, eyebrows furrowed, eyes sharp. "It's close," she muttered. Then, narrowing her gaze, she demanded, "Who is this magician? And what is she doing here?" Just then, Tatid casually smacked Silent on the head with his fist. "Thanks for covering us." With that, he tossed an exorcism talisman and a communication necklace into the orc's hand. Then he raised an eyebrow. "Why are you still wearing those clothes? You actually like them?" Silent tossed his long hair with flair and shouted, "In a few days, everything's gonna change. I'll be a mountain of muscle, and this junk won't fit me anymore." Behind him, the orc stared, whispering, "Who is this guy?" one asked. "Is he really one of us?" Tatid turned and nodded. "He's a young saintess, from Antares." Another orc gasped. "Wait, isn't he the one rumored to be dating the Battle King?" Silent's eyes shot wide. "That's a lie," he yelled, now furious. "What other nonsense?" Word of the rumor had spread far and fast. Nations were already whispering about it. As quickly as news traveled of Silent supposedly being the beloved of the Battle King, so too spread the reports of the many races fleeing the kingdom of Ailey. In the barren lands of Berk, dark clouds loomed over a massive palace. Inside, a crowd buzzed with activity. With a grin, a man turned to Berkheap and praised the extravagant banquet, saying such spectacles were rare even in the capital. Spreading his arms, he added, "My eyes can't get enough of this view. So many elven girls in one hall." Berkheap simply placed his hands behind his back and replied, "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself." On the table, the candle flames flickered. Tiny sparks leapt from the wicks, and then suddenly the fire exploded. A furious dragon erupted from the candlestick and soared across the room, sending guests scrambling. The glass windows shattered as Cirrus emerged from the flames. Gasps filled the hall. Stretching out her hand, the elf called out, "Salamander! Ignatus! Burn away the lies! Let them see the true flame!" The terrified maids dropped to their knees, pleading for mercy. But Cirrus approached calmly and said, "I'm here to save you. From this moment on, you're free." She raised her hand again, commanding the earth beneath them to obey. The floor cracked open. An earth rift burst forth, scattering stone shards everywhere. Drawing her blade, Cirrus glanced at the maids and asked with a smirk, "Would you mind following my lead for a bit? We'll talk more once we're out of here." Still shaken, the elven girls nodded quickly. "Of course!" they cried and hurried after her. As they fled, Cirrus thought to herself, they didn't yet understand what freedom really meant, but once she brought them home, things would change. Behind them, angry shouts rang out, "Don't let them escape! That elf killed the varlet!" The knights turned sharply, spotting someone ahead. "Is that one of her allies?" they barked. A mage stood in their path. The crowd screamed, "Don't let him cast! Attack him from every side!" But the mage closed his eyes calmly and activated a sensory field that blanketed the kingdom. "I can feel every living being nearby," he muttered. He turned slightly, analyzing the data from the field. With that, he could pinpoint locations, predict their movement paths, and map out where they'd intersect. His thoughts honed in on the next step. Mark, aim, fire. He extended his arms. A blinding magic beam shot forward, tearing through the nights. They dropped instantly. Nearby, a boy watching trembled. "Spells like that? They actually exist?" he asked in disbelief. Reifenhart stretched out his hand, a wicked smile curling his lips. Outside, the sky was clear. Huge stones floated overhead, casting moving shadows below. The ground beneath the kingdom gleamed under a strange light, fragments of stone continuing to crumble. An old man looked out over the scene. "It's been a long time since we last met," he said, gritting his teeth. "But this time," he continued, "we've got a rather interesting topic to discuss." Turning to the others, he declared, "Let's begin." Looking straight at the old man, another voice added, "Since the Silver Sages exist to protect humanity, it's time we talked about the matter of the Battle King Reifenhart." All the magicians fell silent. Hooded figures sat quietly, gathered deep within the barony of Burkeep. At the heart of this realm stood the Magic Maze, prestigious centers of arcane study across the continent. Among them, 3 ancient and powerful academies stood above the rest. The first was the enigmatic order of the Kingdom of Golan, shrouded beneath drifting storm clouds and mystery. The second, bathed in golden sunlight, was the Sun Tower of the Sacred Empire of Vashelin. And, lastly, the most revered, the towering Marigrand of the Kingdom of Grime. Its spire stretched so high, it pierced the clouds themselves. Known across the lands, this academy frequently announced breakthroughs in magical theory and relics unearthed from the Silver Age. Inside its hallowed halls, a man stood before a large audience. With one sweeping gesture, he began to speak. The stands were packed, and all eyes were fixed on him. The Archmage of the Ninth Circle looked over the crowd and shared the fruits of his research. "In my investigation of the Peat Dungeon and its artifacts," he declared, "I've made progress." Up in the stands, Teslan sat stiffly, his expression like stone. "I never imagined one of the continent's brightest minds would appear here," he muttered. "The Tower of Marigrand really is shining right now." A man beside him turned. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying Marigrand is in decline?" Teslan shook his head. "That's not what I meant." In his mind, he pictured the towering spire, once unmatched, now stained. Its reputation had faltered. And all because of one thing. Delia, a subordinate tower under Marigrand's name, had produced the most infamous mage in history, the ruler of a dark empire. Still watching the stage, Teslan's thoughts deepened. The tower must have felt unjustly blamed. After all, that man would have become great no matter which academy he'd joined. He pictured a younger man, a bag slung over his shoulder. He had left the Tower of Delia with nothing more than 6th Circle mastery at 27 years old. A shockingly low level for someone with such immense potential. The mages at Delia had feared him. They'd refused to train him past the 4th Circle. But once Reifenhart stepped into the world beyond, his power surged like a storm. Teslan remembered him clearly, his past life's main character. Year after year, Reifenhart shattered, record after record. By 30, he had already become an Archmage of the 9th Circle. Had he been properly trained? He would have reached that level before 20. Teslan sighed. "Why am I still stuck in the 6th Circle? I've got the mind for it." His voice faded into thought. Suddenly, his focus snapped back to the stage. His eyes narrowed. Atra stood calmly, hand lowered, continuing his speech. "Many of the artifacts I studied are already familiar to our world," he said. "But this is different." He raised a necklace for all to see. "This artifact keeps its wearer's body temperature perfectly balanced, and it can alter their body permanently, though we haven't discovered how to activate it yet." Before he could finish, Teslan turned toward the Duke, eyes sharp. "Is that it? The forbidden item?" The Duke gave a slow nod. "Correct." Teslan kept his gaze locked. Something wasn't right. "That's the same artifact he used in the Frozen Lands," Teslan said quietly, then asked, "Will you let me speak openly about it?" Illard shot him a sideways glance. "Artris is a 9th Circle mage. His sudden death would raise far too many questions," he said bluntly. "And if things don't unfold exactly as planned, someone might uncover the Silver Sages." He frowned, pausing before adding, "He doesn't know much yet, so there's no need to silence him. Not now." With that, the man handed the artifact to Teslan. One more warming necklace won't hurt us. Teslan took it, then noticed an object shaped like a mirror. His brow lifted. Is that the window of truth? The one that reads emotional states through body reactions? The answer came with a nod. Exactly, and you should memorize the faces you see now. Odds are high one of these people is wearing a warming necklace. Images began to flicker in the mirror's reflection, people's faces appearing one by one. As they exited, Teslan looked over at the man beside him. Your whole Silver Sage's strategy seems wildly inefficient. The man didn't flinch. You, of all people, should understand. Fooling a handful of people for a moment is easy. Fooling the entire world forever? That's something else entirely. Approaching a large door, he added. It's only because of our caution that the world still knows nothing about us. The Duke opened the door, shooting Teslan another glance. And we intend to keep it that way, because if the world ever found out there's a group watching over them, humanity would collapse under the weight of it. Their footsteps echoed through the long corridor. Iranad's voice remained steady. The Silver Sages aren't rulers, and we're not tyrants. We protect from the shadows. That's our role. Teslan narrowed his eyes. Then why is the warming necklace considered forbidden? It doesn't seem that dangerous. Walking ahead, the Duke replied, You're not wrong. But we can't allow magic that alters the human body. Without looking back, his voice grew sharp. That path leads directly to the temptation of immortality. Teslan clenched his jaw. He knew there were limits to what he could learn right now. But still, his thoughts wandered. How did the sages maintain such a vast information network? At first, he assumed they had spies in every nation, or that the magic towers were feeding them intel. But they knew things even about people with whom they had no known contact. His mind returned to the man presenting the warming necklace. Even the sages hadn't stopped that reveal. Their network was vast, almost unbelievable, but not flawless. Still, it irritated him. He had infiltrated their organization, yet they continued to treat him like an outsider. Far from the island where the kingdom stood, floating stones hung suspended in the sky. A massive barrier surrounded the entire area. Inside, a man stood before an assembly. It's been a long time since we last gathered, he said, surveying the room. This time, he continued, we've got quite the fascinating issue to address. With purpose, he placed his hands on the chair. The room fell silent as the speaker stepped forward and declared, As the Silver Sages, guardians of humanity, it's time we address the matter of eliminating the martial king, Riffenhart. Schutlin crossed his arms. He's a rat, he spat, poisoning the order of this world. Archlight raised a hand, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Hardly fair to call an aura wielder like him a rat. Across the table, the Daos laced his fingers together. The Martial King is no ordinary fighter. He's a well-known aura master, and when someone like that gains influence, especially among Ninth Circle archmages and other elites, it gets messy. If we're not careful in how we handle him, people will start asking questions. He leaned forward. Perhaps it's best we start by dismantling his circle. Take out those around him first. Archlight chuckled. Funny hearing that from the one who let Sage Leon into our ranks. The old man glanced over at him. Leon already knew we existed. No sense in denying someone who already aligns with our values. Raising his palms, the keeper added, No one's saying you were wrong, just pointing out the irony. A voice cut in sharply. One of the hooded men looked up and warned, Mind your words, we're not discussing just anyone. This is Riefenhart. The tension thickened. The Daos nodded. At first I thought the Martial King was just another eccentric, but no, his behavior, it's calculated, intentional. A woman added, He's not someone obsessed with other races. That much is clear. He has his own vision for the world, and he's committed to it. The Guardian turned his gaze aside. He's young, but his convictions are strong. Clear, beliefs like that don't come from nowhere. He paused, brows furrowed. You only reach that level of clarity through deep thought, rational structure, a system. The old man's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying the boy had a mentor? Someone taught him these ideas? Looking around at the other Guardians, the man added, Then we should find that mentor too. From beneath his cloak, he pulled out a small object. Rivenhart has already made his mark on this continent. He placed 2 hemispheres on the table. One of the Guardians stood. We can't afford to wait any longer. Archlight placed his hand over the object. Schutlin looked up. Have we reached a decision? The room grew still. One Guardian's lips curled into a smile. Eyes narrowed across the table. The women frowned, locking onto the center. The old man froze, fear flashing across his face. Archlight smirked. The older woman stared forward. One girl smiled faintly. A guardian's expression twisted into a grin. Beneath one hood, a delicate face remained hidden. A young girl beneath the cloak. From the dais, a voice finally said, "It appears we have." Without looking up, Shutlin spoke with finality. "In the name of the Silver Sages, the protectors of humanity, I declare the Battle King Reifenhardt a threat to be eliminated." Instantly, the spheres erupted in a burst of light. Shutlin continued, and with him, anyone and everyone tied to him. Far away, the Holy Empire of Ashland's banner fluttered. Its symbol shimmered beneath the brightening sky. The sun blazed high over a nation steeped in over 1,000 years of legacy. Its name whispered with reverence across the continent. The Holy Empire of Ashland. Though its borders weren't much larger than those of Graham, Helen, Rastal, or Tikon, its population, power, and influence stood unmatched. It proudly bore the title of the strongest nation on the continent. They called it the land blessed by the Lord Sayer, forever bathed in golden sunlight. It was the only nation the papacy had ever granted the right to call itself an empire, chosen to lead all of humanity. And at its heart stood the sacred stronghold of the Sayer order, the papal pantheon. The Temple of Sayer, in the eastern reaches of the empire, within the territory of Count George. Clouds drifted lazily over the grand temple. Inside, a towering cross loomed. A voice echoed gently, "Sayer loves all people. Confess and be forgiven." Sunlight filtered through tall stained glass windows, casting colored light on the polished stone floor. "I've sinned," a soft voice said. A young man sat quietly, head bowed. The priest responded without emotion. "What is your sin?" The boy looked up. "I fell in love with an elf. She served my family." His voice trailed off. His head dropped again. Then a soft smile crossed his face. "Even if she's an elf, she's the kindest, most beautiful girl I've ever known." Her voice, like a nightingale's song. Candles flickered quietly around them. The priest finally spoke. "Desire for an elf is not something to take pride in. But youthful impulses, they are difficult to suppress. You recognized your sin, and in the name of Sayer, your sins are forgiven." But the boy lifted his head, eyes steady. "I don't think it's a sin." The priest blinked. "Then, what is it?" With quiet resolve, the boy replied, "I'm planning to leave, with her." His head dropped again. "I want to find a place where we can love each other openly. No lies, no guilt, but I don't know how to live with myself, knowing I've made my parents worry." The priest placed his hand on the symbol of Sayer. Sayer teaches us that elves were destined to be servants. Pursuing fleeting passion is one thing, but to deny divine order, that is a mortal sin. Warm light spilled across the confessional walls. "Do you want to revise your repentance?" the priest asked. "If you do, Sayer will forgive." The boy looked up, a wry smile forming. "I won't repent, because I don't believe I've sinned." His gaze dropped again. "I never came here expecting understanding. I only came to ease the guilt I feel for hurting my parents." The priest looked straight ahead. "Where will you even go?" "She will still be a slave, no matter where you take her." He leaned forward. "There's no need to run. Just keep her as a servant." "In time." But the boy raised his head and interrupted. "We're going to the 100 states of Antares." Moments later, he stepped out of the temple into the light. Looking up at the sky, he whispered softly, "Mom? Dad?" "For forgiveness," he whispered, his eyes on the sky, "because I couldn't lie to my heart. I had to go with her, to a place where we could live with honor." The wind carried green leaves through the air, rustling gently as he stepped through the grass. Ahead stood a tall, solitary oak tree. He approached slowly, scanning the area. "She should have waited here," he murmured, glancing around. Then he froze. His gaze lifted. And there, hanging from the branch above, was the elf. Her lifeless body swayed gently in the breeze. A noose pulled tight around her neck. His eyes widened in horror. At the base of the tree, a note lay pinned beneath a stone. Beside it, her shoes. He picked up the letter. Her handwriting was soft and trembling. She wrote that she was just an elf, too lowborn to deserve his love. Staying with him, she said, would only bring the gods' wrath. Their souls would be damned, burned forever in the fires of hell. She begged him to find someone else, a noble woman, someone worthy of standing at his side, someone of his own kind. She asked his forgiveness for having tempted him. Still staring upward, the boy's hands trembled. Tears poured down his cheeks, and he screamed, loud and broken. The wind pressed harder now, leaves tearing through the sky. Far away, ships glided along the Huron River, which marked the boundary between the Helian and Takon kingdoms. On the edge of a cliff stood a small wooden house. Inside, a girl looked up. "Finally finished," she whispered, holding up a sheet of paper. She stared at her words, wondering, would anyone change after reading this? Outside in the garden, a priestess studied the manuscript. "I can't see the orc slaves in the gardens as mere beasts," she said quietly. "Maybe this story will help others see the same." Folding her hands together, she looked toward the sky. "The Holy Order teaches something else, but I believe this is what Sayer truly wants us to learn." Suddenly, the door slammed open. A man stood there, eyes locked onto hers. Trudy stood slowly, introducing herself as a follower of Sayer. "What brings you here?" she asked. But the man didn't answer. His eyes had already dropped to the table. He spotted the pages, the words she'd written. His face twisted into a scowl. Trudy's heart pounded. Fear crept into her chest. Then the man's eyes lit up. "It's you," he muttered. "I knew it was you." In that moment, fire erupted. Flames consumed the house, walls, roof, everything. Trees nearby caught instantly. Within minutes, the blaze reduced the home and the girl inside to ash. Clear skies still stretched above. Floating stones hovered over the kingdom's borders. In a distant chamber, shelves overflowed with magical spheres. Bright bulbs lined the walls. The laboratory buzzed. Flasks simmered and lights flickered. A body glowed on a central screen. Suddenly, thick flames appeared on the display. Smaller monitors spun around it, flashing data. A hooded figure stared ahead. "This will take time," he muttered. "Too many have been influenced by the Fighting King." Archlight gave a faint smile. "I feel for them," he said. "Those sacrificed without ever knowing why." All of it, he told himself, was for the good of humanity. His eyes remained fixed forward as he reflected on one of the Silver Sage's greatest tools, the Eyes of Sayer. This artifact operated through the divine powers invoked in Sayer's name. Every prayer, every blessing, every whispered plea passed through its unseen network, feeding information straight to the Silver Sages. It was the Eyes of Sayer that allowed them to manipulate the world without ever stepping into the light. Still facing forward, the Keeper spoke calmly. "All the priests and followers of Sayer across the world, they're sending us information without even knowing it." He lowered his gaze. To compare it to the power of a god wouldn't be an exaggeration. But then he paused, his voice dipping lower. "We've got nothing on the Martial King. No reports, no signals. Is there really no one around him who believes in Sayer? Does he outright reject the Holy Order?" Before he could dwell further, a voice called out from behind. Archlight turned. It was Siren. She approached with a gentle smile. "Just passing through," she said. The Keeper narrowed his eyes slightly. "Any updates on the mission?" Before she could answer, Saralina stepped forward. "I sent my younger brother," she said, her tone steady. "Riefenhart may be powerful, but he's just an ore wielder. He's no match for someone armed with ancient spells." Archlight glanced toward her, confused. Something about her demeanor had changed. Saralina calmly approached the control panel and placed her hand on it. Instantly, a girl appeared on the screen, screaming in agony. Her body began to break down, dissolving into particles. A young man on the display activated a magic seal, his voice firm. "I'm the one breaking this flow, and I'll bring it all to an end." The Guardians watching the screen blinked in disbelief. "He's using magic," one whispered, stunned. Then the boy on the screen leapt into the air. "Run!" he shouted. Elsewhere, in the towering Gloatin Mountains, an entrance carved into solid rock marked the gateway to the Chloe dungeon, a remnant from the Silver Age. Its colossal doors glowed brilliantly before swinging open. Tathid stepped through, leading a group of orcs. Looking around, one of them blinked in confusion. "Wait, where are we? We were just somewhere else." Silent turned to him. "Maybe we should consider keeping this portal secret. Too many people know about it now." Tathid answered calmly, We don't have a safer way to move everyone. This is it. The Chloe dungeon had once been overrun. Monsters and demons filled its halls. But now, it was silent. Thanks to the dwarves, the dungeon had been cleared. Strategically, it was priceless. The only safe crossing from the outside world into Antares. Sunlight spilled across the stone entrance. Around it, a fortress had been built. Tents lined the inner walls, and voices echoed throughout the camp. The orcs, dripping with sweat, gripped their weapons tightly. Their commander raised his arm and bellowed, "Forward, Skander!" Suddenly, the sword buried in the earth began to tremble, then shot into his hand with incredible speed. Gasps rang out. The orcs stood frozen, jaws slack. They had just witnessed the true power of a warrior. The commander drew his blade high into the air. "There is no such thing as impossible," he roared, "because I am just like all of you, and if I can do it—" "There is no shame in starting fresh," the commander declared, hands planted on his hips. "These weapons in your hands now, they are your only real friends. Forget the old ones. They won't serve you here." Just then, a fellow warrior stepped up behind him. "They've been pushing themselves hard," he said. "Even the elite fighters from my tribe would struggle with training this intense." The commander turned, a faint grin on his face. "They're used to it. Arena fighters don't quit, not when they've got something worth fighting for." And now, for the first time, they had hope. Hope for freedom. Walking among them, the orc raised his voice. "Trust your weapons. Feel their rhythm. Hear the echo of your soul. Become one with your blade." He slung his sword over his shoulder. "Let it carry your strength." At that moment, Tethid approached from the side. "I brought some new faces." The commander turned to them and bellowed, "Welcome to the lands of freedom." Silent stepped forward. "Is Ryfen in the castle?" The orc shook his head. "He's gone to the battlefield." Silent raised a brow. "Another war already?" Black smoke curled into the sky. Knights thundered across the land, shouting, "The Barlent's orders! Wipe out everything that breathes!" These were the Locust mercenaries, an obscure but deadly group from the southern Croynes border and northern Vasily. Known for accepting any job, they never left it unfinished. Bodies lined the streets. Survivors knelt, weeping, begging for their lives. The mercenaries smiled as they struck them down one by one. One of them approached a trembling girl holding a child. "You're pretty," he sneered. "Pretty for a peasant. Guess that makes me lucky." She begged him for mercy. He laughed cruelly. "Sorry, mercy ain't in my dictionary." Before he could finish, his head dropped to the ground. Eyes wide with shock, the girl and child looked up to see Cirrus standing there, sword in hand. "Run," she said softly. The mercenaries turned in rage. "Who the hell did that? Was it the elf?" Cirrus lowered into a fighting stance. Only then did the mercenaries recognize her. This was the elf who had ended countless nights during the Croyne Civil War. One of them stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "What kind of savage group is this?" Riffenhart clenched his fists. "Your sins won't be washed away, not even in blood." Bright flames surged around his hand. The knights backed up, fear in their eyes. He raised his arm, then fired a blazing cannon shot. The blast sent them flying in every direction. Cirrus stepped forward, extending her blade. "Fill it," she said to the boy. The knights scrambled back onto their horses, shouting, "She's just an elf, nothing to be afraid of." Cirrus didn't flinch. She waved her weapon, and from it Galen was released. Her spirit. Galen snapped her fingers and launched forward. Cirrus smiled. "Thanks." With one smooth motion, she swung her blade, cutting down multiple knights in a single sweep. The rest turned and ran in panic. Cirrus lifted her hand again and unleashed Torridus, a massive force of power. He commanded the soldiers to block the path, slamming two swords into the ground with force. Cirrus raised her voice, invoking Widar in an ancient oath. The monster lit up with a brilliant glow, its aura surging, then swiftly eliminated its enemies. One man, stunned, turned and shouted, "Since when can a new moon swordsman cast spells?" Heavy, fast footsteps pounded the earth. Riffenhart stormed in, fury in his eyes as he watched the fleeing enemies. Sword drawn, he leapt forward and growled. "Aura or not, he's still just a man. Stab him and he'll bleed like the rest." But the blade twisted uselessly against the protagonist's armor. Looking down at him, Riffenhart scoffed, "You really think I'm ordinary? My body's tougher than steel." He pulled his fist back, suddenly engulfed in flames. Terror washed over the knight's face. In a flash, the protagonist unleashed Zero Strike. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering the other knights. He gripped the defeated man's head, ignoring his plea for mercy, and crushed his skull before he could finish a word. The remaining knights threw up their hands in panic. "We were just following Barlant Cheetah's orders." Grinding his teeth, the protagonist snapped back. "And you think that excuses the blood on your blades? The cries of the innocent?" The road ahead cleared. Moments later, fresh blood splattered the dirt. Turning slightly, Riffenhart muttered, "Barlant Chairs has truly lost it. He's working with filth now." Cirrus glanced away. "He knows exactly who he's dealing with," she said quietly. In his mind, the protagonist pictured Barlant Cheetars and Barlant. It was a power struggle between two noble houses. Once Cheetars recruited thousands of mercenaries, he wasted no time invading Barlant's land. Within a week, half the territory was reduced to ruin. Surveying the bloodied landscape, the protagonist clenched his jaw. As always, it's the people who suffer for the aristocrats' greed. Antares couldn't stay neutral, not with their borders so close. He turned around. "You're here, aren't you?" Behind him, Kata rode up on horseback, shouting, "All Antares knights have arrived." The protagonist frowned. "Took you long enough. We're running out of time." Facing his troops, Riffenhart raised his voice. "From this moment on, Antares joins the war." With fists clenched and eyes sharp, he stared toward the battlefield. A new war had begun. Meanwhile, in another corner of the kingdom, Barlant Cheetars scowled. A powerful figure in Kroin's southern region, his wealth came from fertile lands and the bustling Zared trade hub. He was also Barlant's long-standing rival. Cheaters came from an ancient bloodline, unlike Barlant, whose family rose through wealth, not nobility. Cheaters often sneered at the thought that money alone could buy a noble title. He glanced sideways at his rival, irritation simmering. Their rivalry had reached a breaking point during the kingdom's fight for the throne. House Barlant had thrown their support behind Prince Yuval from the very beginning. Barlant Cheaters, on the other hand, stayed neutral. His loyalty was with Sir Grandard. Only later did he pledge his support to the prince. Berlin, heir to House Barlant, smiled to himself. "Let's see them act high and mighty now." Jack, the heir to Cheetars, clenched his jaw. "Arrogant little worm." What started as insults between the two heirs turned into a full-blown argument at a noble gathering in Kroin. Things quickly escalated, until they agreed to settle it with a duel. Jack misjudged Berlin, and it cost him his life. Berlin's sword pierced straight through his chest. Prince Yuval tried to step in and calm the situation. But his authority as the newly crowned king wasn't enough. Barlant Cheetars erupted in fury. With rage blazing in his eyes, he roared that he would cleanse these lands of filth. He called upon thousands of mercenaries and launched a brutal assault on Barlant's territory. Smoke and blood choked the streets. Barlant turned to his allies, but none moved. They feared one man, Sir Grandard, the Lord of Aura, who now served under Barlant Cheetars. One by one, they turned their backs. Desperate, Barlant attempted peace talks. He let go of his pride and offered everything he could, but every proposal was tossed aside. His lands were crushed. Sitting with his head in his hands, the Barlant found himself teetering on the edge of despair when a miracle appeared. From the darkness, a golden lifeline emerged. Thick, bright, strong as iron. Tree branches shook in the breeze. A soft, warm glow ignited in the distance. Then, a thunderous blast. Mercenaries were hurled in every direction. Blazing forward, the protagonist unleashed a rapid flurry of cheat bullets, mowing down every opponent in his path. From atop his horse, Garand, captain of Cheaters' knights, screamed, stunned, "Why is he here? The king of martial arts! How are we supposed to fight that?" Desperately raising his sword, Garande shouted, 1,000 gold to anyone who leaves a scratch on him." Fueled by greed, the knights charged. But the protagonist dashed straight into the fight, roaring, "You sell lives like coins, and now you're mad when yours are traded just the same?" He tore through them like wildfire. Mercenaries, crazed by the reward, rushed him, screaming, "Just one hit, 1,000 gold!" Leaping into the air, Riefenhart muttered, "Idiots." Then he struck with Avalanche Kick, a crushing wave that exploded across the battlefield. One mercenary stumbled backward, horrified. "No one told us he'd be here." The protagonist raised his fist toward the sky. "You think you can harm the king of martial arts?" The ground began to rumble with the thunder of hooves. Chetar raised his blade. "Antares Knights, cut down everything in front of you." Barlant's voice rang out across the chaos. "Stand your ground! This is our fight!" He yanked back the reins and shouted, "Pull back!" With Antares' forces striking from the front and Barlant's men flanking from the side, the Chetar's mercenaries had no choice. They retreated. As the dust settled, Cirrus lowered her head and mumbled, "Why is he always shirtless?" Riffenhart blinked. "It's more comfortable?" Suddenly the elf closed her eyes and sighed. "That still doesn't make it okay to walk around practically naked. The view is way too much." Clenching his fist, the protagonist asked, "Well, what about my handwriting? Is it good enough for the king of martial arts?" She grinned. "You're definitely the true heir to the indestructible gem." Barlant stepped forward, extending his hand. "If it weren't for you, Reifenhart, we wouldn't have stood a chance." Reifenhart smiled. "I just did what any ally should." His thoughts drifted for a moment. The alliance with Barlant had been sealed 2 weeks ago through a single letter. In it 3 conditions were laid out. Barlant had read it over carefully, puzzled. He understood the part about dividing territory. But the other terms, the abolition of slavery, and the immediate recognition of all freed slaves as equal citizens under Antares law, made him hesitate. At the time, Riffenhart had sensed the hesitation. Barlant had questions, plenty of them, but in the end he agreed. He didn't really have a choice. Alliance formed. With arms crossed, Riffenhart considered it. This was, of course, a strategic move, a way to alert other sentient forces to the regime change and to expand his borders. But having a righteous cause for war was important too. He'd made that crystal clear to himself after living through one lifetime already. Now, in Naw's Canyon, between 2 squads, a single figure stood in silence. The protagonist furrowed his brow and called out, "If you want to live, run now." The knights hesitated, nervous. "How are we supposed to fight him?" Their commander turned his head sharply. "Forget your doubts. Anyone who flees will be punished." With that, the knights charged. He might be called the king of martial arts, but he's still just a man. Riffenhart's eyes lit up with rage. Flames burst into his hand as he raised it high. "If you won't run," he roared, "you won't live to see tomorrow." Flames shot into the sky. One knight froze, voice shaking. What kind of human can do that? What kind of man can shatter the heavens with one strike? But the command came. "Attack!" The protagonist rolled his eyes. "So, no retreat?" Scanning their faces, Riffenhart realized they weren't real soldiers. Not knights, not mercenaries, just regular people forced into battle. He released a brilliant aura. "I'll go easy on you," he muttered. "You won't die from this." With rapid, precise strikes, he knocked them down, one by one. A man in the back frowned. They're no match for him. But they don't need to win. They just need to buy time, and this cocky bastard always rushes to the front. He smirked. From the crowd, someone shouted, "That arrogance will be your downfall, Reifenhart." A group of armed knights aimed their weapons. Even the king of martial arts can't survive a direct ballista shot. They fired. Suddenly, sharp blasts rang out. Reifenhart turned toward the sound with a smile. Tossing his sticks upward, he clenched his fist and ducked, raising one hand. Direct cannon volley. A roaring blast erupted. One man's eyes widened in total shock. The people could only watch. The crowd froze in fear, thinking it was over for them. Meanwhile, the protagonist calmly approached the fortress of Tan. He raised a finger and pointed. "That's her, an elven witch." Cirrus, unfazed, summoned her power. "Selena, don't hold back," she commanded. "Wrap yourself in Syl, and let Salamander burn it all to ash." The protagonist watched her with a faint smile. She'd grown so much stronger. She stood tall, confidently commanding most of the great 7 spirits, leaving out only those of light and darkness. Her voice rang with authority, and her swords danced through the air. Even the leader of the Danheim tribe would hesitate before trying to command the spirits of fire and wind like she did. Elvenheim, the legendary world tree, had always chosen its guardian personally, selecting the strongest elf to wield unmatched power. That guardian wasn't just a protector of the tree. They became the leader of all elves, entrusted with the fate of their people. Now in front of that colossal tree, an elf stood with folded arms. Earlier that year, deep in the Spalot Desert, where the Danheim tribe lived, the world tree Nian had been planted. It had quickly sprouted, and by summer, another world tree Jarenting had emerged as a symbol of the mighty Gotten River, casting its immense shadow over the city. When Jarenting reconnected with Nian, it engraved a name deep into its core, Cirrus. By merging with the tree's systems, the trees themselves had declared her not just their guardian, but leader of all elves. The protagonist's gaze sharpened. Finally, his efforts were bearing fruit. The mercenaries' carts exploded into fragments. Flames raged, and Cirrus stood defiant in the heart of the chaos. Far away, in the rocky stronghold of the Hundar Post, the central command center of Barlant Cheddar's territory, word of defeat arrived. In the grand palace nestled between the cliffs, Barlant cheaters flew into a rage. "What do you mean they crossed the native canyon?" The mercenary before him trembled, drenched in sweat. He bowed his head. "We did everything we could. Our forces weren't enough." Grinding his teeth, the Barlant turned away. They were crushed, scattered, forced all the way back to Hundar. Even Grandard, the Aura knight I trusted, abandoned us. He stormed down the corridor, muttering, "You're my last hope now." Inside the room, a frightened girl flinched as the man reached out to touch her face. But suddenly he turned, voice low and cold. "We were interrupted." Too soon. Barlant appeared before him. The man's lips curled into a smile. "So you've arrived." Extending his hand, he glanced at the girl and added with a sneer, "Your daughter's grown into quite the beauty, but that's to be expected. Greenhouse flowers always smell sweeter than weeds." Barlant looked down at the floor, disgusted, shameless. First the maids, now his own daughter. Still, he delivered the news. "The king of martial arts is headed this way. Fast. He'll strike any moment." Jade shut his eyes. "So, it's come to this," he murmured. "As I said before, the only way to kill the—" A golden aura shimmered around him, but to make it truly unstoppable, he'd need to invest a lot more diamonds. Jade opened his eyes and smirked. "So, is everything ready?" Soon after, Antares' army stood lined up before the towering walls of Barlant Cheetar's stronghold. The knights were fully armed, tension crackling in the air. Commands rang out. "Load the catapults! Prepare for a full assault! Ladders in position!" Today, the steel fortress of Hundar Post would fall. A captain raised his sword. "Second volley! Fire!" The catapult shots slammed into buildings and walls with pinpoint accuracy. As another shell was loaded, a knight growled, "Keep firing!" The Chaytor's family treated even peasants like dirt. They deserved to vanish. Chaytor raised his blade and shouted, "This is our moment! Let's show our master what courage looks like." On the battlements, one of Chaytor's knights lifted a cauldron of boiling oil. Exactly what I expected from the king of martial arts lackeys. So easy to read. He dumped the scalding oil down. Below, a boy narrowed his eyes. "Nymphia, come to me." The spirit darted forward, ready to strike. Cirrus turned sharply. "Is the swordswoman of the new moon nearby? Watch out!" Off to the side, a knight sneered. "Too much honor for a worthless elf." Cirrus spun around in horror, just in time to dodge a searing beam of light. A seventh circle light punishment spell had been cast. Dropping lower, she gripped her weapon tightly, eyes scanning the distance. Was that a seventh circle spell? Hovering in the air, the enemy sneered. "The contract only asked me to kill Reifenhart, but taking you out too? Consider it a bonus." He raised his hand and unleashed a burst of photon light. Cirrus didn't flinch. "Terrarius, shield, now!" The spirit rushed forward, blocking the attack. The enemy raised an eyebrow. "So that's spirit magic? Impressive." Cirrus frowned. It was close. Too close. They never expected an enemy this dangerous to show up. A crooked grin formed on his face. Then he began chanting something under his breath. Reifenhart's expression shifted. He shouted, "Cirrus!" Lifting his head, he cursed. This was supposed to be a clean conquest. Where the hell did this guy come from? Suddenly, he spotted a catapult nearby. Sprinting up to the operator, he asked, "Can you launch me?" The knight blinked. "You can't just ride a catapult. It's not meant for humans. It can't handle more than 100 kilograms. Stripping off his armor, Reifenhart shouted, "Good thing, I've been cutting weight." As the enemy's chanting continued, he launched a wind bomb and weight distortion spell toward Cirrus. In a flash, he appeared behind her, palm glowing with light. Cirrus whirled around, just in time to see a blinding ray of energy coming straight at her. She shouted, "Ignatius!" A wall of blazing fire erupted, encasing her in a protective inferno. The attacker stumbled back. She blocked that too? His shocked expression faded into another sly smile. But Cirrus wasn't done. She slashed forward and commanded, "Salamander! Ignatius! Attack!" Activating a glowing magic seal, she launched a combined elemental strike. The enemy countered. "Winds of the north! Form blades and pierce them all!" He extended his hand. Blades of wind closed in, forming a deadly cage. In an instant, they tore through Cirrus's summoned spirits. She gritted her teeth, fear creeping in. Even with Salamander and Ignatius, I can't overpower his magic? Her grip tightened on her blades. Syl's cutting edge alone won't be enough. Not against this storm. I need to feed it with fire, but I don't have the strength left to summon more spirits. The fire dragon she'd caused suddenly reversed course. The enemy's eyes widened. Did she just strike her own spirits? But elves are supposed to be in harmony with their summons. Just as doubt began to flicker, Cirrus moved. She leapt, and it all made sense. It's not that simple. An enormous explosion shook the ground. Fire and shockwaves burst outward. Cirrus charged full speed at her opponent, slicing down every wall in her path with blazing precision. The very earth cracked beneath her feet as fire bled through the rubble. Then, another explosion. A dark silhouette launched into the sky. Jade raised a hand behind him, preparing his next move. His arms spread wide as multiple magical seals spun to life. A sudden gust of wind howled past Cirrus, followed by a sharp pain. Blood sprayed from her hand, then another slash. Her leg was cut cleanly by an invisible force. Jade gritted his teeth and pressed the attack. Until something off to the side caught his eye. His assault froze. Horror swept across his face. Cirrus didn't hesitate. Her eyes burned with focus. With every ounce of strength, she launched 2 devastating strikes. Her blades screamed through the air, trailing fire in their wake. The tower behind Jade took the full hit. Cracks split through its foundation, and then came the flames. A moment later, the whole structure detonated. Cirrus landed, scanning the battlefield, but he was gone. Then she sensed him. Whirling around, she spotted Jade airborne. He snarled, "I can't believe a lowly elf pulled off a flash step." Cirrus narrowed her eyes. "I was sure I had the upper hand. There's no way he dodged that on his own." She glanced at the marks in the air and murmured, "A teleportation artifact. If it really lets him shift through space, it must be legendary class. Those are known across the continent." But Jade suddenly raised his hand. "I didn't want to waste this on an elf," he muttered, "but now's not the time for pride." Microchips glowed across his skin. Yellow lines lit up like veins. Cirrus frowned. "Is this magic or aura?" Jade's grin stretched wide. Then, boom! A blinding blast shot from his hand. Cirrus leapt aside. Her flaming blades clenched tight. The projectile streaked past her, growing brighter as it sped forward. It crashed into a building wall. Kra Kum, and the entire structure began to crumble. Cirrus turned back, stunned. How does he have that kind of cutting power? Then, another shockwave behind her. Jade appeared out of nowhere, face twisted in madness. "Why don't you just stop already?" With a crazed grin, he raised the sword of rupture. Cirrus's mouth dropped in horror as blood sprayed into the air. The fire dragon tried to shield her, half its body absorbing the sword of rupture, but the weapon burned straight through. In seconds, the spirit disintegrated. The sword, now clean, shimmered for a moment, then cracked. Tiny shards split off, and the blade shattered into glowing fragments. Cirrus dropped to one knee. Blood poured onto the ground around her. Her entire body was drenched in red. Jade placed a hand on his forehead and laughed loudly. "Now that you're groveling like a dog, you finally look like an elf." He narrowed his eyes. "Still had the nerve to act arrogant, huh?" Watching her struggle to stay upright, broken sword still clutched in her hands, he smirked. "And you dared to dodge my magic?" He raised his hand toward the sky, where a fire seal ignited above them. "Let's see. How do you like fire?" Sweat dripped down Cirrus's face. Her eyes went wide. Jade suddenly turned his head. A blazing beam of magic came screaming through the air, crashing into the building behind him. Smoke exploded upward in heavy clouds. The entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. Cirrus froze, eyes full of fear. Then, arms wrapped around her. Revenhart caught her mid-fall. "You okay? Don't move. You're bleeding out." Cirrus's cheeks turned red. "He's half naked again?" Flustered, she shouted, "Put me down." Reifenhart turned his gaze toward the enemy. Who the hell are you? You're not just some third-rate mage. He's way too fast. And I swear I've seen that face before. Jade clasped his hands behind his back. Using a catapult, huh? I heard martial arts kings are born ignorant, but I didn't think it was this bad. He grinned. Still, it's about time you showed up. Rivenhart squinted, studying his opponent. That looked cold, calculating. Suddenly, a chill hit him. He recognized the man. Jade? What's he doing here? Memories came flooding back. In his past life, Jade had been the second son of House Archlight, a noble family that had produced elite mages for generations in the Holy Empire of Vashalin. Jade had been one of his worst enemies. A relentless force backed by an army of mages from across the continent, a light mage blessed by mana itself, said to be the strongest spellcaster alive. He remembered watching Jade unleash that terrifying power, arms outstretched, radiating unmatched magical force. By the time Jade was just 20, he had already reached the 7th circle, making even senior mages seethe with envy. Outsiders barely knew him. He rarely left the Tower of the Sun, but within magical circles, his name echoed with weight. Still, Reifenhart remembered how Jade's fame eventually faded. After turning 30, the world seemed to forget him. And now? What's he doing on the battlefield? It's not for money. His family's loaded. He was a rising legend. So why? From the heights of the Sun Tower, Jade extended his hand and smirked. A contract is a contract. That means you have to die. Reifenhart narrowed his eyes. Seriously? Is he really out here just trying to make some quick cash? But money or not, he was trying to kill Cirrus. His thoughts flicked back to the past. He remembered Jade grinning back then, boasting about banishing that vicious dark elf to another world, claiming she was no match for his magic. He killed Cirrus in my past life, and now he's here to finish the job all over again. Without another word, Jade launched a fire cannon. Reifenhart dropped into a stance, blocking every blast as they came. This is insane, he shouted. You really think this will kill me? Jade's smile never faded. He reached behind his back and charged. His hand sliced through the air, unleashing the Severance Sword, a cutting wave that raced forward. Reifenhart's eyes lit up. He raised his hand behind him, then swung it forward, summoning a circular defense. The two magical forces collided in midair. But Reifenhart's eyes went wide. No way. The cutting magic tore right through his defense. It smashed through the barrier and slashed across his side. The force kept going, slicing through part of the towering structure behind him. He glanced at the gash on his body, stunned. That just cut through my circle. Could it be an artifact from the Silver Age? That was as strong as Eldrin Yuce's ultimate technique. Eldrin's Light. Jade stepped forward, his hand glowing. Even a Battle King's helpless against ancient relics, he said coolly. Reifenhart stood, jaw tight. It activated instantly. That glove, could it be stronger than Eldrin's? But I don't remember Jade ever having an artifact like that. Without hesitating, he threw a punch, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire bullets. Jade responded instantly, his palm outstretched. A shimmering anti-gun barrier formed, stopping every shot. But in the next instant, a foot came flying at his face. Try this instead, Reifenhart roared. The kick hit like a cannon. A powerful shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Jade was knocked airborne. As he tumbled back, Reifenhart caught a glimpse of something glowing on his opponent's feet. Movement boots. Where did he get those? His mind flashed back. A mysterious killer, cloaked in black. Not particularly strong, yet unstoppable. Neither Cirrus nor Tethid could beat him. He moved, using artifacts no one had seen before. Back in the present, Reifenhart's focus locked on the boots. Teleportation. Short range. That's how she lost. Just then, Jade let out a laugh. A warrior will never beat a mage, especially one who keeps his distance. With his eyes glowing and hand raised, Jade chanted. With a flick, he summoned a storm of ice blades, hurling them forward like a blizzard of daggers. Reifenhart didn't flinch. Fire exploded from his arms as he burned through most of the incoming blades. Jade watched calmly. Didn't work, he said, eyes gleaming. The elf and her spirits, sure, they were dangerous. But the Battle King? There's no way he can dodge this. Jade raised his sword again, Severance, and unleashed another fierce arc of power. Without hesitation, Reifenhart lifted his hand, teeth clenched. I didn't want to use this. This is my domain, he muttered. And I don't let intruders through. Magic sigils began to glow around him. A deep purple aura surged, wrapping around his body like a storm about to break. At that moment, he activated the spell. The powerful magical wave exploded outward. The ice blades hurtling toward him froze in mid-air, then changed color and crumbled into fragments. Severance's sword strike kept coming until the aura touched it too. It froze, shifted color, then shattered into shards. Jade's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Did you just alter my spell? Cold sweat ran down his face. No, impossible. A fighting king using magic? Reifenhard stood tall, one hand still raised, bathed in magical light. He frowned. I didn't want to go this far. A fighting king using magic draws too much attention. But something worse might happen if I don't. Suddenly, his body rippled. In the blink of an eye, he was right next to Jade. He struck fast, but Jade reacted just in time, teleporting backward and forming a summoning net. Reifenhard turned and shouted, Cancel! The nets dissolved instantly. Jade gritted his teeth, stunned. He responded with chains of light, glowing restraints above Reifenhardt's head. He slammed his palm to the ground, casting a sticky, viscous trap. But Reifenhardt threw his arms wide, shattering every spell around him. Jade stared, horrified. Is he just canceling everything? Is he insane? Or is the world just upside down now? Eyes burning, Reifenhardt charged again. Jade launched multiple severance swords, slicing the air toward him. Reifenhardt chuckled. Powerful, I'll give you that, but they're light-based. He held up his hands. Mirror reflection. The attacks rebounded off an invisible barrier and flew back, tearing through the battlefield. Jade braced himself, deflecting his own technique. This brainless jock is using more advanced magic than me, and I'm a seventh circle mage. What followed was pure chaos. A furious clash erupted, two masters of magic in open combat. Explosions tore through the battlefield as the sky lit up with blinding flashes. Terrified mercenaries scattered until a searing blast engulfed them from behind. Fire, wind, and magic turned everything to dust. Reifenhardt, blood dripping, pushed forward through the chaos. That damn artifact. It's a problem, he thought. In my past life, I'd have crushed it with a shockwave. But this time? He clenched his fist, eyes glowing. I don't care. His hand ignited with fierce, magical energy. He hurled it into the air. Dispersal blow! Jade grit his teeth and screamed. Is he really throwing? What kind of insane ability was that? Jade barely had time to think. Reifenhardt was already above him. He looked up, and in that instant, teleportation magic flared around him. From above, Reifenhardt smirked. So, you can hop around. Neat trick. Jade teleported to the top of a nearby tower. But before he could even catch his breath, shock filled his face. Reifenhardt had already targeted the location. With a roaring avalanche blow, he obliterated the entire area. Doesn't matter where you run, Reifenhardt thought. I'll just destroy everything within your radius. Boom. A massive explosion ripped through the landscape, flattening everything within reach. Mercenaries were blasted backward. Cirrus shielded her face as debris flew. Jade, caught in the shockwave, screamed in agony as flames lashed his body. His artifact flew off, smoke trailing behind it. Out of the thick smoke, Reifenhardt emerged. Cirrus always said she had a lot of flaws, but fighting me is worse. He narrowed his eyes. Anyone unfamiliar with the boots of movement wouldn't have lasted even this long. Jade collapsed against a pile of stone, gasping for breath. I've always kept aura users at bay. My spells, my distance. That's how I win. He looked up at Reifenhardt in disbelief. But you used the same strategy against me. Reifenhardt thought back. Of course. That's exactly what Jade used on Cirrus back then. She had those same boots. He recalled how after the assassin incident, Cirrus began using the boots of movement, and every time she activated them, Jade bombarded her with large area spells to keep her pinned, so I flipped it. Just as the thought finished, Jade was suddenly behind him, poised to strike. But then, horror flashed across his face. His legs, gone, were flying through the air. Reifenhardt turned with his arms still extended. Still trying to be a nuisance? He stepped forward. Not like you'll be using those boots again. Jade hit the ground hard, teeth clenched, eyes wide with shock. Reifenhardt bent down and picked up the boots of displacement. I was going to let him die, he thought. But now, I'm disgusted. If these were originally mine, then that killer from my past life must have been connected to the Archlight House. The memories surged. Back then, I had gear I'd never even seen before, stuff I didn't understand, even with all my dungeon experience. But after breaking it down, I created 10th circle magic. That assassin gave me the clue. This time, that clue's still alive. Reifenhart stepped closer, hand outstretched. I won't kill you. Not yet. I've got some questions first. Jade groaned, crawling away. I have to escape. I can't let this end here. I only managed to steal 3 of them, with my brother's help. I can't afford to lose one now. He pulled out a shimmering feather of return. It pulsed with blinding light. This'll teleport me to the preset location. As the light filled the field, Reifenhart raised a hand. Wait, what the hell is that? Jade smirked, eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. A sharp glint of light flashed in Reifenhart's eyes. He saw something. With a fierce swing, he struck the air with all his strength. The force of the blow sent Jade's bag flying from the ground, spiraling through the air. Reifenhart gritted his teeth. Chapter 83. Looking down at the familiar emblem in his hand, Reifenhart knew that something bigger was happening in the shadows. In his past life, he had found the same emblem on the dead body of the person who was sent to assassinate him. Seeing the emblem again meant that his life was in danger once again. There was no time to play it safe. He needed to find out how this emblem was connected to the Archlight household. Back at the destroyed walls of the city, everyone was celebrating their victory. At long last, they had successfully defeated Baron Shatters. Looking around, Reifenhart had a satisfied smile on his face. The war was over. They had won. Suddenly, something in the rubble caught his eye. It was a limitless bag. It looked familiar to Reifenhart. Maybe it had belonged to Jade. The coward had left it behind while running away. Reaching inside, he found that the bag was filled with golden coins. Baron Cheaters had paid a lot of money to have him killed. The amount of money inside the bag was enough to help them restore the country to its former glory. They would no longer have to worry about the funds. The battle had been tough, but they were able to save the lives of many otherworldly species and humans. Many had died fighting, but more than that had been saved. In the end, they even managed to convince some of the humans working for Baron Chettars to fight alongside them. The war and all the refugees had caused their funds to run low. But now, with the money he had found and the war helping him take over the trade city of Jarud, he would be easily able to bring in enough money for him to start the next phase of his plan. Walking through the rubble of the city, he saw Cirrus standing on the side. She asked him where Jade was. Reifenhart told her that he was gone. Cirrus was angry that he got away, claiming that she would have won their fight if Jade hadn't been using the weird shoes. Reifenhart looked at the boots Jade had left behind and asked her if she wanted them. Cirrus quickly took the shoes from him and tried them on. Their size instantly changed and fit her perfectly. Reifenhart was glad to see that Cirrus was happy. This gift to her helped her to quickly get over her loss. But their work wasn't done. There were still more soldiers of Baron Cheatars that they had to take care of. So he gathered all of the soldiers around him and told them to get ready to fight. Next, they would take over the Hunder Guard. They wouldn't stop until they had taken complete control of the whole region. This war had started due to a duel between the Chatter and Galen heirs. The duel ended with the death of Jack, the Chatter heir. In response, Baron Chatter had sent mercenaries after Baron Galen. Baron Galen had lost all hope when he was offered a helping hand by the martial king Reifenhart. By joining forces with him, Baron Galen was able to keep his life. The Charters County had estates larger than most counties. Antares County wasn't even considered a county by many people. But by joining forces with the Galen County, Reifenhart was able to take over half of the Chater County. He wanted to take over all of the area, but Carl advised him to be cautious. If they took over so much land in such a short time, then the other nobles would become cautious of them. Reifenhart agreed. For now, they controlled the trade city of Jarud, and with it, they would easily be able to recover all the resources they lost in the war. Soon, a year had passed. By spring, Reifenhart had set his sights on the southeastern region of Fetland. The land was a vast grassland, bad for farming, so there were no rulers. Instead, it was a place where nomads gathered to hunt and trade. Nomads were divided into multiple tribes. Many nobles had tried to unite with the nomads and use them for their military, but they were all rejected. The grasslands were surrounded by mountains on all sides, making it hard for anyone to invade them. The nomads had no need to invade others, so they didn't think of uniting. For years, there had been no wars in Fetland. But now, Antares forces were threatening the tribes of Fetland. To protect their home, all the leaders of different tribes decided to join forces. They managed to gather an army of 10,000 soldiers. Their backs were protected by the Wolf Mountains behind them. Even with such a huge army, the leaders weren't confident they could easily defeat the monsters in Reifenhardt's army. Reifenhardt's army was led by 3 orc chiefs, Hadartham, Kalkin, and Kinjir. Cyrus gave the tribe's people a chance to surrender, but when the leaders declined, Kalkin raised his great sword and charged forward on his dire wolf. He used aura to easily cut down multiple of his enemies. He cleared a path for his army to attack. The leaders of the grassland tribes were surprised. They had heard rumors that 3 orcs in Reifenhardt's army could use aura, but it was still a shock to see it in real life. Quickly, they ordered the mages in their army to use a spell to put them to sleep. The mages gathered together and used their wide-ranging sleep spell, Mass Sleep. Soon, all the orcs in Reifenhardt's army were asleep on the battlefield. To their shock, a shout came from the other side of the battlefield as the dwarves on Reifenhardt's side used divine power to protect the minds of the orcs from the sleep spell. The leaders were left shocked as everyone knew the orcs didn't believe in a god. Kalkin charged forward again, ordering his men to take down their enemies as a sacrifice to their ancestors. The Blue Bear Orc tribe was the first one to start expanding in the grassland. They were soon joined by the leaders of the Brown Bear and the Greyhawk tribe, once they were asked to help by Kalkin. Seeing them make progress and take control of the land so quickly, the White Wolf and Black Coyote joined them as well. The leaders of the grassland tribes had tried to ask the nobles for help. It wasn't unusual for the orcs to attack the grassland. In the past, the nobles had lent a helping hand, but now the orcs were fighting under the flag of the Antares. There wasn't anything the nobles could do. The situation wasn't looking good for the tribes of the grassland. Even if they had more soldiers, the nomads weren't used to war and were quickly being defeated. Their mages had fled, and their people were being killed. Far away on top of a mountain, an elf watched the battle take place. She watched in awe at the power of the martial king, Reifenhardt. That night, all the soldiers of Reifenhardt's army gathered together around a bonfire and celebrated their victory. They all drank and ate. They shared wine and alcohol to celebrate their victory. The orcs gave large glasses to the human warriors who had helped them win the battle. The humans quickly became full, and the orcs made fun of them for having weak stomachs. Kinjir tried to give another glass to Russ, but he refused. His stomach was filled with too much liquid. Kinjir took the glass back and drank it himself. Kinkle stepped forward and offered meat to Russ, but he refused that as well. Azrael came up behind them and told the orcs that he would share a drink with them. Azrael was the only one able to keep up with orcs' speed of drinking. Kinjir was impressed by this and tried to punch him on the shoulder. His attack was stopped by Russ. He reminded Kinjir that humans weren't as strong as orcs, and Azrael could have been badly injured. Kinjir apologized before the duo felt a strange aura coming from the mountains surrounding their camp. Someone was calling out to them. Another aura was in the area, and they needed to check if they were friendly or would cause trouble for them. The 3 orc warriors and Russ gathered their weapons and went to check who it was. They made their way to a cave in the mountain and called out for the aura user inside to come out. They were shocked to see a warrior elf walk out from the darkness. Elves were peaceful creatures, so to see a warrior elf was rare. Suddenly, the elf took out her sword, engulfed in a white aura, and attacked Hadartham. The attack was blocked by Kalkin. Russ tried to jump into the battle but was stopped by the other 2 orcs. They told him that the elf and Kalkin were engaged in a duel, so there wasn't anything they could do to stop them. Russ asked if they should worry about her being an enemy, but Kinjir said it was possible she was just passing by when she crossed paths with them. Russ anxiously watched the battle between the 2 aura users. The elf was easily able to deflect Kalkin's serial attack. He wondered if he would be able to learn something new from their fight. Kalkin was impressed by the elf. She was able to easily keep up with him. She deflected his attacks with ease, as if she knew where he was going to attack from next. She moved around with grace. It didn't look like she was fighting. It looked like she was dancing around him, the cold dance of an assassin. He was impressed, but he wasn't going to lose the fight. He threw his great sword at her as a distraction. She dodged the blade easily. but the attacks that Sword let out were harder to dodge. The elf was forced to put up a shield to defend herself. Then, as she was busy deflecting the attacks, he used his move, bare-fisted scale cracking, to launch a powerful attack at her. The elf narrowly dodged the attack as the mountain behind her shattered. The three on the side were greatly impressed by the fight, and wondered if they would be able to fight the elf next. Suddenly, the air around them became freezing. Russ watched in shock as the elf infused her aura with ice elemental magic. She used her powers to freeze Culkin's legs. The orc warrior was greatly impressed by her use of powers, and the elf stopped the fight. Culkin was left confused, but the elf explained that she only wanted to prove herself as a warrior. Culkin agreed that she was a great warrior. The elf smiled as she had accomplished her mission. She had heard that to earn an orc's trust, you needed to fight them. She hadn't truly believed the person, but had decided to try it anyway. He hadn't expected her to be so blunt, and explain her plan to them. The elf put her sword away and turned towards the aura users properly. She introduced herself as Inia, the head of the Stylia clan. She looked behind her as more elves appeared from inside the cave. Inia introduced her people and explained that they came all the way from the frozen lands of the north. They had heard that the person who had resurrected the World Tree was within the Antares County. They had all come from the north to meet this famous warrior. She turned to the aura users. Her gaze was cold, and there was a bright glint in her eyes. She asked for their help to meet with him. Far north, in the unnamed region of the Fetlands, the mountains were filled with ice, snow, and cold rivers. It was a rough region between the coastal side of the Fetlands and the Golden Mountains. In this secluded region was the Stylia clan, hidden away from the eyes of the rest of humanity. In his past life, Riffenhart was the youngest person ever to have mastered the ninth circle. By age 30, he had reached the last tier of magic there was. The only other person who had managed to do so was Draja, but the old mage had died a few years ago. It had taken Draja 70 years of his life to reach the ninth circle. Compared to him, Riffenhart's achievement was shocking to everyone. All the leaders from multiple countries had tried to scout him out, but he declined all of their offers. He knew that there was a circle higher than the ninth circle, and he wanted to achieve it. Until then, he traveled across the land with Cirrus and explored dungeons. 3 years had passed since he disappeared from the world and was now staying at the Stylia clan alongside Cirrus. He was loved by all the villagers. The females of the village often came up to him and gave him gifts. As he was one of the few males there, they all flirted with him to get his attention. One afternoon, 2 elves came up to him and offered him food and clothing. Riffenhart tried to decline it, but in the end took the warm clothes. Suddenly he felt someone staring at him. He turned around to see Cirrus standing behind him. She was glaring at him, jealous that he was getting so much attention from the others. Riffenhart walked up to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. He assured her that he didn't care about the other elves. The only elf he wanted in his life was Cirrus. Cirrus blushed as she looked away. Riffenhart saved her from the embarrassment and asked her where Tethede was. She told him that he was still training. Just then, Inia silently came up behind them, scaring the two. Riffenhart told her that if she was done, she could have called for him to come to her. Inia explained to him that it was the task of the person who had the job to go and ask for help. She saw that they were surrounded by the villagers, who were staring at Riffenhart. She glared at them until they went away. She glared and accused him of corrupting his people. Riffenhart tried to explain that he hadn't done anything. Inia didn't listen. Instead, she wondered what her people saw in him. He was too skinny for her to take an interest in him. Riffenhart told her that not everyone looks like her. She ignored his words and asked him if he could resurrect the World Tree. Riffenhart smiled as he took out a seed of pure light. He explained that it was Gennaro's. It was taken from the essence of the World Tree. It would help them create hope and restore the World Tree. Now, in this new life, Riffenhart admired the World Tree that he was able to restore. He walked around the newly built town with Cirrus. They both discussed how far the elves had come since the tree was restored. But unlike his last life, the female elves were intimidated by his huge figure and ran away as he approached. Cirrus made fun of him for not being liked by the elves. An elf named Shylan walked up to him with her kids. She tried to introduce them to Riffenhart, but the kids ended up being scared of him and started crying. Suddenly, a messenger came rushing towards him. He greeted Riffenhart and explained that he had received a message from Culkin. Riffenhart already knew that they had won the battle against the nomads. The messenger told him that there was more as well. Kalkin had met a group of elves that he had never seen before. The elves were a part of the Stylian clan. The messenger gave him a letter to him and explained that the details were in it. Reifenhart asked if the leader's name was Enia. The messenger was shocked that he already knew the name. Even Cirrus was confused. Reifenhart quickly explained that he had met the other elf in his past life. He told Cirrus to get ready to head back to the county. The next day, Reifenhart was helping Cillian and Carl exercise as he waited for the time of his meeting with Enia. Cillian was struggling to hold the weights up. Meanwhile, Carl was quickly lifting the weight in an up and down motion. Reifenhart was impressed and disappointed that he was using the momentum to help him. He told Carl to stop and lifted some weights to show him the proper technique. Before he could start, there was a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Enia walking towards him. A servant tried to stop him and told her that Reifenhart would come and meet with her soon, but she dismissed the servant. She was here for business with Reifenhart, so it was her responsibility to go to him. Seeing her arrive early shocked him, but he didn't tell his servant to take her away. Instead, he told Cillian and Carl to leave him alone for his meeting with her. He dropped the heavy weights to the ground and turned to greet her. He offered her a proper elf greeting and apologized for his improper state of dress. Enia was impressed that he knew elf etiquette. She introduced herself to him. Enia was the only aura user among the elves and the most powerful elf. Most elves were peaceful creatures and avoided fights. But not Enia. She worked hard to get stronger for her people. In his past life, Cirrus was able to surpass her using magic. Reifenhart welcomed her to his country and offered her a place to stay in his forest. Enia thanked him before becoming serious. She told him that her people had felt the resurrection of the World Tree. They had even seen it on their way to the county. Seeing her be so serious was scary to Reifenhart. He still wasn't used to the leader of the Stylia clan being so cold. Enia had a question regarding the World Tree for him. She asked him if he was the one who resurrected the World Tree. She knew that it was only possible to do so if the person had large amounts of magical power. She stepped up to him and stared into his eyes. To her, he looked like a strong warrior and not a mage. Reifenhart slowly raised both of his hands. One was covered in aura, while the other was covered in magic. He let his powers run around his body and explained to her that he was a warrior and a mage. Enia stared at him in awe. She stepped forward and touched his chest. She had finally found someone who was a powerful warrior and had the knowledge of a mage. Reifenhart looked at her in confusion. He didn't understand what she was saying. Suddenly, Enia looked up at Reifenhart shyly and asked him if he was married. Reifenhart stared at her. He didn't understand her request at first. But once he did, he shouted in shock. For Enia, all the men of her clan were too skinny. For her, it didn't look like they trained hard enough. She never understood why the other elves liked them so much. They were all beautiful. They had long hair and sleek, gorgeous faces. Enia liked men, but as an Ori user, she didn't care about their looks. She only cared about how strong-looking a person was. Because of this, she likes orcs. They were all tall, muscular, and powerful. But she didn't find their faces attractive enough to like one. She also hated anyone who was stupid. The elves in her clan were all like that. For her, the ideal man was someone who was smart and strong as well. Finding someone who fit her ideal was hard. And so she had spent decades living alone. But now, standing in front of her was the perfect man. Reifenhart was a strong and powerful man. She had heard all about his conquests. He alone had taken down an orc warrior, and he was wise enough to resurrect the World Tree on his own. Standing in front of him, left Enia impressed. She had finally found someone worthy of him, so she asked if he was married. Reifenhart stared at her in confusion. He had never seen the elf leader act like this in his previous life. He told her that he wasn't married, but there was someone he wanted to marry. Enia didn't let this deter him. He wasn't married yet, and she had a chance to win him over. She thanked him for letting her clan stay within his territory and promised all of their resources to him. Reifenhart promised to take good care of her people as well. With that, Enia turned around and told him she had to help her people settle in. On her way out, she daydreamed about Reifenhart. Suddenly, she ran into Cillian. He introduced himself to her. Upon hearing his name, Enia's vibes totally changed. She had heard about Reifenhart having a lover with that name. She told Cillian that she wouldn't lose to him and left. Soon, More and more groups of otherworldly species started migrating to Antares County. The troll's guru, Athilka, traveled all around the world, saving others like him, and sending them all to Antares. The others were suspicious at first. They had all been treated badly by humans in the past. But Athilka was famous among all the trolls for saving them. They had also heard the rumors about Antares, so they decided to trust him. Slowly, hundreds of trolls moved to the Golden Mountains. Over time, the trolls made a village for themselves and called it Trolliad. Reifenhart was going around the village, showing Inya and Cirrus everything. Cirrus was impressed by everything around her. She had never seen so many buildings using glass. In Antares County, they only ever used glass in their temples and castles. He explained that the trolls had advanced skills when it came to working with dirt. They can easily change the soil using sorcery to turn it into glass. The dwarves were masters of stone and steel. The elves were masters of making cloth and woodwork. Finally, the orcs were great with leather. Just like the others, the trolls were masters of working with soil. The trolls respected the soil and used sorcery to create objects with it. Everything in their household was made out of soil. Their craftsmanship was so great that an everyday item to a troll was considered a masterpiece by other species. Humans believed that they were the most advanced species, but they were nothing compared to others. In his past life, he had only been able to reach the 10th circle by learning from the trolls and learning the changing spell technique. With its help, he was able to create the spell known as Nuclear Burst. And yet his technique was nothing compared to the trolls. They could easily change the soil into concrete just by stepping on it. They walked around town as Reifenhart explained the culture of the trolls to the two elves with him. Inya hugged his arm and told him that she was impressed that he knew so much about other cultures. Reifenhart was still confused. He didn't know why she was being so friendly to him in this life. Cirrus watched them from the side. She was angry at the other women for being so close to Reifenhart. But there wasn't anything she could do about it. She had no claim over him as she wasn't dating him. She remembered introducing herself to Inya yesterday. As soon as she had said her name, Inya had called her the one that Reifenhart saw as a sister. The words were shocking to her, a little hurtful too. But there wasn't a way for Cirrus to correct her, not without revealing her feelings for Reifenhart. But that didn't mean that she couldn't be jealous of Inya stealing all of Reifenhart's attention. Suddenly, a troll came up to them and informed Reifenhart that the ritual of birth would begin soon. He asked Reifenhart to join as well. Reifenhart agreed, and all of them slowly made their way towards the ritual ground outside the village. The area was filled with trolls, all excited for the birth ritual to take place. Reifenhart warned the two women with him to be respectful. Being invited to a birth ritual was a high honor. It meant that the trolls considered them friends. They didn't want to ruin this chance to bond with the trolls more. Suddenly, the trolls started playing drums. The shaman on top of the pyramid started calling out to the female trolls and the gods. Athilka slowly made his way to the top as the others watched him with awe. Once on top, he slowly lay down on the stone table. The shaman stepped forward with a blade in his hands. Slowly the other trolls started chanting. Suddenly he brought the knife down and stabbed Athilka in the chest. Cirrus and Inya were left shocked. They couldn't believe that the trolls had killed Athilka, the one that had saved and brought them here. Reifenhart stared at it all with a neutral face. Cirrus and Inya tried to step forward and stop the ritual, but Reifenhart stopped them. He explained that life and death were the same, and between the two, there was hope. The hope becomes the future, and lights up the dark path ahead. They stared as Athilka's heart rose up into the sky and transformed into a ball of energy. Slowly, he began explaining the birth ritual to the two elves. The trolls had powerful regeneration. This made it hard for them to have children. The fetus inside a troll doesn't have regeneration powers, so it wouldn't be able to survive being born. But if a powerful troll sorcerer sacrificed his heart to bless the fetus, then the baby could safely be born. In ancient times, trolls gave birth by eating the hearts of their husbands. But now they knew how to use sorcery. They no longer needed to rely on sacrificing their husbands. This, however, had a side effect. In ancient times, trolls could give birth to 7 or even 8 children, but now they could only give birth to 1 or 2 at a time. Even after his explanation, Cirrus looked at the trolls with caution. She thought it was a bad choice if they had to sacrifice a powerful sorcerer every time. Riefenhardt told her to keep watching the ritual. Suddenly, a burst of magic came from Athilka as a new heart formed and slowly lowered itself into his body. Cirrus watched, shocked, as the powerful regeneration of Troll came into effect in front of her. Riefenhardt told her that this level of regeneration was only possible for a guru troll. It was nearly impossible to kill a guru as powerful as Athilka. Only after eliminating his regeneration power or by chopping him into multiple tiny pieces would someone be able to kill him. There were legends that a guru could resurrect from the ashes of his own body, but Athilka wasn't at that level yet. In his previous life, Riefenhardt had killed Athilka using a powerful move called the Spiral Guard. Riefenhardt hadn't had to kill him in this life, and for that, he was glad. Suddenly the shaman shouted from on top of the tower that the ritual was completed and they could now celebrate. Inya let out a sigh. He told Riefenhardt that she had been worried for the guru. Riefenhardt told her that it was normal to mistake the birth ritual for a sacrifice ritual. Just then, Athilka came down and greeted the trio. Athilka thanked Riefenhardt for attending the ritual. The martial king called it an honor. The guru was shocked that he had been so understanding of their ritual. He knew how the troll's customs looked to those who weren't used to it. Riefenhardt laughed nervously as he remembered that he had called the ritual barbaric in his last life. He made an excuse to Athilka that he had heard about the ritual before. Cirrus stepped forward and said that she had been left shocked at what she saw. She got angry at Riefenhardt for not warning them on time. He explained that he wanted them to experience it for themselves. What he didn't say was that he wanted to suffer as he had. Just then, Inya stepped forward and introduced herself to Athilka. She offered a cloth called the Snow Elven Silk to Athilka as a gift for their clans to get along in the future. Athilka happily took the gift. Watching his reaction, Inya knew she was doing the right thing. If she wanted to be close to Riefenhardt, she first needed to get on the good side of all those around him. Athilka looked to the side and saw Cirrus standing there sadly. He turned to Riefenhardt and offered to let him come and listen to the song of the trolls. The song warned Riefenhardt, the fire, about getting too close to Inya, the snow. There were better options around him than her, but Riefenhardt didn't understand it at all. The next day at the castle, Inya offered lots of food for Riefenhardt to eat. He quickly and easily ate all the food. Inya told him that she had brought lots of food to prevent him from eating less. She tried flirting with him by flaunting the cooking, but Riefenhardt instantly recognized Thalia's cooking. He asked Inya to thank her. Inya looked at him in shock as he completely ignored her flirting. Just then, Cirrus walked in, holding more food for him. Riefenhardt asked her to bring it over, and invited her to eat with him. But when Cirrus saw Inya standing next to Riefenhardt, she became angry and quickly left, saying that she wasn't hungry. That afternoon, Inya walked around the castle with her advisor, Serfel. He asked her if she really liked Riefenhardt so much that she lost sleep over him. Inya didn't hear him properly. She had to find a way to get Riefenhardt to like her. Serfel advised her that using someone else's cooking wasn't a proper way to get noticed. Riefenhardt was a warrior. If she wanted him to notice her, then she needed to find a way for Riefenhardt to see her as a warrior as well. Inya liked his idea and asked how she could be recognized as a warrior by him. Serfal told her that Riefenhardt struggled with wrestling. If she could help him improve, then Riefenhardt would notice her. In an indoor arena, Russ and Riefenhardt were getting ready to start their match. Russ dashed forward to try to grab Riefenhardt from the waist and throw him down. Riefenhardt dodged the attack and the second one that Russ threw at him at the last moment. Instead, he grabbed Russ from the back and started lifting him up to throw him onto the ground. Russ twisted his body in the air and escaped the hold. The two continued to wrestle. They grabbed at each other to try to throw the other to the ground, but they were both evenly matched. In the end, they called off the match and stood to catch their breath. Russ congratulated Riefenhardt for improving so quickly. There was a large gap between their strengths now. He had taught Riefenhardt everything he had learned as a knight. There wasn't anything else he could teach him. Riefenhardt asked if he was ready to go against Teslan. Russ explained that Teslan knew proper ground techniques, so he wasn't sure how good Riefenhardt would do against him. He advised him to learn a few techniques before fighting Teslan. Riefenhardt wondered if he could hire a professional to teach him. Suddenly, Inya called out to him from behind. She explained that she knew a few grounding techniques and offered to teach him. She offered to show him her skills in a fight. Riefenhardt wasn't sure if he should take her offer. He was much larger than Inya, which would give him an advantage. Inya assured him that it wouldn't matter. Even Russ encouraged him to fight against her. Reluctantly, he agreed and stepped into the middle of the arena to wrestle. The two aura users activated their auras as they got ready to fight. Riffenhart wasn't sure what to expect from Inya. He had never fought against her in his past life. He didn't know how skilled she was. But now he was a warrior as well. He would find out just how strong she is. Started the fight by trying to grab Inya. She jumped into the air and threw a kick towards his head. He blocked the attack with his arm, but Inya took that as an advantage and wrapped her legs around his arm. She used her body weight to pull him down. Riffenhart recognized the move as a move from Karzian Jiu-Jitsu. He tried to stop her, but it was too late. Inya had wrapped herself around his arm, making it hard for him to move or get up. Unable to get out, he asked Inya to teach him how to escape the hold. She taught him the proper way, and soon he was free. Once he was free, she asked if he wanted to learn from her. Riffenhart agreed as they got ready for another round. Inya took this as a chance to run her hands all over his muscles. She made an excuse that she was just checking his physical potential, leaving Riffenhart flustered. Russ watched the two from the side. He was excited to see how much he could learn from watching the other two wrestle. The Settlar trade route connected the Graham Kingdom and the Chatan Principality. This route was used by the Mall Merchants Guild. They handled all the goods and luxuries on this route, but most of their profits came from trading otherworldly species slaves. The merchants hired mercenaries while transporting the slaves through the long route between the two countries. They didn't want anything to happen to their valuables. As the mercenaries made their way through the forest, a shout came from behind. The noble who was traveling with them told them to hurry and quickly leave the area. The mercenaries explained to him that traveling with slaves took time. The noble didn't care. He didn't want to spend a night in a forest full of bandits. But the mercenary wasn't worried. Their forces were so large that no bandit group would try to attack them. Not even the Frisian Freers. They were a group of otherworldly species bandits that appeared in the Settlar Mountains a few months ago. One of the other mercenaries turned towards their leader. He had heard that the group of bandits was very skilled and had taken down many renowned mercenaries. The leader didn't understand how a group of slaves had turned into such powerful bandits. The group was very skilled and quick to get away. Neither of the two countries had been able to catch them. They never left any traces behind after an ambush. Inside the carriage, the two nobles were discussing the martial king. The Frisian bandits had formed after seeing how greatly the martial king treated the other slaves. All creatures were meant to be slaves to humans. They didn't get to think that they were people. They should be thankful that the humans fed them and gave them a place to live. But due to the martial king, they all now wanted freedom as well. Suddenly, a shower of arrows came down from the sky, killing many of the mercenaries. They looked around, trying to find where the attack had come from. As his men fell around him, the leader was shocked to see the arrows hitting the weak spots in the armor. He knew that only someone with elite training would be able to shoot like that. One of his men pointed towards the tree. There, he found multiple elves with bows standing on the branches. He was shocked that an elf could shoot a bow like that. Just then, another shout came from his right. A group of orcs and dwarves charged towards him. They charged forward and started attacking the mercenaries. The leader ordered his men to capture the elves and kill everyone else. The otherworldly species told him to focus on the fight and not on making a profit. Orcs charged towards him. The leader was able to dodge the attack, but was soon cut down by a dwarf. Suddenly, a group of Chatan mage knights entered the battle. They shouted to everyone to surrender as they activated their magic. The bandits weren't worried. Dwarves and orcs activated their aura, causing the soldiers to get scared and run away from the battle. Soon, all the mercenaries and nobles were killed. The different slave species were freed. The orc turned towards the others and told them that they could live freely now. They all looked at him in confusion. Slavery was everything they had known all their life. They didn't know what freedom was, or what it meant. The orc knew what they were feeling. He had been a slave once as well. He knew it would take time. But then a kid jumped towards his mother and started cheering. The other creatures also followed his example. Soon, all of them were celebrating their freedom. They wouldn't have to be treated poorly anymore. They would be able to live happily now. Far away in a research facility, a mage looked towards the body of Jade inside a large tube filled with liquid. They had been able to recover his body and heal him back to his full strength. Soon enough, he would wake up and would be able to go back to missions again. The mage hadn't expected the martial king to be so powerful. She had expected that Jade would be able to successfully assassinate him. But they had been proven wrong. They hadn't expected him to be able to use magic too. The emblem that Jade had taken with him was given to all their assassins, so they would be able to kill their targets in a single strike. It didn't matter if the opponent was a mage, an aura user, a saint, or something else. They weren't a match for a Sage of Silvers. But someone who uses both aura and magic like Ravenheart is rare. They wouldn't be able to take him out using a single or even two assassins. They would need to use multiple assassins at once. But that option wasn't possible. If the plan failed, they would be put at risk. Reifengard also had other aura users in his army. It would make their plan even more difficult. This assassination would be impossible for the Sage of Silvers to do on their own. They needed the help of another organization. She needed to find Sage Leston. Far in the forest, Teslan was practicing his latest moves. He used the move, Spiral Blade, to shoot a beam of fire into the air at full speed. Felena praised him for mastering the move so quickly. If he kept improving at this speed, then he would be able to defeat the Martial King soon. Teslan didn't pay her much attention. He couldn't stop now. He needed to improve so he could take down Reifenhart before he reached the 10th circle. He had found Reifenhart's weakness during their last fight, but he still hadn't been able to defeat him. Instead, he had taught Reifenhart about the weakness as well. Now, he had no other choice but to improve his skills. Teslan held up his blade again and concentrated his aura around it. Slowly, a ring of energy formed around the sword as he used Calamity Storm. Putting more energy, he added another ring to the sword, completing the second layer. The move was powerful, strong enough to defeat most of his enemies, but he needed to be stronger so he could take on Reifenhart, so he put even more energy into the blade, slowly forming another ring. But just as the last ring was about to complete, the energy bounced back towards his hand. The sword was sent flying away to the side. Teslan stared at the sword in anger. He couldn't believe that this weak body was unable to perform a simple, triple-layer sword technique. Felena tried to calm him down and get him to relax. She told him that it would take time for him to improve his skills. But this only made Teslan angrier. He didn't have time. The longer he took to improve, the larger the gap between him and Reifenhart would become. Suddenly, a girl approached them. She introduced herself as Saraline. She told him that the Sage of Silvers needed his help. Back at the Antares castle, Reifenhart was put into another chokehold by Enia. He tried to escape it, but was unsuccessful. Enia took this opportunity to ogle and touch all of his muscles. From the side, Cirrus angrily watched the two wrestle. She had heard that the leader of the Stylian elf clan was harsh and cold, but with Reifenhart, she acted so open and warm. Suddenly, Tilla came up to Cirrus and asked her why she was so angry. Cirrus tried to deny it, but Tilla already knew the truth. She told Cirrus to hurry because Reifenhart was very popular. One day soon, one of the other girls would become his girlfriend. Tilla explained that he was the perfect man in the eyes of the elves. The orcs also liked him because of his muscular body. The maids of the castle were also impressed by him. Even Cillian was working hard to become like him. This caused Cirrus to wonder if he really was that popular. Tilla told her to hurry, or else she would regret losing Reifenhart to Enya. This made Cirrus angrier as she tried to come up with a plan to get Reifenhart's attention. Seeing her plan work, Tilla stood up and told Cirrus that she had to leave for her date with Carl. Tilla was impressed at how much Carl had improved, and how much muscle he had gained. Cirrus didn't understand why she liked muscular men so much. Their nation already had a bad reputation. But with the orc warriors Carl and the Warrior King, they were now known as people obsessed with combat arts. Tilla ignored her and wished her luck before leaving for her date. She told Cirrus not to lose. Those words ignited the competitive spark inside Cirrus. She would not lose to Enia. That evening, Reifenhart was meditating in his room. His mana had greatly improved, but he still wasn't strong enough to reach the 8th circle. But now he had half of his powers from his last life back. Suddenly, Enia entered the room. She asked Reifenhart if he was tired from all of the training. She offered to give him a massage she had learnt. She told him to lie down on his bed while she prepared everything. Reifenhart was left confused by her behavior. The Enia he had known in his past life hadn't been like this. She was cold. She wasn't warm and helpful. He didn't know how to act around this new Inya. He asked why she was doing this for him. Inya replied that all of this was thanks to him helping her people and restoring the world tree. Inya climbed onto Refinhart's back while he lay on the bed. She took out a bottle of oil and spread it all over his back. When asked, Inya explained that she had gotten it from the Holy Order. She remembered a few days ago she had confronted Cillian and told him that she would become Refinhart's lover. The boy had been left shocked. He couldn't believe that the rumor about him and Refinhart was still being spread. He knew the only way the rumor would stop was if Refinhart got married. So he told Inya that it was all a misunderstanding. He told her that he would help her get closer to Refinhart and had given her the oil. Back in the room, Inya spread the oil and gently massaged Refinhart. He still couldn't believe that this was the Ice Queen he had met in his last life. But there was something strange about the massage to him. It felt weird to him, and he couldn't properly relax. Suddenly, Inya used her ice magic to cool down his body, making him feel better. Just then, the door to his room slammed open as Cirrus walked in. She explained that she was here to help Inya. The two girls glared at each other as Refinhart wondered if the two had become friends. Inya asked Cirrus if she knew how to give a proper massage. The other elf smiled and told her yes. Inya didn't know that she had learned the skill while she was a slave. Outside the door, Cillian watched all of it happen. He didn't care who became Refinhart's wife. He just wanted the rumors about him to end. The scene inside didn't improve. The temperature of the room dropped as the two elves continued to glare at each other. Both silently dared the other to make a move on Refinhart. The Martial King was oblivious to the fight going on behind him. Back at his estate, Tessalon poured tea for himself and for Saraline. Saraline told him that she needed a reason to go after the Martial King. If she went after him after their last assassination attempt had failed, then people would become suspicious of them. Tessalon already had a feud with the Refinhart, so it would be easy to go after the Martial King under his name, so she had come all the way here to ask for his help. Tessalon was glad to see that the Sages of Silvers were finally taking action against Refinhart. They needed to end the threat as quickly as possible, even when he wasn't at his full power. The Sage of Silver would need more than one assassin to defeat the Martial King. They didn't know about his past life. They didn't fully understand how powerful Refinhart could become one day. Behind them, his group was working hard to become stronger. Saraline turned towards them and asked if his friends would be enough to take on Refinhart. Tessalon stared at them. Eustace and Stefan were borrowing power from magical items. Their own powers were low. It would take them time to improve. Christine was unskilled compared to the others, and she didn't properly fit in with their group. Their final member, Felena, was the most trustworthy. At her young age, she was able to reach the 6th circle. She was a genius among mages. Yet she wasn't strong enough to go against Refinhart and his group. Tessalon explained that they had already lost once against the Martial King. The skill gap between the two parties was too wide. Even with artifacts, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. They needed time to train and become stronger. But they didn't have time. Soon, Refinhart would reach the 10th circle. Once he gained that power, he would be unstoppable. They needed to defeat him before then. Tessalon remembered that in his past life, the Sage of Silver was unable to do anything against Refinhart. It was all due to the skill he acquired by becoming a 10th circle mage. The magic that the Sage of Silver feared wasn't the nuclear blast that could destroy a whole mountain range. It wasn't the meteor fall that could bring the stars down from heaven. It wasn't even the realm of hell that could summon thousands of demons from the underworld. No, it was the move amp shockwave that had been the downfall of the Sages of Silver. The move made all the magical artifacts, no matter how ancient, useless. And for an organization that relied on artifacts as its main source of power, it had been its downfall. Soon, Refinhart would be going after banned artifacts. From researching those artifacts, he would reach the 10th circle and develop new magic. Tessalon couldn't let that happen. Saraline stared at Tessalon. His group wasn't strong enough, and they didn't have strong artifacts either. This group was strong enough, but they were also her best option for defeating Reinhardt. So she made Tessalon an offer. She would give them artifacts if they agreed to help her. She took Tessalon along with Eustace, Stefan, and Felena. She left the trio in the main hall as she asked Tessalon to follow her. She assured him that the others would be given proper artifacts while they waited for him to return. Tessalon stared at everything around him in shock. He had never seen something as advanced as the inside of the Sages of Silver's headquarters. He was left awed. Every time he learned something new about these mages, he came up with new questions for them. He had so many questions to ask her, but for now, he had more important things to worry about. He asked Caroline if she would give him as well. He was an aura user. He was past the point of needing artifacts, and no artifact that he knew of would be useful to him. Caroline told him that his body was at its limit and could not be improved using magic or artifacts. She told him that there had been a similar problem in the Silver Age too. People wanted to get stronger, but their bodies were at their limit. So instead, they tried to find another way of improving themselves. In the end, they had made the golem. The golems were made to be better than humans, but they were too slow, so they changed the design to fit humans inside them. It improved the functioning of the golems, but they were still slow. More research was put into the project, and they were able to develop faster and lighter golems. But normal humans weren't able to control these versions of golems. Only aura users would be able to control them. Caroline snapped her fingers, and the lights turned on. Slowly, they entered a hangar full of golems. She led Teslon towards one of the golems. She told him that it was the result of years of research and was made to be controlled by a powerful aura user, the Atomandrel. Teslon looked at it in awe. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Such a powerful ancient artifact would be enough to help him finally defeat Refinhart. Back at Antari's castle, Refinhart was training his magic and his aura together. First, he whispered a spell and concentrated it on his fist. Once the magic flowed smoothly, he hid it using his aura. After many hours of training, he had finally mastered enchanted fist flame and lightning. He threw a punch from his right hand to shoot a pillar of fire. Then he did the same for his left hand and threw a pillar of lightning. The two attacks combined and let out a large explosion. During his fight with Jade, Refinhart struggled to use multiple spells quickly. To erase this weakness, he had come up with a plan to imbue magic into his hands. Aura was quick to form but could not be focused on a certain area of the body. Magic could be focused, but it took too long to cast, so he came up with a solution. He would cover his fist with elemental energy that would allow him to quickly cast spells through his fist. To anyone else, seeing him fight, it would look like he was using an artifact, but in reality, he would be using both aura and magic at the same time to his advantage. He hadn't thought about this in his past life. It was only possible because of the body he had gained in this life. Refinhart was sure that Teslon had been working hard to overcome the weakness of his old body. And just like him, Teslon would have already found a solution. Refinhart knew that the next time he came across Teslon, it would be their last meeting, a final showdown between two rivals. Russ stared down at Kaijin. The aura of both warriors surrounds them and everyone around them. Kaijin told Russ he would forget about their friendship in this fight. He would treat Russ as his enemy. But Russ didn't back down. He calmly held up a soap and told Kaijin that today he would force the orc to take a bath. He turned towards the Thalki to see if the water was ready. The guru told him that the water was ready to properly clean the orc. Russ gave Kaijin a creepy smile. He and Athalki both grabbed Kaijin and dragged him towards the bath. Soon they had scrubbed the orc and had him shining brightly. Kalkin watched Kaijin suffer the great humiliation. He had also gone through the same thing. Refinhart was impressed that Russ had been able to get the orcs to take baths. Later, he went with Cirrus to meet up with Mashlin. The dwarf was inside the castle, grooming his beard that he had taken off his face. Seeing the two enter the room, he quickly placed the beard back on his face. Cirrus told him that everyone knew dwarves' beards were fake, and he didn't need to be afraid that someone would see him without them. Michelin told her that it was the same as being seen naked for them. He asked Refinhart why he had come to see him. Refinhart explained that it was time for them to attack the kingdom of Chatan. Chatan was the continent's best commercial nation. It was the center of all trade. Everything common, precious, valuable, and priceless passed through the city. Its capital, Zeppelin, was responsible for the majority of the slave trade happening around the continent. If they were able to capture Zeppelin, they would be able to double their population of otherworldly species. It had been a long time since they had done any type of expansion for their county. Now was the perfect time for them to attack Zeppelin and take over. If they took control of the Zeppelin, it would affect the slave trade all over the continent. Refinhart explained that his last action before starting his empire was to take over Chatan. The events of his past came to him easily. He easily explained everything to his most trusted people. They didn't judge him for his actions. They only supported him. Even now, Michelin was more concerned about helping him take over Zeppelin than he was about Refenhardt's past. They needed a plan to attack Zeppelin and free otherworldly species like them from a life of slavery. Refenhardt explained that he knew, in his mind, where everything in the city was. He explained that there were 6 different elf-slave auctions, 12 orc auctions, and 7 dwarven auction houses. There was only one alchemist guild in the city, but it was large. It would easily contain 50 or more trolls. Athilka had also researched the guild, but he wasn't able to say anything about what he found. The mission was too dangerous for him to go there on his own. Zeppelin wasn't an easy target for them. All the auction houses were located inside the city. The city was filled with 100,000 soldiers and mercenaries. There were also 10,000 elite knights and mage swordsmen who were a part of their army, but they had an advantage against the soldiers. They had no discipline. They didn't take orders from anyone. No one had proper control over the army. Walking in felt like a death trap. But Refenhardt couldn't leave otherworldly people to suffer there alone. He wanted to help them. He wanted to get them out of there as soon as possible. Michelin asked how he had been able to take over the other city in his past life. Refenhardt laughed as he remembered he had thrown a whole meteor at the city and its leaders. He had then used Amp Shockwave to nullify the magic of all the mage swordsmen. He had used illusion to make them believe they were being followed by the undead. Finally, he had killed all of them using soldiers of hell. In the end, they had suffered 0 losses. Michelin asked how large the attack from his meteor attack was. Refenhardt explained that any one of those could easily wipe out the city. Cirrus asked him how many people died in that battle. Refenhardt explained that there were only 10,000. Cirrus was surprised that he had only killed so few people. But Refenhardt wasn't done. He completed his sentence. There had been only 10,000 survivors. Hearing this, Michelin and Cirrus finally believed that he had been a demon king in his previous life. But Refenhardt didn't suffer the humiliation alone. He told them that Michelin was the one who came up with the plan. But he couldn't use the same plan as before. His mana wasn't as strong as it was in his last life. He also didn't want to become everyone's enemy again. Michelin thought for a moment, then told Refenhardt that he wouldn't be able to help with this plan. They needed the help of another human, who would know exactly how the people of Zeppelin operated and would be able to take them down. And so, Cirrus and Refenhardt went to Karl. They explained their plan of attacking Zeppelin and asked him to help them plan. They didn't plan on taking over Zeppelin. They simply wanted to free all of the slaves in that city. But they didn't want anyone to know that it was Antares County's doing. Karl told them they would be easily able to do it. They would need to use guerrilla tactics and would win easily. Refenhardt wondered if it would really be that simple. Karl explained that their county had the largest number of aura users. 2 human aura users, 7 orcs, 3 dwarves, and 1 elf. They also had a Thalki on their side. The troll was stronger than most aura users. The only country that had as many aura users as them was the Bashdalan Empire, and they only had 12 elf aura users. By number alone, they were the strongest army on the continent. Freeing the slaves of Zeppelin would be an easy task for them. Refenhardt wondered if the 10,000 mage soldiers would be a problem for them to take down. Karl smiled evilly. He explained that they didn't need to take down all of the soldiers. They only needed to take down a few to lower the morale of the others. Soon, they would all be afraid of them, and none would step forward to fight against them. At the Sage of Silver headquarters, Teslan was testing out his new golem suit. Saraline was shocked at how easily he was able to control the golem on his first use. He wore the suit like it was his second skin. He flew around and shot different spells. He tested their power. He tested the suit's limit. Unlike Saraline, Teslan wasn't shocked that he could easily use this golem suit. It felt like he was back in his old body in his previous life. He had missed this flow of power in his veins. He couldn't wait to use it to get his revenge on Refenhardt. Just thinking about the Demon King made him angry. He pulled his fist back and put every drop of power he had into it. As his fist came forward, he unleashed a quadruple layer Calamity Storm. The move was powerful enough to shatter the shield surrounding the area. But Teslan didn't care about that. Finally, after months of training, he could use all the power he had gained in his previous life. He felt powerful. He felt ready to take on Refenhardt and defeat him. From the ground, Saraline watched his power in awe. She had made the right choice in choosing Teslan to help her. Together, they would eliminate Reifenhart. Reifenhart, Russ, and Talia entered the Zeppelin city by bribing the guards at the north gate with money. Russ asked if it was okay for them to enter the city like this. Reifenhart explained that the north side of Zeppelin was filled with the poor. The business side was on the west side of the city. They cared about their profits and making the nobles richer. They didn't care about the people living in the slums. Anyone around here could get away with anything, as long as they had enough money to throw around. So it was easier for them to enter through the north gate, where the guards were used to taking money. The city of Zeppelin was corrupted, and tonight they would remove all the rot from the city. The first part of their plan was to convince the slaves that they were there to help them. They had spent too many years serving multiple masters. They would be cautious of anyone who held out a helping hand to them. They needed to earn the trust of the slaves. The easiest to free would be the dwarves. They cared about their traditions and culture. They valued freedom and would be willing to fight for it. The orcs they had freed in the past had some of their wild instincts. They were only able to get the orcs on their side with the help of Tathid. But the orcs who used to work around the farms were different. It would be hard for them to cooperate. The hardest to convince would be the elves. They had gotten used to the system. Some of them liked their life in slavery. Convincing all three species would be hard, but Carl had come up with a solution for it. He had given them a children's picture book. The book was filled with traditional stories, but the main human heroes were replaced by otherworldly species heroes. Carl explained that while the book looked like an ordinary book to them, the stories and seeing themselves as heroes would inspire the slaves. They would be given hope. This would make them more willing to trust that they had come to help. That evening, a worker in Elfenheim, the largest elf auction house, yelled at the elf slave. This was the second time she had burnt the food they had ordered her to prepare. The elf, Inia, stared at the burnt food with tears in her eyes. The workers stared at the slave. The elf wasn't doing this on purpose. She was really bad at cooking. The servant next to her asked if he should throw the elf into the punishment chamber. The worker stared at the elf. She was beautiful and would sell for a huge price. If they sent her to the punishment chambers, then she would gain marks. Marks on the body lowered the price of slaves. Instead, she told the worker to starve the elf slave for the night. The servant nodded and pulled Inia along with him to bring her back to her cell. Inside, she was greeted by Cirrus. Cirrus congratulated her on failing the tasks given to her by the workers. Then she decided to tease Inia. Cirrus had been a slave once. She knew how to act around the workers in an auction house. She was more worried about Inia. She didn't think Inia would be able to sabotage all of the work given to her. But to her shock, Inia had been good at it. So good that it made her suspicious. So she asked if Inia had burnt the food on purpose, or if it was because she didn't know how to cook. But that couldn't have been right. Cirrus had seen Inia make food for Reifenhart before. Inia was left embarrassed. She couldn't let Cirrus know that she had been right. So she quickly changed the subject and pointed towards the high moon in the sky. She asked Cirrus if today was the day they would all be escaping this place. At Cirrus's confirmation, a group of elf slaves stepped forward. They asked the duo if they would really be saved that night. The slaves didn't want to get their hopes too high. But if this was their chance to escape and start a new life in Antares, they would happily take it. Inia turned to the scared elves and assured them that they would be saved soon. Above ground, Reifenhart, Russ, and Talia were slowly making their way towards the castle in the middle of the city. Reifenhart had used his move Infravision to help them see in the dark. Talia was left impressed by this new type of magic. Reifenhart explained that it was a type of magic used by elves, so humans didn't know about it. He led the trio forward, and soon they came across multiple guards standing outside the path to the castle wall. Most of the Zeppelin guards were standing on the path. They were all ready to stop any intruders and take them down. Russ asked Reifenhart if they should attack the guards now, but Reifenhart stopped him. The guards all had a magic signal on them. It would go off if the guard were killed. Luckily, Reifenhart knew a spell to defuse the signal. Tilla tried to stop him because there were barriers around to detect if any magic was used. Reifenhart smirked and told her they would never be able to detect his magic. He used a mana force field around the enemy guards. The force field would disrupt the mana flowing around and hide all of their tracks. The move was a powerful move that he had learned after mastering every type of barrier there was in this world. Once the barrier was set, Riffenhart turned towards Russ, and together the two charged towards their enemies. All the enemies had fallen to the ground before they could even blink. The trio repeated the process a few more times until they safely reached the castle walls. Their next goal was to get to the other side of the walls without using aura. If they used aura, they would immediately be detected. They also needed to avoid the knight's captain, who was also an aura user. Riffenhart assured the two that they didn't need to go to the other side of the wall. Their job was to cause a distraction, and he had the perfect thing to make it happen. He pulled out a few small rock statues from his pocket. Tilla stared at them in confusion. She didn't know they could help. Suddenly, Riffenhart pulled his arms back and threw the rock statues to the other side of the wall. Tilla stared as Riffenhart threw the rock statues to the other side of the wall. She asked him what the statues were. But as always, Riffenhart remained mysterious. He simply told her to watch. Suddenly, a large wall of red flame erupted from the other side. All the soldiers were thrown into chaos. They all ran around frantically as the rock statue turned into the great demon Sophiathan. A moment later, another rock statue transformed into Zetharau, and the last one transformed into Fiend. The soldiers were shocked as the demons started killing everyone around them. Only an archmage would be powerful enough to summon a demon. But to the soldiers' confusion, there were no magic circles left by mages anywhere. They couldn't figure out how the demon had been summoned there. They were all running around frantically, trying to fight for their life and survive. They were up against 3 great demons. There was no way for them to win. Tilla asked Riffenhart how he got his hands on such powerful monsters. Riffenhart explained that he had found them in one of the dungeons they had raided. They were too powerful for him to control, and too dangerous to sell. So he put them to good use by unleashing them here. Suddenly, Riffenhart turned to the side when he felt a massive amount of aura being used. He stared as the knight's captain used his aura to summon a large amount of energy around him. He converted this energy into a large blood rain attack. The attack hit Sophiathan head-on and caused it to stagger. Riffenhart was left impressed by the knight's power. The attack had been destructive and impressive. Clath called for all the knights to get into formation. He ordered the 1st Battalion to evacuate the royals. The 2nd Battalion would lead all the soldiers. The final battalion would follow behind him into battle. Clath was better than Riffenhart had expected. He asked Russ if he would be able to defeat Calth. Russ was confident he would be able to defeat the knight in a one-on-one battle. As Riffenhart watched the mage knights attack the great demons, he was reminded of the reality of Chitan's knighthood. They were all prejudiced. They only cared about turning a profit over honor. They preferred magical gears over actual training. They thought anything that wasn't a human was inferior to them. All creatures were mindless slaves to them. Since they all shared the same mentality, no one expected the only knight in the country to be any different. But Clath wasn't like the rest. He valued honor and hard work. He trained hard every day to become an aura user. He didn't rely on any equipment to help him. He was proof that a person was more than where they came from. He was the strongest knight in the Chitan country. The only reason he was rejected from the Zeppelian Knight was because he refused to use magical equipment to his advantage. Even now, he was easily fighting against a great demon. He slashed his greatsword downwards and left a huge gash on the demon's arm. This infuriated Sophiathan. The great demon summoned all of its energy and released a huge wall of flame. Riffenhart turned to Talia and Russ. This was their signal to leave. From this point on, the demons would be too unpredictable. They couldn't stay and watch as it all happened without being caught in the fight. The 3 quickly turned and ran away. Far away, a soldier outside the orc slave auction house stared at the wall of fire rising high in the sky. He was confused about what was happening, but he couldn't leave his post to check. Suddenly, the door behind him opened as Kanji stepped out. The soldier told the orcs to go back inside. He didn't want to punish them. But if the others saw them out of their cages, he would be forced to punish them. Kanji talked to the other orc from Antares. They wondered if they should spare the soldier for being decent. The 2 decided to knock the soldier out. Once the guard was taken care of, Kanji stepped outside and gestured for the other orcs to follow him as well. They slowly stepped outside the auction house. They were all scared. Every time one of them had tried to escape, they had all been punished. They didn't want to be punished again. Kanji got angry at them. He shouted at them and asked if they wanted to spend all of their lives trapped in a life of slavery, like cowards. The orcs quickly changed their tone. broke their chains, and escaped. Kanji had seen Refinhart's signal. This was their chance to escape and go back to Antares. Their plan had been created by Carl. He had explained that the situation in Chiton was tense. Everyone had seen how well Antares County was treating the otherworldly species. The slave owners were afraid that their slaves would start an uprising. They had started being harsher to their slaves. They gave them harder tasks and punished them more often. Normally, the slaves would simply take the treatment without any complaints. But now that they knew about Antares, they had a goal for their freedom. They didn't take the punishment lightly. They let resentment build inside them as they waited for their chance to escape. Carl predicted that soon 10% of the slaves would rebel and try to escape. Refinhart wondered why the number was so low. Carl explained that this was all that the slaves had ever known about. But with the atmosphere tense from their plan, they would simply need to give the slaves a leader to follow. They had spent all their lives following orders, so it would be easier for them to follow someone giving them orders. So their plan was to send different otherworldly species to act as slaves at different auction houses. They would spend a few days with the slaves to gain their trust, and then on the night of the full moon they would escape. They waited for Refinhart to give them a signal before they all ran out onto the street. The soldiers all watched in confusion as a large number of orcs ran down the street. They warned the orcs to go back.
In Elfenheim, the elf's ice, which unleashed her assault upon the humans, spreading terror throughout the land. Panic erupted as people screamed and scattered in every direction, desperately trying to save their lives. In that instant, the ice which released a devastating attack, and everyone caught within its range was instantly frozen. The ice which used the northern sea breathing ability on them, which was a skill combining the power of the spirits of darkness and water with a silver aura, used to spread a freezing aura like a fog. Handling this type of mana was not easy for anyone, and even Russ experienced a hard time trying to accomplish it. But it was a fact that Ania could use such a high-level skill, which showed that she had already become proficient at aura consumption. The servants there all screamed for help, but were frozen in no time. It was a horrific moment for them. Ania was looking at them and told her subordinate why were the human beings so emotional and screaming all around, as they won't die even if they got frozen. But the elves that were accompanying her told her that the humans were made differently from them, and they actually die if we freeze them like they were doing it. Realizing that Ania was harming humans, she quickly stopped and made an ugly face. She didn't have any idea that what she was doing was cruel. She asked the other elf if she really killed those people because Mr. Reifenhardt advised them strictly to avoid killing the humans. But the elf with her told her that the human would die soon if they were frozen for too long. Ania suddenly started to worry and went running back towards them to melt them. Still, her elf friends told her that she would use a salamander to fire a flame in this place so that the humans could defrost naturally. But the other elves that came to see them told Cirrus, who was accompanying Ania, that if she put a flame inside, the place would also burn and the humans would also die from fire. Suddenly, the night guard came inside and they started to curse them as evil creatures and blamed them for killing innocent people who didn't even have weapons on them. The knight warned them and told them that they would kill all the elves there because they were all guilty and asked them to kneel and surrender. Suddenly, the elves kneeled in front of them, but Ania and Cirrus looked at them, and with only one blow, Ania made her move. The night squad leader who asked them to kneel suddenly saw Ania growing, but when his comrades told him to look toward his legs, he realized that they were cut off with the ice, and Ania told him that he would be the one to kneel in front of others for his whole life now. She told him that the main character had strictly told them not to harm any human, so she would not kill them and would show mercy to them. In no time, she started to tear their arms and legs simultaneously and didn't kill them, and she thought that if she only cut off one of their arms or legs, they wouldn't be able to attack her and her team, and they had to carry their captain away from here. She also thought that her action would be seen as barbaric, but there was no other choice. As they all were finishing handling the humans, an elf maid came in and told them that she was Darana and that she had promised to guide them on the path. As they all went behind her, Darana told them that they should all be relaxed, as humans would be focusing on the fire first and no one would look for them. Darana told them on the path that, like them, all the other slaves were gathering in the auction house. Darana was an elven maid who was specifically trained to help the owner in his work. She also had gotten the training that Reifenhardt had taught everyone 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the main character told the elves and the orcs that he would teach them how to read, write, do arithmetic, history, and, in the end, philosophy. He even shared the knowledge about medical and herbal sciences. At that moment, humans looked down at him for teaching the salves and asked why he was doing that for them. Humans, in the end, allowed it, but they criticized the idea and said that the slaves would understand the teaching as he would, but in the end, it would be like teaching animals like dogs or cats. But as soon as the teaching started slowly the roles changed. Despite being slaves, they were able to understand a lot and learn how to be generous and learned etiquette and manners. Darina also realized that she could do everything that a normal human could do, but also feel whatever humans felt. She even questioned herself about what the main difference was between humans and herself. This was a question that was too small in the beginning, but later on started to grow bigger and bigger, and soon she started to hear that there was a civil war in Crovence. Soon, she started to hear stories of her type, in which she heard that elf witches were killing humans and destroying their land. In no time, the question got even bigger, as others were also fighting with the humans. Now, she was not the only one with the question that everyone who was once a human slave asked themselves. Several slaves who were in the Zeppelin had already started to gather and share their thoughts. While the chaos was going on, some slaves were brought to a room filled with weapons. They were all glad to hold a sword in their hand after such a long time, and even told each other that the swords were not actually that bad, even though they were made by humans. Some of them were so huge that the sword fitted in their hands, but the armor was too small for them, and someone told them to only wear the armor on the shoulders and chest. Elf Arnie, the Lather merchant, a guilt lower-ranked accountant and storage manager, was the one who had guided them on the path towards the weapons, and she was glad to help them, and she was sure that the other weapon storerooms would also be open for the other slaves to get weapons out of them. As the chaos was going on, the main character was looking at the chaos in the place. He thought that the ones who always wanted to escape the place were finally running there for their freedom. He realized the history was changing, and he screamed that the ones who were crazy would now feel the change as well, while his comrades looked at him and thought that he had gone crazy. Russ thought that the main character had always done things that were not getting into his mind. While all this chaos was going on, the humans were scared and looked inside. Even the children who were curious were told to close the windows and stay inside. Now, the secret gathering the slaves had been holding for questions before was for something much bigger. They were now planning for a revolution. The city was all in chaos, and the fire was spreading all over. The orcs that were running for their freedom were tired of running, and a few of them complained that they were out of breath. But the ones who were still energetic assured them to stay strong and wait for a while. Some of them even told that the moon was in position, and it told them that it was time, and they needed to hurry if they wanted to get out and get their freedom. One of the elves told Karagar Hadartham, the leader of the orcs, that they needed to slow down because many people in them were slowing down, which could cause them to be left behind, but he told them that it would be a disaster if the army were released, and they had no time to waste. The elves still tried to persuade him by assuring him that there was still some time left, and they should take a rest. Still, the leader was not convinced. He didn't want to waste a single second just to slow down his freedom, but then the army blocked their path. The knights told them that there was no way for them to go, and they should surrender if they wanted to live. They even taunted the slaves that if the army was tricked so easily, it would let them leave. Karagar thought that he felt something was coming in their path, but still he didn't believe his senses and knew that it was an army or someone else. He thought that there were a lot of people in the city, and only 100 soldiers were in front of them, and only 20 archers were on the building. He challenged the army. Did they think that they could stop them with only 100 men? And also told them that even if they saw through their plan, what could they do to stop them? He told the soldiers that now they were standing in front of him and decided to fight, so they should be ready to be killed by his hand, while he used his aura and changed his appearance to grow stronger. He asked the soldiers if they had any fighting spirit in them. The captain of the army was shocked as he recalled that he had only heard that there was an orc who used the aura, and now he was standing in front of him to fight. The Zeppelin Knight assured themselves that more than 1,000 men were coming to surround the area, and they had the situation under control. Knights even warned the slaves that whatever the matter was, and even if they were a lot stronger, they could not protect everyone, and so they should just surrender so no lives could be wasted. Karagar, upon hearing the warning, asked them when the 1,000 men were coming to help them. While the main character knew that no 1,000 men were coming to save the knights this time. In the castle, Carl was standing alone while his elven wife was worried about what he was thinking and not getting sleep, but Carl told her that many people were risking their lives on a Zeppelin, and there was no chance that he was sleeping tonight without worrying. He said that he learned that things never work in someone's life as he wants them to work. And if his plan had worked before as he wanted, he would have been the king, but he didn't have confidence in himself. He said that this time he did some work under the table, so the enemy could not work as they wanted to work, and their plans were shattered to pieces. Listening to Carl, her wife was confused. Carl said that he had bribed the Zeppelin army and also all the higher-ups, while the knights in front of the slaves were terrified because there was no support coming for them, and they had no idea what was causing it. Russ told his comrade that he heard that the higher-ups took some money under the table to not support the army, and it looks like the entire army had sold out their nation. Russ was too confused that the whole army was willing to give up the nation because of money and thought about how much money Carl had given them. While Carl's wife told her that even if he had given money to the army, they still had a duty and questioned whether they would ever ignore the orders. But Carl was in a good mood and knew that the Cha'an Principality was rotten, and it was not easy to do something like that. So his wife asked if he knew all this, then why did he waste the money? But Carl told her that he was not the one who gave the money, but it was the merchant's work. In reality, the troops that were guarding the Zeppelin were already getting money from the merchants, and when Carl requisitioned these merchants with money to give them, it boosted the amount. Then, because of this, all bribery and money-giving, thanks to Antares' country, took a large hit to its treasury, and so it became a reason that Carl kept saying that there was no money. Now it was assured that the merchants gave money every time to the army and the administration to avoid certain laws, and as the troops stationed at the Zeppelin had already established a money route, Carl just used the route in his favor. Carl wrote a letter requesting that he obtain some information that something bad would happen on the Zeppelin, and he couldn't do much as a merchant but only worry about his family. He wrote that the army should check in on his family if something happens, and asked them to just come by the place and watch them for a few days. He said that there would be no problem because only one person would have to come to the place to watch, but if he still got into trouble, he would help him get out of the way. Carl then told his wife that telling someone that he was the only person is used as a surefire way to persuade someone onto the corrupt path, and so the nation is totally rotten. Listening to the whole story, she was in shock and thought, how did her people win against this man? Her wife thought that she should just take care of him for the future of her people, while the knights were still screaming about the reinforcement. But the slaves and the others were already prepared to work as they had planned and decided to get rid of the army. While this was all happening, Graham's Golden Knight arrived there and thought that his nation was totally rotten, and he attacked the orcs and other slaves. Russ saw him and thought that he would be dangerous, while Graham told Russ that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The Golden Knight also realized that the Martial King was also here and spoke that the Sayer had blessed him. Russ told him that if he was here, the Teslan would also be somewhere near. The Golden Knight replied to him that Teslan was searching for him in the western part of Zeppelin and also told him that Teslan had thought that he was with a female elf. The main character then thought that Siri was at her pinnacle when it comes to the spirit's art, and Inia was the elf aura user who was the strongest one, and he should probably not worry about them as they were together. But he saw that Eustace the Golden Knight was way too confident. He told Russ and Maliad that he was leaving him to them, and he was heading towards the Cirrus. The Golden Knight said that it was a shame, and he had to give up the Martial King to Sir Teslan. But still, I had more important business to do at the moment. The Golden Knight challenged Russ that he would kill them, and he would make them pay for their sins, but Russ was not in the mood to surrender and challenged him back. He pulled out his sword at him. As Reifenhart went in a rush, he had a strange thought that they were stronger than them because he never looked at it that way. But suddenly someone pushed him back, and he had to take cover. He was stunned that there was someone this powerful in the Zeppelin. When the chaos was going on in the city, it was said that the Cha'an Principality's defense force was the best, and no one should ever underestimate it. In the fight, the forces warned the creatures to surrender and kneel before their magical artifact, and even their 3rd Battalion was ordered to activate their magical armor and slay the demons, which were not stopping. It was also said that the Cha'an Knights, who were armed with magical equipment and swords, did not fall behind the other Knights' order. The Cha'an had the best Zeppelin Knights, which ensured that 4 of them were enough for one aura-using enemy in a fight. They were really stronger than a magic swordsman if they ever fought. As most of the Knights of Cha'an used artifacts and magic to fight, there was only one among them who refused to use the magic and trained himself to reach their level without any help. He refused because the artifacts weren't a part of the Zeppelin Knight, and it was against his rules and honor for the Knights. He stood alone and became the strongest among the magic users. He was Sir Clath, the strongest Knight Cha'an had recognized by all. Now, in the fight with the demons, He ordered everyone that he had sent the great demon fiend into the other world, and only his minions that he summoned were left, and so they should kill them all. He also ordered the 2nd Battalion to protect the Golden Palace from enemy attacks. He also told the 4th Battalion to guard the royals in the inner palace. Now the scenario was changed, but still the danger was on their head. Fiend was sent into the other world, but still 2 of the greater demons were attacking on the land, and they were summoning the smaller demons, which were causing more chaos. Clath was angry with them. He thought that if the Zeppelin Knights were here, the situation would have been under control. He ordered the Chad-An Knights to get into 3 particular groups in which there were royal guards. Clath was tired, but was at ease that the knight really didn't care about the honor in such a situation and was fighting alongside and didn't consider a 1-versus-1 fight. The greater demons were in full anger and were continuously destroying the buildings. And Clath was busy killing the smaller minions, so their number could be reduced. Clath cursed the rain while fighting, as it wasn't helping him at all, but the enemy was taking advantage of it. He was just in a chance to get something stronger, as one of the greater demons was very strengthened, but still, the other one was left, and he was also going to give him a hard time in the battle. Suddenly, Clath heard someone casting a spell. He collected the flow of air and charged it into one blow, and when the attack was launched, the fire went out in one go. Clath was surprised that the spell had a long range, and it made the fire go out in one. He was in shock that a woman so young could cast a great spell, and he thought that she would be an archmage. Suddenly, someone else also joined in the fight. It was Teslan. Clath was in shock at how a young person could kill a greater demon so easily. He thought of him as Antares County Cyrus. The girl then asked him that was he Sir Clath and told that her name was Felina from the Delphia's Mage Tower, and she was invited by the king to help him, and so she told him that she and her friend will take care of the demons outside, and he should go and kill the demons that were gone inside the palace, and because she didn't want him to witness what they were going to do to kill the demons. Clath, without second thought, rushed inside, while she gave Teslan the magical equipment, which turned him into an armor-like monster, who was way more powerful than the greater demons. For Teslan, it was only a training match that he had wanted for a long time. While in the palace, the king asked the Sage of Silver if her plan went as she desired, and she said that it went because of the king's cooperation. The king told her that because of her plan, the Zeppelin took great damage, and if he had known that something like this would happen to the nation, he would have prepared something to stop it before the time. She asked the king if he regretted helping the Sage of Silver, but he told her that he didn't mean what he said to her. He said that he would have cooperated as it was a duty given by old traditions to his household, but he was just curious about how things had gone to this point, which caused a lot of destruction. He also said that he had a right to know before everything started because he was someone who assisted her in her plans. She told him that the person who was in charge of invading the Zeppelin was serving the Martial King. And also, a very strong individual was present who dominated Antares County. And it was impossible to find and kill them as they were all split up over the place. But now they were all gathered in the battle on the Zeppelin. Now the main character was curious to know who was the most powerful in the Zeppelin who had pushed him backwards so easily. The person who had caused him to stop was glowing in black mana. He called his name Reifenhart and was glad that he had finally met him. But Reifenhart was looking quite at him. He wanted a deep thought, and he asked him who he was. The person listening to his question got angry and told him how he could forget him so easily, and challenged him that once he defeated him, he would automatically remember who he was. The main character then asked him if he was wearing a berserker armor or what it was called, and asked if he was Stefan, as he was with Teslan a year back, and thought that he would still be working with Teslan in the battle. Stefan then charged at him at full speed, while Reifenhart thought that was why he was so arrogant, as he lost against Tathif when he had only gotten his aura awakened. The main character used his ability of straight cannon to stop him, but it was not enough for him, and he was shocked seeing him, while Stefan pulled out his sword and used blade aura attack on him. As soon as Stefan came in closer to attack the main character, he used his blade aura. The main character was shocked. He had never imagined that he would be able to use the aura. Stefan told him to see his aura and told him that he had also become an aura user. As they both hustled, the main character thought that it was never supposed to happen like that. But in reality, Stefan had awakened an aura. As the main character dodged his blade, he also tried to punch him with all his strength, but still wasn't getting the idea of defeating him. Stefan had become a lot stronger then at his last meetup. They both were moving with a lot of speed and even landing punches on each other. Mostly the punches were landed on Stefan by Reifenhart. But even after throwing blood all over the place, Stefan was energetic and more egoistic than before. There was no stopping him at the moment, and the main character was getting exhausted because of him. Stefan looked at him and started to laugh, and he screamed that he could do it all day and endure his attacks, as many as he could lay on him. While he mocked the main character, he started to use more and more aura and turned himself into a fully armored human being. He was in so much rage that even the main character had doubts that he could defeat him. The main character only thought the armor that he was wearing was a special grade 1 and was similar to Eldred armor. But still, he didn't believe that it was getting power through magic at all. The main character believed that Stefan was using some other technique to give power to his armor and reminded himself that he couldn't in a million years manifest aura by using his magic. While Stefan was ready for a round 2 and screamed at him that he would kill him today, and as soon as he charged up his aura, he attacked on him with full power, without even noticing that there were also innocent people around who could get hurt, which caused them to run in chaos for saving their life from them. And they even called him a monster. Stefan heard the chaos of the people and complained about why it was so loud, while the main character managed to avoid his attacks and attacked him with rapid-fire bullets, causing even more chaos in the area. The main character called out Stefan and asked what he was up to and questioned him that he wasn't a knight, and there's a rule among knights that they would never kill innocent people. Listening to him, Stefan was even more out of his senses. He asked him what he was saying and where the people were. The main character looked at him and realized that he had already lost his senses, and now there were no emotions left inside of him. Stefan loudly spoke to him and told him that there was nobody around, and it was only them, while his mana was flowing all over the area. He then asked Marshal King Reifenhardt if he was ready to die. But now the main character told him that he was going to take him seriously, and after finishing, he also charged up his mana around him. Stefan looked at him and laughed as he thought that nobody was left to stop him, and even covered his face with the armor and attacked him with full force. While the main character's aura was turned from yellow to purple, as he had already started to charge his ability of Lightning Fist to attack Stefan. As soon as Stefan got closer to him for his attack, the main character used his Lightning Fist on him and then his Fire Fist on him simultaneously. He knew that his attacks weren't enough to stop him, but they could only slow him down. They both dodged and attacked each other simultaneously while they blinked from building to building, destroying whatever came into their path. They both were just unstoppable for the time being. The main character was doing his best. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Stefan, he had to penetrate his armor first, and for that, he punched him a lot, but nothing was affecting him. He thought that what his armor was made of, and Stefan was fine after getting pinched so many times by him directly. He was just too frustrated with the effort he was putting in against Stefan. While Stefan did his best to attack him and even used his blade simultaneously at the main character, nothing was happening. There was not a single scratch on him, which was not acceptable to him. At that moment, they both were a perfect match for each other, as their powers rivaled each other. Suddenly, the main character looked for an opening in the armor of Stefan and charged his attack and used his rotation power into his fist for a single blow at Stefan. He made sure that he focused all the energy in one place so he could penetrate the armor of Stefan. As soon as Stefan came closer to him to deal with his attack, the main character saw the opening and punched him with a rotation charge, which caused Stefan's armor to break from his side and send him flying away into the wall. He thought that the gem Unbreakable has plenty of skills that are only used to attack inside of an armor, but it was not easy as the condition were to build up a move, but it was a move that allowed to attack only the inside the armor using aura power, but it worked through the strongest as well as the thickest armor. And so when you're fighting with someone who uses gem Unbreakable at mean armor is nothing at the person. Steven then got up from the attack and said that it didn't even hurt him and there was no pain on one side of his face, where the armor was broken and his mouth was bleeding, but still, there was devilish laughter. Suddenly, he blinked in front of Reifenhardt, and the main character was caught off guard. He didn't have any idea that Stefan was this fast, even after he got hit by his powerful attack, which even broke his armor. After the main character used his gem Unbreakable ability on Stefan, he was successful in landing a huge amount of damage on him, which even caused one side of Stefan's armor to break, but it was not enough to stop him. Stefan got up from the broken wall and told the protagonist that the attack he had just used on him did not affect him, and it wasn't even hurting him at all. Then suddenly, in a blink, he came in front of the main character at an enormous speed, which the main character couldn't even see. He attacked him, but the main character dodged it at the last second. Stefan asked him why he dodged the attack and told him that he thought that a gem breakable user didn't dodge the attack and called him coward. The main character then replied to him that he was glad that he was arrogant and not ashamed of his move, but he taunted him that he wasn't the one who got his brain washed by the enemy, and started to go berserk. Suddenly, the main character noticed that there was a darkness drain and a forced abyssal awakening in his armor, and told him that he was trying to understand this all the time, what kind of trickery he was using to deceive him. The main character started to curse him for being crazy for burning his life force away to use aura. He thought that he was crazy, and it was suicide, as it was dark magic to wrongly use the life force of a person and convert it to use the aura. The main character was ashamed that he noticed it too late because he should have gotten the hint when Stefan called the armor the berserk armor. The protagonist thought that things like these were useless for a person because they didn't even give sufficient aura to the user, but still used a lot of the person's life force. And such things could only be used when you became stronger than a normal person, because only then could somebody handle such damage inside their own body. But still, he thought that the peak of getting strong was to become an aura user, but there was no point in using such dark equipment at all. Reifenhart then realized that Stefan was a person who first would have gone to learn how to use the aura, but the enemy eventually made him dependent on such a technique. The main character then asked Stefan if he was aware of what the armor was doing to him, and told him that it was eating away at his life. But it was too late. Stefan had totally lost his senses. He replied to him that now it didn't matter at all to him. Listening to Stefan, the main character screamed at him that he was crazy and he could just become an aura user by training for a year and practicing it. But Stefan replied that he didn't want to waste his time, and he decided to regain his honor like a true knight and wanted to die victorious and didn't want to spend his life like an insect in shame. The main character told him that he was wrong because there was no honor in getting a win by using such magical armor for a knight. He should have waited and learned how to become an aura user. Listening to him, Stefan went into deep thoughts of his life. He saw that when he was little, he used to learn how to use a sword, and all of his friends were proud of him. Even his father used to praise him, but as he grew an adult, he saw a lot of fighter, and he was shocked seeing that how much strong they were than him. But when he saw the main character for the first time, he was only a peasant, but he was able to use aura, and while the knights saw him defeat monster all by himself, Stefan was among them. And he had a thought that when a peasant like Reifenhart had the aura power, why did he have one as well, since he was a noble as well? As Stefan saw the true strength of our main character, all his memories of his childhood till his adulthood, in which others praised him, were shattered, and he made a new goal in his life to become an aura user. Stefan then told the main character that he had to go through a lot to get to this power that he wanted, but the main character told him that he was an idiot who was just wasting his own life for some foolish goals. He could have just waited and trained. The main character also told him that if he didn't want his life and was going to waste it like it was for nothing, he could just let him take his life for good. But now Stefan was even angrier. He told him to shut his mouth and just die. Stefan grabbed his swords and brought every inch of aura that he could get out on the blade. And in one go, he attacked the main character. Stefan just thought that he didn't want anything in his life now, and he would just take down everything he once loved and liked to give, and now he would just drag down Reifenhart with him. While the main character blocked his attack with all his strength, he got injured. Stefan shouted at him that he needed to get him more injured, and as his mind was out of his senses, he started to like the screams and came out of his mouth in pain, and he wanted to hear more of them. He told the main character that the more he seemed weaker to him, the more his life goals were fulfilled, and it was all worth it, giving up on his life. And as he was progressing, he was certain that he would get the victory. Stefan was only thinking that hearing his screams and cries would only give him more strength, and he would drag him down with him to the death he was also going to. The main character was worried seeing him. He knew that his organs were getting messed up from the earlier attacks, but still, his movement was quite fast and precise, which made him realize that his body was half dead. They both simultaneously attack each other, and the aura around them was flowing. While the main character knew that it was no use now, as his aura manifestation had no meaning left, and suddenly Stefan realized that his attacks were now useless, and they were doing no damage to the protagonist. The protagonist then told him that he was still using aura, but because his aura was from the magic, it was not free and randomly flowing, which was easy to understand for him. The main character is now starting to push Stefan back from his attacks, and he told Stefan that as time passed, he had understood how his movement worked and his aura reacted to the berserker armor he was using, as loopholes like this have their own weakness, even if someone goes through their own life to get them. The main character then used the Gastrizian skill on Stefan and kicked him away from him, which caused even more damage internally. But still, the main character thought that Stefan had left with monstrous strength because he was already talented, and now it was all in vain. Still, Stefan was standing in front of him, and the only word he was uttering from his mouth was to kill the protagonist. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.